Chapter 1. Another dismal day. After the spring rain, even the trees began to sprout tender buds that a young maid hurriedly entered from the eaves, making her way directly to the window. "Miss, I've heard that His Highness the Crown Prince will return tonight," the maid, Xiaochun, said with an expression full of joy. Huan remained unresponsive, continuing to stare vacantly at the tree outside the window. At the age of 10, Huan's memories of her former life resurfaced. Once a laborer, she had worked tirelessly to earn a living now. Having finally become a young lady of privilege, she had yet to savor its delights before her father entrusted her to the crown prince, Wang Zhenzhi. Though her father was neither a good husband nor a caring father, he was, nonetheless, a loyal minister. To the very least, he possessed a semblance of conscience, ensuring a path for his children to survive. Xiaochun, assigned to her by the steward after she entered the Eastern Palace, wore a round face that was always cheerful, her disposition lively, and her tongue quick. Leaning on her chin, Huan languidly asked, "Xiaochun, what kind of tree is that outside the window?" Xiaochun craned her neck to take a look, scratching her head in confusion. "I don't know. Perhaps I should ask Steward Wang." "No need. We shall find out in due time," Huan replied, turning her gaze back to the window as she recalled the moment she first met Wang Zhenzhi. That winter was colder than any in recent memory, with the north wind howling fiercely. Her father, Yi Chongping, had accompanied Wang Zhenzhi to the frontier as his advisor. Later, he brought her here, following the humiliation inflicted by their family, where they spent 3 years. She had initially thought they would lead a peaceful existence, but alas, fate had other plans. On a gloomy afternoon, as she routinely mended her father's garments, Huan was informed that her father had gone to shield the crown prince from arrows. In that instant, her mind went blank. Her mother had passed away when she was 4 or 5, and her father, often preoccupied, was not attentive. She was left in the care of relatives, weary of living under someone else's roof. Her striking beauty drew unwanted attention, and at 11, she pleaded with Yi Chongping to take her along, showing him the bruises on her body. After finally escaping a life of subservience, reality dealt her another harsh blow. Since recalling her past at the age of 10, Huan understood that beauty had become a burden, a poison that led her to the abyss. Day by day, she altered her appearance, her skin turning sallow after 3 years at the frontier, painting her face in the ugliest manner imaginable, her garments limited to a few drab outfits. Even Yi Chongping remained unaware of her actions. The affairs concerning Yi Chongping were orchestrated solely by Wang Zhenzhi. On the day of their return to court, it was Huan's first formal meeting with him. Dressed in dark robes, his waist cinched, he sat in an elevated position, a seasoned warrior. His complexion was notably fairer than that of most soldiers, his features strikingly sharp. "Huan," he spoke in a deep voice, "are you willing to accompany me back to court?" What appeared as an inquiry was, in truth, a statement of certainty. With only a pack of wolves at home, returning would only lead to her demise. Huan knelt on the ground, her head bowed. "This humble girl is willing. Lift your head." Huan raised her head to meet his gaze. After 3 years in the borderlands, she would periodically use special herbs to dye her skin a shade of yellow. Over this span, it is quite natural for one's complexion and appearance to undergo some changes. Huan reassured herself as her eyes locked with his. Her fingers tightened around the flesh of her palm. The commander of the 3 armies could not possibly be so easily deciphered. Under the unrelenting scrutiny of someone in authority, Huan felt as though she were completely exposed, devoid of any secrets. Since their initial meeting until today, she had not encountered Wang Zhenzhi again. "What is happening outside?" Huan inquired, her brow furrowed. Xiaochun was about to step out to investigate when she bumped into Xiaoxia. "Oh dear." They both held their heads. Huan sat up and approached them. "What is going on?" Xiaoxia rubbed her forehead and replied, "Miss, it is the concubines from the western courtyard. They wish to see you, but they were intercepted by Shouju and Shousong. They have exceptionally keen ears," Xiaochun muttered softly. Huan smiled, "Let them in." Shortly thereafter, Xiaoxia led 4 women into the room. The leading lady in blue was strikingly beautiful. "Miss Yi, I hope the pastries I made are to your liking." Xiaochun reached out to accept them, and Huan expressed her gratitude. The lady in blue fidgeted with her handkerchief, hesitantly asking, "Might Missy know what time His Highness will return tonight?" Xiaochun, standing to the side with a food box in hand, interjected, "What does Lady Lu mean?" Shouldn't this question be directed to His Highness rather than us? Lady Li, dressed in white, spoke up. His Highness has finally found some leisure time. We merely wish to inquire about the young lady. How could matters concerning the Crown Prince be within our purview? This is His Highness' residence, and his decisions regarding his comings and goings are solely his own. Huan replied slowly. His Highness does not appreciate others meddling unnecessarily. Lady Lu, clutching her handkerchief, raised her gaze to Huan. You are right, we may have been a bit too hasty and lost our way. No harm done, Huan replied, engaging in light conversation with the others before they took their leave. Lady Lu, filled with indignation, remarked, I thought His Highness had returned with some enchanting beauty. Indeed, I think it's nothing extraordinary. She is not even as lovely as you, Lady Lu. Lady Tao chimed in, no wonder His Highness has not granted her a title. Even after 2 months we were better off than she. Lady Lu responded, well, it is not our place to discuss His Highness affairs. We should focus on our appearances in case His Highness decides to visit tonight. At this remark, the room fell silent as each began to ponder their own thoughts. Li Xia silently trailed behind them, lost in contemplation. Xiaochun followed closely behind Huan. These women are like wolves that have never tasted meat. They come running at the scent of it. But hadn't they already feasted? Wang Zhenzhi entered the army at the tender age of 14 and subsequently sought troops to fend off incursions from the barbarian tribes on the border, which led to a 4-year absence. His courtyard housed 8 concubines, 4 of whom were sent to him when he was just 14. His prior restraint was due to an inability to compete. This man truly knows how to create trouble for himself within this vast East Palace. One can only imagine how many holes there are in the sieve. Having emerged from one den of wolves, he has now stepped into a den of tigers. Yet there are always those who will protect him. Though it may be spoken in my presence, it must not reach the ears of others. Xiaochun remarked with a playful smile. Fear not, my lady, I am not so foolish. Nevertheless, it appears you have grown somewhat pallid of late indeed. The soil and waters of the capital seem to nurture one well. I find myself craving chestnut cake, Li Huan expressed. Very well, Xiaochun replied, lifting the food box away. Li Huan swiftly made her way indoors, taking a seat before the bronze mirror. In the 2 months since returning to court, she had not once ventured outside. The medicinal herbs had been exhausted, leaving her unable to replenish them. It had been nearly half a month since she last applied any. Gazing intently into the mirror, she observed her brows thinning and narrowing, her once disheveled dark hair now smooth, though her complexion had taken on a slight yellow hue yet. Remained supple at this rate. She would vanish entirely before the month was out. On the day of her return to court, it was common knowledge that the Crown Prince had brought back a woman from the frontier, a seemingly ordinary visage that nevertheless captivated his favor. Meanwhile, she had been relegated to a secluded eastern courtyard with no one to direct the steward. How could she dare to make demands? A sudden smile broke upon Li Huan's lips. Perhaps the man had never intended to spare her from his schemes. This little charade was hardly sufficient. Xiaochun, have Xiao Qiu prepare more sensum to the prince. Since it was his desire, she would acquiesce. The sun had yet to set when the prince returned early. Xiaochun delivered the chestnut cake and upon her return, shared what she had witnessed. My lady, you cannot imagine I saw 4 or 5 beauties standing there, waiting for the prince, yet I returned without even catching a glimpse of his attire. I also heard from Xiao Bai that upon arriving at the estate, women were eager to throw themselves at him, only to be sent flying by the prince's guards. If merely 8 concubines behave in such a manner, how lively will it become in the future? Truly, not everyone can enjoy the company of such beauties, Xiaochun lamented with a sigh. Li Huan chuckled at her antics. How can one so young be so melancholic? I have heard that the prince has yet to lay hands on anyone in the household. Will you not lament each day henceforth? Xiaochun, with her delicate sensibilities, blushed, my lady. At such a vigorous age, why would the prince not engage? Li Huan teased, watching as Xiaochun's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze dropping in silence. Noticing her own audacity, Li Huan inquired, have the pastries been delivered? Of course, but what? Xiaochun bit her lip. While delivering the pastries, I may have overheard the prince discussing the appointment of a secondary consort. Li Huan's hand faltered mid-bite. That is a matter for the prince. Xiaochun regretted her loose tongue, realizing her words flowed too freely. After bathing, Li Huan entered her chamber only to find a figure concealed behind the screen. Li Huan? Came Wang Zhenzhi's voice from beyond the partition. Her heart raced, momentarily forgetting to pay her respects. Your Highness? She could scarcely fathom that Wang Zhenzhi would grace her quarters at this hour. The man stepped forth from behind the screen, the candlelight casting shadows across his face. Tomorrow, a secondary consort will be appointed. Prepare yourself. Wang Zhenzhi's gaze roamed over her like that of a ravenous wolf. This outcome did not astonish Huan from the moment she returned to the court with him. She anticipated this day would inevitably arrive. He required a person to call his own, while she sought a sanctuary that would forever provide her protection, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Your Highness, it is a blessing for a common girl like me to be favored, Huan stated, standing before him with her head bowed. That a soft chuckle pierced the darkness, distinctly audible as Wang Zhenzhi regarded the woman feigning humility. My judgment is never flawed, he remarked. You are quite astute. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness, she replied. Wang Zhenzhi scrutinized Huan under the flickering light, and it was undeniable that her beauty was difficult to conceal, although her complexion had taken on a slight pallor. Nevertheless, her graceful figure was impossible to overlook. Any man who beheld her true visage would surely be tempted to claim her for himself. Standing beside her, he felt an intoxicating fragrance envelop him, igniting a fervor within his veins. She was indeed a captivating enchantress, even in her stillness. A stirring within him began to awaken, prompting a sense of self-doubt in the seasoned warrior who had battled on the field for 4 or 5 years. Chapter 2. The enchantment of chaotic blossoms. When did my resolve become so feeble, especially when that person has yet to take any action? Remaining here will only kindle my ire. As Wang Zhenzhi passed by Huan, he paused for a moment and remarked, There is no need for those things in the future. I can protect myself. Huan was taken aback, gazing at his retreating figure in a daze. How did he perceive that? Miss. Early in the morning, Xiao Chun was knocking at the outer door. Has the servant entered? Yes. Huan observed her radiant expression, a sheen of perspiration gracing her forehead. What is the matter? Congratulations, miss. Congratulations. No, it should be congratulations to Lady Yi. Congratulations to the lady. Upon hearing yesterday's news that the crown prince intended to confer a secondary consort, Xiao Chun felt as if she had been struck by frost. But today, upon learning that the chosen one was Miss Yi, her sole thought was one of relief. Thank goodness it was her. After washing up, Xiao Chun kept gazing at Huan's profile, seemingly lost in thought. Huan spoke a few words, only to realize the person behind her had not moved. Xiao Chun, what occupies your thoughts? I've called you many times, yet you remain oblivious. Ultimately, she said nothing, for soon the crown prince's entourage would arrive. Though she anticipated being taken into the inner courtyard, she did not expect Wang Zhenzhi to grant her this position. After all, he was the crown prince, and any woman in his inner courtyard was a reflection of his power. If it was bestowed by him, what was there to fear in accepting it? Huan possessed a clear self-awareness and would never covet what was not rightfully hers. At the very least, she had her life. Not long after breakfast, a group approached, carrying various items. Lady Yi, Zhao Fu bowed slightly to her. Huan regarded the newcomer with some astonishment. Zhao Fu had been Wang Zhenzhi's close attendant since childhood, and his status was not insignificant. She had not anticipated he would be sent on this errand. Xiao Chun offered a handful of golden melon seeds into Zhao Fu's hands. Oh, this servant shall keep these to share in your good fortune. Thank you, Chief Steward. It is my duty. Your words are too generous, Lady Yi. Zhao Fu was well aware of the effort that the crown prince had expended for the sake of this individual and dared not accept such accolades lightly. His Highness has personally prepared these items. In half a month, the Eastern Palace will commence arrangements. A seamstress will soon arrive to measure for your wedding gown, Lady Consort. The Spring Qi Hall will henceforth be your residence. Should there be anything unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to request changes. Thank you for your hard work, Chief Steward. As they parted, Huan once again urged Xiao Chun to give Zhao Fu another handful of golden melon seeds. His Highness is truly kind. Huan seemed it. Indeed, though one wonders whether it is genuine kindness. The Eastern Palace appeared to be a gilded cage, with everyone watching closely. The crown princess had yet to be determined, and already the arrangements for a secondary consort were underway. Surely this would be the talk of the town. It remained unclear why the emperor had consented to such matters. Xiao Chun, with her quick wit and round face adorned with 2 dimples, exclaimed, "From today onward, you are our master. Let the East be resolute and the West be forgotten. What if I were to ask you to commit theft?" "Oh, dear master, I would," Xiao Chun stammered, still mindful of Yi Huan's words. Yi Huan laughed. "I was merely jesting." Indeed, her penchant for mischief had not waned, delighting in the sight of others blushing. "Xiao Chun, please tidy up these items." "Yes, but won't the master take a look?" Xiao Chun inquired with a hint of confusion. Although she had never served anyone before, she believed that according to the prescribed etiquette, one should examine the contents of a reward. Indeed, the master remained unperturbed amidst praise and blame. Yi Huan remarked it. "She is simply too lazy to look. Put away. We can inspect it later when we are done." Xiao Chun scratched her head, wondering if there was anything else she needed to know, but she decided not to dwell on it and turned to organize the items. Though it was early spring, the East Palace's garden was alive with blooming flowers. In the afternoon, Yi Huan, accompanied by Xiao Chun and Xiao Xia, who carried pastries made by Xiao Qiu, ventured out to admire the blossoms. Previously confined to her small courtyard, Yi Huan now enjoyed the privilege of walking freely due to her elevated status. Shortly after they settled, a group of charming women approached. Xiao Chun recognized immediately why the master mentioned there were still matters at hand. Indeed, the master was astute. Xiao Qiu frowned slightly, clearly displeased by their presence, though her expression remained composed. Yi Huan sipped the floral tea prepared by Xiao Qiu, appreciating her exceptional skill. With just a discussion of ideas, Xiao Qiu could conjure delightful creations. Such days were truly comfortable, barring the company of the women before her. Among the 8 concubines, only a handful held any significant rank, while the remaining 4 were mere servants hastily included. In the vast East Palace, besides the 8 concubines, only Yi Huan held a position of authority. The group of women bowed to Yi Huan in unison. Xiao Qiu stepped forward, inquiring, "What business do you ladies have?" Concubine Lu, clad in a delicate green garment, advanced and said, "We have heard that you have been granted the title of secondary consort, and we have come to extend our congratulations." Xiao Chun focused intently on the woman, sensing an underlying tension in the seemingly innocuous words. Unlike Xiao Chun, Xiao Qiu understood the implications. It was evident that jealousy was at play, as yesterday's disappointment had manifested into today's begrudged acknowledgement. Xiao Qiu, undeterred by the underlying animosity, knew her role was to protect her master. "Forgive my bluntness, but His Highness does not favor those who meddle." Her words struck a chord. Concubine Tao, clutching her handkerchief, suggested, "Since we are all part of the same household, let us become better acquainted to avoid any future awkwardness." Yi Huan found this amusing. Her disinterest in idle gossip did not equate to being easily trifled with. "Part of the same household? I'm a secondary consort. What are they to me?" Concubine Lu chimed in. "Sisters should not involve themselves in trivial matters." "Where's the sisterhood in this?" Granny Yun emerged from behind the group of women. Yi Huan smiled and stood to greet her. "Granny Yun, what brings you here?" Granny Yun was a venerable figure in the East Palace, and despite her status as a wet nurse, she held considerable respect. Years ago, Yi Huan had encountered her at the border, and they had developed a rapport. It was unexpected to see her again today after her return to the capital due to health concerns. Granny Yin nodded with a smile towards Yi Huan, then turned to Concubine Lu, stating, "I recall you studied the proper etiquette for a month. From what I see now, it seems little has been absorbed. I will report this matter to His Highness on another day." Lu, the concubine, wore a stiff expression, and the words of Mama Yun were rather harsh. Yi Huan was disinclined to engage with them. The Eastern Palace had not welcomed new faces for many years, which naturally piqued curiosity. Since they had already come to witness, it was best for them to disperse. After their departure, Yi Huan inquired, "How is Mama? And how is Concubine Yi?" She smiled but remained silent. Mama Yun felt a sense of burden. This was the second time the prince had summoned her to meet Yi Huan. The first instance had been at the borders, with no particular reason. The prince had taken a liking to her at their first meeting, and thus had entrusted Mama Yun to keep an eye on her. Aware of Yi Huan's circumstances, Mama Yun was also cognizant of her feelings and was surprised that, After much winding, she had still been taken in by the prince. Mama Yun was invited to sit beside Huan, who was not yet a side concubine. "Please have a seat, Mama." Mama Yun had been like a guiding light during the years at the borders. When Huan first arrived, she was utterly clueless and relied entirely on Mama Yun. Otherwise, she could never have survived in such a place. Now, she appeared more spirited than before. Huan remarked to Mama Yun, "It is fortunate to have had you by my side from the beginning. It is still early spring, yet the flowers in this garden bloom abundantly." Mama Yun lifted her gaze to the flowers and mused, "The prince has put in much effort, at least for your sake. Although he has not explicitly stated it over the years, I have come to understand him somewhat. It seems I have been called back from my retirement at the villa just to ease your mind." Mama Yuan was not naive. She had realized since last night that he had seen through her long-held facade. He was strong-willed and determined to obtain what he desired. She feared nothing except the possibility of losing herself. One could grow weary of flowers, fearing they might become mere blossoms. Beauty is fleeting. Soon, the embroiderer arrived. Yuan had come to a realization. Why overthink matters? It was better to seize the moment and enjoy life. When it was gone, it would be gone. At worst, she could save a little money to secure a small official position. The thought brought her a sense of carefree elegance, though she dared only to fantasize. Mama Yun followed behind Yuan, making requests to the embroiderer. Yuan paid little mind. With Mama Yun around, what did she need to concern herself with? She discreetly asked Xiao Chun to procure some food. When Mama Yun and the embroiderer finalized their arrangements and turned back, they found Yuan indulging in her meal with delight. The girl had truly let her guard down. "Mama, do have some water," Xiao Chun said, bringing a cup to Mama Yun. "You, my dear girl, are always finding ways to be lazy," she chided while shaking her head. In the days that followed, Yuan learned the palace rules and etiquette under Mama Yun's guidance. Each day felt slow and tedious, leaving her exhausted and groaning. Xiao Chun would assist Yuan by massaging her legs and arms. "My lady has suffered," Mama Yun would say, yet she would not ease the training. Yuan lay on her bed, half asleep, reflecting that Mama Yun's intentions were for her own good. If she relaxed now, she feared she might embarrass herself in future grand occasions. Xiao Chun understood this principle, though her heart ached for Yuan. Throughout this period, Yuan's physical transformation was evident. Her skin grew fair, her fingers delicate as fine jade, and her features became alluring and enchanting, captivating anyone who beheld her. Unaware of her own charm, she became even more irresistible. As the day approached, Yuan contemplated treating herself to a delightful meal. She planned to share a hot pot with Mama Yun, but to her dismay, Mama Yun insisted on declining, citing propriety. Yuan instructed Xiao Qiu to prepare a spicy hot pot, accompanied by fiery dipping sauces. While the initial enjoyment was delightful, she soon found herself suffering from abdominal pains that night. Tossing and turning in bed, she decided to rise, massaging her stomach in discomfort. Just as she took a few sips of water, Xiao Chun knocked softly at the door, calling out, "Master, master, master." Upon opening the door, Yuan noticed 3 individuals behind Xiao Chun. Shou Zhu and Shou Song were supporting the crown prince, who, upon seeing the door ajar, instinctively closed his eyes. Zhao Fu bowed his head and said, "My lord has been ambushed and has fallen victim to that substance." In an instant, Yuan comprehended the implication. It was an aphrodisiac. Understanding fully, she entered her room to don a trench coat, ensuring she was adequately covered before nodding to Xiao Chun, signaling to bring the prince inside and lay him upon the bed. Chapter 3. It's too hot once the man was placed on the couch. Zhao Fu and the others promptly exited, shutting the door behind them. The man on the bed had concealed his previous aggression, his face flushed, no longer resembling the composed figure he once was, a true portrait of a handsome man. Yuan sat at the edge of the bed, uncertain of her next steps. Although she had encountered many scenarios, this one proved challenging, particularly at the outset. Just as she pondered, the man on the bed opened his eyes and suddenly grasped her wrist, feeling the smoothness of her skin. Wang Zhenzhi's first thought was how soft and fragrant she was. Having not seen her for some time, he noted her enhanced beauty. He had always recognized her exceptional allure, but had never witnessed it firsthand. He had anticipated their meeting on their wedding day. Not under such peculiar circumstances. The old-timers in court had grown too bold, daring to reach into such matters. Huan observed the man before her. His eyes reddened and breath quickened, appearing as though he were on the brink of collapse. Wang Zhenzhi's voice was hoarse as he uttered, Huan, while his fingers caressed her skin, smooth as jade, leaving him enamored. The effects of the drug began to manifest. Huan questioned whether the prince had lost his senses. His gaze shifted to her radiant face. Your Highness, do you feel right now? After a moment, he replied quietly, not well. Huan recalled reading in novels how men under the influence of such drugs often implored women for help, or declared their intent to take responsibility. He appeared merely flushed and slightly breathless, nothing overly alarming. Perhaps she should summon a doctor for him? She gently patted his hand, urging him to loosen his grip, as his hold was too tight. Unexpectedly, upon her utterance, he squeezed harder and murmured, help me. Huan was taken aback. Wang Zhenzhi's mind was becoming increasingly muddled. He merely yearned for a cooler place. It's too hot, he gasped. Huan inhaled sharply as he tightened his grip on her wrist, nearly causing discomfort. Leaning against the couch, one of his arms encircled her waist, his breath warm against her skin. Goosebumps erupted across her body, and she had to fend off his wandering hand. Ironically, she had just praised his self-control. What a farce. The man's voice resonated in her ear. This is sinful. Truly sinful. A bewitching creature indeed. A male seducer. It was both thrilling and tantalizing. Indeed, possessing a thick skin has its advantages, allowing one to indulge in the sight of handsome men. After a brief moment, Huan shook her head in surprise. The prince's reputation had been tarnished. Rising to summon Xiao Chun for water, the man on the bed unexpectedly grasped her, pulling her upwards. Huan sat sideways on the edge of the bed, half her body resting against him. Her lips were sealed, and with one hand pressed against his chest and the other supporting herself near his ear, she attempted to create some distance. Just as she was about to speak, he kissed her again. Seizing the opportunity, he delved deeper. Wait, you. The man's skin was burning hot, firmly holding her in place. His lack of kissing finesse was evident. He relied solely on brute force, gnawing and biting. Huan, unable to restrain him with her strength, had no choice but to assist him once more in detoxifying. Exhaustion enveloped her. Her mouth throbbed from the biting. Her tongue ached. Indeed, novels are deceiving. Remedies claimed to cure are hardly effective, and should she have used them, she would surely face dire consequences. Ruffian. After their encounter, Huan pushed him away, leaving the man alone on the bed. Even after everything had concluded, he continued to kiss her, his actions vexing as he had disheveled her collar. Oh dear! A glance in the mirror revealed multiple red marks where the man had bitten her near the collarbone. Her clothes were wrinkled, and her hair was a mess. Huan called for Xiao Chun at the door, who entered with warm water. Outside, Zhao Fu listened to Huan's call for water and mused. This seems rather swift for his highness. He slapped his own face, admonishing himself not to overthink. Surely, his highness would prevail. If all else failed, he could always procure some nourishing tonics. Just as he contemplated how to supplement his highness, Yu Cheng approached. Has everything been handled? His highness is quite well, Zhao Fu replied. Yu Cheng noticed the peculiar smile on Zhao Fu's face, but refrained from questioning it. Zhao Fu, preoccupied with thoughts of what to do if his highness faltered, failed to notice Yu Cheng still standing nearby. Why are you still here, waiting for his highness? Zhao Fu regarded Yu Cheng as a blockhead, exclaiming, You are truly dense. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow. Feeling unjustly reprimanded, Yu Cheng felt somewhat innocent. What is the matter with his highness? It's always been this way. He assumed Zhao Fu had taken his highness to see a doctor, pondering when this place had become home to a physician. After receiving a disapproving glance from Zhao Fu, Yu Cheng scratched his head and approached the entrance. Inquiring of the guards, when did a doctor move in here? Guard Song glanced at him, retorting, Who said a doctor resides here? Yu Cheng chuckled. Isn't his highness in need of one? Guard Song, unsure whether to commend him, replied slowly, This is the residence of his highness's soon-to-be wife. Yu Cheng's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression stiffening. Isn't she the secondary consort? When did his highness? Guard Song interrupted, continuing, "It is only a matter of time." Yu Cheng exclaimed in dismay. "Why was I not informed?" Guard Zhu patted Yu Cheng's shoulder, urging him to take it easy. As he walked halfway, Yu Cheng suddenly recalled, "This shouldn't be. He has yet to return, yet his comrades are present." This group of miscreants failed to inform him, nearly causing a spectacle before the throne. Inside the chamber, Huan washed her hands, preparing to tend to the man's body. Initially, she did not scrutinize him closely, but now she noticed that his physique was quite impressive. Though perhaps a tad too eager, it mattered not. After all, the essential elements were in place. Given that he had succumbed to slumber, there was no harm in touching. His pectorals, indeed, were firm, and he possessed 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. After a few tentative touches, she sensed a stirring within herself. Yi Huan mused, "Is it merely a fleeting encounter that incites such excitement?" After tidying herself, she gently nudged the man to the side and draped a blanket over him. Without hesitation, she nestled into the bed beside him, disregarding whether he felt comfortable or not. As Wang Zhenzhi opened his eyes, he beheld the woman in his arms sleeping soundly. He carefully extricated the arm that Yi Huan had used as a pillow and placed a soft kiss upon her forehead. As he prepared to rise, he discovered that he was entirely unclothed. Bora, the memories of the previous night flooded back, darkening the prince's expression. Outside, Zhao Fu, hearing the commotion, entered to put away the toiletries and hang up Wang Zhenzhi's garments before stepping back out to wait. He had anticipated a delightful evening, and indeed it was pleasant, though not entirely so, due to the rapidity of events. The effects of the drug from last night were potent, yet he retained consciousness. The prince felt a wave of embarrassment. Rather than proving himself, he longed to eliminate the one who had taken advantage of the situation. A moment later, Wang Zhenzhi opened the door and instructed Zhao Fu, "Ensure no one disturbs her." Zhao Fu promptly acquiesced. Wang Zhenzhi then set about addressing the events of the previous night. Yu Tian followed closely behind, reporting on the happenings of the evening. "What Yu Cheng?" Yu Tian replied. "He sustained a minor injury." In truth, it was Yu Cheng who had sought them out for a brawl, suffering a bruise to his eye. Wang Zhenzhi nodded in acknowledgement. As Huan arose, it was nearly time for lunch, so she decided to combine breakfast and lunch for a more lavish meal. Xiao Chun inadvertently caught sight of the red mark beneath Yi Huan's collar and blushed. "My lady, shall I fetch the physician for you?" "Yi Huan, somehat bijil did it. Idiot. Why would I need to see a physician?" Xiao Chun stammered. "Last night you." "No need. I'm perfectly fine," Yi Huan replied cheerfully. Xiao Chun was taken aback. "So you feel no discomfort?" Yi Huan shook her head. "What discomfort could there be? Perhaps just a little soreness in my arms. I am well, truly." Observing her delicate frame, Xiao Chun reflected on the prince's imposing stature and seemed to have an epiphany. After lunch, Mama Yun visited, concerned that Yi Huan might be unwell, even going so far as to cancel that day's lessons. Upon seeing that all was well, Mama Yun felt a twinge of fear. The prince had not engaged with a woman in many years, and she worried he might be incapable. After finally having a woman in his life, she was anxious that it appeared nothing had transpired. Without preamble, Mama Yun inquired, "How did the prince fare yesterday?" Yuan replied, "Quite well." "And you?" Yuan responded, "I am well too." "Oh dear, I wish to ask if the prince engaged with the young mistress?" Yuan remained composed. "No, merely a kiss." "Then what transpired?" Other methods were employed. Yin Momo found herself in a state of ambivalence, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. "Rest assured, Momo, the prince is quite well. He wishes to remain at the banquet, feigning shyness," she replied. Yin Momo nodded, feeling a sense of relief. The prince's reputation had been somewhat salvaged. After Momo departed, Yi Huan could no longer contain her laughter. Xiao Chun, observing her curiosity, asked, "My lady, what is it that amuses you?" Yi Huan waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it is nothing, merely a thought of the prince, his physical presence." "Where has the prince gone?" Xiao Chun inquired, shaking her head. "He left quite early, instructing the servants not to disturb you." At that moment, Zhao Fu approached, carrying a box. "Young mistress, this is a special gift from the prince." Yi Huan peered into the open box and said, "Please convey my gratitude to the prince." She generously rewarded each servant as they departed. Once alone, Yi Huan retrieved one of the boxes and opened it to reveal a dazzling EC pearl worth a fortune. The prince truly shows me kindness. This must be a form of hush money. How generous he is. Chapter 4, man. She wouldn't mind a little more of this. Xiaochun, noticing Yi Huan's delight, made a note to mention it to the prince on her next visit. With this newfound perspective, Yi Huan's spirits soared, especially now that she hadn't seen Wang Zhenzhi's shadow in days. If it weren't for Zhao Fu's occasional visits, she might have assumed he was avoiding her due to their previous encounter. In another part of the palace, Wang Zhenzhi gazed at a painting on his desk. It depicted a woman amidst a sea of flowers, her figure outshining the blossoms. He recalled the first moment he laid eyes on her, during a time of military discontent, when he wandered into a grassy meadow. Just as he entered, the sound of tinkling laughter reached his ears. His initial thought was that such tricks were rather latched. He intended to confront the source of the laughter, only to find a familiar face. Yin Momo stood nearby, laughing with a youthful maiden who was nothing short of enchanting. The girl, with her porcelain skin and radiant smile, appeared to be around 11 or 12, already possessing the allure of a captivating beauty. The landscape around her paled in comparison to her brilliance. In that instant, Wang Zhenzhi etched her image into his memory, and from that moment forth, her every action was under his watchful gaze. Yes, he desired her. Now, he had indeed secured her presence, though he still yearned for her heart. Even if her heart was not his, her existence was, which made the situation not too dire. Zhao Fu entered, reporting, "Master, the concubine is quite fond of you." "Indeed," Wang Zhenzhi replied, putting down his brush. "What her mood? She's in good spirits." "Master, Yu Cheng seeks an audience." "Put the painting away and let him in." Yu Cheng approached swiftly, announcing, "Your Highness, it has been confirmed that Zhao Chongsang is behind this." Wang Zhenzhi was not surprised. After all, upon his return, various factions had begun to stir. "I have discovered that Zhao Chongsang wishes for his daughter to ascend to the Eastern Palace." The Jinghong Emperor had 5 sons, with the crown prince born of the empress, established as the heir from birth. The second prince, Wang Zhenzhi, was born of concubine Li and had been granted the title of prince upon reaching adulthood. The third prince, Wang Pingji, and Princess Wang Yuan are both offspring of concubine Zhao. Upon reaching adulthood, the third prince was conferred the title of Prince Ping, while the young princess remains in the palace. The youngest second princess, born of consort Su, is merely 4 or 5 years old. Despite the harem housing at least 20 to 30 concubines, the offspring are few. Among them, concubine Zhao has made considerable efforts to eliminate rivals, garnering the emperor's favoritism. Wang Zhenzhi let out a cold laugh upon hearing that Chancellor Zhao holds great affection for his daughter. Indeed, he is keen on them, and at the same time, he is to find some matters for the Ministry of Revenue. The personnel from Ministry have been arranged. Wang Zhenzhi raised his gaze, indicating for them to withdraw. Zhao Fu stepped forward. "Master, the garments have arrived. Would you like to try them on?" "Very well," he replied. "The pearls have been delivered, and concubine Yi is quite fond of them. You may leave now. There are but 3 days remaining until the conferral of concubine Yi." That night, a figure appeared at Yi Huan's window. Wang Zhenzhi, observing the open window, deftly climbed inside. The hidden guards, upon recognizing the prince, discreetly withdrew. The prince has never engaged in dubious affairs. He conducts himself with utmost propriety. Wang Zhenzhi gazed at the woman on the bed, her quilt kicked aside, revealing her fair legs, her hair cascading over her face, and her hands resting outside the covers, unperturbed by the cool night air. He gently grasped her slender leg, tenderly placing it beneath the silk quilt, brushing aside the hair from her face and studying her intently. He bestowed upon her a soft kiss, closing the window before departing. In the morning, Yi Huan awoke, enveloped tightly in her quilt, drenched in sweat. She had dreamt of being bound hand and foot, unable to escape. Xiao Chun opened the window, allowing the fresh spring breeze to flow in. "Didn't I instruct you to leave the window open?" she questioned. "Indeed, I remember," Xiao Chun replied. Yi Huan remarked, "It was sweltering last night." She suspected someone had entered, yet she had no proof. "Master, breakfast is ready," Zhao Fu announced. "Very well," Wang Zhenzhi replied, observing Zhao Fu with delight as he consumed his meal, his eyes gleaming with joy. Wang Zhenzhi felt unusually warm these days, likely due to his heightened spirits. The Eastern Palace was adorned with celebratory red silk, filling the residence with a joyful atmosphere. For several days, he had been consuming the nourishing dishes prepared by Zhao Fu, which invigorated him, leaving his energy unspent. The soldiers had suffered as a result, being used as practice dummies by the prince. On the day of his wedding, Wang Zhenzhi did not attend the training grounds, much to the soldiers' relief, as they were finally spared from their roles as punching bags. Early in the morning, Huan was ushered into bathing, dressing, and makeup. The servants in the Eastern Palace wore smiles, for the prince had bestowed rewards upon everyone. Huan, draped in a red veil, could only see a pair of gilded black boots before being lifted into the air. In Chuanchi Hall, Huan sat gracefully upon the bed, alone with Wang Zhenzhi. He lifted her veil, and as her enchanting eyes sparkled, he, lacking knowledge of makeup, felt she appeared even more alluring than before. "Do you like it? I prepared it especially for you," he inquired. The wedding was a configuration fit for a crown princess. Ordinarily, a concubine's conferral would require only the arrival of the bride. However, Wang Zhenzhi opted to hold a wedding ceremony in the Eastern Palace, albeit with some steps omitted, resembling that of a formal marriage. It must be said that the ability of a person in power to reach such depths can indeed make any woman lose her composure. I find it quite appealing. The woman's cheeks flushed with shyness, igniting his desires. Wang Zhenzhi picked up the wine from the table and handed it to her. His gaze dark and intense as he watched her, intertwining his fingers and tilting his head back to drink. These past few days had seen his temper flaring, and he reached out to lift her chin, his fingers pressing gently against her lips. It was worth the wait. He leaned in and bestowed a kiss upon her lips, deftly removing the hairpin from Huan's hair. Huan gazed at him in confusion. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled lightly. Huan soon felt a sense of isolation. Wang Zhenzhi produced a book from somewhere, indicating that there were parts he did not comprehend and needed Ranran's assistance. Ranran was her childhood name, and that particular item. This man was quite the tease. He was likely still affected by their previous encounter. Such is the nature of men, she understood that well. "Your Highness, there's no rush," she said, beginning to flip through the illustrated book. "What about this?" she inquired, unsure who was in a hurry. She had yet to invite him to share her peculiar interest in spring palace illustrations. Huan Seipal, delicate arms wrapped around his neck, her face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Zhenzhi's muscles tensed. How could he resist her advances? His thoughts of study dissipated as the spring palace illustrations were cast aside. His large hand cradled her cheek, and with a kiss, the small space between them heated rapidly. That afternoon, they called for water thrice. Zhao Fu couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, their indulgences had not been in vain. Wang Zhenzhi embraced Huan as they cleaned up, changing the bedding to fresh linens. "Look at you, not as Ranran, but as soft, every part of you so supple." The man's voice still tinged with desire, his large hand resting on her waist. The air carried the lingering scent of their exertions. In broad daylight, Huan felt a sense of surrender. If others were to discover this, they would undoubtedly accuse her of bewitching the crown prince. With her modest status, she had already attained the position of a secondary consort, and countless eyes outside were undoubtedly fixed upon her. "Your Highness, please, no more jesting." She initially intended to sound serious, but her voice emerged as a playful complaint. Not only did it lack authority, but also invited flirtation, tightening the grip around her waist. The man's low, husky voice resonated above her. "Soft, one mustn't overindulge. Your Highness, I do not know what enchantment you have cast, but it is truly irresistible." He spoke, teasingly kissing her lips, leaving them swollen. The darkness in his gaze deepened. Huan felt the intensity of the moment and quickly interjected, "Your Highness, I am hungry." The servants had all been dismissed from the room, and Wang Zhenzhi held Huan on his lap. "Your Highness, this is inappropriate." "How is it inappropriate?" If anyone were to witness, they would certainly claim that she clung to him. "I am willing." With communication failing, they simply surrendered to the moment. Huan dined under the crown prince's unfamiliar care. You must eat more, soft. Your strength is lacking. Huan smiled politely. After attending to her needs, Wang Zhenzhi began his meal. Before long, having finished his meal, Wang Zhenzhi shed his outer garments and entered the realm of tenderness. He reached out to embrace her, pulling her into his embrace. "Do not worry, I shall not touch you." In his hand, he held a vial of ointment, murmuring, "Soft." Yuan's face flushed crimson. "Your Highness, allow me to do it myself." Wang Zhenzhi maintained an indifferent expression, believing it absurd for his delicate one to take matters into her own hands. With the prince's assistance, Huan appeared as though she had been steeped in water, her complexion radiating a soft pink hue, her eyes glimmering with allure. Nestled in his embrace, she melted into a soft heap. His fingers brushed through her raven locks that clung to her face. At last, his beloved was truly his. As she calmed from her recent exertions, Huan lifted her gaze to him. "I have long wished to inquire, Your Highness, how did you uncover my secret?" Beauty is not merely skin deep. While she had focused on altering her appearance, she had overlooked the essence of her being. In truth, it was more than that. Over the years at the frontier, he had witnessed countless tricks, and he had encountered her long before. Even without prior knowledge, such trivial ruses were insignificant in his eyes. He could discern human masks with ease, let alone mere changes in complexion. Yet, indeed, his beloved was quite clever. Huan nestled closer, praising him, though she could never compare to the prince. Wang Zhenzhi held her close, gently nibbling her delicate earlobe, his tone possessive, "With me protecting you, no one else shall have a chance. Not a soul should dare approach her." Huan found a comfortable position, curling up in his arms, pouting slightly. The idle chatter from the bed was merely background noise. Before long, the person in his embrace drifted into slumber. Wang Zhenzhi pressed a kiss to her rosy lips, tightening his hold. In the entire Eastern Palace, it was well known that Concubine Yi was favored. Even before she entered the palace, the crown prince had constructed the Chuanqi Hall, a place far too grand for a mere concubine. Chapter 5. A Toast for Joy, Exhaustion from Overindulgence. On the day of her conferment, crimson silk adorned the Eastern Palace, a display befitting not just a concubine. Why? It was undoubtedly due to the prince's affection. Many within the Eastern Palace began to stir, eager to seize this opportunity to win his favor. After all, Concubine Yi was no extraordinary beauty, merely average in the capital. Previously, the prince was preoccupied with warfare at the borders and had no time to concern himself with such matters. Now that peace reigned, how long could this fleeting affection last? Since the day of her conferment, Wang Zhenzhi had been dispatched by the emperor to address the issue of smuggled official salt, and he had not returned for 2 or 3 consecutive days. Huan, however, felt quite at ease. Xiao Chan approached with a bottle in hand, beaming, "My lady, this is a new plum wine invented by Xiao Qiu. It is said to be sweeter than the previous batch. I hurried to bring it for you to taste." Huan's interest was piqued. "Let me see." As the bottle cap was removed, a fragrant wave of plum aroma wafted towards her. Indeed, it smelled delightful. Huan was not particularly adept at handling liquor, and the local spirits were often too potent, while fruit wines tended to be overly astringent. Xiao Chun moved to the shade of a tree, declaring, "I shall indulge in a small cup." On this early spring afternoon, the temperature rose and sunlight danced upon them, imparting vitality. Under the tree, Huan wore a gown of moon-white gossamer, its layers cascading like a blooming peony. She reclined on a concubine chair, her delicate hands holding a jade cup, beside which stood a round redwood table adorned with 2 small dishes. Huan tilted her head back, first catching sight of the peach-pink sky above, then the tender buds on the branches beneath the setting sun. "Xiao Chun, what kind of tree is this?" "I do not know, my lady." Huan gently rubbed her temples, recalling that the courtyard she previously resided in also boasted a tree. Indeed, unbeknownst to her, a small portion of plum wine had slipped down her throat. Feeling somewhat lightheaded, she pondered, "I ascend tea this fruit wine?" After taking a whiff of the liquid in her cup, she discerned the unmistakable aroma of plums. "Xiao Chun, I crave steamed cake." Xiao Chun, observing the rosy hue of Huan's cheeks, cautioned, "My lady, please drink slowly and wait for the steamed cake." Huan tilted her head in contemplation, questioning. Why? Xiao Chun, her eyes unwavering as she fibbed, replied, plum wine pairs splendidly with steamed cake. As Huan prepared to finish the contents of her cup, she inquired, really? Xiao Chun nodded affirmatively. Then I shall wait for you. Do hurry, for I fear I may not be able to resist. With that, she set down the jade cup and reached beneath her for the treasured book she had asked Xiao Chun to procure. Upon opening the illustrated album, Huan felt as though the pages were shifting. She shook her head and blinked, yet the sensation persisted. Oh, am I truly tipsy? No way, that's impossible. She reminisced about the times she could consume 3 bottles of beer without issue, and here she was, having had only a few sips. Doubting herself, she downed several more cups, only to realize it was indeed her imagination playing tricks. Setting aside the book, Huan began to gaze dreamily at the tinderbuds on the tree. When Wang Zhenzhi entered, the first sight that met his eyes was that of a beautiful woman. Zhao Fu, perceiving the situation, instinctively chose to remain outside the courtyard. What are you looking at? Huan turned to the sound of the voice. Xiao Chun? How have you gained weight? You become so robust. Wang Zhenzhi observed the woman's flushed face, recognizing her as a merry drunkard. The case of smuggling official salt had originally been initiated by him, yet unexpectedly, the emperor tasked him with clarifying the matter once more. He would follow the necessary steps, but intended to return directly to the Eastern Palace after delivering the items to the emperor. His thoughts lingered on her, urging him to meet her quickly, only to arrive and find a tipsy maiden before him. Huan tilted her head, gazing at Wang Zhenzhi, who stood a few steps away, silent. Unsteady on her feet, she rose and asked, Why are you silent? Where's my steamed cake? Wang Zhenzhi, about to extend his hand to steady her, was suddenly embraced by the tipsy woman. The faint aroma of fruit wine enveloped him. Your Highness? She giggled. Only your Highness is so well endowed. He. The audacious woman playfully grasped him, giving a few gentle squeezes. This light pressure felt like a kitten's playful scratch, more teasing than painful. Wow. The woman in his arms began to reach toward his waist. Wang Zhenzhi swiftly tightened his grip on her arm. What are you doing? She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with moisture, her lips pouting adorably. She appeared quite indignant, her voice soft and alluring. Please let me go. Huan's eyes darted. Are you not satisfied? Having tasted it once, she had not indulged again. Yet the woman in his embrace remained blissfully unaware. Alas, it is my fault. Be good, this is not the right place. Then where may it be acceptable? Wang Zhenzhi regarded her intently. Do you truly wish for that? Huan pondered deeply, her mind swirling, and when she heard those 2 words, she merely thought of wanting to touch his muscular physique and nodded in affirmation. As Xiao Chun entered with the steamed cake, she immediately spotted her master entangled with his highness and stepped forward. Zhao Fu intercepted her, truly dedicated to the happiness of his master. Wang Zhenzhi lifted her effortlessly, carrying her into the palace. Huan reached out, encircling his neck, her head resting against his chest. Why am I spinning around? She said, gently bumping her head against him. Once we return, you won't feel dizzy anymore, dear, he assured her softly. After a quiet from her, she settled obediently in his embrace. Wang Zhenzhi laid her down on the bed, intending to fetch her a glass of water. However, after just a few steps, he noticed Huan trailing behind him. Oh dear, why are you not staying put? He asked, pulling her close once more, playfully rubbing her nose with a hint of exasperation. Why aren't you waiting there for me, soft one? Huan swatted his hand away, boldly declaring, I will not listen to you. You must listen to me. Her eyes began to narrow mischievously, a smile spreading across her lips. As Wang Zhenzhi offered her a cup of water, she took a couple of sips from his hand before stopping. Zhao Fu arrived with a hangover soup, lowering his head even further. The concubine Yi was indeed remarkable, seated upon his highness's lap, her hand nestled within his collar while he served her water. Huan sniffed the hangover soup before wrinkling her nose in distaste. It smells awful. I don't want it. Wang Zhenzhi remained silent, simply loosening his belt. As Huan felt the skin beneath her fingers, she occasionally pinched it playfully. Wow, it's like a male mother. When she attempted to slide her other hand in, The man stopped her. Drink this, he insisted. No, let me set it down first, she countered. Amused, he relented. All right. Yi Huan chuckled, Angel's ups. Wow, an angel. The darkness in the man's eyes deepened as he watched her finish drinking, slipping a candied fruit into her mouth. Yi Huan suinted happily, her hands roaming freely in his embrace, blissfully unaware of what was to come. The atmosphere began to heat up. Wang Zhenzhi, with a smile playing on his lips, asked, Do you like it? Yi Huan's eyes sparkled as she nodded. Is there more? Do you want it? He coaxed in a husky voice. I do. The little white rabbit had wandered into the wolf's den. Isn't this what you like? The little white rabbit transformed into a little pink rabbit, tears welling in her eyes as she shook her head. Be good. Soon you will like it, he said, kissing away her tears. Soft sounds escaped her lips. In the gauzy tent, shadows intertwined. A delicate hand emerged, only to be enveloped by a larger palm, fingers interlocking. Isn't this what you like, dear? Soft one. Time passed unmeasured, and Yi Huan felt herself drifting in a haze, uncertain of the evening's identity. Following their passionate encounter, Wang Zhenzhi carried her to the bathing pool for cleansing. Her fair skin, prone to leaving marks, caught his attention as he gazed at the red imprints upon her body, instinctively reaching out to caress them. The sensation of water splashing against the scratches on her back brought him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. She belonged to him, and he to her. Yi Huan kept her eyes closed, unwilling to move, allowing him to tend to her. The following morning, she awoke to the weight on her chest and lifted the quilt to take a look. Ah, it is the hand of His Highness, so soft. Wang Zhenzhi pressed his forehead against the nape of her neck, gently rubbing against her. Your Highness. Yi Huan's voice was hoarse, her throat parched. The man let out a soft laugh from his chest, kissed the person in his arms, and rose to pour a glass of water. She reached out to take it, only to see him drink it himself, and then he bent down to feed her with his own mouth. Yi Huan felt a bit shy, having not freshened up that early morning. Your Highness, I have nothing to do today and can accompany you for a spring outing. Yi Huan understood that the man cherished her, indulging her deeply. I thank Your Highness. I have brought you cherries. Yi Huan kissed his cheek. Your Highness, you are truly wonderful to me. Outside the door, Zhao Fu listened to the exchange and couldn't help but sigh, noting how indulgent His Highness was towards Concubine Yi. The cherries brought back last time, aside from some for the Emperor and Empress, were all consumed by Concubine Yi. Wang Zhenzhi found it insufficient and kissed her lips again before assisting her to rise. Next time, do not drink too much. Yi Huan extended her arms for him to help her dress, wholeheartedly agreeing. A little drinking brings joy, but overindulgence is truly exhausting. Next time, I shall accompany you. Yi Huan nodded nonchalantly, thinking that having him accompany her would turn it into a shared activity. It is better not to drink, if she must. She would prefer to drink secretly. Wang Zhenzhi seemed aware of her thoughts, and soon the imperial physician arrived. Yi Huan was puzzled, wondering why the physician was coming. To help you recuperate. Wang Zhenzhi recalled a time he had seen her pale, her lips devoid of color. He had not realized then how painful her monthly cycle could be, even causing her to faint. Chapter 6. Spring outing. Previously, during the tumultuous times at the borders, he could not openly assist her, only discreetly managing her health little by little. Now that she was close at hand, addressing her health became a priority to prevent her from suffering again. After their meal, the imperial physician took her pulse. Concubine Ye's body was somewhat cold, her hands and feet often icy, likely due to the winter chill that had not been properly managed. I recommend focusing on dietary supplements to regulate her health. After the physician took his leave, Wang Zhenzhi kissed her lips. From now on, do not indulge too much. I will ensure they are more attentive. Upon hearing that she could not simply eat whatever she desired, Yi Huan's eyes began to redden, tears threatening to spill. A voice whispered in her ear, starting tomorrow. After returning to court, this was Yi Huan's first outing. Listening to the street vendors' calls, she felt a surge of excitement. The carriage halted. After Wang Zhenzhi descended, he extended his hand to help Yi Huan out. Before them lay a lake, with only a few scattered boats upon its surface. The grass beneath their feet had begun to turn green, and few people were out for spring outings, perhaps due to the early hour. Although the crowd was sparse, some still noticed them. After all, A beauty always stands out in a crowd. The crown prince held her hand tightly. Do you like it? Yi Huan's brows lifted with a smile. It is beautiful. Thank you, Your Highness. Indeed. Seeing her in good spirits, Wang Zhenzhi's expression softened considerably. Perhaps due to their remarkable presence, they drew attention, with nearly everyone casting subtle glances their way. Ye Huan disliked the feeling of being scrutinized by others, as if shadows were cast upon her. Wang Zhenzhi was even more averse to this. He despised the notion of anyone harboring covetous thoughts towards his precious treasure. Oh dear, my kite. A young girl came running from a distance. Wang Zhenzhi turned to Ye Huan and said, let's take a boat ride and go fishing. Hand in hand, they strolled towards the lake. Wait for us. A guard halted the girl beside them. Could you retrieve my kite for me? She asked Wang Zhenzhi. Her cheeks flushed, a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead, dressed in a delicate pink gown with a young maid trailing behind her. The man paid her no heed, continuing to guide Ye Huan forward. Hey, Zhao Fu addressed the girl. Miss, there are distinctions between genders. Moreover, my master is newlywed. It is evident to all. The implication was clear. Her intentions were too transparent, and others were disinclined to engage with her. It would be wise for her to depart swiftly. The guard handed her the kite that had fallen near the reeds. The girl remained still. Her maid stepped forward to take it. Her expression soured. She had been pampered throughout her life, seldom encountering anyone who treated her with such indifference, let alone outright neglect, particularly from someone who was evidently extraordinary in every aspect. The pair boarded the boat, drifting away from the lakeside. Ye Huan observed the well-equipped cabin within. As they entered, she noticed a rocking bed inside. Wang Zhenzhi remarked, if you feel weary, you may rest here. Ye Huan nodded, not pondering further. A large umbrella was propped up on the deck, alongside 2 fishing rods. Wang Zhenzhi held her hand until they reached the fishing rods, teaching her the art of angling. Ye Huan pouted, I have never fished before. What if I fail to catch anything? The man smiled warmly, my dear. I am certain you will not. Even if you do, I am here. Wang Zhenzhi was not one to make promises lightly. When he did, they were sincere. Is it true that one must remain silent while fishing, Your Highness? Ye Huan whispered, you may do as you wish. Ye Huan replied earnestly, I've never fished before. This is quite a novelty for me. Wang Zhenzhi gently covered her eyes with his hand and leaned down to kiss her lips. Be good. The fish we catch can be prepared fresh. At the mention of food, Ye Huan's eyes sparkled. Then I wish to have sauerkraut fish fillet. Wang Zhenzhi smirked as he prepared the bait for her. Thus began a playful competition, though it was predominantly initiated by Ye Huan. Before long, Wang Zhenzhi's fishing rod began to stir. He had caught a small crucian carp. Your Highness, you are truly impressive. My rod hasn't moved at all. Wang Zhenzhi caressed her hand as Zhao Fu approached with a cloak. Be careful, there is a breeze on the lake. He draped the cloak over her and tied it securely, his movements fluid and natural. The small crucian carp can be made into crispy fish or spicy crucian carp. But I still wish for sauerkraut fish fillet, Ye Huan expressed, a hint of indecision in her voice. Wang Zhenzhi effortlessly lifted her into his arms. We shall return with it. You are truly wonderful, Your Highness. Ye Huan beamed at him, taking his hand. Suddenly, she felt her fishing rod tugging and promptly stood from the man's embrace. He flexed his fingers, exclaiming, ah, hurry, hurry. The prince's lips curled into a smile as he approached to assist her in gathering the fishing rod. The attendant carefully removed the fish. Master, it appears to be a bass, Zhao Fu announced, holding the fish aloft. Yi Huan, nestled against the man's arm, chimed in. Then I can indulge in some sauerkraut fish slices. Zhao Fu glanced at the prince before taking the fish to the kitchen. Are we not fishing anymore? The gentle breeze on the lake suggested that others would continue to keep an eye on the rods. Once the servants placed their belongings in the cabin, they quietly withdrew. Yi Huan cast a cursory glance around. Noticing the array of street food she had heard being hawked outside, it seemed the man had purchased everything she had desired. The dishes will take a while. Let us have something else to tide us over, though not too much, she advised. Yi Huan pinched a piece of dragon beard candy and offered it to the man. Your Highness, do have a taste. Despite not being fond of sweets, Wang Zhenzhi opened his mouth and took a bite of the delicacy before him. What do you think? Yi Huan observed his lack of reaction. suspecting it to be overly sweet and unpalatable. Holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, she noted the sugar coating had yet to melt in the warm weather. She bit into it, savoring its sweetness without being cloying. Wang Zhenzhi's gaze fixated on her lips. Your Highness, care to try? It is quite delightful. I shall sample it, he replied, leaning down to capture her lips with his own. As their lips met, he savored the taste, and when the kiss concluded, a glistening sheen adorned her lips. Pondering something, Huan, still nibbling on the candied hawthorn, asked, "Why do you ignore that man?" "It is of little consequence," he replied nonchalantly. "But I noticed he was watching you intently," she countered. A smile graced Wang Zhenzhi's lips, soft yet teasing. Huan retorted, "Is she merely eating air? You should consume less of the candied hawthorn. It is cooling for your body," he cautioned. At once, Huan took another bite, noting that there were now only 2 left of the 5. "Let me finish the remaining ones. It would be a pity to waste them," she lamented, gazing pitifully at the candied fruit in her hand. He chuckled silently, grasping her wrist gently and leaning down to bite into her candied hawthorn. "That is my candy," she protested, but unable to resist, she leaned in to take a bite, sucking on it a few times before playfully pinching his cheek. "Ouch!" Wang Zhenzhi regarded her. His expression softened as he watched the little tempest in his embrace. Zhao Fu entered, head bowed. "Master, the meal is ready." "Very well." The table was adorned not only with the sauerkraut fish slices, but also 2 plates of crabs and a dish of steamed cake. Wang Zhenzhi noted that his lady exhibited more enthusiasm for the food than for him. "Do not overindulge," he reminded her. Huan nodded, aware that her taste buds often deceived her, as long as the food was delightful. She picked up a slice of fish and cheerfully placed it in his bowl. "Thank you, Your Highness, for bringing me here. Otherwise, I would never have had the chance to see these delicacies. I truly hope to return." With that, she lifted a bowl of vegetable porridge, intending to drink it before sampling the other dishes. Though she appeared obedient, a rebellious spirit lay beneath. He had never intended to confine her, for she was a free bird, not to be trapped in a cage by his excessive possessiveness. Even so, he never wished to shroud her in secrecy when stepping outside. As she relished her meal, Wang Zhenzhi diligently prepared the crab, meticulously extracting the meat and placing it in her bowl. Huan noticed his kindness. He was merely indulging her desires, which brought her no harm. Wang Zhenzhi pushed the prepared crab toward her. "Your Highness, you are truly too kind to me." As she held out the crab meat towards the man, she said, "Your Highness, you have worked hard. My heart aches for you." After watching him consume the delicacy, Huan began to feed herself, relishing the succulent crabs of early spring. Before she knew it, the majority of the crab meat had found its way into her own belly. Licking her lips, she yearned for more. The man remarked, "You've had enough, my dear." In this chapter, she savored the meal delightfully. Once Huan had finished, Wang Zhenzhi guided her towards the rocking bed. By the window on that bed, a grand view of the lakeside awaited. Without calling for assistance, the prince gently placed her upon the bed, propping her up with cushions, while he busied himself with aromatics and trinkets. At that moment, the boat had reached the center of the lake. The willows were green, and a gentle breeze stirred. A vibrant expanse of fresh greenery unfolded before their eyes, teeming with life. "Come quickly, Your Highness," Huan beckoned as she approached the window. A delicate fragrance wafted through the cabin. Wang Zhenzhi embraced her from behind, his warm breath caressing her neck. In the past, Huan was perpetually consumed by the demands of life, lacking the leisure to indulge in such moments. Spring had rarely graced her brief existence. Wang Zhenzhi also seldom found the opportunity to relax. Huan turned to wrap her arms around him, rising on her toes to press her lips against his. His arm tightened around her, allowing her to savor the kiss. She could only reach his shoulder, and though he leaned down, he did not initiate further. Unable to maintain her tiptoe position for long, she began to feel weary. Just as she was about to withdraw, the man lifted her effortlessly and stepped onto the bed, drawing her onto his lap as their lips intertwined, their breaths mingling softly. Huan nestled against his shoulder, her eyelids half closed, her cheeks flushed with the warmth of spring. Wang Zhenzhi's fingers danced along her waist, gently nibbling her rose-tinted earlobe. "Your Highness," she murmured, exuding an alluring charm. Feeling uncomfortable in her seated position, Huan shifted slightly. Wang Zhenzhi tightened his grip on her waist, teasing, "What do you desire?" "I wish to drink some water, Your Highness," she replied. Yet he did not release her. "Just a moment longer," he said. After the previous night's prolonged festivities, he would not jest with her well-being. Suddenly, the boat rocked, and outside, a commotion erupted. Zhao Fu stood at the door, announcing, "My lord, it is Prince Ping and those from this morning." As the vessel swayed, Huan was held securely in his embrace, causing the tea he had brewed to spill over. "I have yet to taste the tea brewed by Your Highness before it was wasted," she lamented. Wang Zhenzhi gently stroked her hand and draped a cloak over her shoulders. "No matter, I shall brew it for you again upon our return." Huan accompanied Wang Zhenzhi to the deck. Zhao Fu, observing the prince's demeanor, noted that while it appeared unchanged, those familiar with him would sense the underlying tension. A man and a woman stood at the forefront. Huan, rarely venturing out, was only known to others as the prince's concubine, with no one aware of her appearance. The crowd parted to make way. To her surprise, this was her elder brother's boat. Wang Pingji spotted the enchanting woman beside Wang Zhenzhi and confirmed, "This must be Concubine Yi." Wang Zhenzhi regarded the pair and addressed Zhao Fu. "Yes, Zhao Fu." Zhao Fu squeezed through the crowd to stand before Wang Pingji. "Third prince, little Haizi, alongside Lord Fu, should compensate as necessary." Zhao Xinrui's eyes sparkled. Upon encountering this man in the morning, she sensed his extraordinary nature, only to discover he was the crown prince. With a bashful demeanor, she approached Wang Zhenzhi to pay her respects. "Your Highness, I am Zhao Xinrui, the legitimate daughter of Zhao Difu. This morning, I failed to recognize Your Highness due to my lack of discernment." Wang Pingji regarded Zhao Xinrui's demeanor with disdain. She was merely a simple-minded fool. He could not fathom how such a shrewd figure as Chancellor Zhao could raise a daughter devoid of intellect. Wang Zhenzhi's brow furrowed. This woman was quite bothersome, persistently lingering about. He remarked to Wang Pingji, "There are distinctions between men and women, and as a royal, one must exercise greater caution." Zhao Xinrui's smile faltered. The crown prince had overlooked her this morning and now chided her for her lack of propriety. After speaking, Wang Zhenzhi took Yefan back to the cabin. Wang Pingji attempted to follow, but was intercepted by Zhao Fu. Yu Cheng, aboard another vessel, ferried them across the lake. Upon entering the carriage, they discovered it was not the same one as before. The interior was more exquisitely adorned, with soft blankets lining the carriage. Yefan lazily nestled in the man's embrace. "Your Highness, are we returning? I shall take you to enjoy a performance." Wang Zhenzhi's fingers entwined in her dark tresses. The pavilion was situated in a bustling market, teeming with passers-by. A carriage stood out amidst the crowd. "Your Highness, it would be better for me to wear my veil," Yefan remarked, not wishing to attract unwarranted attention. "Fear not, for I am with you." Yefan flashed him a radiant smile as she disembarked, her hand resting in his broad palm. An extraordinary man was already a striking figure, and with a woman of celestial beauty by his side, the cacophony of the market seemed to soften. Yu Cheng, accompanied by guards, remained vigilant nearby. Among the throng, someone recognized the crown prince, who had concealed himself behind the main entourage on the day of his return. Yu Cheng cast a sidelong glance at him. The room occupied by Wang Zhenzhi and Yefan boasted the finest view and exquisite decor. "What would you like to see?" "I am agreeable to anything," she replied. Once Zhao Fu had settled matters, he arrived at the pavilion to await them. "Sir, let us sing the most popular songs of the day." Yefan sipped floral tea, seated by the window, her gaze wandering when she suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette. It wasn't tea, just familiar. She had seen her earlier that morning, as if she were invisible. "Your Highness, look over there." Wang Zhenzhi followed her pointed finger and saw Zhao Xinrui, who was conversing with a man, a smile gracing her face. "Your Highness?" An inconsequential person. Zhao Xinrui soon noticed the two seated above. "Xinrui?" The man beside her observed her momentary distraction. I was just lost in thought." Zhao Xinrui offered an appropriate smile to the man. Yefan, from her vantage point above, took in the scene. She sipped her tea, but what did it matter to her? Besides, she held no fondness for Zhao Xinrui. Perhaps it was an innate instinct. She disliked her at first sight, despite the latter having done nothing. Yifan's expression remained indifferent as she shifted her gaze to the play unfolding on stage. The tale of an impoverished scholar's love for a maiden felt cliché and tedious, far less captivating than the light novels Xiao Chun had procured for her. If Soft were to be the beloved of the shepherd, what should be done? Yi Huan smiled and said, Your Highness, do you wish to hear my truthful words or my falsehoods? As for the truth, I shall tell you that I could never be like the shepherd's beloved, asking for nothing but love in return. And the falsehood would be that I would grant him a chance, waiting for his success before marrying him. But what if he never achieves greatness? If he cannot even accomplish this, what dreams can he possibly hold? Wang Zhenzhi took her hand and kissed it gently, declaring he would not. Yi Huan smiled, remaining silent. In the days to come, who can predict what will unfold? Finding the play tedious, Wang Zhenzhi led Yi Huan through a concealed exit, away from prying eyes, strolling through the bustling market. As Yi Huan gazed upon the man's face, she couldn't help but laugh, surprised to find that even with a change of appearance, her husband remained strikingly handsome. Despite the ordinary mask he wore, which would be easily overlooked in a crowd, his undeniable charisma was impossible to ignore. Many young women cast eager glances their way, only to be disappointed. Yi Huan even overheard a few remarking, I thought he would be more charming. Perhaps it is enough not to see his face. In the lively market, their fingers intertwined. They appeared as an ordinary couple. After some time, Yi Huan's stomach began to signal its emptiness, the aroma of food wafting through the air. Husband, I crave wontons. Just ahead was a wonton shop run by a husband and wife. Wang Zhenzhi led her to the owner, ordering 2 bowls of wontons. Certainly, please wait a moment. Yi Huan added, No cilantro tonight, please. Of course. The owner's wife soon approached with 2 bowls of wontons, and Wang Zhenzhi took them with ease. It was evident they were a newlywed couple. Yi Huan smiled, noting the owner's wife had an uncanny perception. The woman winked at her, reminiscing about her own husband. After placing the bowls down, she hurried off to tend to other matters. Yi Huan raised an eyebrow, pushing the bowl without cilantro toward him, saying, Husband, this one is for you. Wang Zhenzhi was taken aback, realizing the bowl was meant for him. The crown prince's preferences were to be concealed. Even if presented with food he disliked, he would maintain a composed demeanor. Since joining the army, he had learned to eat whatever was available. Yet, Yi Huan discerned his aversion to overly strong flavors and sweetness. As she began to eat the wontons, delighting in their thin skin and generous filling, Wang Zhenzhi watched her with warm affection. After finishing their meal, he took her to an upper floor where Zhao Fu and Xiao Chun awaited. Sir, shall we dine? Wang Zhenzhi removed his mask and stepped out from behind the screen, stating there was no need for further dining. Zhao Fu displayed no reaction, but Xiao Chun was taken aback. Yi Huan emerged from the opposite side of the screen, her face slightly flushed from the mask. Chapter 8. Just Look at Me night had fallen, and after carefully applying ointment to her, Wang Zhenzhi embraced her shoulders, standing by the window. Yi Huan turned, about to inquire about his intentions when a sudden sound interrupted her. Bang, 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 bang. Turning her head, she was greeted by a dazzling display of fireworks. Do you like it? Yi Huan gazed at the brilliant spectacle in the night sky, leaning against his shoulder, and sincerely replied, I do. In the midst of this grand celebration, the two embraced each other. Since Zhao Xinrui returned home, she has secluded herself in her room, refusing to come out. No matter how the little maid Yundo tries to persuade her, she remains obstinate and refuses to eat dinner. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhao became extremely anxious and immediately went to her daughter's room. Xinrui, please tell your mother what has happened. I will certainly advocate for you. Upon hearing their mother's words, the people in the room were overcome with tears and, sobbing, opened the door. Madame Zhao closed the door and, after comforting her daughter for a while, began to inquire about the situation. Xinrui, what transpired today? With reddened eyes, Zhao Xinrui replied, Mother, I am unwilling. I want to marry the crown prince. Please help me. Madame Zhao gently reassured her. First, tell me what happened today. Zhao Xinrui recounted her encounter with the crown prince. Wiping the tears from her cheeks, Madame Zhao said, Xinrui, do you understand who your father is? Zhao Xinrui was puzzled about how her desire to marry the crown prince related to her father. Your father is the left chancellor, an esteemed figure of 2 dynasties. What does that concubine have? I will discuss this matter with your father. For now, you must stay at home. Mother, I will only ask you one thing. Is the crown prince the only one for me? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xinrui nodded. Only such a man is worthy of me. Madame Zhao gazed at her. Very well. The rest of the matter will be handled by your father and me. You need only to focus on being yourself. Once Zhao Difu completed his duties, Madame Zhao shared this matter with him. It must be said that Zhao Difu, having fathered a daughter later in life, dotes on her quite a bit. Furthermore, Zhao Xinrui has always been favored by the Empress Dowager since childhood. Zhao Difu contemplated the current shifts in power within the court. Last time, the Ministry of Revenue lost one of its own. If he were to ally with the crown prince, what would it matter to hold power over the court? The Zhao family could further illuminate its prestige, with its students flourishing throughout the realm, ensuring the continuation of their lineage for generations to come. Madame Zhao also relayed the day's events to him. Zhao Difu was indifferent, understanding that men are often fickle. Present affection means little in the grand scheme. He held a considerable understanding of his daughter. Nobody could dislike her, and even those who did not favor her would not harbor animosity. Thus, on the following day at court, Zhao Difu began to speak up. Of course, he did not voice it himself. Such a direct approach would be too obvious. It was better for others to express it, making it seem less connected to him. Emperor Jinghong had little reaction to this. In truth, he felt only disgust. He had previously been subjected to the interference of these powerful families, and lacking means, he was forced to marry one woman after another. Now, his son was to be subjected to the same fate. The crown prince spoke up. Currently, Huan County is experiencing a severe drought. I believe this is a matter that should be addressed by the ministers. Zhao Difu chimed in. What His Highness the Crown Prince says is entirely correct. Wang Zhenzhi continued to address Emperor Jinghong. It is said that the drought in Huan County is severe, with the populace unable to gather food. Grain prices in the county have skyrocketed. If the officials are ineffective, where shall the people turn? Princeton also affirmed, what the Crown Prince states is indeed accurate. This is what I discovered a few months ago. I implore your majesty to review it. The court session left many officials in a state of cold sweat. Prince Ping faced punishment for his inefficiency, being confined for 3 months and fined a year's salary. Emperor Jinghong's greatest abhorrence was corruption and bribery. The disaster relief funds from Huan County had been embezzled to a large extent, leaving the common folk in dire straits. The crown prince remained in the Xianzheng Hall, while Prince N, who should have departed with the others, also appeared there. In the court, many spoke of a tripartite balance of power, yet none realized that Prince N and the crown prince were united in their endeavors. My lord, it is time to awaken. His Highness has reminded you to have breakfast, Huan said, covering her head with the quilt, ignoring the call. My lord, Xiao Chun, standing nearby, wished to speak louder but hesitated. Xiao Xia approached and tugged at Huan's blanket, insisting, my lord, if you do not rise, we may face punishment from His Highness. Can you bear to let that happen? Huan rolled over and sat up abruptly. Fine, I will get up. My lord, Lady Li has arrived, Xiao Xia announced. Xiao Chun, puzzled, wondered why she needed to be received when there were no formal greetings required. Outside the hall, Li Xie stood with a young maid, holding a food box. Ever since the crown prince had taken a concubine, word had reached her family to act swiftly to conceive and bolster their clan's standing. Though she had contemplated vying for favor, the crown prince consistently visited the Chuanqi palace after court, leaving her unseen, as the usual exchanges continued without fail. At this rate, not only was conceiving a child uncertain, but even getting close to him was fraught with difficulty. The Chuanqi palace, under the crown prince's protection, resembled an impregnable fortress. She had hoped for a chance meeting, only to be dismissed by a servant. Li Xie clenched her fingers until her palms turned crimson. My lord, Lady Li has departed. Huan remarked, having no intention of engaging with these individuals. It was a time of significant prominence. One could never know where hidden dangers lay. Rumor had it that the third prince had been placed under house arrest. Huan recalled the third prince vividly. His gaze while they were on the lake had been repulsive, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in a shadowy corner, scrutinizing her with clarity of intent. Upon hearing his name, Huan frowned but refrained from inquiring further. She had always kept a respectful distance from distasteful matters. Wang Zhenzhi made his way to the Chuanxi Palace immediately after leaving court. Along the route, he spotted a woman standing beneath a tree, clearly waiting for a chance encounter. He chose to bypass her without acknowledgement. Li Xie attempted to approach, but was halted by a guard. Zhao Fu, with a smile, remarked, "Since Lady Li has arrived at the Eastern Palace, she must abide by its customs." "My lord," Wang Zhenzhi said, pulling the woman close and seating himself, his lips brushing her forehead. "Today, Lady Li came, but was sent away by me. It matters not. Should she return, feel free to dismiss her without hesitation. She was not foolish. Should the crown princess arrive in the future, she would be the first to face reprimand." Wang Zhenzhi's gaze deepened. His beloved often directed too much attention toward others. He effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Huan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "My lord, what is the meaning of this sudden change?" Wang Zhenzhi pressed his lips together, carrying her indoors. Their dark tresses intertwined, and Wang Zhenzhi felt the day's irritations dissipate as he called for water. The crown prince, feeling refreshed, began to groom her. Contentment washed over him as he gazed at her, brushing aside her damp hair. "Soft, do not concern yourself with others. Simply regard me." Huan was utterly exhausted, hardly comprehending the words spoken by the man. She responded absently with a casual "all right." Wang Zhenzhi experienced a peculiar sense of satisfaction rise within him. Leaning down, he lightly pecked her neck. Unable to resist the allure of the fragrant maiden, he drew her closer once more. Huan, too fatigued to open her eyes, allowed the man to indulge in his whims. After she had freshened up, Wang Zhenzhi instructed someone to warm her medicinal meal. Before long, he called her to awaken gently. "Softly, softly, it's time to rise." Huan found the noise irritating and turned away from him. He steadied her with a gentle touch. She struggled to breathe, as a handsome face loomed large before her. Wang Zhenzhi stood up, declaring that the soft one had awakened and was ready for dinner. Huan thought to herself, wishing she could slap him. Li Xie heard the news from the Spring Rest Palace, calling for water. Her nails dug painfully into the maid's arm. "It hurts." Li Xie delivered a sharp slap to Hua Yi's face. "Silence, wretched woman." The cup shattered, scattering glass across the floor. Hua Yi trembled as she crouched to gather the pieces. Li Xie was filled with hatred. Since the first time she laid eyes on the prince in her childhood, she had fallen hopelessly in love with him. For his sake, she had willingly become the lowest-ranking concubine. But now, she could no longer deceive herself. Her resentment flared, and she cast a venomous glance at Hua Yi, who was still tidying shards. She quickly masked her ire with a facade of tenderness and said, "I frightened you just now. Are you all right?" Hua Yi lowered her head, murmuring that she was fine. "I heard you have a sister in the Li residence?" "Yes. In a few days, you may go out to see her." Hua Yi looked up, realizing it had been a long time since she had seen her sister. "Rest assured, remember to give this to your mother." As she spoke, she produced a piece of jade and handed it to her. "Stay there for a few days before returning. This is your reward." Hua Yi accepted the gift and hurriedly knelt to express her gratitude. Li Xie smiled at her, yet her eyes betrayed no warmth. "Treasure this. I have already changed it no less than 10 times. Chapter 9. The Toad Seeking Pleasure Self-Aggrandizing. After Hua Yi departed, a figure swiftly entered the prince's study. "Master, Li Xie has begun to act." A shadowy guard knelt before him. Wang Zhenzhi's expression remained indifferent as he observed her closely. "You may leave." The man continued to make a few strokes on the table. Zhao Fu leaned in to see that the painting featured Concubine Yi. It was not surprising. Apart from Concubine Yi, there was no one else. Were it not for these noble families, she might have been the crown princess instead. After washing up, Wang Zhenzhi returned to the Spring Rest Palace and removed his outer garments, gently pulling her into his embrace. Huan, in a state of drowsiness, sensed his familiar presence and murmured, "Your Highness, you have returned." Wang Zhenzhi's eyes glimmered with tenderness as he kissed the top of her head. "Be good, sleep." The person in his arms shifted slightly, instinctively resting her hand on his waist. Early in the morning, Huan reached out to touch the space beside her, only to find it empty. After breakfast, Xiao Chun approached with an invitation. "What is this?" Replying to the master, "It is for the spring banquet." "From the Empress?" Xiao Chun shook her head, stating that this year's spring banquet was organized by Madame Zhao, and it was rumored that both the Emperor and the Empress would attend. Madame Zhao, the mother of Zhao Xinrui. Huan found it curious that this Zhao family member would send her an invitation. Originally, the invitation was intended for the crown prince, but Huan found it amusing. Indeed, the crown prince seemed to have quite a few romantic entanglements. She doubted that the invitation would reach her without his consent. Xiao Chun whispered, questioning whether such matters could be openly discussed, asserting that the crown prince was not one to dally with every woman. Huan gazed up at the great tree, observing that spring was indeed in full bloom, with the foliage appearing more vibrant after spring rain. The banquet was approaching swiftly. Huan instinctively reached for the space beside her, her fingers brushing against firm muscles. To her surprise, Wang Zhenzhi had not yet departed. She would typically greet him with a kiss, careful not to ignite too much passion. Today, she would attend the spring banquet with him. Huan simulated, eagerly awaiting the crown prince's attention. She was entirely unperturbed by the fact that he would accompany her. After all, was that not the very effect Madame Zhao desired? Attending the banquet would require more than the casual adornment of a hairpin. Xiao Chun was diligently arranging Huan's hair, while Xiaoxia focused on her face. Both Xiao Chun and Xiaoxia had improved significantly in their skills. Huan admired the hairpiece in the mirror, noting that it adhered to propriety while still exuding the elegance befitting the Eastern Palace. Xiaoxia had not applied excessive makeup, allowing Huan's natural charm to take on a more refined air. The overall effect resembled a celestial being bathed in the ethereal glow of a temple. Wang Zhenzhi gazed intently at Huan. Typically, she eschewed makeup and favored minimal adornments. Huan adjusted her hairpiece, addressing him as Your Highness. "Your softness is exquisite," the man remarked, taking her hand and whispering in her ear. "Was I not beautiful before?" Huan feigned grievance. "You are beautiful," he replied. "Do you prefer my past beauty or my present?" "Both are delightful, as long as you remain soft." Zhao Fu, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, surprised that the crown prince would entertain such inquiries. In the past, their group had endured the crown prince's disdain for their chatter. Indeed, it was a matter of character. In the carriage, Wang Zhenzhi observed her rosy lips and inquired, "Why do your soft lips appear so vibrant today?" "It is lip balm," she replied, instinctively pressing her lips together. Suddenly recalling something, she placed her hand over the crown prince's mouth. "No, the balm will smudge." Wang Zhenzhi's eyes sparkled with amusement. "You are so eager to indulge in softness." He then removed her hand from her lips, gently pulling her closer. "You're truly clever." Without hesitation, he captured her crimson lips, having long coveted this moment. Following a tender kiss, Huan's eyes glimmered with moisture. She chuckled softly, wiping the trace of lip balm from the corner of his mouth. "My lord, we have arrived." The two adjusted their attire and descended from the carriage. Madame Zhao awaited them at the entrance, accompanied by the ladies of the household. Upon catching sight of Wang Zhenzhi, Zhao Xinrui's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had spent the past month sequestered at home, hoping to secure a marriage with him. Previously, she had never truly grasped the extent of a month's duration. Today, upon seeing him, she felt it was worthwhile. Merely a concubine. Once she enters the Eastern Palace, none of those who cause her distress will escape unscathed. The crown prince nodded at the assembly and led Huan inside. Zhao Xinrui tugged at her handkerchief, secretly cursing the enchanting beauty. Madame Zhao observed her daughter's furious countenance and quietly cautioned, "I care not for your thoughts. You must endure this." This spring banquet required the separation of the genders for flower appreciation, as many unmarried maidens had been invited. Wang Zhenzhi was summoned by the emperor, leaving her in the care of others. Huan sat aside, indifferent to the flower viewing. The Spring Qi Palace was filled with all manner of things, and even without venturing beyond its doors, one could discern the recent occurrences. A little girl clad in a yellow dress approached, clutching a bouquet of peonies. With a cherubic face, her flesh quivered as she walked. She bowed to Huan and said, "Esteemed concubine Yi, I am Huang Muqi, daughter of the esteemed Grand Tutor Huang. I have long wished to meet you, but His Highness forbade it. Huan smiled gently. Next time, I shall seek you out. She knew that Grand Tutor Huang was a venerable figure across 2 dynasties, holding a position of great esteem. However, in recent years, he had contemplated resigning, yet the emperor would not permit it. Huang Muqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? I admire beauties, and you, Concubine Yi, are truly exquisite. Far superior to that, Zhao Xin Rui. Indeed, this is for you, Concubine Yi. I believe it suits you perfectly. Thank you. The little girl was utterly charming, her round face making Yi Huan's hands itch to pinch her cheeks. These flowers are peonies, a voice interjected from behind Huang Muqi. Zhao Xin Rui, accompanied by several young ladies, approached. Upon hearing that voice, Huang Muqi felt the urge to roll her eyes. Were it not for the presence of the beautiful sister, she would have unleashed her ire. The young ladies greeted Yi Huan, esteemed Concubine Yi. Huang Muqi, impatient, called out to Zhao Xinrui, "Hey Zhao Xinrui, are you idle or what?" Zhao Xinrui, eyeing the peonies in Yi Huan's hands, remarked, "I merely wish to suggest that the elegance of Concubine Yi is more befitting of roses. Roses are more vibrant and resemble Concubine Yi's beauty more closely." A veiled insult, insinuating that she was a garish temptress. Zhao Xinrui, are you quite well? If you have matters to attend to, do so elsewhere. Do you not see you are unwelcome here? Huang Muqi retorted without reserve. Yi Huan glanced at Zhao Xinrui, whose eyes brimmed with jealousy and provocation. Miss Zhao, present. It seems you have a significant objection to the peonies I hold. Concubine Yi speaks harshly. I simply express my thoughts, not an objection to your flowers. Huang Muqi understood fully. She knew that this wretched person would bring nothing but trouble. A toad seeking a fly. How presumptuous! Oh, in your opinion, who is worthy of peonies? Surely the mother of the nation. The countenances of the young ladies behind her darkened. What family did not have a few illegitimate daughters? Such words were clearly derogatory. Had they known, they would never have come to stir trouble with this fool. Huang Muqi chuckled. The Empress is a celestial phoenix. How could she be compared to a mere peony? What do you mean by that? I spoke nothing but the truth. Huang Muqi gazed at her with an expression of disdain. Zhao Xinrui took a deep breath, recalling how peonies are celebrated by scholars as symbols of elegance and affluence. Ah, the young lady behind her could hardly suppress a laugh. Wang Zhenzhi observed the gathering with a furrowed brow. Zhao Fu, noticing the discord, called out to the crowd, "Yi Sufei, the crown prince has come to escort you." Zhao Xinrui composed her expression and, with a hint of bashfulness, curtsied to Wang Zhenzhi. "Your Highness." Yi Huan smiled at Huang Muqi and added, "Next time, I shall invite you to the East Palace for a visit." The young admirer nodded eagerly. Wang Zhenzhi extended his hand, leading Yi Huan away. Zhao Xinrui watched his retreating figure, reassuring herself not to be impatient. Eventually, this man would belong to her. Chapter 10. A perfect match. Yi Huan nestled against the crown prince's chest, her hand resting on his neck. Wang Zhenzhi, aware of her fatigue, supported her waist with one hand. Upon returning to the East Palace and completing their ablutions, he embraced her and inquired about the events of the day. In truth, there was no need to ask. Xiao Chun had already recounted everything. He feared to have wronged her. Yi Huan playfully poked his chest and remarked, "Isn't it your fault, Your Highness, that you attracted such romantic entanglements?" "Indeed, it is my error." Yi Huan looked up, somewhat astonished. The man's aloof demeanor seemed to have faltered. "There is no need for you to gaze at me so," he said. Though he could be brusque, he was not foolish. He had not been idly reading those novels these days. He would provide her with an explanation. At the spring banquet, Zhao Difu subtly hinted to the emperor about appointing a crown princess, displaying an insatiable greed. The man's large hand rested on her back, evoking a sensation akin to intoxication. With her throat tightening and blood surging, a waft of fragrance enveloped them, alluring and enticing. "Your Highness?" Just moments ago, he had been apologizing, and now he was addressing her as Soft One. The man appeared content, his fingers playing with her dark tresses. After indulging, he began to ponder whether he should assign some tasks to certain individuals to prevent them from fixating on him, thus sparing his Soft One from grievances. Following that day, Wang Zhenzhi, due to his lack of restraint, was banished to the study by Yi Huan. Her reasoning was, Your Highness's body belongs not only to you, but also to the people. Rumors circulated in the East Palace that Yi Su-fei had lost the emperor's favor. For several days, those attending to the study were on edge, as their master's foul mood led to the servants suffering the consequences. Yu Cheng had not slept for 2 days, dark circles under his eyes nearly reaching his lips. Zhao Fu looked at him with great sympathy. Is everything prepared? Yes. The news will break tomorrow. Yu Cheng bowed his head, finally hearing the sweet sound of relief. You have worked hard these past few days. Be sure to rest well. Yu Cheng grinned. Thank you, Your Highness. Hiao entered from outside, noticing Yu Cheng's weary eyes. Has the crown prince been punishing you? Take him away now, he ordered. Hiao pouted. I just arrived, and you do not wish to reminisce with me? A folded document flew toward Hiao's face. Hiao sidestepped, exclaiming, how uncouth. If you ruin this handsome face of mine, how shall I find a wife? Zhao Fu silently mused. You deserve the beating. Your mouth is far too quick. Lonely remembers you have someone you cherish. Stop it. I can pursue her myself. Indeed, Hiu has long harbored feelings for Huang Muqi, a sentiment he realized rather late. It is no wonder, given that he has argued with Huang Muqi since childhood. Wang Zhenzhi observed him in silence. He rubbed his nose and said, let us go. I will fetch her. Concubine. Sister Yi, if you were truly my sister, I would be delighted every day, Huang Muqi remarked, her starry eyes sparkling as she casually conversed after growing familiar. Why couldn't that old man have had a couple more children? Yi Huan pinched a piece of cake and brought it to her lips. You never stop talking. Huang Muqi, munching on the cake with conviction, replied, exactly. I only have my brother at home, and you don't know how he always wears that deadpan expression, being crude and formal. It's utterly tiresome. He treats me like his sister every day. Yi Huan smiled brightly. Let us go boating one day. I must think carefully about what we shall do. What do you mean? What fun could we have? Hiu entered behind the prince and caught the word fun. It was a warning sign. Huang Muqi immediately sat up straight upon seeing the prince. Yi Su-fei intended to accompany the young ladies for an outing. What fun! You have no time. Nor does Yi Su-fei, she said, pulling Huang Muqi towards the exit. He sensed the low pressure emanating from the man beside him. Dongji, if not now, then when? Hey, wait for me. I will come visit you again next time. Huang Muqi barely finished her sentence before being pulled out by Hiu. Truly, she was his little ancestor. Wang Zhenzhi stepped forward and embraced her, softly asking if she wanted to go out. I merely mentioned it, he said. Things have been tumultuous lately. Yi Huan leaned her head against her lips that kept falling, feeling a slight itch. Don't. Dog of a man. Wang Zhenzhi pinched her chin. You keep flapping your mouth, saying things I don't want to hear. Your Highness, call me Zhiji, his affectionate nickname. Using his nickname now would only add fuel to the fire. Yi Huan stubbornly refused to comply. Soft. Do you like it this way? Yi Huan, feeling uncomfortable, kept repeating. No, no, no. What do you mean no? Be obedient, call me Zhiji. Zhiji. Soft. The next day, Yi Huan trembled with weakness in her legs. She had replenished all the meat she had not consumed for days. Wang Zhenzhi felt he might have gone too far, as he had vanished early in the morning. Xiaochun looked down at the red marks on her neck, her face instantly flushing. The prince was indeed vigorous. Another day passed, and Wang Zhenzhi returned under the moonlight. The first thing he did upon arriving at the East Palace was to visit Concubine. It has been a day, and I miss Soft dearly. Soft misses me too. Yi Huan feigned interest while looking at her book. I miss your highness. Wang Zhenzhi noticed her insincerity, but did not mind as he held her close. There's an interesting tale. Would you like to hear it? Soft? Yi Huan looked up. Is it about Miss Zhao? Yesterday, the Dali Temple investigated a case and was ordered to search a tavern, where Zhao Xinrui was found. Wang Zhenzhi's account was too concise for Yi Huan, and she had not caught a single word of what she wanted to hear. Your Highness, please say more. The man remained unmoved. Zhiji? The grip on her shoulder tightened abruptly. The officials from the Dali Temple burst through the door, catching Zhao Xinrui in a compromising situation. A solitary man and woman in a room together, neither related by blood nor kinship. Yi Huan inquired curiously, could that gentleman be the one from the railing that day? Indeed, he is Hu Shaosheng, the third illegitimate son of Minister Hu. Yi Huan, convinced of her own moral standing, believed that as long as she did not provoke others, She would not be wronged. The solitary individual merely requested a search of the tavern, implying that the ensuing troubles were of her own making and had little to do with him, save for perhaps stirring the pot. Though he was not a virtuous man, he had never engaged in such sordid dealings. Having done so much, should you reward me, soft? Yi Huan retrieved a fragrant pouch from the bedside and hung it at his waist, saying, Your Highness, this was embroidered by my own hand. This is your reward. Take it without hesitation. Wang Zhenzhi was naturally delighted, having seen in illustrations that only a woman would gift a fragrant pouch to the one she cherished. Did his soft perhaps harbor some affection for him? I am indeed fond of you. Thoughts in his mind began to stir with excitement. In a low, husky voice, he murmured, Soft, I wish. No, you do not wish. Wretched girl. Zhao Xinrui's face was swollen from the slap. Her eyes reddened. My lord. Xinrui is wronged. Madame Zhao pleaded, holding her daughter close to Zhao Difu. Wronged. The Dali Temple is investigating at the tavern, and everyone there witnessed it. How can you claim she is wronged? Do you know what the common folk are saying? They believe you two are a perfect match. That I am the one breaking up this pair. Father, it is not like that. It is not true. I did not. Tears streamed down Zhao Xinrui's face as her heart raced. She had merely engaged in poetic discourse with Hu Shaosheng, as she always did. How had it come to this? She had no desire to marry Hu Shaosheng, a man of no standing. She aspired to wed the crown prince. She was to be the crown princess. This cannot be allowed. Zhao Xinrui crawled over, kneeling beside Zhao Difu's leg. Father, I beg you, save your daughter. Zhao Difu's forehead throbbed with veins, feeling disillusioned by having such a foolish daughter. Enough. After all, you are not my only daughter. Yet, being the daughter he had once cherished, Zhao Difu sighed, Do not leave the house for the time being. He turned to exit. Madame Zhao embraced her daughter, fully aware that this child would be forsaken. What good was their family's power if the royal family would never accept a daughter with a tarnished reputation? Frustrated and regretful, she lamented her excessive indulgence. Cherish what you have, alas. Chapter 11. Finding something to do within the palace, Granny Zhao whispered into Empress Dowager Zhao's ear. Absurd. The Empress Dowager frowned. Granny Zhao continued. Chancellor Zhao is preparing to use the second Miss Zhao. The Empress Dowager, fingering the Buddhist beads in her hand, pondered. Be cautious this time. Both the Empress Dowager and Zhao Difu hailed from the same clan, though their familial bond was not particularly strong. The third prince, Prince Ping, being a member of the Zhao clan, had amassed significant influence during the years the crown prince had been away. Humans are inherently ambitious creatures, and maintaining one's integrity amidst such desires is exceedingly challenging. As time progresses, desires multiply, ambitions swell, and the yearning for power intensifies unabated. Among the princes, the imperial relatives, and the court officials, what appears to be a weakening over these years is, in truth, a burgeoning strength. The crown prince returns to the court, watched over by various factions, and being in the prime of his youth, his ascension to the throne seems premature. To claim that coveted position, one must address the foremost obstacle, the crown prince. With age comes increased worry. Empress Dowager Zhao sighed. The emperor, while seemingly relinquishing power, has actually tightened his grip over the years. In the spring rest hall, Granny Zhao stood at the entrance. Lady Yi, the Empress Dowager wishes to invite you for a visit. May I take a moment to groom myself? Granny Zhao scrutinized Yi Huan from head to toe. The Empress Dowager is in haste. It is best if you accompany me now. The Empress Dowager, seated before the Buddha statue, fiddled with her prayer beads. So, you are Lady Yi. I have come to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. I summoned you not for any particular matter. As one ages, one seeks companionship. Yi Huan smiled. It is a privilege to keep you company, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager glanced at Yi Huan, recognizing her as an extraordinary beauty, radiating innate charm. Who are you? A girl clad in a pink dress approached, flanked by several palace maids and eunuchs. Granny Zhao replied, This is the crown prince's Lady Yi. Wang Zhenzhi appraised her with an inexplicable glimmer of hostility. Oh, she is nothing remarkable. The spoiled eldest princess, Wang Zhenzhi, disregarded decorum, acting solely on her whims. After observing Yi Huan, She dashed to the Empress Dowager's side, clinging to her arm in a playful manner. "You promised to take me last time, didn't you? Please?" "The Empress Dowager's prayers have yet to conclude, my princess," Granny Zhao said with a smile. Wang Zhenzhi, somewhat disappointed, seemed to ponder something, her eyes flickering. "Isn't it enough to have her transcribed? This is a boon that others yearn for." The Empress Dowager turned to Huan. "What do you think of Lady Yi?" "It is my fortune," Huan replied. "Oh, how disingenuous." Huan knelt to the side, diligently copying the Buddhist scriptures. Xiao Chun ground the ink for her. An hour passed, and still, no one from the Empress Dowager's side arrived. Huan finally dropped her brush, her hand aching from the labor. "My lady, put it down. Satisfaction is elusive, so why endure such hardship?" Another half-hour elapsed, and someone from the Empress's side cleverly guided the guests away. Huan remained silent, and upon entering the room, she saw Wang Zhenzhi standing there. The Empress greeted her with a smile. "You need not worry now that you are here. I appreciate the Empress's concern. I have seen the Empress." The Empress directly lifted her. "We are all family." It was Huan's first encounter with the Empress, and she noted the resemblance between her and Wang Zhenzhi, though the Empress's features bore a gentler, more approachable quality. "This is my first time meeting you. Indeed, you have captured Zhi's heart. Mother, I have matters to attend to." "Oh, I was merely jesting. Go on, go on. Next time, bring a grandchild for me to play with." In the carriage, Huan's cheeks still flushed. She had not expected the Empress to be so amicable and familial, even broaching the topic of progeny. "Is everything well?" Wang Zhenzhi gently squeezed her hand. "I am fine." The Empress Dowager merely wished to test the waters. She means no harm. Moreover, she has already achieved her desired outcome. At the court, the Crown Prince attended court, facing censure from the officials for his favoritism and lack of heirs. Wang Zhenzhi merely touched the fragrant pouch hanging at his waist, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as he regarded the accusing officials. The Emperor Jinghong recalled Wang Zhenzhi's request to bestow a title upon Huan. He wished to grant her this honor, yet the Zhao clan would not remain passive. His son articulated with conviction, "I shall have but one." The emperor, reflecting on his own past, wished not for his son to endure similar trials. During his years at the border, she had been one of the few sources of warmth for him. The emperor understood his son's sentiments, yet remarked, "Even if you do not wish it, you must at least maintain appearances." His son acknowledged this. "I have heard from mother that the young lady is quite exceptional." The emperor sighed, gazing at the man before him, unwilling for his son to suffer as he had, knowing the burdens that weighed upon both himself and his wife. He had sacrificed enough for this nation. Was it not the great families who, in their idleness, scrutinized his every move? "Yu Cheng," he called, "at your service. The matter regarding Li Pingchong's son can be released." "Understood." After Yu Cheng exited, Zhao Fu entered, accompanied by Lu Shiji, who brought soup. Ordinarily, such matters would not require Wang Zhenzhi's attention, but after recent admonishments, everything was to be accepted. Wang Zhenzhi, in his usual manner, would not pay heed to such offerings. Lu Shiji's surprise upon receiving acceptance was palpable. She had often visited, only to be dismissed each time. This time, however, acceptance seemed to indicate the crown prince's shifting affections. She had long suspected that men were not to be trusted, and it had only been a short time since this realization dawned upon her. Before long, news of the soup's acceptance spread throughout every corner of the Eastern Palace. When it reached Yi Huan's ears, she was engrossed in a book, one adorned with illustrations. Truly, she thought, it must be highly praised. Just then, the man in question entered the Chuanqi Palace, and upon seeing Wang Zhenzhi, Yi Huan instinctively hid her book, one of her most cherished possessions. Wang Zhenzhi observed her expression, misinterpreting her discomfort as a reaction to recent events. After dismissing the attendants, he began with an explanation. "I did not partake in a meal." Yi Huan repeated, "Himeme." Realizing the implications, she understood that the Empress Dowager's previous summons had aimed for this outcome. Singular favoritism was fraught with peril, especially given the crown prince's lack of heirs. "I shall have only you." Yi Huan was taken aback. "Oh no, how could that be? This man is so vigorous. Surely he cannot expect to confine himself to just one. Do not promise me some fanciful notion of a lifetime together. I am no fool." Historically, few emperors maintained a singular consort amidst their vast harems, and she doubted her luck would shine so brightly to encounter such a man. She was intended to tread the path of a beloved concubine. With a heart full of emotion, she called out, "Your Highness!" This exclamation nearly stole his breath away. Wang Zhenzhi, in a surge of excitement, leaned in to kiss her, whispering softly, "I can only be yours." Huan, indeed, indeed, indeed. Grasping the man's collar in response, she was met with an even more fervent kiss. Huan's eyes became hazy. Her delicate arms could only wrap tightly around his neck. He desperately needed to affirm that he belonged to her, and only her. Those scoundrels would soon be dealt with. As their passionate encounter subsided, Wang Zhenzhi meticulously cleaned her up. Yet, he was not considerate enough of her condition, enduring a rising heat within. Wang Zhenzhi held her close beneath the tree, on a beautiful resting place, allowing her to comfortably lean against his chest, basking in the sun. Tonight, he would wait in solitude. Huan squinted at him, wondering how many days had passed without waiting for him, questioning his idle chatter. She playfully nudged his chest, asking what he meant, as if a concubine had never awaited him. The man remained silent, gazing at the sky while cherishing this moment. Chapter 12. Lu's concubine's night visit in the Chuanxi Palace. Two young attendants were gathered, whispering. "I heard the prince summoned Lu's concubine for the night." "Really? Isn't it true that the prince came to Chuanxi Palace today?" "Absolutely. I saw Zhao Fugong's godson, Xiao Haizi, go there myself." Their conversation was not subtle, and Huan stood nearby, hearing everything clearly. "What are you doing?" Xiao Chun scolded loudly. The two young attendants were so startled that they immediately knelt, trembling as they addressed her. "Lady Yi." Huan waved headhunt, signaling them to leave. Xiao Chun glanced at Huan, but said nothing, respecting her every decision. "Huan, similith. Do you think I should not let these gossip-mongers off the hook? They merely spoke the truth. It is indeed a fact that Lu's concubine is to spend the night." Changing the subject, Huan declared, "For dinner, I desire grilled chicken on a hot plate." The abrupt shift in topic left Xiao Chun momentarily bewildered, but she quickly responded, "That's out of the question." Huan clutched her chest, using a handkerchief to dab at non-existent tears. "Can you bear to see me so distressed?" "I only wish to have something to eat." Xiao Chun was torn. Huan furtively inquired, "What about that spicy flavor?" Xiao Chun, concerned about Huan's sadness, cautiously replied. Huan immediately relented. "That will do." Xiao Chun felt deceived. At dinner, Huan's lips wore a smile that did not fade. She had longed for this dish. The obstinate man had forbidden her from indulging in rich and spicy food for the sake of her health. Wang Zhenzhi felt wronged. It had only been 3 days since she last had something strongly flavored. Huan craved the taste, having endured years of meager meals in the frontier. Suffering her stomach's plight, Lu's concubine, upon receiving the notice, excitedly adorned herself with exquisite makeup and even sought out a small sketchbook. If she could win the prince's favor this time, her future would undoubtedly brighten. Those who fail to seize opportunities are foolish. Li Xie, witnessing the scheming woman smile, felt a surge of resentment. While she outwardly congratulated her, inwardly she wished for her misfortunes. However, this indirectly indicated that she too had a chance, did it not? If she timed it right, she believed she could conceive. As the sun began to set, Wang Zhenzhi arrived at Lu's concubine's courtyard. Lu's concubine was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated the prince's arrival would be so early, as the evening sky had yet to darken. It appears that his highness possesses quite a cunning nature. Upon this thought, Lu, the favored maid, felt a rush of shyness, her cheeks blooming with a delicate blush. Wang Zhenzhi gazed at her, pondering whether her mind was sound. As her expressions shifted like the wind, he believed his judgment to be infallible. This woman could indeed be of use. As he contemplated the matter, he merely wished to fulfill his obligations quickly and then seek out his beloved. Shortly thereafter, water was summoned to Lu's courtyard, while Zhao Fu remained vigilant outside. Meanwhile, an unexpected visitor arrived at Huan's spring rest palace. Upon seeing the man by the bedside, Huan finally comprehended the meaning behind his earlier words. Was it not Lu who was summoned? Curiosity piqued. She mused, "Ah, she is attending to him." Yi Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could one be so ruthless as to don a green hat upon oneself? Wang Zhenzhi, observing the woman's expression, discerned her thoughts. She was present in the room, with Zhao Fu keeping watch outside. Yi Huan's lips twitched. He was indeed quite audacious. She cast a dubious glance at a certain spot. Wang Zhenzhi ground his teeth in frustration. This little woman was truly infuriating, questioning his intentions. He grasped her chin and kissed her fiercely. "Soft one, do you not believe me?" The kiss left her tongue tender from his fervent embrace. She had merely glanced over, with no ulterior motive. After the kiss, Yi Huan, her eyes misty, leaned languidly against his chest and inquired, "How did you persuade Lu to cooperate?" "She is willing," he replied. Meanwhile, Lu, the favored maid, sat alone in her chamber, seething with frustration at having to feign companionship. Wang Zhenzhi, unwilling to elaborate, found that Yi Huan did not press further. Given her exemplary behavior, rewards were certainly in order. After a day of chaos, she preferred not to exert herself that evening. Thus, she presented him with a pair of hastily made socks, proclaiming, "Next time, I shall craft you a sleeping garment." Though the socks appeared rather humble, she was merely painting a grand picture for him. Wang Zhenzhi, momentarily lost in thought while holding the socks, recalled the time when he had seen her stitching beneath the euphorbia tree. Back then, his mind was consumed with visions of a blissful life with her. Now, he found himself living in the very dream he had envisioned. "Your Highness?" Yi Huan noticed his silence and feared he found her offering too meager. Wang Zhenzhi's gaze was filled with tenderness as he kissed the crown of her head. "I cherish it greatly. The effort invested in the sleeping garments is understood. I appreciate your intentions, my soft one. If the favored maid is willing, it is not perceived as burdensome. Does your Highness not desire my services?" She queried. "I am aware that your Highness has been accustomed to luxury since childhood. My skills do not compare to those of the palace embroiderers. Anything crafted by you is beloved, for it is imbued with your essence." Indeed, he longed for it, his thoughts spiraling into madness with desire. This life filled him with a sense of satisfaction akin to a dream. The following morning, Lu, the favored maid, emerged with dark circles under her eyes. Zhao Fu entered her courtyard with rewards in tow. Her previous joy had transformed into vexation. Li Xie observed the shadows beneath her eyes, his feelings complex. Sister Lu must have enjoyed herself quite thoroughly yesterday. Lu adorned her face with a smile. Yet internally she simmered with rage, feigning nonchalance. "Once Sister Li attends to His Highness, you shall understand. Last night, His Highness was quite restless, resulting in my sleepless night." With that, she affected an expression of coyness. Tao, the favored maid, glanced and immediately noticed the marks upon Lu's neck, her heart filled with discontent. In ordinary times, one might overlook such matters, but now that someone has taken the prince's favor, how could she not feel a pang of envy? Lu, the favored one, appeared rather pleased, perhaps anticipating that the prince would bestow upon them some grace. After years of yearning, the long-awaited day had finally arrived. Tao, the concubine, pursed her lips, pondering who among them might be fortunate enough to receive such an honor. Lu raised her chin, suggesting it must be Li. As she had been in the East Palace for quite some time, and it was about time her turn came, "Wouldn't you agree?" The others remained silent. Li Xie gritted her teeth, borrowing Lu's words as a good omen. "I shall take my leave now. Do rest well. The medicine has been administered. Why should one endure further hardships? Wretched woman, even if she has the prince's favor, she shall never bear a child in this lifetime." Once the person departed, Lu wiped the smile from her face. This is a torment indeed. Last night, she had called out to the bed for half the night, ultimately leaving red marks on her neck. Exhausted, she had to rise early to express gratitude for the bestowed gifts. Without questioning why she had called out at such an hour, was it not to consider the prince's dignity? After the gifts were dispensed, she had to engage in conversation with these women, feigning thirst for hours, reaching out for a cup of water. A little maid approached. "My lady, the water has cooled. Allow me to fetch you fresh." Lu waved her hand dismissively, contemplating that she would not drink after all, and headed straight to her chamber for a much-needed rest, paying no heed to the prince's summons these days. Wang Zhenzhi awoke, holding her close, and, as customary, planted a gentle kiss upon her lips. quietly arriving. One must also depart quietly. Zhao Fu awaited him in the study. Master, they have made their move. Wang Zhenzhi, seated, simply responded to him, have the imperial physician attend. For it is a drug of sterility. Its potency is fierce, and once a woman encounters it, her fate is sealed. Ensure Lu is well protected. Zhao Fu noted this. Yu Cheng, upon hearing, scratched his head, pondering if the prince had lost interest in Consort Yi. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Fu delivered a sharp reprimand. Do not speak such nonsense. The master is not that kind of person. Yu Cheng gingerly touched the spot where he had been struck, grimacing. Then what? Is it of any use to keep her? Zhao Fu retorted with irritation. What do you mean by what? I find it remarkable how you, who usually appear quite clever, turn into a blockhead when faced with such matters. Zhao Fu whispered, the master is playing a double game. Understanding dawned on Yu Cheng. Zhao Fu regarded him with a hint of disdain. For several consecutive days, Lu was the one favored by the prince. Lu Fongrong chose to seclude herself in the courtyard, avoiding all company. Initially, she thought it a mere coincidence, but as the days passed, the prince did not visit her, leaving her alone to perform her role, calling out until the midnight hour, and she was utterly exhausted. Lu Fongrong had no time to flaunt her status, spending her days in restless slumber. Soon, news from the East Palace spread beyond its walls. Naturally, Zhao Difu was informed. In recent days, he had busied himself training his second daughter, Zhao Xinran. Since his elder daughter had been rendered useless, this time he had to take matters seriously. Oddly enough, just days prior, there had been much commotion, but after a fever, things had quieted down. He could not afford to dwell on such matters. As long as they did not hinder his plans, he would remain indifferent. Zhao Xinrui, eavesdropping by the door, found this news akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. The person she has longed for has unexpectedly taken another concubine. Ever since the rumors about her, and Hu Shaoxing surfaced, her father directly arranged a marriage with the Hu family. She has been forsaken. Years of affection have turned into mere jest. She is aware that Zhao Difu intends to replace her with Zhao Xinran for the prince. Thus, she orchestrated an incident to have Zhao Xinran thrown into the water. Yet, to her dismay, the girl emerged unscathed and became even more obedient than before. She seethes with anger. Since her father refuses to assist her, she will take matters into her own hands. The title of crown princess shall belong to her alone. Chapter 13. How can you treat Concubine Yi this way? Ever since the crown prince began summoning others to his bed, Xiao Chun has been enveloped in gloom. One fateful night, she encountered the crown prince embracing Huan. He appeared rejuvenated. In her frustration, she even sought out Xiao Xia for a confrontation. Xiao Chun, who did not keep watch at night, remained oblivious to the fact that the crown prince visited nightly, but Xiao Xia was well aware. Xiao Xia felt utterly wronged, believing everyone was in the know. Even that fool Yu Cheng was aware. Who could have guessed that Xiao Chun was in the dark? She assumed Xiao Chun had been feeling down lately. Regardless of the rumors swirling in the East Palace, the inhabitants of Chuanxi Palace remained unaffected. Wang Zhenzhi stealthily visited every night. The servants of Chuanxi Palace frequently caught glimpses of the crown prince, arriving and departing with complete transparency. Li Xie dispatched individuals to the East Palace to gather intelligence, but yielded no results. Chuanxi Palace was as impenetrable as a fortress, with its residents tight-lipped. Those at the center of the East Palace's gossip had long since slipped away. Wang Zhenzhi, clad in dark garments, reclined in his carriage, wearing a human mask. Huan stared intently at his face. The first time he wore a plain mask, but this time, the mask bore an otherworldly visage. His inherent ferocity was accentuated by this face, enveloping him in an inexplicable aura of despondency and gloom. Does Ro have a fondness for this face? Although Wang Zhenzhi held a book, his attention was entirely captivated by the woman. Huan swallowed hard, for he looked magnificent. It was not her fault. Usually, the man exuded a cold exterior, yet harbored warmth within, his features striking and his gaze profound, a breath of righteousness in his demeanor. With a different face. It cannot be said he was handsomer than before, but his aura had undergone a significant transformation. Wang Zhenzhi discarded the book in his hand. Had he not heard Ro's soft swallow, he might have been convinced. Those trained in martial arts possess heightened senses, and being in the same carriage, the two were acutely aware of each other. Wang Zhenzhi gently pulled her into his embrace, pinching her cheek. Did Ro favor him? Or was it this face that captivated her? Huan earnestly replied, "Of course I like His Highness the most." She no longer addressed him with honorifics. When the jealous man became possessive, her waist bore the brunt of it. She playfully kissed his lips to appease him. Changing the subject, she inquired, "Your Highness, why we come out?" Dressed in a servant's attire, Huan sat beside him in the carriage, dutifully attending to him. "There are some issues in the military that require my attention, and I thought to bring you out for a breath of fresh air. I apologize for the distress you have endured these days." Leaning against the man's chest, Huan pondered the meaning of feeling wronged. She had not experienced such a sentiment. Huan donned the attire of a servant, her eyes darting as she spoke with a quivering voice. "My lord, you cannot treat me thus. I may sell my body, but not my skills." Wang Zhenzhi was taken aback, a realization dawning upon him as the corners of his mouth curled upwards. Lifting her chin with a finger, he replied, "Once purchased, you belong to me." Huan nearly broke character, pinching her thigh to stifle her laughter. She raised her head in response to his gentle force, her expression pitiable. "My lord, how can you act so towards consort ye?" She would be willing. Taking a deep breath, Huan held back tears, gazing at him. "This is unbecoming of a gentleman." Wang Zhenzhi's hand brushed against her eyes, gently pressing on the reddened corners. Merely a fade. The role had been taken too deeply. With soft breaths, one hand cradled the back of her head while the other encircled her waist. Huan relayed, "Ehanink lightly." Zhao Fu stood guard by the carriage door. His eyes widened in astonishment at the prince's playful nature. "Stay still," he commanded. Comfortably nestled in his embrace, she felt no discomfort. Wang Zhenzhi pressed a kiss to her cheek, promising, "When we reach the army, I shall take you somewhere delightful." "What a delightful place?" she inquired. "You know once we arrive?" He teased. "Could you not divulge even hint?" The prince remained unmoved. To seduce without responsibility. His obsidian eyes glowed with intensity as he spoke in a husky, gentle tone. "Not now." Huan was not interested in seduction. She merely sought revenge for his half-spoken words. "Ha ha! This is the consequence of provoking me." A young lad named Ji raised his head to greet him. Huan feigned indifference, though it was evident to the man that her actions were intentional. Wang Zhenzhi emitted a few deep, throaty chuckles, playfully nibbling on her red lips, unaware of her boldness. Within the confines of the carriage, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. "Father, what is happening?" she called out coyly. "Soft one, how could you be oblivious?" He responded, then playfully nipped her earlobe. Huan s'était finet, realizing she had crossed the line. Trembling, she stammered, "My lord, I was wrong." "Wrong about what?" he teased, before biting her delicate neck. "No, I should not have provoked you." The man chuckled merrily. "Soft one, you always surprise me." Huan felt a surge of embarrassment, her fair fingers gripping his clothing as her earlobes flushed with warmth. In the carriage, he remained decorous. After a muffled groan, he retrieved an ointment from the drawer, the human mask long discarded in a corner of the carriage. "Be gentle," she cautioned. Wang Zhenzhi said nothing, his movements becoming more careful. After a while, the mask was reapplied to his face. Huan no longer resembled a servant, but wore a handsome visage beneath a moonlit garment. Her dark hair styled into a man's topknot, appearing as a youthful lad of about 15 or 16, with an innocent expression. Upon reaching the military encampment outside the capital, Wang Zhenzhi's visage became another identifying mark among the troops. Before he entered the army, he had narrowly escaped death in the capital, often relying on this contrasting face when confronted with perilous situations. No one could have imagined that beneath such a fade lay the crown prince of the realm. As the two dismounted, a tall man with a dark complexion approached them. "Sir, you have arrived," he greeted, his voice a striking contrast to his rugged visage. It was as refreshing as that of a young gentleman, while his face bore the strength of iron. Huan was momentarily taken aback, her gaze involuntarily drawn to his face. Lin Zhengfeng immediately noticed the delicate and slender young man by the prince's side. Recalling the crown prince's earlier remarks, he restrained the urge to rush forward and instead led both individuals to the encampment. Huan obediently followed Wang Zhenzhi. Inside the tent, the three sat beside a sand dune. Lin Zhengfeng cast a glance at Huan and spoke. Zhao Difu's son was at the Tango camp. After his arrival, the captain of his squad, Guan Shun, died. The coroner's examination concluded that he went mad and perished in the company of a courtesan. However, the courtesan was found to be entirely innocent. Guan Shun, an orphan, left behind only a wife, with whom he had no concubines. It was said they had grown up together and shared a harmonious bond. Wang Zhenzhi looked at Huan, inquiring, "What do you think?" Huan pointed to herself, bewildered. "Are you asking me?" Lin Zhengfeng, present yet silent, chose to direct his question to her, a person shrouded in ignorance. Wang Zhenzhi raised an eyebrow, his expression suggesting, "Who else?" Clearing her throat, Huan ventured, "Could I inquire if General Lin has had any dealings with Guan Shun's wife?" Lin Zhengfeng shook his head, explaining that the news of Guan Shun's death had been suppressed, leaving his wife unaware. Given their close childhood bond, why did she not inquire about her husband's prolonged absence? Huan pondered. It was rumored that Guan Shun often stayed away, leading her to shake her head in disbelief. No matter how accustomed one becomes, it is unlikely that she would never ask. The only explanation is a lack of affection. Such displays of love are merely for the eyes of others. Ultimately, only the parties involved comprehend their true nature. Chapter 14. Matters of the Heart. Who can truly understand them? Wang Zhenzhi listened intently to her analysis. During those years at the border, he often found himself watching her, observing her laughter with others, gathering herbs in their company. Now, the one he cherished was right beside him. Huan turned to the seemingly unresponsive crown prince and asked, "General Lin, have you ever interacted with Guan Shun's wife?" Lin Zhengfeng recalled that his wife had indeed been acquainted with her. "My wife has spent time with her." Wang Zhenzhi brushed off his sleeves, declaring, "I shall visit her tomorrow," referring, of course, to Guan Shun's wife. Lin Zhengfeng acknowledged his orders and prepared to return home to inquire if his wife, Xiang, was aware of the situation. No matter how finely adorned, a carriage that has traveled all day will inevitably tire. Huan immersed herself in the water, relaxing her body, her eyes closing as drowsiness enveloped her. Suddenly, a noise came from the bathroom entrance. Huan sat up, pressing her hand against her chest, peering out from behind the screen. As she did so, she beheld Wang Zhenzhi, bare from the waist up, approaching with an air of composure. The masks they had worn earlier had long been removed. Huan sat in the tub, her face flushed from the heat, her body emanating a soft glow, a small pool of water resting in the hollow of her collarbone. Huan stammered, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" "The bathtub is overflowing. I was just about to give you a massage." She clutched her chest. "Grandfather, I am quite exhausted. I shall take my leave." Wang Zhenzhi grasped her arm. "No need to rush. I am in a hurry. I am very much in a hurry." With a gentle pull, the one who was about to depart, like a feather, fell into his embrace. Her bosom pressed against his chest, igniting a spark of desire. Huan steadied herself against his arm, aware that this calculating man was meticulous in his ways. No wonder the bathtub was so spacious today. She had found it rather curious. What crafty old fox! Such a display could very well consume her entirely. Feeling drained, she murmured, "Your Highness, we have matters to attend to tomorrow. I cannot." Wang Zhenzhi enveloped her in his arms, his voice low and resonant. "There is no rush. The day after tomorrow will suffice." The ground was dampened significantly. Wang Zhenzhi sensed that the bath water had turned somewhat tepid. After tidying up, he carried the limp form back to the room. Huan nestled against his shoulder, playfully declaring, "Grandfather, I truly lack the strength." She had anticipated that after the bath, she could finally rest, but reality had proven otherwise. One cannot escape the consequences of their actions. Yet, she was drawn to mischief, lacking in caution. The sounds within the room subsided only in the dead of night. The following morning brought bad news. Huan could not rise. The good news was that Guan Shun's wife was away. She luxuriated in her bed, cursing the man who had not tasted meat in ages. Early that morning, upon inspecting her body, she might have been mistaken for a victim of abuse. On the third day, with Guanshan's wife still absent, Yi Huan continued to indulge in her well-deserved rest. By the fourth day, Guanshan's wife returned home. A group promptly visited the Guan residence. Today, Yi Huan wore no human skin mask. Instead, she donned her regular attire topped with a veil. Since only one person was home at the Guan residence, Wang Zhenzhi and Lin Zhengfeng refrained from entering. Yi Huan knocked on the door, and a gentle-looking woman answered. Upon seeing her, the woman smiled warmly, inviting her in as if she were already aware of everything. With a smile gracing her lips, the woman directly inquired, "You're sent by the tango team, are you not?" Yi Huan removed her veil. "Not quite. I merely wish to ask Madam Wan a few questions." The woman's expression shifted slightly upon seeing her face, an unexpected surprise. She had anticipated that one day the military would send someone, but she had not expected them to send someone so strikingly beautiful. "Just call me Su Ku," the woman said. "And you are?" "I am Yi Huan." Su Ku poured 2 cups of water and handed one to her. "Feel free to speak your mind." Yi Huan smiled. "Madam, you are quite astute. Are you aware that Guanshan has passed?" "Yes, if he is dead, then he is dead," Su Ku replied with a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. "The world outside claims that you and Guanshan shared a childhood bond, deep in affection. It appears that rumors are not always reliable." Upon hearing this, Su Ku chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in her laughter. "Indeed, childhood friends. Alas, people do change." Her words floated in the air, as fleeting as a whisper. Yi Huan took a sip of water. "Do you know how Guanshan met his end?" "About to go mad," she replied. Yi Huan gazed at her in silence. Su Ku met her gaze with composure, stating, "I merely provided him with a tonic for vitality. It was he who consumed it." Tears welled in her eyes as she continued, "Men are inherently ungrateful. Guanshan and I were childhood companions, and we indeed shared a blissful period. However, people change, and so do emotions. Yet within just 2 years, he transformed, indulging in the pleasures of brothels. Perhaps this is his true nature. I have lamented and wept, but to what avail?" Yi Huan observed her, as if enveloped in a shroud of sorrow. "Guanshan, being a son-in-law, had earned my parents' approval. However, after their passing, his true character began to surface. He squandered the Su family's wealth while shunning their name. I contemplated divorce, yet he refused to let go. As he gained power, he grew even more disdainful, as though my existence served as a reminder of his past disgrace. He neither wished to see me nor to release me." The woman from the brothel was also a pitiful soul. Guanshan took pleasure in tormenting her, leaving her body marred with bruises, wounds that ran deep. Eventually, I discreetly sought out a more skilled physician to treat her, presenting her with a fragrant substance, harmless in isolation, yet fatal when combined with vitality-enhancing tonics. Having concluded her tale, turned to Yi Huan, asserting, "No matter the punishment, I accept it, but I harbor no regrets. This matter does not concern that woman, so I implore you to spare her." Yi Huan, instead of inquiring about the woman, questioned, "Where have you been these past few days?" "At the temple, paying respect to my parents," Su Ku replied. "Does Guanshan love her?" "Perhaps he once did. Love is a complex matter, difficult to articulate." Yi Huan donned her veil and entered the carriage. Listening to her words, steeped in love and hatred, Wang Zhenzhi held her hand in silence. He did not impose punishment upon Su Ku, nor did he pursue the woman. Instead, he reported that Guanshan had perished during a mission. Upon hearing the news, Yi Huan rushed forward. Was it decreed by the prince? Though she had contemplated pleading for Su Ku, she was met with the news of Guanshan's demise before she could voice her thoughts. Wang Zhenzhi naturally took her hand, drawing her into his embrace, and acknowledged her desire to intercede for Su Ku. As a leader, he knew he could not cater to every need, but would do what was within his power. Yi Huan smiled. The prince is truly kind. In the afternoon, Lin Zhengfeng arrived with his wife. Yi Huan observed the couple and then glanced at Wang Zhenzhi, puzzled by his intentions. With a serious expression, Lin Zhengfeng attempted to smile, albeit awkwardly, and declared, "I am your brother." Yi Huan stared at him in bewilderment. Wang Zhenzhi gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear, explaining, "Lin Zhengfeng is your maternal kin, the child of your mother's sister." "My mother?" Yi Huan's voice quivered. She had lost her mother at a tender age and had never heard news of her maternal relatives. Slowly, she asked, "Why have I never been informed?" Wang Zhenzhi answered on Lin Zhengfeng's behalf. "Years after your mother passed, they finally received word, but by then, the Yi family had blocked their letters, claiming you did not wish to meet them." Wang Zhenzhi rarely spoke so extensively in one breath. The Yi family had intercepted the correspondence, although they had their suspicions. By that time, you had already journeyed to the frontier with your father. Yi Huan stood in a daze. Lin Jingfeng attempted to speak, but was silenced by a mere glance from his wife. Tang Manji smiled at Yi Huan, remarking on how, after all these years, it was still the prince's assistance that brought them to this day. Yi Huan felt a sting in her eyes. She had pondered this matter over the years. But at that time, she was far too young. Her mother's sudden passing left her utterly unaware of her maternal relatives' whereabouts. Wang Zhenzhi gently squeezed her hand, reassuring her to stay put while he attended to other matters. Once the crown prince departed, Lin Zhengfeng could no longer contain himself. "Little sister, I used to carry you when you were a child. Have you forgotten?" Yi Huan had no recollection of this. Tang Manji pinched his side playfully and took Yi Huan's hand, addressing Lin Zhengfeng. "You're talking about childhood. Who can remember such things?" Then, turning to Yi Huan with a smile, she added, "Before I married in, I heard him talk daily about having a little sister. Now at last, I get to meet you." Lin Zhengfeng nodded in agreement, stating, "From now on, with me as your brother, you shall have a strong support." He then patted his robust chest with pride. Yi Huan was taken aback by the stark contrast between his words and demeanor. Tang Manji rolled her eyes and left Lin Zhengfeng behind, leading Yi Huan to explore the town. Shopping was a delightful way for women to strengthen their bonds. This time, Xiao Chun and the others stayed back at Chuanxi Palace to perform, taking only Shosong and Shoujun along. Yi Huan nodded in agreement. The two women, accompanied by 4 guards and 2 maids, set forth in grand fashion. They encountered many curious sights along the way, which felt entirely normal in their pursuit. Chapter 15. The Lord wishes to pamper you. The two embarked on a shopping spree. The guards were laden with various items. They wandered joyfully. The campsite was not far from the town, although the town could not compare to the capital. It offered a plethora of goods and a delightful companion to share the experience. Exhausted from their shopping, they found a tavern to rest. Yi Huan was unfamiliar with the area, so she let Tang Manji order for them. Tang Manji ordered a feast and also selected the town as specialty, pear blossom wine. As they prepared to drink, Yi Huan recalled her previous experience of indulging beneath a tree, which left her with an aching waist. Learning from past mistakes, she hesitated to drink again. Tang Manji poured her a cup of wine. Yi Huan protested, "I think I'll pass on the drink." Do you not wish to acknowledge me as your sister-in-law?" Tang Manji teased playfully as she tilted a large pot toward her. Yi Huan shook her head vigorously. Tang Manji, with her cool demeanor and straightforward manner, bore a striking resemblance to Lin Zhengfeng. Both exuded a significant contrast in their personalities. "Come now, dear sister, would you not want to try the town's specialty?" Her words were enticing. The authentic pear blossom brew can only be enjoyed here. Yi Huan's eyes sparkled with interest. Tang Manji continued, "Moreover, it is not intoxicating and has a sweet taste." "Really?" "Of course. Why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, just give it a try." Saying this, she thrust the wine cup into Yi Huan's hands. Yi Huan took a sip and found it delightful, sweet with a hint of pear blossom fragrance. To prevent them from becoming overly intoxicated, Tang Manji informed the crown prince of their whereabouts at the tavern. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengfeng, left behind, returned to the army with a sullen expression. Upon hearing the guard report that the two were dining at the tavern, his expression grew even longer. After finally recognizing his sister, he found himself abandoned. He toiled away in the military while they reveled in the tavern. With a silent sigh, he resigned himself to fate. The table ordered by Tang Manji was laden with many of Yi Huan's favorite dishes. Yi Huan grinned, for she could rarely indulge in such feasts at the Chuanxi Palace. Wang Zhenzhi observed her, and even Xiao Chun was reluctant to offer her more. As they ate and drank, their tongues gradually became untamed. It dawned on Yi Huan, was the wine not meant to intoxicate? The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Yi Huan's gaze fixated on the ceiling. "You haven't provided me with food. You withheld my meals. Ha ha ha. How handsome you are. Mwah 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 mwah. Grant me joy. I wish to claim you. Ha 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 ha. Huan mused. Being drunk is not dreadful. What is truly terrifying are the foolish deeds one commits while intoxicated. She lay sprawled on the bed, covering her face. What had she done yesterday? I can't face anyone. Hearing movement at the door, Huan immediately pretended to be asleep, engaging in self-hypnosis. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly, and before entering, he heard her stir on the bed. Softly, Huan silently repeated, I am not awake, I am not awake, I am not awake. Wang Zhenzhi chose not to expose her pretense, lifting the blanket to slip in beside her. His lips began to caress her ear, cheek, neck, and collarbone. It tickled, and Huan could not bear it, pushing him away gently. Your Highness, do you not like it? But last night, Huan quickly covered his mouth. Last night, when Wang Zhenzhi arrived to fetch her, she was already quite tipsy. Upon opening the door, he found Lin Zhengfeng seated beside Tang Manji, supporting her while holding a cup. Tang Manji tugged at his ear. Did you hear that? Huan sat opposte, girining folidi. Upon seeing the crown prince, Lin Zhengfeng wished to greet him loudly, but his wife's ear-tugging and mouth-covering rendered him speechless. Wang Zhenzhi glanced and directly approached Huan. Standing before her, Huan blinked. You are truly handsome. Sister-in-law, I wish to claim. Her lips were covered by a man. Nodding to Lin Zhengfeng, he led her to the carriage. Inside the carriage, Huan pouted. You are truly wicked. Wang Zhenzhi embraced her. You haven't provided me with food, yet you withhold my meals. As he spoke, he poked her chest with his finger. The man's chest was solid muscle, unyielding to her touch. After her fingers ached from poking, Huan lifted one finger, feigning sorrow. It hurts so much. Why are you so hard? My fault. As he soothed her injured finger, Huan chuckled. You are so beautiful. Grant me joy. Ha ha. Wang Zhenzhi. Huan wriggled free from his grasp, lifted his chin, and playfully planted kisses on his face, leaving it glistening with saliva. Mwah 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 mwah. You like it, right? Wang Zhenzhi nodded. Indeed, he liked it. Huan, with an air of pride, huffed and fidgeted in his embrace. Before long, she succumbed to slumber. As her memories concluded, she reflected upon her transgressions. What folly, what folly! How is it that one does not learn from their mistakes? Wang Zhenzhi whispered in her ear, repeating once more, You like it, right? Huan's face grew increasingly flushed, succumbing to despair. In the afternoon, two inebriated souls encountered one another, their pleasantries abruptly interrupted by a sudden jolt from a carriage. An elderly man unexpectedly lunged from a corner, prompting the coachman to tightly rein in the horses, inadvertently affecting Huan, who was following closely behind. It was evident that the old man was a seasoned trickster, clinging to the carriage and lamenting his aches and pains. The driver, a local, recognized the ruse and showed no sympathy, instructing him to depart. The intersection soon became congested. From a distance, the old man appeared to be the victim of oppression. What are you doing? Exclaimed a young lady dressed in a blue gown, flanked by a maid and a guard. In broad daylight, you dare to bully an elderly man? As she spoke, the maid assisted the old man to his feet. Passers-by murmured, clearly aware that the elderly man was a habitual offender. Zhao Xinran had recently been compelled by her father to visit Zhao Xinrong. Lacking any familial bond with Zhao Xinrong, she had exchanged a few casual remarks before seeking a chance encounter with someone else. After suffering from a high fever, she had a vivid dream. In this dream, thwarted by Zhao Xinrui, she did not marry the crown prince, but instead wed the third prince. The result was a rebellion led by the third prince, leading to her exile. Meanwhile, her elder sister Zhao Xinrui had somehow managed to marry the crown prince. The crown prince's concubine had fallen ill and passed away within a year or two, rendering Zhao Xinran indifferent to her. The dream felt alarmingly real, so much so that she could not dismiss it, irrespective of its authenticity. At present, it was crucial to establish a connection with the crown prince, ensuring he remembered her. Observing the scene at the intersection, Huan instructed her servant to report to the authorities. Tang Manji covered her mouth, now perceiving that this girl bore a striking resemblance to a member of the Lin family. Before long, the servant returned with officials. Recognizing an old acquaintance, the officials promptly apprehended the old man. You truly intended to extort someone? Zhao Xinran accused, incredulous. How could I have defended you? Turning to the coachman, she expressed her sincere apologies. I am so sorry. I wronged you. The coachman, uninterested, had grown accustomed to self-righteous individuals and was indifferent to this particular incident. Zhao Xinran's little maid stepped forward, offering the coachman a silver coin. Instantly, the coachman's demeanor brightened. Ah, it's nothing. The young lady is merely kind-hearted. This minor incident swiftly concluded, and the two women tacitly agreed to remain silent about the events of the previous night. Tang Manji led the way to the temple to enjoy the scenery, a place she had long wished to visit but found uninviting alone. She eagerly introduced the site to Huan. You simply must know, this Baiyun temple is renowned in this area. It is not only spiritual, but behind the temple lies a stunning peach blossom grove. The vegetarian dishes served within are also quite delightful. A challenge arose as Baiyun Temple was situated atop Baiyun Mountain, which was rather steep. After a prolonged descent, they found themselves panting at the halfway mark. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Tang Manji lamented, I regret this. It is far too exhausting. Unable to contain her laughter, Yi Huan found her sister-in-law's contrasting demeanor amusing. With her cool, serene visage adopting a grandiose air daily. Consider it a trial. Good things often require perseverance, she mused. Taking a sip of water, Tang Manji waved dismissively. Enough, let us proceed. We've come this far. Upon reaching Baiyun Temple, they found it bustling with visitors, and the path bore witness to numerous devotees kneeling every few steps. The Baiyun Temple is not particularly large, yet adheres to a conventional design, housing statues of the Buddha, Manjushri, and the god of wealth. After a long ascent, the two individuals, having exhausted their energy, made their way to the temple to indulge in a vegetarian noodle dish. The vegetarian noodles resemble the crossing the bridge rice noodles, devoid of meat yet abundant in vegetables. Yi Huan gently caressed her slightly protruding belly, having indulged a bit too much. It is no wonder that they are like sisters-in-law. One does not enter the same door unless they are the same family. After satisfying their hunger, both succumbed to laziness. Retreating to the peach blossom grove behind the temple, life felt utterly delightful. Yi Huan was greeted by a sea of peach blossoms, and as a gentle breeze swept through, the petals danced gracefully. An old monk ambled over, his eyes fixed on Yi Huan, muttering, Defy heaven, change fate, defy heaven, change fate. A young monk rushed past, assisting the esteemed master towards the guest quarters. Tang Manji squinted, recognizing the venerable monk from Baiyun Temple. For reasons unknown, seemed to have lost his wits, alternating between lucidity and confusion. Chapter 16. A bounty of peach blossoms. Yi Huan smiled, taking a sip of tea. Tang Manji continued, I've heard that Master Dada is the most gifted individual at Baiyun Temple. What a pity. But let us not dwell on that. I must tell you about Baiyun Mountain's most famous wish for love, which Baiyun Temple has cleverly combined with prayers for fertility. Yi Huan inquired, Can a monk's temple really grant fertility? Tang Manji paused, pondering, well, it's not entirely impossible. Yi Huan say burul taichet. Her sister-in-law was indeed one to impulsively act on her thoughts. I truly appreciate you. Sister-in-law, let us just admire the flowers. My brother will not grant you that opportunity. Tang Manji pouted, merely indulging in a whimsical thought. Meanwhile, Wang Zhenzhi, having learned of Yi Huan's visit to Baiyun Temple, prepared to fetch her, but was intercepted midway. Zhao Xinran, adorned in an enchanting green gauze dress, stood amidst the peach grove, exuding an ethereal charm reminiscent of a flower sprite. Wang Zhenzhi's brow instinctively furrowed as he beheld the woman before him. Zhao Xinran, in a soft voice, addressed him, Esteemed gentleman, may I present you with this green sachet? Her eyes sparkled with expectation. It was not uncommon for individuals to exchange sachets at Baiyun Temple as a token of mutual affection, particularly among those who shared a deep connection. Bold women sometimes took the initiative to offer sachets to visiting men. Unfamiliar with this tradition, Wang Zhenzhi glanced at the sachet but remained resolute. I am already wed. Without a moment's hesitation, he brushed past her. Zhao Xinran was taken aback. He is already married? The woman in his heart was indeed his wife. In this rebirth, her heart had twisted beyond recognition. She had perished on the streets, and the prince was a mere fool, knowing only to barter women for gain. Having endured so much, she would not allow anyone to obstruct her rise to the position of crown princess. Of a wife, merely a woman who had passed too soon. Casting aside the sachet, Zhao Xinran descended the mountain, her composure intact. Love would eventually come. It was merely a matter of time. The most crucial task was to secure that position with her father. The two, idly wandering through the peach grove, happened upon this unfolding scene. At a certain distance, only two figures standing together could be discerned. Tang Manji covered her mouth in surprise, not expecting to witness such a scene, and glanced up at Huan. Huan displayed no particular expression, and his thoughts remained unperturbed. As the crown prince destined to become emperor, the number of individuals in his harem would only increase. Having secured such a powerful ally, he felt at ease. Huan smiled, admiring the splendid blossoms of the peach tree. Tang Manji reached out to pluck a branch of peach blossoms, finding them indeed delightful. They would make an excellent ingredient for peach blossom cakes. Sister-in-law, this is a temple. Do you think it is appropriate to pluck the peach blossoms? She refrained from adding, sensing a hint of impropriety. Wang Shan arrived at the peach grove and encountered Master Dade. The master no longer bore the eccentric demeanor he once had, appearing to have regained his composure. He greeted Wang Shan with a respectful Amitabha. How do you fare, benefactor? Wang Shan, though perplexed, responded truthfully, very well. Have you attained your desires in this life? Master Dade inquired. Indeed, I have, Wang Shan affirmed. The master smiled and said, Then I wish you all your aspirations may come to fruition. Wang Shan nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Master Dade then remarked, The female benefactor is deep within the peach grove before turning and departing. Wang Shan ventured deeper into the grove and soon spotted a familiar figure. He approached at a leisurely pace. The moment he reached out to embrace her, Huan turned around, beaming, and exclaimed, I suspected it was you, your highness. The man smirked, gently patting her head. Yes, let us return. That sister-in-law, Lin Zhengfeng, has already taken her away. He added, It was not I who prevented her from coming. They will return to the capital in due time. Huan nodded, reassured that they would meet again. Just as they were about to leave, they spotted Master Dade once more, who stood observing their retreating figures. A young monk hurried over. Master Uncle, how have you come to this place? I have searched for you everywhere. Master Dade silently gazed in the direction of their departure. Chuanchi Palace had nearly caused Yi Huan to forget her position as a concubine in the Easter Palace. Upon her return, Xiao Chun chattered excitedly about recent events, mentioning how Lu and Li, the concubines, had visited multiple times. Each time, Li brought pastries, while her maid, Hua Yi, appeared pale and worn, as if mistreated. Xiao Qiu had recently experimented with new dishes, albeit with considerable effort. I missed you during your absence, she added. Yi Huan affectionately patted her head. I missed you too. Xiao Chun, here is some pear blossom wine I brought for you. Xiao Chun exclaimed in delight. Thank you, my lady. Before departing, she paused and remarked, Several new concubines have entered the Eastern Palace, and a couple bear a resemblance to you. With that, Xiao Chun slipped away with the wine. Yi Huan thought to herself, It seems that Baiyun Temple has cast its influence upon the crown prince, with peach blossoms blooming one after another. Not only are they blooming, but they also seem to have a distasteful connection to me. She sighed, feeling disinclined to engage, knowing she was not truly a soft target. As Wang Shan returned, Yi Huan made a motion to act, as though she had not seen him. Is this a sign of displeasure? Wang Shan surmised, recognizing that the individual in question was Zhao Difu. Yi Huan's ears perked up at the name. Is he Zhao Xinrui's father? Indeed, the man confirmed, wrapping his arm around her waist. Yi Huan rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, Is he out of his mind? I will handle it, he assured, kissing her forehead tenderly. Yi Huan lay nestled in his embrace, yearning to sigh. Wan's maneuver was executed with remarkable clarity. Her position as a side consort was rendered inconsequential. It was truly disheartening. The following morning, Yi Huan was summoned to the palace by the Empress Dowager. Well, She had become quite familiar with the procedure from the last time. On her way, she encountered the third prince, who eagerly greeted her, yes-eyed consort. The third prince had not seen this beauty for several months and noticed that she seemed even more radiant. Just standing there, her mere presence stirred his desires. Being the brother of the emperor and yearning for her was a perplexing sensation. The gaze of the Ping prince was rather lascivious upon seeing her. He regarded her as something readily attainable, filled with unrestrained desire. Following the direction in which she departed, Wang Pingji inhaled deeply, confirming that the air imbued with her essence was indeed far sweeter. In the Empress Dowager's palace, Huan entered to find a young woman standing beside her. The maiden slightly bowed, addressing her, yes-eyed consort. The Empress Dowager extended her hand to steady the girl, introducing her, "This is my beloved granddaughter, Zhao Xinran. I heard you recently caught a chill. Are you feeling better? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I have recovered considerably," Huan replied with a stoic expression. The intentions of the Empress Dowager seemed dubious, akin to a weasel wishing the chicken well. The Empress Dowager raised her hand, allowing two maidens to enter. The young women were clad in sheer gauze, their skin largely exposed, the flimsy garments doing little to conceal their forms. Huan lifted her gaze to the Empress Dowager, who remarked, "Though the crown prince lacks a primary consort, as his side consort, you ought to consider the royal lineage. Do you understand, yes-eyed consort?" Huan's gaze remained neutral. "I cannot dictate the affairs of the crown prince. With only you in the crown prince's quarters, how can there be offspring?" Huan replied, "Oh, the crown prince's palace harbors many concubines." Zhao Xinran observed the composed woman, wondering if she had been similarly detached in her past life. The memory eluded her. The Empress Dowager slammed her cup down forcefully, inquiring, "Yes-side consort, do you find favor in the two beauties I have bestowed upon you?" "As long as your majesty is satisfied," the Empress Dowager responded through gritted teeth, realizing that her own contentment bore little significance. "Do you harbor dissatisfaction towards me?" "Yes-side consort?" Huan feigned surprise. "I would never dare, your majesty." "Why do you think so?" "The number of individuals vying for the crown prince's affection will only increase. It is your duty to expand the family. I shall heed your majesty's wise counsel." Zhao Xinran regarded the impassive woman, pondering how she had overlooked her capabilities previously. Suppressing her urge to have the woman kneel outside, she waved her hand dismissively. "Very well. Take them away." Huan bowed, expressing her gratitude for the Empress Dowager's decree. She turned to depart, ensuring to escort the two beauties along. Zhao Xinran was momentarily taken aback. Had the decree truly been issued? Such proclamations were matters of state. She had merely intended to test the waters for the Zhao family by sending someone to retrieve two concubines. How vexing! If the emperor learned of her interference in the crown prince's inner court, Huan had even provided the two maidens with cloaks, solely because their garments were far too scant. Bringing them out would surely create a stunning spectacle, drawing the attention of many. Indeed, Baiyun Temple was bustling with matrimonial prospects. In just a few days, the Eastern Palace had become crowded. How fortunate she was in matters of romance. Chapter 17. The feng shui of the Eastern Palace nourishes the spirit. Huan returned to the Eastern Palace with the two individuals, delegating the matters to the steward without concern for trivialities. Wang Zhenzhi was summoned to the Xianzheng Hall by Emperor Jinghong. The emperor picked up a memorial, stating that the Empress Dowager had decreed the bestowal of two official courtesans upon him. "Your son is aware," he replied with a soft sigh, recognizing the insatiable desires of the Zhao family. "They must not touch what belongs to me." Emperor Jinghong chuckled. "Indeed, I am the emperor, but I am not foolish. You must exercise caution. Do not allow anyone to seize upon your weaknesses." "Your son shall heed your words," Wang Zhenzhi replied. Zhao Fu followed closely behind him, and the steward arranged for them to be settled in the Western Gardens. "What of her?" Cao Fu inquired. It was said that the Empress Dowager wished for Concubine Yi to assist in receiving them. However, Concubine Yi interpreted this as a decree from the Empress Dowager. Wang Zhenzhi's gaze softened. She had always been astute. In the Chuanqi Palace, Huan cradled a plate of powdered glutinous rice cakes, engrossed in a small sketchbook before her. As a concubine, she had no obligation to greet other concubines and found solace in her solitude. Xiaoqian approached. Concubine Li and Concubine Lu are outside the palace. Yi Huan dusted her fingers with powdered sugar and instructed that they be brought into the main hall. Lu Sui and Li Xie were somewhat astonished. They had visited many times, yet this was their first invitation into the hall. After a brief wait, Yi Huan entered. Lu Sui and Li Xie bowed respectfully. Concubine Yi. Yi Huan waved her hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Liu Sui scrutinized Yi Huan et ses visage, biting her lip in frustration. When had she become so alluring? She had previously regarded her as a mere plain woman. Li Xie, taken aback by Yi Huan's beauty, concealed her astonishment, but thoughts of the women's scent previously sparked speculation in her mind. Lu Sui stepped forward. Concubine Yi, is it true that the Empress Dowager decreed for you to receive 2 official courtesans? With a smile, Yi Huan replied, indeed. Lu Sui fidgeted with her handkerchief, feeling threatened by the arrival of rivals, especially those of higher standing. The Empress Dowager's decree could not be disregarded. Li Xie remained silent, merely observing. Lu Sui bit her lip, and what is Highness? Yi Huan interrupted, fixing her gaze upon Lu Sui. Concubine Lu. Attending to His Highness is the duty of the women of the Eastern Palace. Do not overstep and incur His Highness's displeasure. Lu Sui glared at her, but dared not retaliate. The words were flattering, yet she alone enjoyed the favor. Serving His Highness felt like serving thin air. Her frustration boiled within her. Having failed to extract the information she sought, Lu Sui excused herself and returned to her courtyard. Li Xie, as usual, carried a food box and, seemingly casually, inquired, how does Concubine Yi maintain such fair and smooth skin? Surely, there must be some beauty regimen? Yi Huan raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it is the nourishing feng shui of the Eastern Palace. Li Xie could barely suppress her laughter, quickly inventing an excuse to retreat to her quarters. The feng shui of the Eastern Palace was merely the prince himself. How insufferable. One day, she would have her turn. That night, after bathing, Wang Zhenzhi arrived at Chuanxi Palace. Yi Huan was wringing out her damp hair when she noticed him glancing elsewhere. A smile crept across Wang Zhenzhi's lips as he took a handkerchief to dry her dark tresses. Yi Huan gathered her emotions, her voice playfully teasing. Why does His Highness not seek out the new beauties and come to visit me? He remained silent, finishing drying her hair before enveloping her in his embrace. What beauty can possess such tender allure as mine? Yi Huan turned around, playfully tapping his chest, and said, Your Highness, do not jest with me. I am speaking earnestly. Wang Zhenzhi, affectionately grasping her delicate hand, replied, The matter has already been settled. Yi Huan gasped, Somahat astonished. The Empress Dowager's decree had brought the individual here today. Yet by nightfall they had vanished. Tentatively, Yi Huan ventured, Your Highness, might this not be ill-advised? If the Empress Dowager learns of it, I shall surely bear the blame. Fear not. I have taken care of it. He reassured her. The Zhao family, allied with the Empress Dowager, posed no threat to him, especially since they sought to meddle in his affairs. He had initially intended to feign the role of a jealous woman, yet he had swiftly resolved the situation. Indeed, a remarkable man effortlessly resolves all matters. Wang Zhenzhi held her hand with practiced ease, his lips brushing against the nape of her neck, warm breath cascading over her. Yi Huan felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. The silhouettes intertwined on the ground, as the air grew thick with an intimate warmth, gradually intensifying. In the Empress Dowager's palace, a cup shattered, scattering shards across the floor. Granny Zhao gently patted the Empress Dowager's back, urging, Your Majesty must take care of your health. The Empress Dowager, breathless with indignation, seethed at the Crown Prince's blatant disregard for her. Though she had issued the decree first, she was still an elder, deserving of respect. Granny Zhao sighed, reflecting on the Zhao family's dwindling influence. The emperor, in the prime of his life, held power firmly in his grasp. Unlike the early days of his reign, when the Zhao family's might was unmatched. Now, every action required careful consideration. After pondering, the Empress Dowager quietly instructed, Inform Zhao Difu that it is time to act. Yes. Wang Zhenzhi, was awakened early in the morning by the woman nestled in his arms, tugging at the flesh around his waist. "Ouch, what is it?" he murmured, resting his chin atop her head. "Your Highness, please release me," Huan said, feeling a sense of discomfort upon waking. Upon inspection, she confirmed her suspicions. Her monthly visitor had arrived, staining the sheets. She had intended to rise and tidy up, but his embrace was too tight, rendering her immobile. The onset of her period had transformed her mood considerably. Wang Zhenzhi remained still. With no other option, Huan confessed, "My period has come. Your Highness, please let go." Upon rising, she noticed not only the sheets were stained, but so too was his attire. Covering her face in embarrassment, she lamented, "This is what it means to nurture one's body. Previously, it was a light drizzle. Now it is a torrential downpour. An escape is impossible." Once refreshed, Huan sat in a daze, feeling lethargic, though the discomfort was bearable. Wang Zhenzhi cradled her hands atop her abdomen, gently massaging. "How do you feel? Is the pain still present?" Huan shook her head. "With your Highness's care, I feel much better than before. I have a day off today. I shall keep you company." Huan yearned for tranquility. Wang Zhenzhi gazed down at her, noting her subdued demeanor due to her condition. After coaxing her to finish her meal, he returned from outside, cradling something. Soft and cuddly, guess what this is? A small puppy's bark suddenly broke the silence. Wang Zhenzhi presented the dog to Huan, settling beside her. This was discovered by the solitary yesterday, though in truth, it was found by him near the carriage. For reasons unknown, he decided to bring the dog home. "Ah, just a little puppy." Huan reached out to embrace it. The puppy was entirely black, without a single stray hair, plump, and seemingly just separated from its mother. "Do you like it?" Huan looked up. "Your Highness, is it a gift for me? May I give it a name?" "Certainly." "Then let us call it, since it's so dark to buy." "The black dog, how delightful!" it protested. Wang Zhenzhi was momentarily taken aback before laughing. He patted her head, realizing that the naming of their future children would depend on him. "Dabai, do you like it?" "The black dog, Dabai. Woof woof." "Is that how much you like it?" Barking so joyfully. Stroking the puppy's head, it was so soft, like touching cotton. Cradled in her arms, one could even catch a hint of a milky fragrance. The next day, news reached the Eastern Palace that Concubine's little days were coming. Everyone speculated which fortunate individual would be summoned. Lu Sui was summoned to the chambers the day after. Huan allowed her to enter. There was no particular reason. She simply found Lu Sui somewhat amusing. You might say she was envious, yet her heart was not malicious, just a bit foolish. Upon entering, Lu Sui immediately spotted the little black dog in Huan's arms. "Ah, this dog is truly adorable, so plump." Her eyes conveyed two words, "I want to pet it." Huan handed the dog to her. "Go ahead and pet it." Lu Sui was satisfied. This little creature was a rarity, curing her bad mood from the past few days. "What is this little darling called?" "Dabai." Lu Sui looked down at the dog in her arms, pitch black, without a single stray hair in sight. The naming skills of Concubine are truly beyond the ordinary. Huan scoffed, lacking taste. "This name is unexpectedly clever. Don't you understand?" "Never mind. I shan't argue with someone of poor taste." She had Xiao Chun bring out a few plates of snacks. Dabai and Lu Sui's arms began to wriggle. Lu Sui exclaimed, "This little fellow has quite the keen nose," sensing the food the moment it arrived. "Dabai, of course I am a dog." Huan observed the greedy little dog and had someone bring out a plate of mincemeat. Lu Sui took a bite of the snack, and indeed, the delicacies from Chuanchi Palace are exquisite. Even the snacks surpassed those from her own humble abode. How infuriating! Raising her head, she found it even more vexing. This woman is also so beautiful. She could only eat voraciously, channeling her frustrations into the pastries. Xiao Chun watched Lu Sui, indeed a bit foolish, with all her thoughts written plainly on her face. Little skit. Lu Sui, this dog is so cute, I want one too. Huan, it was given by His Highness. Lu Sui, how infuriating. Chapter 18. Provocation. Once Lu Sui returned to her own courtyard, she recalled the purpose of her visit today. She was so angry she began to stomp her feet. Just then, a little maid set down the pastries brought back from Chuanchi Palace. Upon seeing them, Lu Sui became even more upset. Eat, eat, eat. All she knows is to eat. She felt like throwing them away, yet couldn't bear to do so. After all, the pastries had done no wrong. Recently, envoys were about to arrive at court, and the crown prince was busy with preparations. Logically, such matters should not fall upon the crown prince. However, the nation that has come to the court is precisely the pastoral kingdom that has engaged in several years of conflict with the Jing dynasty. The ministers believed that sending the crown prince could diminish their prestige. Emperor Jinghong intended for Prince and to take charge, but ultimately, the crown prince intervened, arranging for himself to oversee matters while Prince and would handle the reception, accompanied by Prince Ping. All three sons participated, and none expressed dissent. The crown prince often found himself occupied until the midnight hour, choosing to spend the night in his study to avoid disturbing her during her delicate time. He thought of this and acted accordingly, even informing Zhao Fu to notify Huan of the arrangements. However, those in the Eastern Palace remained unaware. Observing the crown prince spending several nights in the study, they assumed that consort Yi had fallen out of favor. Li Xie, upon hearing this news, believed the moment had arrived. For 2 consecutive days, he sent nourishing soups to the study, all of which were received. Fortunately, during this time, she had been consuming fertility-enhancing broths and had prepared various items to bolster her spirits. Even a single instance would suffice. As night fell, Zhao Fu stood outside the door, yawning. The later the crown prince stayed awake, the longer he remained awake as well. Since the arrival of consort Yi, he had not been accustomed to such late nights, and this sudden shift was disconcerting. He missed consort Yi. Inside, Wang Zhenzhi called out Zhao Fu. Upon hearing his name, Zhao Fu slapped his face and entered. Your Highness. Wang Zhenzhi did not lift his gaze, fixated on the memorial, and inquired, Where is she? The attendant replied that she was asleep. At this hour, even the roosters had begun to crow. After a moment, noticing that the man had yet to depart, Wang Zhenzhi urged him to speak. With a grin, Zhao Fu considered his words carefully and finally said, For the past few days, Li Shiji has been sending nourishing soups daily. They are indeed beneficial, but they are all revitalizing concoctions. The mention of such potent tonics reminded Zhao Fu of a time when he had provided the crown prince with them daily, resulting in the crown prince suffering from a nosebleed and nearly facing punishment. It was a rather amusing misunderstanding, and Zhao Fu instinctively touched his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. Wang Zhenzhi responded with a nonchalant hum, and after a pause, instructed, keep a close watch on her. After this interlude, the man lost interest in continuing the conversation. He rose and approached the window, gazing at the moon, having not seen it for several days. In contrast to the crown prince's solitude, the spring nest palace was quite lively. After acquiring the large white cat, Huan subsequently welcomed a large black cat. The latter was discovered by the large white cat and brought home by Xiao Chun. On the day the black cat was rescued, it was covered in mud and unknown filth, so emaciated that its bones were visible, with claw marks marring its face. Whenever Wang Zhenzhi found a moment of leisure, he would see the white cat nestled in her arms. Has it been dewormed? Huan looked up to see the tall man standing before her, his tone laced with surprise. Your Highness, when did you return? Have you finished your duties? The imperial physician had already examined it, and, as she spoke, she handed the cat to Xiao Chun. The large white cat twirled its tail around the man's feet. Not yet. I found some free time, he added. For the next few days, I won't be so busy. I will return to sleep at night. Huan felt a surge of happiness. To be honest, she had grown accustomed to his embrace at night. With no one around these past few days, she felt as though something was amiss. Xiao Chun took the large white and black cats away, leaving just the two of them in the courtyard. Huan rose and embraced him. Does your Highness miss me? His hand rested on her waist, and he responded with a low, affirmative sound. He then led Huan indoors. Wang Zhenzhi remained silent, quietly observing her, which made Huan feel a shiver run down her spine. Dabai squeezed in, followed by a frail black cat. Huan averted her gaze and embraced the black cat, saying, This is our sweet daughter. Wang Zhenzhi raised an eyebrow. When did I become a father? Huan awkwardly clarified, What I meant was, our child will be just as well-behaved as her. She wished for a different way to express herself. Her current words felt inadequate. Closing her eyes in resignation, she lamented how her words were becoming increasingly muddled. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly, remarking, "I understand. You simply desire a child." He glanced at the white cat cradled in her arms, affirming, "Indeed, a daughter," before reaching out to take it. Huan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the man would humor her words. In this era, treating animals as children could easily invite scorn. She realized she had underestimated him. He inquired, "Where did you find the black cat?" Huan collected her scattered thoughts, explaining, "Dabai discovered it. Dabai is quite remarkable. When Xiao Chun saw it, she thought it was dead." Observing the tall man holding the frail white cat, Huan felt a sense of tenderness contrasting with his otherwise stoic demeanor. As she stood lost in thought, he playfully pinched her cheek while holding the cat with the other hand. "What are you pondering?" Huan noticed the unabashed affection in his gaze and smiled. "Thinking of your highness." Wang Zhenzhi paused momentarily. He had been contemplating her for days, and their recent lack of meetings had made him susceptible to her charms, albeit only in relation to Huan. "Do not tease me." Huan laughed softly. "Why do you speak of me in such a manner, your highness?" She leaned closer, causing her body to tense. With a playful smile, she beckoned to take the siblings Dabai and Dahe away. Huan closed the door and approached the man with a beaming expression. In a sweet tone, she asked, "Why are you ignoring me, your highness?" She leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, while her hands caressed the nape of his neck. "Your highness?" Wang Zhenzhi replied in a low voice. "I will not let you off easily." Huan widened her sparkling eyes, feigning innocence. "How could your highness think of me this way? I merely miss you. Is that so wrong?" The man swallowed hard. "It is permissible." Huan leaned against his shoulder, knowing that he treated her the best. The hand at her waist unconsciously tightened its grip. Suddenly, a soft kiss landed on her lips. "Your highness?" Huan feigned confusion, not understanding the sudden change. Wang Zhenzhi maintained his composure. Whether in body or spirit, he desired her. Humans are inherently greedy, and how could he not be? "Call me Ziji. Ziji, Ziji." When Huan awoke, Dabai was sitting on the floor, wagging its tail joyfully. She patted herself and sat up. Wang Zhenzhi was holding a bowl of meat porridge. "Your highness did not leave. With Ruru here, where could I possibly go? Eat. You've worked hard all afternoon." After spending so much time together, Huan was no longer intimidated by him. Upon hearing his words, she shot him a glare. How foolish she had been to succumb to such impulses. He had not deterred her, but rather seemed to revel in it. Today marks a double update. Chapter 19. This is familiar territory. Huan comfortably indulged in the prince's attentions. After consuming a bowl of warm porridge, she felt revitalized. She vowed never to be so reckless as to seduce anyone again. The exertion was simply too exhausting. After attending to his needs, she nimbly lay down in bed, holding him close. Truth be told, Wang Zhenzhi was quite astonished by her actions. Did this imply she harbored some affection for him? As envoys entered the capital, a banquet was held in the palace. It was rumored that the kingdom of Mu had brought a princess for a marriage alliance. That's only because of the crown prince, someone remarked. We certainly don't covet such alliances, another chimed in. A group of guards gathered to chat. Tonight, they were to host the envoys. The kingdom of Mu had sent its second prince, Mu Feng, the third prince, Mu Di, and the grand princess, Mu Yu, along with a retinue of envoys. After arranging a series of security measures, Wang Zhenzhi entrusted all authority to Prince and Prince Ping. After all, they were merely a defeated nation, unworthy of a royal welcome from the Jing dynasty's crown prince. The previous time-consuming efforts were merely a guise to gather intelligence, eliminating unknown risks. On the night of the banquet, as the only woman in the crown prince's inner circle, Huan was also required to attend. She needed to present herself impeccably. The crown prince sat to the lower left of the emperor, with other princes following suit. Ministers and their families occupied the lower right, with the envoys already seated. Huan found herself beside the crown prince, inevitably attracting subtle glances. After all, this was her first formal appearance, and she was the only woman of the crown prince. It hadn't been long since the last spring banquet when Wang Zhenzhi had whisked her away. As the banquet commenced and the envoys took their seats, the second prince of Mu, Mu Feng, instantly spotted her amidst the crowd, a breathtaking beauty. Further up, he noticed she belonged to the crown prince, which made it all the more intriguing. Naturally, the Grand Princess Mu Yu also noticed, though her gaze was fixed on the handsome man, rather than the woman who seemed to dazzle too brightly. Though the crown prince had defeated the kingdom of Mu, it merely underscored his capabilities. As the Grand Princess, she was naturally inclined to wed the most capable and formidable man. Wang Zhenzhi felt a scorching gaze fixed upon him, which he found irksome. The second prince Mu Feng raised his wine cup to the Emperor Jing Hong, proclaiming, "Indeed, the Jing kingdom is prosperous and strong. The kingdom of Mu wishes to foster a close alliance with Jing. To demonstrate our sincerity, we offer 3,000 fine horses and 1,000 cattle and sheep. Moreover, we bring Princess Yu for this union." Emperor Jing Hong responded, "This is only fitting. Let us raise our cups to celebrate the alliance between the Jing and Mu kingdoms." The music and dance commenced below. Who could resist such fine wine and beautiful companions? Wang Zhenzhi squeezed Yi Huan's hand, pondering her thoughts. "Yi Huan, wie spirit. Look at Princess Yu of Mu. Her gaze is not strayed from you." "It has nothing to do with me," he replied. Yi Huan shot him a reproachful glance. "Your Highness, I am merely conversing with you." Wang Zhenzhi toyed with her delicate fingers beneath the table, a choice she did not possess. Has choice always belonged to the chosen? The absence of choice creates one. Before long, the emperor, accompanied by the empress, returned to the palace. Wang Zhenzhi was summoned away as well. Yi Huan led Xiao Chun towards the back. The front courtyard was excessively noisy. It was manageable at first, but once the emperor departed and the crowd relaxed, it became truly cacophonous. Before long, a man approached the small pavilion. Yi, the side concubine, the second prince. Yi Huan bowed her head in acknowledgement. Mu Feng stood outside the pavilion, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, she was the woman of the war god of Jinghua. Yi Huan regarded him, remaining silent. He continued, "Ordinary folk truly cannot compare." Yi Huan smiled without warmth, for such was the nature of Jinghua. "I wonder, does Yi, the side concubine, have any sisters?" "No. This prince harbors no ill intentions. I merely wish to know if the sisters of Yi, the side concubine, are as beautiful as she." Yi Huan chuckled lightly. "Your Highness must be mistaken. I have no sisters. I must take my leave for other matters. Please enjoy the scenery." Mu Feng instinctively reached out, but a voice came from behind. "Yi, the side concubine." Xiao Haizi rushed over, panting, "Side concubine, why are you here?" "His Highness is in urgent need of you. I shall take my leave first." Xiao Chun's short dagger hidden in her sleeve was about to be revealed, but was quickly retracted. Mu Feng was unconcerned. To him, even a wife could be exchanged, let alone a mere concubine. With the beauty absent, he saw no point in lingering there. Just as he was about to leave, a palace maid intercepted him. Xiao Haizi led Yi Huan to the side room, where Zhao Fu stood outside. Upon seeing Yi Huan, he hurried forward. "Yi, the side concubine, you are hard to find. His Highness is in trouble. You must go and see." Zhao Fu opened the door, allowing Yi Huan to enter alone before securely closing it. Inside, candles flickered, but Yi Huan could not see anyone. "Your Highness?" Ruan, I am inside." The man's voice was deep and resonant. Yi Huan understood immediately. He was experienced. "Your Highness, have you taken medicine again?" "This time, the medicine is potent. Mere application is futile. If held back too long, one may perish." That was why Zhao Fu had urgently sent for her. Ruan, come here." As Yi Huan approached, the world spun around her. There was no opportunity to speak. Matters proceeded directly. Zhao Fu stood guard outside, muttering to himself. In the following days, more work awaited. After the crown prince withdrew, a young servant mentioned that Chancellor Zhao was seeking him, claiming to have captured a spy. Wang Zhenzhi followed the servant. This was a diplomatic banquet. Wang Zhenzhi was unafraid of any tricks. The servant entered the room and promptly retreated. Following behind, Zhao Fu paused after a few steps. Zhao Fu's eyes widened as he looked inside and then retreated. "Sir, there's a woman from the Zhao family inside." Upon hearing the commotion, the woman on the bed called out sweetly, "Your Highness." Wang Zhenzhi frowned. "Handle it." Exiting the room, Wang Zhenzhi felt a familiar heat rise within him. The Zhao family was indeed impressive. He was so infuriated that he wanted to laugh. If they sought no path to survival, then let them not live. Zhao Fu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The crown prince was furious. Since returning to the capital, apart from displaying such an expression before Concubine Yi, it was the first time the prince had smiled so. Zhao Fu escorted someone to a secluded side hall and immediately sent Xiao Haizi to find Huan. The situation was urgent. After neutralizing the effects of the drug, Wang Zhenzhi carried the person directly back to the Eastern Palace. His subordinates dared not even breathe. In the study, Yu Cheng lay on the ground. His drink had been tampered with, combining with items in the room to create a potent aphrodisiac. This drug could only achieve balance through harmony of yin and yang. Otherwise, it would lead to explosive demise. The one who administered the drug was already deceased. Wang Zhenzhi twirled the jade ring on his finger, pondering the whereabouts of that woman. "She has been dealt with," came the reply. "Very well, you may leave." After Yu Cheng exited, he felt his heart racing furiously. The oppressive atmosphere of the prince was more exhilarating than combat. At the intersection, he encountered Zhao Fu, who winked at him. Zhao Fu was too preoccupied to notice, anxiously awaiting his turn in the study. "Concubine, sir," she entered the palace of her own accord. "The Zhao family has already arranged a marriage with Biangua." Wang Zhenzhi scoffed, truly a case of making the most of resources. Biangua was the deputy commander of the Tango camp, recently appointed and already over 40 years old. His previous wife had died, leaving him with a stern and vengeful disposition. "Release the news tomorrow." "Understood." Of all the people to provoke, why the crown prince? It was common knowledge in the capital that Li Xie frequented brothels, suffering from a host of ailments that even dogs would shun. The Zhao family was doomed. Wang Zhenzhi held the soft figure in his arms, his palm gliding over her delicate back, smoothing her raven locks. "Your Highness, you have nearly become a frequent patron of that drug." Huan nestled against his chest. Wang Zhenzhi reclined against the bed, caressing her back. "Only you dare to say such things to me." Huan pouted. "I speak out of concern." Indeed, it had been a trying time for her. She shot him a playful glare. "You're being inappropriate." "I'm tired," she sighed. "Rest assured, I won't disturb you." "That is a relief." The drug's effects were too intense, lacking in restraint. He recalled her cheeks had flushed after he had administered the medicine earlier. Now, he wished to observe her closely. Huan clutched his arm, hastily declaring, "I am fine now, truly. I checked while bathing." "I remain unconvinced," he replied, beginning to lift her clothes. "I only wish to take a look." Huan was speechless. "Is that really what matters?" "I have no such proclivities." Embarrassing. Her protest fell on deaf ears. Today, with squinted eyes, she was typing away at the computer. Her glasses were still at the optician. From a state of grace to one of despair. Chapter 20. Never provoke the crown prince. Wang Zhenzhi, aware of her shyness, refrained from teasing. After washing his hands, he lay beside her, wrapping his arms around her. He relished the satisfaction of holding her close, feeling her presence beside him. That night, a major incident unfolded in the Zhao family. The legitimate daughter of the Zhao family had been involved with a notorious scion of the capital. Deputy Commander Bian showed up at their door to call off the engagement, leaving no dignity for the Zhao family. Under the crown prince's directive, this scandal became known to all, from the emperor to the common folk, regarding the disgraceful actions of the Zhao family's daughter. Empress Dowager Zhao remained silent upon hearing the news. She held a fondness for the child, having grown close to her since childhood. However, the importance of her family far outweighed that of a mere child. A few days later, Zhao Xinrui was directly sent away by the Zhao family to become a concubine of Li Shijing. In a state of despair, Zhao Xinrui could not fathom that the crown prince would act in such a manner. She believed that her affections were worth more than a mere straw. On the day Zhao Xinrui was dispatched, Zhao Xinran visited her. Her dear sister had indeed brought ruin upon herself, thus saving Zhao Xinran the trouble of doing so herself. Zhao Xinran felt a deep-seated gratitude towards this person. Zhao Xinrui, in a frenzy, was swiftly silenced by Zhao Difu, who had her bound and hurriedly sent away. Lady Zhao wept helplessly beside them. Zhao Xinrui's gaze swept across the crowd, filled with loathing for everyone. Her eyes, as if laced with poison, fixated on Zhao Difu and Lady Zhao. A servant struck her down with a blow. Upon hearing the news, Huan remarked to Xiao Chun, "One should not be overly complacent." Xiao Chun, perplexed, wondered how the affairs of the Zhao family had turned into a lesson on life. The master's thoughts were indeed erratic, yet held a semblance of truth. Wang Zhenzhi, newly arrived, grimaced upon hearing that name, only to feel warmth upon seeing Huan. "Your Highness." Zhao Fu, perceptive as ever, led a group away, granting the two some privacy. Huan, cradling the drowsy Dehe in her arms, beckoned him, "Your Highness, do come closer." The man seated himself beside her. Huan, unreserved, leaned against him. "Your Highness, do not frown. Be cautious, or I may grow weary of your appearance." "Can one be so soft?" Huan, gently stroking Dehe, nodded earnestly. "I too am shallow, such is my nature." "Your Highness, without a beautiful facade, who would wish to explore the intriguing depths within?" Wang Zhenzhi pinched her cheek. I am not." "Your Highness, you speak true. One must be as perfunctory as possible in appearance." Wang Zhenzhi offered no further words. What could be spoken was too simple, yet he would take action. The Dali court, under orders, raided the homes of the Li family. He, accompanied by a throng of constables, stormed into the Li residence. Box after box of gold and silver was seized, and the common folk whispered amongst themselves. He felt the goosebumps rise on his arms, silently vowing to never provoke the crown prince. The prince dealt with the issues at their root. Death was one thing. A fate worse than death was truly terrifying. Zhao Xinrui, hearing of the raid, felt her mind blank and collapsed. When she regained consciousness, she found herself among her family. Men were beheaded, and women forced into prostitution. Zhao Xinrui had struggled to accept Li Xiejin, a man she deemed worthless, and now her situation had devolved to this. She could not bear it. Shouting for the guards to search for her Zhao family. She could not be exiled. Her family would surely rescue her. The guards, not to be trifled with, urged her to calm down, but when she refused, one delivered a kick. Zhao Xinrui fell, blood trickling from her mouth, her face smeared with tears and snot. How could she not understand her current plight? Zhao Xinran, upon hearing the news, nearly burst into laughter. The greatest calamity in her life was indeed being dealt with truly. The heavens had opened their eyes. She resolved to offer incense diligently to the Buddha. Upon hearing that the Li family had been raided, King Ping nearly fainted. Although Li Pingchong appeared to be an underling of Zhao Difu, in truth, he was aligned with a different faction. Not only had he lost a formidable piece on the chessboard, but he had also forfeited a valuable informant. Enraged, Wang Ping was driven by a desire to seek vengeance against the wretched individual responsible. Wang Zhenzhi, upon reviewing the secret letter presented by his dark guard, felt no surprise. He had intended to move against the Li family all along. The emergence of Zhao Xinrui had merely accelerated his plans. By targeting the Li family, he could also cast suspicion upon the Zhao family. After all, it was quite reasonable to assume that the renowned daughter of the Zhao family had become a concubine of the Li family, allowing for expressions of hatred to be justified. As the weather grew increasingly warm, Huan found herself craving cool delights, longing for several bowls of icy dessert each day. Wang Zhenzhi had instructed that she should limit herself to only one bowl per day, reasoning that it was for her own good. Alas, though she understood his intentions, her cravings were insatiable. The rising heat made everyone languid. In early spring, Huan had relished sitting beneath the trees, but now she avoided going outside at all. Living in the East Palace had made her increasingly delicate. The harsh sun only served to redden her skin, while mosquitoes delighted in biting her. She remained cloistered within the palace, growing weary of the tale she had read. She picked up the unfinished nightgown again, exclaiming with delight that it was finally complete. Huan eagerly awaited Wang Zhenzhi's return, hoping to surprise him. She knew he had long desired a nightgown made by her own hands. However, before he arrived, news reached her. Princess Yu intended to become a concubine for the crown prince. Huan, feeling dismayed, tossed the nightgown aside, preparing to welcome the newcomer. Judging by the intimate glances Princess Yu had cast at the crown prince during the last envoy banquet, it was clear that trouble was brewing. Upon entering, Wang Zhenzhi sensed an unusual atmosphere. What had transpired today? Huan's demeanor was one of irritation. She claimed it was merely because she had not been able to enjoy her icy dessert. Wang Zhenzhi, not easily deceived, recognized that her expression was not merely due to that. Had she heard some news? Huan, not bothering to conceal it, declared, I heard that Princess Yu of Mu Kingdom intends to serve the Crown Prince. I know the Crown Prince is not solely mine. I am merely curious. He embraced her, responding, Princess, you will become a concubine of King Ping. Yi Huan replied with a hesitant, sensing something amiss. King Ping? Indeed. I vanquished the Mu Kingdom. I have never been one to leave behind potential troubles, lest they lead to unforeseen consequences. The Mu Kingdom would never willingly accept being a vassal state. Yi Huan picked up the nightgown she had set aside and said, Your Highness, look, this is the nightgown I made for you. Please try it on and see if it fits. Wang Zhenzhi took the nightgown but did not examine it closely. Instead, he set it aside, replying, No hurry, I will try it later. With that, he carried her into the inner chamber. Softly, help me try it on? He teased, his thoughts straying. Yi Huan nestled in his embrace, attempting to redirect his thoughts. I am clumsy, Your Highness. Perhaps you should do it yourself, or call someone to assist. Her lips were sealed, and he disregarded her plea. Wang Zhenzhi playfully tossed her onto the soft bed. His gaze was dim, and his voice carried a somber tone, as he yearned for her assistance. Was it not a trivial request? Yi Huan swallowed nervously, tentatively beginning to assist the man in removing his outer garments. Wang Zhenzhi quietly awaited her ministrations, offering no protest as she fussed over him. After a considerable time, Yi Huan finally managed to peel off his coat. Though the allure of his masculine form was undeniable, one must not indulge excessively. She gulped, feeling a twinge of guilt. Let the imagination run wild. Ultimately, the man donned the night clothes she had crafted, yet Yi Huan lacked the strength to look upon him. Wang Zhenzhi pressed his lips together, exuding an air of contentment. Seizing the moment, Yi Huan inquired about a bowl of icy dessert, only to be met with a cold refusal from the man. Gritting her teeth, she delivered a playful kick to his calf. Wang Zhenzhi burst into laughter, finding her feeble attempt to be akin to a kitten's gentle scratch. Upon hearing his laughter, Yi Huan turned away, closing her eyes to avoid his gaze. How vexing. All she desired was a taste, yet it felt like an insurmountable task. The time for indulgence had passed. Tomorrow would be the day. Yi Huan promptly turned back, embracing the man and kissing his cheek. Oh, what a benevolent soul. How gracious the prince was towards her. Wang Zhenzhi pinched her cheek, declaring that his willingness to indulge her was a sign of his affection. But if he were to be stubborn, she would be left to sulk. Yet, was this not the princess' indulgence? Wang Zhenzhi's lips curled into a smile, attributing the blame to himself. A small interlude. Wang Zhenzhi fishing for icy dessert, with Yi Huan eagerly exclaiming, I want to eat. It's all mine. Chapter 21. The family feast. As the days grew warmer, Yi Huan remained reclusive within the spring rest palace, refusing to venture outside. The prince had the ice delivered directly to her sanctuary. The heat of the day was unbearable, and she preferred the coolness of her quarters. On one such day, Wang Zhenzhi informed Yi Huan that they would soon retreat to the summer villa for a month or two. She was reluctant to move. On the day of their departure to the summer villa, Wang Zhenzhi set out with Yi Huan, Lu Sui, and Li Xie. Yi Huan shared a carriage with Wang Zhenzhi, where blocks of ice were placed to keep them cool. She lounged lazily to one side. You may wonder why Wang Zhenzhi did not embrace her this time. It was simply because Yi Huan found him too warm, like a furnace, and preferred to keep her distance. Though the prince had been stationed at the borders to fend off enemies in recent years, he had always sent provisions each year. Upon arriving at the villa, they would each retire to their own palaces. The palaces at the summer villa, while not as grand as the imperial palace, were exquisite in their own right. The emperor, accompanied by the empress, Concubine Zhao, and Concubine Li, took residence in the eastern palace. The prince resided in the east as well, with the largest courtyard among the princes. In the courtyard stood a massive tree, beneath which a swing had been constructed. Deeper within the courtyard, past the sleeping chambers, lay a spring surrounded by artificial hills, an ideal spot for bathing. After settling in, they would dine with the emperor that evening. Yi Huan slumped in a chair, utterly fatigued. The journey by carriage had left her drained. One word described her: lazy. Shortly after his arrival, Wang Zhenzhi was summoned by the emperor. Lu Sui and Li Xie were accommodated further away from the prince's quarters to avoid disturbing him. The guards, Shousong and Shouju, began patrolling the vicinity of the palace to enhance security. Little Qiu and Little Dong immediately commandeered the small kitchen within the palace. Although the villa is equipped with a grand kitchen, it primarily caters to the emperor and his entourage, along with a few high-ranking officials. The princes typically have their own kitchens. Wang Zhenzhi accompanied Huan to a banquet hosted by the emperor. The gathering was modest in scale, mainly consisting of the emperor's immediate family, while several ministers remained in their own quarters, granted leave by the emperor out of consideration for their rest. By the time Wang Zhenzhi and Huan arrived, most of the guests had already assembled. Consort Zhao had not attended due to a headache, and Consort Li was resting due to her frail health. Seated at the table were Wang Anji and his wife, Wang Pingji and his wife, along with the eldest princess, Wang Yuanji. Upon noticing the smile on Yuan's face, Wang Yunji's expression shifted slightly, and she murmured softly, "Why does my elder brother still bring someone along? Isn't this a family gathering?" Yuan, aware of the inappropriateness of speaking in such a setting, remained silent. The empress cast a glance at her. Although her face bore a smile, her eyes held a scrutinizing gaze. "The crown prince does not bring anyone. Do you expect him to come alone?" Wang Yuanji, oblivious to the underlying implication, carelessly remarked, "Then let my elder brother hasten to marry a crown princess." Wang Zhenzhi remained aloof, not even glancing at Wang Yuanji. "Your Majesty, my parents." Yuan followed behind to pay her respects. Such formalities were unnecessary at a family gathering. The emperor waved his hand, urging her to rise and take her seat promptly. The brothers nodded and proceeded to their places, acknowledging the familial nature of the event. Wang Anji initiated the conversation, suggesting that his elder brother should find a crown princess soon. The emperor concurred, stating, "Ziji, your second brother has a point." Huan, seated quietly to the side, smiled without speaking. She could discern the emperor's satisfaction with her presence, for otherwise, a mere concubine would not have been permitted to attend a family banquet. It was merely her lower status that was noted. Wang Zhenzhi placed a piece of tender meat into Huan's bowl, remarking, "Father, I currently have no such intentions." Wang Pingji added, "Elder brother, you are the crown prince, and there are no heirs in the rear court. The ministers are quite anxious. Third brother should focus on his own affairs. Your rear court is nearly ablaze." Wang Anji replied with a smile. Wang Pingji indeed had a considerable number of people in his rear court, along with many matters to attend to. He already had 4 or 5 children, none of whom were born to the crown princess. Before marrying the crown princess, Wang Pingji had already fathered 2 children. After marrying her, the situation became even more chaotic, with a multitude of women vying for his affection. Although Wang Pingji relished this attention, it was not something to be openly discussed, especially in the presence of the emperor, as it would imply he was indulgent in frivolities and lacked discipline. "Enough now. Today is a family gathering," the empress said, looking at Wang Zhenzhi. While it might be inappropriate to say so, her second and third brothers had valid points. She then placed a piece of fish in Wang Zhenzhi's bowl. As a mother, she understood her son's intentions well. Indeed, Huan was beautiful, poised, and graceful, embodying elegance in her every gesture, and she understood her role within her status. Unfortunately, her lower rank was a limiting factor. Observing her son's demeanor, it was evident he wished to elevate Huan's position, and as a mother, she naturally supported his aspirations. Born into royalty, the status of a crown princess is not one that just anyone can attain. Even if she were to consent, the emperor would likely face an incessant barrage of petitions from the ministers. Huan had long accepted this reality. She understood that being a crown princess was beyond her reach, and that being a favored concubine would suffice. The role of a legitimate wife entailed a multitude of responsibilities, and she lacked the ambition for such a position. As long as she possessed the prince's affection, she felt no need to be overly greedy. During dinner, the topic of the imperial examination arose, and Wang Pingji eagerly expressed his desire to take it on. The Emperor Jinghong, discerning his son's nature, recognized his boldness was not complemented by wisdom, yet he had a penchant for seeking the limelight. The crown prince occasionally interjected with a comment, but for the most part, he was silently attentive to Huan, occasionally serving her dishes. The emperor and the empress observed this and tacitly approved of his behavior. Wang Pingji's wife, Lady Huan, kept a watchful eye on Huan. The crown prince exhibited capability and finesse, demonstrating care for his beloved. Even Prince and showed concern for his own wife. In stark contrast, the man Lady Huan had wed seemed only preoccupied with his own indulgences, bringing his own mistress to the manor. By the end of the meal, Lady Huan found it utterly unpalatable. Upon seeing Wang Pingji, who was thoroughly inebriated, she ordered him to be taken to his concubine. Feeling disgusted at the thought of caring for him, Wang Pingji's favored concubine wore a cheerful smile, though internally she cursed. After all, they were merely struggling for sustenance. Why complicate matters? She gestured for the servants to attend to him. After washing up, Wang Zhenzhi continued to wring Huan's hair dry. "How is it?" Huan, eyes closed, assumed he was inquiring about her hair and responded with a murmur, praising the prince's unparalleled technique. Wang Zhenzhi halted his movements, disliking such casualness. Sitting on the bed, he asked again, "I have always known you to be sweet-tongued, but I am inquiring about your feelings regarding today's family banquet." Huan naturally leaned against his chest, responding, "It was quite pleasant, my lord. I ate and drank well, and you took care of me." Wang Zhenzhi lowered his gaze. Swallowing the words, he nearly spoke. There was no benefit in excessive discourse. Actions would speak louder than words. "Your Highness?" she prompted. "Yes, sleep now." He refrained from saying more, and Huan chose not to pry further. In a new environment, everything felt novel. Behind the manor lay a forest rich in ingredients ripe for the picking. Mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and little rabbits overwhelmed Huan's senses. There was simply too much to consume. Before long, Xiao Chan announced the arrival of the two princesses. Huan felt little desire to meet them. Princess Gu, wife of Wang An, stood tall, half a head above Huan. Following her was Lady Huan, Wang Pingji's wife, who bore a resemblance to a valiant general rather than a princess. Huan greeted Xiao Chun to arrange refreshments and tea as she rose to welcome the two ladies. "This courtyard is quite austere," remarked Princess Gu. Lady Huan internally scoffed, thinking it far more luxurious than her own residence. Huan smiled as, before their arrival, Xiao Chun had already briefed her on the two princesses' characteristics. Despite her reluctance, Lady Huan felt compelled to come, as her useless husband had persistently urged her to investigate. On the way, I fortuitously encountered Princess Gu, and we decided to join forces. The three of us were not well acquainted, and after exchanging a few casual remarks, the conversation dwindled into silence, leaving the atmosphere rather subdued. Huan tentatively invited. Would the two princesses care for a game of cards? Princess Huan, feeling somewhat bored, was eager to engage, while the beauty was indeed captivating. The lack of conversation rendered her presence less enjoyable. Without hesitation, Princess Huan responded affirmatively and turned to Princess Gu, who nodded in agreement, indicating that we were still one player short. Huan inquired with both princesses and had Xiao Chun summon Lu Sui. Thus, the four of us commenced our card game. As the afternoon wore on, Princess Huan gleaned not a single piece of intelligence. The hours slipped away in the throes of play. She ended up losing quite a substantial amount of silver. Though she was indifferent to the monetary loss, what truly vexed her was her abysmal luck. She scarcely won a hand. Lu Sui, on the other hand, was elated, her eyes sparkling with joy from her victories. Initially, upon hearing from Xiao Chun that they would be playing cards with the princesses, she was reluctant to join, feeling her status as a concubine paled in comparison to theirs. What if she inadvertently offended them? Thankfully, she did attend, for otherwise, she would have missed out on the chance to win some pocket change. Upon returning to her chamber, Princess Huan suddenly remembered the task she had intended to undertake. Never mind. The card game was rather enjoyable. What did it matter about that useless individual? When Wang Pingji learned of his princess's return, he eagerly approached her, inquiring about any news. Princess Huan frowned and retorted, "That is the crown prince's palace. If it were so simple, why do you not investigate yourself?" Wang Pingji found her reasoning sound and donned a smile, acknowledging, "You are right, my dear. I've been too hasty." Princess Huan, disinterested, dismissed him, advising do not frequent this place. Avoid raising suspicions. In truth, she was simply averse to the sight of this distasteful man. Very well, she said, ushering him out. Wang Pingji hesitated, having hoped to indulge her that day, thinking such affection would motivate her to be more attentive. However, he was unceremoniously expelled. Perhaps she was feeling jealous? Realizing this, he understood that his drunken escapade at the concubine's quarters the previous night was the cause of her ire. Rest assured, my princess, you shall always remain my only one, he declared before departing, grateful he did not turn back. Otherwise, he would have witnessed the disdain etched across Princess Huan's face. Who cares about your pitiful position? Princess Huan rolled her eyes, thinking, vanity is a malady that needs remedying. Miss, such words are ill-advised, Luo Hong hastily interjected, attempting to curb her mistress's reckless behavior. Pray tell, whose daughter are you? Luo Hong bowed her head, replying, yours, Mississippi. Then what I have said is not incorrect. Luo Hong had been Princess Huan's devoted maid since childhood, and upon her elevation to princess, she continued to serve her. Naturally, Luo Hong affectionately called her Miss in private, a title bestowed upon her by Wan Shiyu herself. She saw no merit in being associated with that worthless prince. Oh, she was unperturbed by eavesdroppers, as those present were all her own people. Miss is always right. Indeed, hurry and fetch a deck of cards. Let us practice. Tomorrow, I shall utterly defeat him. The following day, Wan Shiyu arrived bright and early, covertly awaiting the opportunity to win all their coins. However, she had arrived too early. Princess Gu had yet to make her appearance. Yi Huan observed her, as if she had only recently awakened. She was the only one utterly captivated. Of course, Lu Sui was equally enthralled. The princess of 10,000 kings rushed to Gu Mingzhu, urging her to leave promptly. Gu Mingzhu was bemused by her antics. Upon seeing the arrival of others, Lu Sui grinned widely, needing no invitation from Yi Huan to come over. It was evident that the crown prince and his entourage would not return until late in the evening, so none of you should think of escaping. Yi Huan instructed her servants to prepare some exquisite snacks and tea. Smiling as she remarked, the princess of 10,000 kings possesses great competitive spirit. Wan Shiyu lifted her chin proudly, declaring, indeed, I practiced for quite some time yesterday. Just wait until I win all your money. Yi Huan perceived that both princesses were quite agreeable, at least from her perspective, and it seemed these days would be anything but dull. Throughout the morning, Wan Shiyu wore a smile that was almost crooked. However, when it came to counting the money, there were neither wins nor losses. Xiao Chun approached, reminding, it is time for the masters to dine. Gu Mingzhu appeared to be in good spirits, while the other three seemed invigorated, as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. Let us dine here, and after our meal, we shall continue, suggested Wan Shiyu. The three agreed without hesitation. Yi Huan stifled a yawn with her hand. It would be wise to rest a bit after eating. That way, we could be more spirited. Gu Mingzhu nodded, her mind now entirely consumed with thoughts of cards. The young maidens were equally impressed by the four masters, as they had all become quite familiar with the card games. Even during their meal, they couldn't help but discuss their hands and even reviewed past plays. After a brief respite, the four resumed their card game. Yi Huan giggled, while Wan Shiyu remained less jovial. Now Wan Shiyu suspected that Yi Huan had drained her good fortune. How can your luck be so dismal? Lu Sui and Gu Mingzhu maintained their composure, neither winning nor losing. I suspect you have absorbed my vitality, Lady Yi, Wan Shiyu asserted. Without lifting her gaze from her cards, Yi Huan replied, you are the wealthiest among us. Why would I drain yours? After a brief pause, she added, but you cannot monopolize all the luck. Why don't you absorb some from Gu Wangfei? Just wait for me to do so, came the reply. In the end, both of them lost their purse to Gu Mingzhu. Covering her mouth, Gu Mingzhu exclaimed, oh dear, my luck is so bountiful that I completely forgot to leave some for Lady Yi and Princess Huan. How embarrassing. Lu Sui chuckled from the side, having won a modest amount. Wan Shiyu turned to Yi Huan. Didn't you say you would absorb her luck? Do you think I wouldn't want to? Alas, my attempt has failed, she lamented. They exchanged glances and sighed. That evening, Wang Zhenzhi held her close, hearing her mumble incoherently in her sleep. Upon closer inspection, he discerned, these are my cards. Now hand over my money bag. Wang Zhenzhi was well aware that they had been playing cards in the palace these past few days. As long as Huan was happy and in no danger, he felt no need to intervene. He was taken aback to find that even in her dreams, she was preoccupied with card games. Wang Zhenzhi affectionately kissed her cheek. As Huan awoke, her eyes remained closed as she reached for the side of the bed. It was cool to the touch. Since arriving at the mountain villa, Wang Zhenzhi had been quite busy, coming and going at all hours. It was clear that not everyone could bear the responsibilities of a crown prince. Rising before dawn and retiring after dusk was no simple feat. Only a person of iron could endure such a workload. Huan decided against sleeping in and instead rose to wash up, awaiting her card-playing companions. Chapter 23. Fondness. For several consecutive days, the four of them gathered to play cards, immersing themselves in the game from dawn till dusk. Fortunately, the crown prince had been preoccupied with matters. Otherwise, jealousy would surely have ensued. The enthusiasm for the game was so intense that even in their dreams, they found themselves engaged in card play. Tonight, Wang Zhenzhi returned earlier than he had in recent days, and as he held her, she was relieved not to hear the usual murmurs about playing cards. It seemed they had not played that night. Each morning, after Huan was roused from slumber, it had become a ritual to grope beside her to ascertain if her companion remained. Typically, her fingers would only brush against the bedding. However, today upon reaching out, she felt something soft. Uncertain, she touched again. It was indeed soft. Wang Zhenzhi seized her mischievous hand. Huan opened her eyes, a hint of surprise gracing her features. "Oh, in the past I would only find bedding. How is it that you are here today?" "I have come to accompany you," he replied. Having spent several days at the villa, Wang Zhenzhi had been busy and had little time to spend with her. Thankfully, a few princesses had kept her company to pass the time. After their card games, exhaustion would overcome her, leading her to sleep soundly. Wang Zhenzhi pinched her delicate face, urging her to rise. "Get up, it will soon become hot." "Where shall the prince take me?" she asked, her half-covered face peeking out from the blanket, her doe-like eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled lightly. "You'll find out when we arrive." Zhao Fu had prepared their belongings, awaiting the departure of the two masters. Xiao Chun cradled a hay, while Xiao Xia held the bai. Wang Zhenzhi took Huan's hand. "Why not carry them?" she inquired. "Because you find it too warm," he responded. As they progressed along the path, they encountered Lu Sui, who wished to join but felt intimidated by the crown prince. In recent days, she had come to realize that enjoying a life of comfort was quite satisfactory. There was no necessity for extravagant favors. Wang Zhenzhi bore an impassive expression. Lu Sui could only gaze at Huan with a forlorn look. Unperturbed, Huan felt a sense of camaraderie from their recent card games and allowed the crown prince to lead the way. Wang Zhenzhi guided them to the rear mountain, a place seldom frequented and somewhat distant from the palace. The steepness of the terrain rendered its defenses weak. Upon seeing the forest, the bai began to wriggle in Xiao Xia's arms. Once the campsite was established, Huan instructed Xiao Xia to set down the bai, patting its head. "Go play, but do not forget to return." The bai barked playfully, tongue lolling, as it scampered off, carrying the hay on its back, disappearing in a matter of moments. Wang Zhenzhi led the group away from the campsite into the wooded area. Lu Sui followed, her eyes wide with wonder. It seemed she had not witnessed such scenery in ages. Having been sent away by her parents 7 or 8 years ago, she had started as a mere girl of 11 or 12, abandoned and treated as a commodity, ultimately finding herself in the East Palace. Before her now lay a vast expanse of verdant green, accompanied by a gentle breeze and fresh air, allowing her mind to relax. Lu Sui gazed in awe as Zhao Fu handed her a bow and arrow. Huan looked at the bow in her hands, then at the one held by Wang Zhenzhi, and it appeared diminutive in comparison. Zhao Fu seemed to sense her thoughts. "The bow and arrow in the side consort's hands have been specially modified by His Highness." Huan nodded, pondering. What does the prince intend for me to do? Glancing at the bow, she wondered if they were to hunt. Did she truly appear capable of such prowess? Lu Sui grasped her bow and arrow and approached Shou Song and Shou Zhu, who, with keen awareness, discreetly departed. Wang Zhenzhi took her hand and led her into the dense forest. They halted at an elevated spot. "Allow me to instruct you." Hold it this way. Keep your arms straight and stabilize your center of gravity. He gently clasped her small hand that held the bow, his chest pressed against her back, creating the illusion of enveloping her entirely in his embrace. The warmth of his breath brushed against Yi Huan's ear, urging her to concentrate. To the left, beneath the trees, she felt a tingling sensation in one side of her body, yearning to move. A voice whispered beside her, "Stay still." With a swift whoosh, the arrow she released struck the rabbit beneath the tree to the left. Zhao Fu stepped forward to retrieve the arrow. It had embedded itself 3 inches into the ground, piercing the rabbit's body completely. Wow! Yi Huan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the man, awed by someone more skilled than herself, a trait she always admired. Wang Zhenzhi, noticing her admiring gaze, smiled softly. "There are plenty of rabbits in the forest. It will serve as good practice for you." Yi Huan pouted, "Your Highness, you hold me in too high regard." After saying this, she resumed her practice with the bow and arrow, aiming in the shaded areas of the mountain forest, away from the sun, while a gentle breeze occasionally drifted by. With a whoosh, she released her very first arrow. It barely grazed the mark. "Why not let me practice for a few days first? At this rate, how long will it take me to hit the target?" Her face displayed a myriad of emotions. Wang Zhenzhi couldn't help but chuckle as he held a cloth strip, carefully wrapping her fingers, which bore red marks. "Your Highness, do not laugh." Once he finished, he instructed Yi Huan to maintain her bow-holding posture, lightly tapping the problematic areas with her fingers. "The bowstring must be taut. Hold both hands level. Lower your center of gravity. Release." With a whoosh-ah, "I hit it. Your Highness, did you see that? I actually hit it." Wang Zhenzhi personally went to retrieve the rabbit she had struck. The arrow had barely lodged itself in the rabbit's hind leg. Had he not acted quickly, the rabbit would have certainly escaped. Yi Huan's face flushed with excitement. "Your Highness, shall we have roasted rabbit for lunch?" She had never tasted roasted food at the manor and was quite eager. Wang Zhenzhi nodded. Although Yi Huan was inexperienced in hunting, she pulled the enthusiastic Lu Sui along to gather wild vegetables. Lu Sui, caught up in the fun, paid no heed to Shou Song's expression, energetically shooting arrows without a care. "My arm is numb," Shou Song remarked. Wang Zhenzhi, accompanied by several others, ventured deeper into the woods where the game was more plentiful. The deeper they went, the more challenging the terrain became. He informed everyone before setting off. Yi Huan tugged at Lu Sui, who held a small shovel, while Xiao Chun and Xiao Xia carried small bamboo baskets. Let me tell you, wild vegetables are truly delicious. During her years at the border, Yi Huan either foraged for wild greens or medicinal herbs. Arriving at the Eastern Palace, she found a newfound tranquility. Lu Sui couldn't understand why they would seek wild vegetables when there were plenty of good dishes available. "I don't want to eat that." "No, you do want to eat it." As she displayed the wild garlic she had found, she encouraged, "Here, dig like this." "Oh." Lu Sui gripped the shovel and began searching with her head down. "Is this one?" "No, the leaves are too broad. It's clearly not it." Yi Huan scanned her from head to toe, teasing, "You can't possibly be serious, can you?" "Hey." Lu Sui's competitive spirit flared up. "Who says I can't do it? I can." "Oh." She clearly does not believe it. Lu Sui directly poked the ground twice, showing it to her. "This is it. You are truly impressive," Yi Huan exclaimed, covering her mouth in feigned surprise. "Indeed," Lu Sui replied proudly, lifting her chin. "This task is entrusted to you." Yi Huan patted her shoulder, exuding an air of mentorship. "All right then." Lu Sui felt something was amiss. If this was given to her, what was Yi Huan going to do? "And you?" Yi Huan pointed ahead. "I will go pick mushrooms." "Oh, then off you go," she added. "Just be careful not to collect anything poisonous. I do not wish to meet my demise so soon." Yi Huan loved it. Had han dismissive. I know, don't worry." Xiao Xia accompanies Yi Huan in mushroom foraging, while Xiao Chun assisted Lu Sui in digging for shepherd's purse. The reason Xiao Chun did not join Yi Huan was that she was not particularly knowledgeable about edible plants. She feared making a mistake. As Yi Huan was enthusiastically gathering mushrooms, a rustling sound suddenly came from the nearby bushes. Could it be a snake? Xiao Xia reached her hand toward the underbrush. Suddenly, a black dog darted out. Yi Huan patted her chest in relief. The hay was still crouching on Abai's back. Now covered in bits of grass and seeds, nearly camouflaged. Dabai stretched out his tongue to lick Huan, who was caught off guard while plucking the grass from Dahe and ended up with a face full of slobber. I must say, this is quite amusing. Huan remarked it. Lu Sui laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Huan patted the dog's head, and Dabai grinned, playfully knocking Lu Sui over and licking her repeatedly. Ultimately, it was Xiao Chun who rescued Lu Sui from beneath Dabai's paws. This is not funny at all, Lu Sui protested. An hour passed, and Huan wiped the thin sweat from her forehead, glancing at the basket filled with mushrooms before looking over at Lu Sui. She shook her head, seeing Lu Sui so energized. Indeed, she was far too easy to deceive. Digging for shepherd's purse was far more laborious than mushroom picking. Both of their small bamboo baskets were filled with their spoils. Huan looked up at the sky, feeling her stomach rumble. It was time to eat. She instructed Shou Zhu and Shou Song to notify the men, and then she led the way with their bounty. The four of them returned to the camp with the two little ones. In the depths of the jungle, Wang Shun held his bow and arrow, aiming ahead. With a flurry of swift shots, several encircled men in black fell one after another. Master, there are a total of 20, Yu Chung reported. Very well. Ensure the area is cleared. Shou Zhu and Shou Song bowed their heads before the prince. Master, we are returning to the camp. The leader of the black-clad men glared at the retreating figure, gritting his teeth. This stronghold had remained concealed for many years, and he had believed victory was assured. However, he never anticipated that the prince was already aware of its existence. It had been but a brief time since entering the capital, and intelligence was thoroughly grasped. A mere handful of individuals had obliterated the stronghold. The war god of Jinghua was indeed formidable. It seemed that the prince was not ignorant, but merely toying with them, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. The leader of the black-clad men took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he moved forward, intending to strike Wang Shun unawares. The prince, however, did not even turn his head, demonstrating complete indifference. Shou Zhu swiftly launched a silver needle, and the leader of the black-clad men fell to the ground. He had believed his skills were exceptional, yet he had not even been afforded the chance to engage closely. Zhao Fu observed the pool of blood without flinching. Master, everything is prepared, he reported. At the camp, those left behind were already roasting the rabbits they had hunted earlier. Lu Sui lay languidly in the chair, while Huan ventured into the small kitchen. Xiao Qiu addressed her, my lord. Huan nodded, contemplating the shepherd's purse and mushrooms. Let us prepare a fresh soup. Observing Huan's intent to take action, Xiao Qiu promptly offered, allow me to assist you, my lord. Very well, merely tend to the fire, Huan replied. She meticulously chopped the hind leg of the rabbit into small pieces, seasoning it with salt, ginger, and garlic to mask the gamey flavor. Next, she finely minced the shepherd's purse and combined it with the rabbit meat, adding cassava flour. The cleaned mushrooms were torn into strips. As the water boiled, she shaped the seasoned rabbit mixture into small meatballs and added the mushroom strips, along with cooking wine, ginger slices, light soy sauce, and salt. Lifting the pot lid, Huan inhaled the aroma, reminiscing about her culinary prowess, reminiscent of days gone by. Just then, Xiao Chun entered, announcing, my lord, his highness has returned. Huan, preparing to sample the dish, acknowledged the timely arrival. She transferred the contents into a small bowl and cautioned Xiao Chun, be careful not to burn yourself. By the time Wang Zhenzhi returned, lunch at the camp was nearly complete. Huan lifted the tent flap to find him seated at the dining table. Your Highness, where have you been? She inquired. Xiao Chun placed the dish down and discreetly withdrew. Usually, Huan and Wang Zhenzhi dined together, preferring each other's company over that of others. She pushed the bowl toward him, saying, here, take this. He glanced at the meatballs before grasping Huan's hand to ensure she had not been burned before commenting. Did you make this? Your Highness, do have a taste. She urged, scooping a meatball, blowing on it, and bringing it to his lips. Delicious, tender, he remarked. I'm delighted you enjoy it. Wang Zhenzhi quickly finished the meatballs, prompting Huan to wonder about the taste, only to find the bowl empty. Were they truly that delectable? Not even a concern for the heat. After consuming the meatballs, Wang Zhenzhi took a knife to slice the roasted rabbit meat. Thank you, Your Highness, you are truly wonderful, Huan said, planting a kiss on his cheek. As she dipped the rabbit meat into Xiao Qiu's secret sauce, her mouth watered in anticipation. Wang Zhenzhi had only prepared a small plate of rabbit meat. Before long, she had finished her portion. "Your Highness," she hinted, her gaze expressing her desire for more. Wang Zhenzhi wiped her mouth, exuding a hint of exasperation. "One must not indulge excessively." "Your Highness," she implored, yet he remained unyielding, serving her a bowl of bird soup. Note: hunting wild birds is illegal. Protecting wildlife is a shared responsibility. Huan frowned, disliking the clear, watery soup. Her sensitive stomach often rebelled against such dishes. He skimmed the fat from the soup and presented it to her. "Your Highness, I do not wish." Despite the grease being removed, it still did not appeal to her. One sip. Huan swallowed it, hesitating. 2 sips. She was taken aback, not expecting the flavor to improve. 3 sips. No, I will drink," she insisted. Seizing the bowl from his hands with a resolute expression, her eyes shut as she took 3 small sips. Immediately afterward, she popped a piece of spicy rabbit meat into her mouth, reaffirming her aversion to the soup. After finishing their meal, they rested for a while. Upon waking, the man cradled Huan and carried her to a highland in the woods. The mountains curved gracefully, and a spring cascaded down the cliffside, plunging into the abyss below. Above the cliff lies a vast expanse of flat land, adorned with an array of unknown blossoms, a sight of sheer beauty. Sunlight filters through the edge of the cliff, casting gentle rays upon the vibrant flowers and grassy meadow. A soft breeze stirs, and by the spring, butterflies flutter gracefully in the air. To describe this as a paradise on earth would not be an exaggeration. "Your Highness, how did you stumble upon this exquisite scenery?" "I discovered it while hunting," he replied, though in truth, it was during a pursuit that he had come across it. Such a gruesome affair was better left unknown to her. "It is truly beautiful. Thank you." "Your Highness, I genuinely adore it." Unlike previous occasions, Huan's gratitude was heartfelt. She did not refer to herself as a concubine, but simply as I. Having witnessed the vastness of the grasslands at the border for years, she now beheld a realm of enchantment. The hem of Huan's garment danced in the wind as she turned to smile at him, resembling a fairy from a dream, poised to vanish at any moment. Wang Zhenzhi gazed at her with tender affection, wrapping his arms around her. "As long as you are happy." His selfishness compelled him to wish for her presence by his side. He would offer her all that he possessed. Huan, in turn, smiled and embraced his slender waist. Lifting her head in his embrace, she asked, "And what of you, Your Highness? Do you like it?" Wang Zhenzhi looked in her eyes and replied, "Indeed. How could I not?" Chapter 24. The Mother's Influence as the sun set. The group hurried back to the villa. Wang Zhenzhi presented the rabbits he had hunted to Emperor Jinghong and the Empress, also gifting a few to Wang Onji and Wang Pingji. When Xiaoxi delivered the items to Wang Pingji, he was engaged in a game of hide and seek with his concubine. When mealtime arrived and he discovered a dish of rabbit, he inquired with his eunuch, Xiaoyu, "Why is there rabbit today?" Xiaoyu chuckled. "This was sent by the crown prince. It's particularly plump." Wang Pingji pondered for a moment before indulging in a few more bites. As he continued eating, a troubling thought struck him. "Rabbits? Only the back mountain has rabbits." Wang Pingji abruptly stood up. Xiaoyu, perplexed, asked, "What is the matter, my lord?" Wang Pingji remained silent and headed straight to Wan Xiu. Bursting in with enthusiasm, he questioned her in an unfriendly tone. "What have you discovered in these past few days? Why did the crown prince go to the back mountain?" Wan Xiu shot him a glance. "Did I not give it to you? Did you not read it? What did you give it to me?" Wang Pingji retorted. Luo Hong stepped forward. "My lord, I delivered a message to you yesterday in the study." Xiaoyu was present. "If you do not believe me, you may inquire with him." Wang Pingji looked towards Xiaoyu, who scratched his nose and replied, "That was indeed the case. I informed you, and you mentioned you would read it." Wang Pingji was bewildered. Why had he said that? He could not recall. Xiaoyu continued, "It was when you were engrossed in your game." Wan Xiu expressed her disdain. "Surely. No one could forget to read a letter and then come seeking trouble. Could it be? What do you say, my lord?" Wang Pingji's anger dissipated, replaced by a hint of guilt as he realized there might be some truth to it. He had been so caught up in his game with the concubine that he had completely forgotten about the matter. Wan Xiu chose not to berate him, wondering how one could be so inept. Perhaps it was best to communicate with the crown prince after all, given that this man's intellect seemed underdeveloped. Wang Pingji had arrived with enthusiasm, only to leave in a state of dejection. Upon glancing at the study table, one could not overlook the presence of a letter. Xiao Yu observed Wang Pingji's frantic demeanor, his lips twitching in amusement. It was clear that their lord was ill-suited for the intrigues of court. Indulging in carnal desires might be acceptable, yet some insisted on molding him into a paragon of virtue. How could Wang Pingji articulate his feelings? He was infuriated, yet reluctant to inflict harm upon himself. Well, he would address it in due course, for he was unaware of the situation. Wang Pingji seized the envelope and tore it open, contemplating devouring it out of frustration. Xiao Yu hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, my lord, what are you doing? Even in anger, do not jest with your own well-being. Wang Pingji retorted, I merely wish to obliterate the evidence. Ultimately, Xiao Yu incinerated the letter. Wang Pingji composed a letter with utmost sincerity, dispatching it to the Zhao family. In it, he meticulously absolved himself of any wrongdoing, attributing all blame to the crown prince, claiming he had done his utmost. With this, he felt a wave of relief and merriment washed over him, prompting him to frolic with abandon. After a full day of play at the back mountains, Huan returned to her chambers and collapsed into slumber, oblivious to the hour at which Wang Zhenzhi reclined beside her. On the following morning, Huan awoke to find her side empty. Recalling their kiss in the ethereal realm the day before, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Surprisingly, that rogue was rather romantic. As she fidgeted in bed, she resolved to rise and partake in breakfast. Wang Zhenzhi had been taking excellent care of her, ensuring she adhered to a schedule of rising early and retiring early, except during exercise, when she occasionally lingered. Her routine was now remarkably orderly, and her physique had strengthened considerably. Her palms were no longer pallid, and her fingertips glowed with a rosy hue. Before long, the Empress arrived to escort Huan away. Huan protested, must you never allow me a moment of leisure? Dressed in a robe adorned with gilded edges and a single hairpin, the Empress exuded an air of effortless elegance. As Huan prepared to bow, a matron beside her steadied her. The Empress smiled and remarked, in truth, I am akin to your mother, am I not? There is no need for such formality. She guided Huan to sit beside her. You have been in the Zhiji Academy for quite some time. I have yet to engage in a conversation of this nature with you. Huan replied, it is I who has not initiated such discussions. The Empress gently patted her hand. Zhiji has always been somewhat aloof. Even his father claimed he was fit to be an emperor, cold and detached. Little did I expect that after years at the border, he would encounter a young woman capable of stirring his affections. I often jested that had Zhiji been born into a common family, he might have chosen a life of solitude. After a banquet, Zhiji approached me, requesting assistance in persuading his father. Huan, apprehensive, replied, I dare not intervene, truly. Rest assured, my intent in confiding these matters is not ulterior. The Empress assured with a smile. Her gaze gradually descended to Huan's abdomen. After your union with Zhiji, have you taken any measures? Huan was taken aback by the Empress's forthrightness, lacking any prelude. Her face flushed crimson as she softly replied, no. The Empress, however, did not dwell on the matter. Understanding that since her son desired no other, she, as a mother, must consider Huan's future. With diligent effort, it would be beneficial for you as well. Zhiji remains childless. Conceiving an offspring would spare him from the clutches of those ministers who would otherwise pressure the emperor to seek additional consorts for him. Once a child is born, the advantage of maternal lineage becomes apparent. In essence, it is time for you to bear children. The Empress gestured to a nearby wet nurse to present her with a small wooden box. Upon returning, take time to study its contents thoroughly. I shall have the wet nurse bring you some nourishing provisions. Huan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Empress waved her hand dismissively, indicating that was sufficient. As she felt fatigued, Huan took her leave, still in a daze, clutching the wooden box. Upon her return to the palace, Dahe leaped into her embrace, and she placed the box on the bedside. Today had been overwhelming with information. She needed to absorb it all. When she visited the Empress, she had scarcely spoken a few words. The implication was clear. The empress supported Wang Zhenzhi's perspective and would not be seeking a princess consort for the crown prince for the time being. The future would depend on her efforts. Her current task was to conceive a child. Xiaoxin, the empress's attendant, arrived bearing the empress's gifts, cheerfully carrying a small bundle. "This is a special offering from Her Majesty for you," she said, lowering her voice as she leaned closer to Yi Huan. "Be sure to open it tonight." Yi Huan nodded, expressing her thanks on behalf of the empress. Xiaoqun took the gifts below to be distributed. Yi Huan examined the bundle, which felt surprisingly light. She opened a corner and rummaged through it, discovering a small undergarment. Startled, she watched as a red item floated down. Quickly, she grasped it and tucked it away. The fabric was thin and scant, hardly different from not wearing anything at all. With such attire, a restful night would be out of the question. Even without exertion, she would tire easily. Wearing this would surely exhaust her. Wang Zhenzhi required no seduction. Yi Huan carelessly tucked the garment beneath her pillow. Chapter 25. Embracing affection, cradling Dahei, she began to read a storybook, momentarily pushing aside her worries. As she stroked Dahei, a sudden inspiration struck her. There was a spring in the palace. A sly grin spread across her face. Yi Huan called for Xiaoqun to prepare some snacks and brew fragrant tea, which she then carried to the spring. Surrounding the spring were a circle of faux stones, with only a narrow path leading to it, easily overlooked. Yi Huan had initially missed it during her first visit, having climbed over the foam mountain to reach the spring. The spring faced a flat stone along the path, encircled by rocks, forming a square bathing area. The bottom had holes leading to other locations. Yi Huan imbranjit da bai, exclaiming, "My, how heavy you've become." The bai had grown twice his size in recent days, his weight noticeably increasing, making him somewhat cumbersome to hold. Nevertheless, the bai was in his growth phase, though he had indeed become a tad plump. Yi Huan shed her garments and placed a bai upon the large flat stone. Xiaoqun and Xiaoxia stood watch at the entrance. With a basin of water in hand, Yi Huan began to wet the bai, washing and rubbing him down. Indeed, the black dog had accumulated dust. Yi Huan muttered softly. The bai shook his head, barking playfully. Yi Huan gently patted the creature, indicating it to turn around, saying, "Take a look for yourself. Beneath you lies the dark water you have left behind." The creature barked incessantly, seemingly unbothered by its lack of hygiene. "Rest assured, the hay is small and requires little space. A bowl will suffice." The communication between one person and one dog flowed seamlessly. Yi Huan craned her neck and called out, "Xiaochun." Xiaochun approached with small, leisurely steps. Yi Huan was splashed by the vigorous movements of Dabai. "Xiaochun, take this cloth and wrap it," then carried out to bask in the sun. Xiaochun promptly lifted Dabai, declaring, "All right, my master." After a brief pause, she added, "But be careful not to catch a chill, my master." "Very well. Off you go," Yi Huan replied. The spring water was pleasantly warm as she dipped her feet in, creating ripples upon the surface. "Ah, this is truly a life of bliss," she mused, resting on a protruding rock, one hand clutching a wine cup while the other supported her head. She gazed at the spring water below, taking a delicate sip. This is indeed an opportune moment for a drink. Reflecting on the previous drinking escapade, she concluded that indulging in wine was preferable, especially with the prince's return still some time away. Summoning Xiaochun, she set out the pear blossom wine she had purchased earlier. How fragrant!" she exclaimed, as she settled back against the soft pastry in her hand. "Ah, yet the stone is rather hard." After a while, her damp sleeves felt chilly. Yi Huan stepped directly into the water, which now reached her thighs. Sitting amidst the pool, the water lapped at her chest. One cup of pear blossom wine followed another, as Xiaochun scattered flower petals into the water. Yi Huan's fingers danced among the petals, which amusingly refused to settle in her palm. As she drank heartily, a slight dizziness began to envelop her. Wang Zhenzhi returned early that day. Upon entering, he found the space empty. Zhao Fu was about to search when a small maid informed him that Xiaochun had been seen carrying wine. Zhao Fu called out, "Xiaochun, Xiaochun." She paused, intrigued by his sudden appearance. "What brings you here?" Zhao Fu inquired. "The master is by the spring. I was waiting to deliver something to her." With that, Xiaochun resumed her path. Zhao Fu returned to the prince. wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "My lord, Miss Yi is at the spring." Wang Zhenzhi immediately rose and made his way there. Xiao Xia attempted to pay her respects, but was halted by Wang Zhenzhi, who entered alone. Before him lay the sight of fair skin and long, straight legs. The beauty, oblivious to her allure, poured herself a drink. Her lips, naturally crimson, and cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, captivated him. "Ah, your highness, what brings you back so early?" Huan asked, propping her head on her hand and observing him. Wang Zhenzhi settled beside her, his fingers brushing against the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. "I heard that your mother sought you today." Huan nodded after sipping her pear blossom wine. "Indeed, the Empress is exceptionally kind and gentle." Seizing the moment before her inebriation deepened, she inquired, "Your Highness, it seems we have been together for nearly half a year. Haven't we?" "Indeed, almost 7 months," he replied, pouring himself another glass and tilting his head back to drink. "The Empress insists that one must rely on maternal influence to gain favor." Initially, there may have been a hint of shyness, but as she regained her composure, Huan realized that since the beginning of their intimate encounters, she had never consumed any contraceptive herbal concoction. Wang Zhenzhi was robust and youthful. They had not taken any precautions together, yet she found herself filled with doubt. However, contemplating the matter further seemed unnecessary. Rather than guessing endlessly, she decided to seek clarity directly. He had consistently been taking contraceptive medicine, and now he was consuming another cup, returning from a border, his body in need of recuperation. Huan's drowsy eyes widened in surprise. "Your Highness?" Wang Zhenzhi, noticing her reaction, felt a sense of joy. "The herbal remedy poses no harm to me, yet could be detrimental to a woman's health if she consumes cold substances." Huan set down her cup and rose from the water, embracing him. "Your Highness, you are exceedingly kind to me. This is what I ought to do," he replied, opening his arms without a hint of concern for her damp garments. "Soft," he murmured. Wang Zhenzhi pulled her from his embrace. "How long have you been soaking?" Huan pondered for a moment. "Not long, I suppose," her voice tinged with guilt. Wang Zhenzhi remained silent, rising to fetch clean garments for her to change into. With glistening, doe-like eyes and a soft tone, she asked, "Shall we soak a little longer, just to see your expression?" Wang Zhenzhi, though softened by her plea, understood that certain matters must be attended to nonetheless. "Very well." As Huan emerged from the spring, she prepared to disrobe. Just as her hand rested on her collar, she turned to the man still standing there and inquired, "Your Highness, are you not stepping outside?" "I shall assist you with your change," he replied, his expression unchanged, revealing no hint of peculiarity. "There is no need," she insisted. "It is of no consequence." Eventually, with a flushed face, Huan donned her attire. Upon returning to the chamber, she nibbled on a few bites of food before diving directly into the bedding, covering her head with the blanket. She murmured, "Your Highness, you are becoming increasingly audacious." After washing up, Wang Zhenzhi sat by the bed and discovered something red beneath the pillow. Upon closer inspection, it was a delicate garment belonging to a woman. He found it delightful, so soft. Why have I never seen you wear this?" Huan peered out from under the covers. "What garment?" The piece appeared vaguely familiar, and suddenly she shot up from her cocoon, reaching out to seize it. Wang Zhenzhi embraced her, lifting the item high above. "Give it to me, please." At this moment, decorum was of little concern. Norus. Huan was solely focused on retrieving the item, oblivious to how precarious her position was. She found herself atop him, her weight pressing down. Your Highness," she stammered. With a raised eyebrow, he had already contemplated this since the spring. Now, with the beauty throwing herself at him, how could he possibly resist? The temperature in the space surged dramatically, thick with tension and unspoken desire. Chapter 26. She yearns for survival, uncertain who initiated the kiss. They soon found themselves enveloped in an embrace. As a practitioner of martial arts, Wang Zhenzhi's breath remained steady, while Huan struggled to keep up, gasping for air. Their lips parted momentarily, only to be captured once more, the kiss intoxicating as he draped the red garment over her shoulders. Soft sighs echoed into the night. Having retired late, Huan was awakened in the morning by the affectionate licks of Dahe. "Do not disturb," she murmured, turning her head away. Dai, unditihid, leaned in to continue its playful ministrations. Stop it, Dahe. Huan turned around and drew Dahe into the warmth of the quilt, resting her chin against the soft fur of the cat's head. If you disturb me again, I'll take away your treats. Meow, meow. Meow. Huan pressed her lips gently on Dahe's head, saying, Good, sleep a little longer. Dahe obediently nestled in her embrace, motionless. Early in the morning, Zhao Xinran stood at the pavilion that Wang Zhenzhi passed by daily, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As dawn broke, she rose to prepare herself for today's serendipitous encounter. Her face was meticulously adorned with the trending peach blossom makeup, and she donned a vibrant green dress that radiated beauty under the sun's rays. As time passed, the temperature gradually rose. Despite the gentle breeze in the pavilion, it could not mitigate the searing sunlight. Holding a round fan, Zhao Xinran lightly fanned herself, internally murmuring, Where's the crown prince? Why has he not arrived? The sweltering heat seemed to threaten her carefully applied makeup, causing her to feel a surge of impatience. Red fruit. Are you certain this is the place Father mentioned? Yes, Mississippi. Though the pavilion was ventilated, it was unbearably hot. Losing her patience, Zhao Xinran impatiently instructed Red Fruit. Go ahead and check. Why is there still no one here? Shortly after departing, Zhao Xinran caught sight of several figures in the distance, her heart leaping with joy. She quickly adjusted her attire, ensuring she presented her most enchanting self. Sitting elegantly in the pavilion, she struck what she believed to be her most alluring pose, hoping to captivate the passerby and leave a lasting impression on the crown prince. As the figures drew nearer, Zhao Xinran's heart fluttered with anticipation. However, the crown prince walked right past her without so much as a glance. At that moment, the scout, Xiao Hong, returned. In her desperation, Zhao Xinran called out to the figures ahead, Your Highness, Your Highness. She trotted forward, her cheeks flushed and a fine sheen of sweat adorning her brow, respectfully greeting the crown prince from a distance of 6 or 7 steps. Zhao Fu spoke up, Miss Zhao, is there something you need? Zhao Xinran was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the crown prince to remain silent. No, not at all. I merely felt a surge of joy upon seeing the crown prince and momentarily forgot myself. Zhao Fu, harboring disdain in his heart yet maintaining a smiling facade, replied, Your Highness is exceedingly busy. If Miss Zhao has no business, it would be wise to exercise some caution. Listening to his words, Zhao Xinran's gaze intermittently darted towards Wang Zhenzhi, her face flushed with embarrassment, clearly indicating her disinterest in the conversation at hand. Sensing the woman's intense gaze, Wang Zhenzhi turned to Zhao Fu and said, Let us go. Having been overlooked throughout, Zhao Xinran, seeing the crown prince preparing to depart, attempted to reach out to him, but was obstructed by the guards. Once he vanished from sight, her smile faded. This path was fruitless. There were other avenues to pursue. She smirked nonchalantly, determined to achieve what she desired. Initially hoping to foster a gradual emotional connection with him to prevent any repercussions on her family in the future, she resolved to seek out her father. Red Fruit silently followed behind her, noticing how the young lady had changed since her fall into the water. At times, she felt as if she were serving a different person altogether. Father. Zhao Difu set aside the documents in his hands, a subtle displeasure crossing his face. What brings you here? Where's the crown prince? Zhao Xinran wore a look of grievance as she addressed her father. Father, it is not that the daughter is unwilling to approach the crown prince. Today, I specifically waited for him, yet he did not even spare me a glance and casually dismissed me. Zhao Difu furrowed his brow. You lose your composure after just one encounter? The crown prince has encountered countless women. What you must do is showcase your uniqueness. Zhao Xinran bit her lip, but if I cannot even get close to him, how can he possibly notice me? In a few days, the emperor will host a banquet. Prepare yourself for that occasion, he replied. After a pause, he added, Remember, do not neglect your skills. Zhao Xinran concealed the emotions in her eyes. Yes, father. Once outside, the grievance on Zhao Xinran's face vanished. She turned to glance at the study, realizing that her father still believed, as he had in a previous life, that the crown prince was cold-hearted and indifferent, merely seeking novelty among the women of the inner court. He tacitly accepted the underhanded schemes of Zhao Xinrui, only to witness the demise of that woman in the crown prince's harem within 2 years. Not long after, the Zhao family faced retribution for rebellion, leading to the extermination of their entire clan, with even the noble consort, Zhao, unable to escape the poison cup. Even if her past life was merely a dream, she could not afford to relax. She yearned to survive. Upon returning to her room, Zhao Xinran penned a letter and handed it to Honggu with a serious expression. You must secretly deliver this letter to Xiao Haizi. Ensure that no one from the Zhao family discovers it. Do you understand? Honggu, rarely seeing her mistress so earnest, recognized the letter's significance and nodded firmly. Rest assured, miss, I will deliver it to Xiao Haizi. Zhao Xinran trusted Honggu completely. In earlier years, she had been neglected at home. Her mother had died young, and her father was indifferent. To survive, they had relied on each other. Without Honggu, she would have perished on the very day her mother passed. Huan, having embraced Dahe for a brief nap, awoke to prepare breakfast. She knew that if she did not eat, the men would surely criticize her again. Dahe snored contentedly in her arms while Bai nestled by her feet. Truly a delightful duo. Xiaochun entered with a bowl of sour plum soup. Master, Lu Shirchia has arrived. Let her in, Huan replied, reclining in her chair and idly stroking Dahe's soft fur. Lu Sui burst in with vigor, gulping down a glass of water. Good heavens, it is unbearably hot today. Wiping her brow, she remarked, you surely have it easy. As she spoke, she lifted Bai, who lay by Huan's feet. Staying here is so boring. Huan glanced at her. Are you that idle? Lu Sui pouted, I wish to play cards. Since she had come to terms with her circumstances, she had allowed herself to relax, eating, drinking, and enjoying life, for the crown prince's affections were beyond her grasp. Oh, and do bring me a bowl of sour plum soup as well, she added. Every day, playing cards. Don't you ever get tired of it? Huan instructed Xiaochun to fetch another bowl of sour plum soup. Lu Sui squinted in delight at the taste. It's a bit sour, but I'm still bored. Huan's eyes brightened as she instructed Xiaochun to retrieve a wooden token she had previously crafted. Can you play this? I will teach you. After much explanation, Lu Sui still seemed puzzled. Huan, parched, took matters into her own hands, pulling Xiaochun to begin the game. Once you play, you will understand. Lu Sui looked on, incredulous. Really? Huan felt no remorse at all. Rest assured, Xiao Chun is the one I have taught in this manner. Lu Sui could finally relax, for Xiao Qian is indeed her precious darling. After a while, both Huan and Lu Sui had paper notes affixed to their faces. Xiao Chun blinked innocently, having done her utmost, yet the notes remained. In a little skit, Huan smirked slyly. Soon, I shall cover your face entirely. Lu Sui, with an expression of sincerity, looked at Xiao Chun, who held her note-laden hand with an air of innocence. Chapter 27, devoted to ensuring the crown prince's offspring these past few days. Huan has been living in utmost leisure. She spent her time teasing cats and dogs and indulging in leisurely card games until Licia made her appearance. Huan was comfortably seated on a swing, stroking Dahe when Licia approached. With a smile, she said, Lady Yi, I have come at the behest of the Empress Dowager to summon you for an important matter. Huan raised an eyebrow, her hand still caressing Dahe. The Empress Dowager? What business could she have that requires your presence to fetch me? Licia lowered her gaze. This matter is at the behest of the Empress Dowager. It will be prudent for you to comply. Huan pondered for a moment before rising, patting Dahe on the head. Dahe, I shall return shortly. You must guard the home well. Dahe seemed to understand her words, nuzzling against her hand and emitting a soft purring sound, as if in response. Content. Huan nodded and turned to Licia. Let us proceed. Licia led the way, while Huan followed at a leisurely pace. They traversed through winding corridors and around several rockeries, finally arriving at the Empress Dowager's quarters. A maid awaited at the door, and upon seeing Huan, hurriedly approached to bow. Lady Yi, the Empress Dowager has been anticipating your arrival. Please follow me. Huan nodded slightly and entered the room. Inside, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and the Empress Dowager sat by the window, engrossed in a book. Huan approached and bowed. May the Empress Dowager be well. The Empress Dowager lifted her gaze, setting the book aside, and scrutinized Huan with sharp eyes before speaking slowly. Lady Yi has been quite carefree these past days. Huan offered a slight smile. Your words are too kind, Your Highness. I'm merely passing time idly. The Empress Dowager huffed softly. Passing time? Yet I have heard you have been quite persistent in your attentions to the Crown Prince. Huan's heart tightened, and she half knelt. Your Highness, you misunderstand. I'm only enough. The Empress Dowager abruptly interrupted, her voice tinged with displeasure. I did not summon you to hear your excuses. I have called you here for serious discussion. Maintaining her half-kneeling position, Huan, despite her displeasure, respectfully inquired, what matter does the Empress Dowager wish to discuss? With a serious expression, the Empress Dowager slowly began, recently, I have heard that the Crown Prince has yet to take a consort. Are you aware of this, Lady Yi? At this point, the Empress Dowager paused, her gaze once again assessing Huan, seemingly observing her reaction. Huan, lowering her eyes, replied, Your Highness, I am but a side consort. The affairs of the Crown Prince are beyond my purview. The Empress Dowager slightly furrowed her brow and continued, Though the Crown Prince indeed dotes on you, this is the royal court, and the rules and etiquette cannot be overlooked. Her words carried a hint of gravity, as if she were cautioning her interlocutor that although the Crown Prince's affection was enviable within the palace, each individual's status and actions must align with royal protocol, lest one forget their place due to fleeting favor. The Crown Prince's affection may shield you from immediate tempests, yet it cannot ensure your perpetual safety. You must learn to rely on your own strength to establish a firm footing in this palace. Huan pondered these words internally, while outwardly adopting an increasingly respectful demeanor. The Empress Dowager's admonition resonated with her, and she resolved to be prudent in her words and actions, not to disappoint the expectations of the Crown Prince and the Empress Dowager. Observing Huan's sincere attitude, the Empress Dowager softened slightly and permitted her to rise, indicating that understanding certain matters was sufficient. I summoned you today to discuss a matter, she said. Huan had already reached a conclusion, but was uncertain about what the Empress Dowager wished to confer. The Empress Dowager sighed gently, appearing somewhat resigned. The Crown Prince is now of age and has yet to father an heir. This weighs heavily on my heart. As the Crown Prince's consort, you should share in this concern. Huan maintained her composure, recalling how the Empress Dowager had previously rewarded 2 concubines, only for the Crown Prince to dismiss them without a glance. I understand, she replied respectfully, and I shall do my utmost to bear the Crown Prince a worthy heir. The Empress Dowager frowned further at her response, as she had hoped Huan would persuade the Crown Prince to bestow equal affection upon all his consorts, rather than solely favoring the Zhao family. Yet, seeing the compliant expression on Huan's face, she found herself at a loss for words, her dissatisfaction growing. After a moment of contemplation, the Empress Dowager decided to probe further. Consort Yi, I am aware of your genuine devotion to the Crown Prince, but he is the future sovereign of our nation, and his heirs are vital to the stability of the realm. You must not think solely of yourself. Huan rema init unfazit, her respectful demanor unyavering. I understand and shall prioritize the greater good, advising the Crown Prince to pay more attention to his other sisters. The Empress Dowager's expression lightened at her words. It pleases me that you can think this way. Remember, your duty is to perpetuate the royal bloodline and must not be swayed by personal feelings that could jeopardize important matters. Your will shall be done, Huan replied. Satisfied with her compliance, the Empress Dowager nodded. Very well, you may leave now. Remember my words from today. I shall be observing your conduct. Huan bowed and exited the Empress Dowager's quarters. Upon returning to her residence, she sat by the window, gazing out at the scenery, her heart remarkably calm. She was uncertain how to respond to the Empress Dowager's demands and had no desire to merely acquiesce. Rather than burden herself, it would be more prudent to direct the issue back to the source of the problem. At that moment, a maid announced the arrival of the Crown Prince. Huan straightened her attire and went to greet him. She saw Wang Zhenzhi striding towards her with an unusually warm smile, gracing his typically stern countenance. Your Highness, what brings you here at this hour? Huan inquired as she approached him. Wang Zhenzhi smiled and took her hand, saying, There's nothing pressing today. Yi Huan seized the opportunity to remind him, "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager summoned me earlier." With a sigh, she recounted the Empress Dowager's words. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenzhi's brow furrowed tightly. The Empress Dowager has grown old, and certain matters may not warrant her attention. Yi Huan gently shook her head, yet being a senior, she felt compelled to comply with the Empress Dowager's wishes. "Rest assured, I shall handle this," he assured her. Yi Huan pouted, expressing her reluctance. "Your Highness, it is imperative that you manage this well, for I do not wish to be summoned by the Empress Dowager repeatedly." "Indeed, it is my responsibility," he replied. Wang Zhenzhi embraced Yi Huan as they entered the room, taking a seat at the table and gesturing for her to join him. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "Today, it was Lady Li who conveyed the Empress Dowager's intentions to me." He gazed at her with profound understanding. "I am aware," he replied. Yi Huan nodded, harboring some doubts, yet believing in Wang Zhenzhi's ability to resolve the matter. She shifted the topic, inquiring if he returned today due to the Empress Dowager's summons. Wang Zhenzhi smiled, pulling her closer, calling her clever. He tenderly caressed her hair and said softly, "There is no need for excessive worry. Simply remain by my side." Nestling against him, Yi Huan murmured, "I know your Highness is the most capable." His laughter echoed, unaware of his own adeptness at receiving flattery. Looking down at the woman in his embrace, his eyes brimmed with affection. "I shall protect you, ensuring no harm befalls you." Yi Huan rested her head against his chest, affirming, "I trust your Highness." He gently kissed her forehead and added, "Today, you may indulge in an extra bowl of ice cream." Yi Huan's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" He playfully tapped her nose, "Indeed." Releasing him, she promptly summoned Xiao Chun to request a bowl of ice cream. Xiao Chun glanced at the Crown Prince for confirmation. Wang Zhenzhi nodded, signaling her to proceed without further words. Shortly after, Xiao Chun returned with a bowl of crystal-clear ice cream, respectfully presenting it to Yi Huan. She accepted it, scooping a spoonful into her mouth, and a wave of cool sweetness spread across her palate, prompting her to squint in delight. She adored the ice cream, though lamenting she could not indulge more. Wang Zhenzhi watched her with a gentle smile, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Chapter 28. The gossip abounds. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Xie could hardly conceal her elation. With only herself and Lu Sui present at the villa, she was convinced that if the Empress Dowager had intervened, the Crown Prince would undoubtedly visit the courtyard. Once he arrived, she was certain she could conceive. The young maidservant stood quietly, her head bowed. When the inquiring servant returned, Li Xie's feet crunched upon broken porcelain. The Crown Prince remained with Consort Yi, displaying a lack of even superficial courtesy towards the Empress Dowager. Her nails dug deeply into her palm. Yi Huan, satisfied, dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief. The ice cream was indeed delightful. Reflecting on the Empress Dowager, she found her rather bothersome. Why could she not seek out the Crown Prince herself? If she could persuade him, why not assume the role of his mother instead of a mere consort? "Your Highness, may I enjoy ice cream again tomorrow?" Yi Huan asked. Wang Zhenzhi playfully tapped her nose. "Greedy cat, moderation is essential." The implication was clear, not likely. Yi Huan whimsically clung to his arm, "But I truly desire it." Wang Zhenzhi gazed at her coquettish demeanor, feeling a wave of tenderness within, yet his expression remained unmoved. Yi Huan pouted, realizing that once men possess something, they no longer cherish it. What a dog of a man! To prevent the Empress Dowager from sending anyone to look for Yi Huan again, Wang Zhenzhi declared publicly that the consort Yi was afflicted with a cold and unfit to see anyone. Thus, Yi Huan truly remained confined within the doors. Upon hearing of Yi Huan's illness, the two princesses rushed over to check on their card companion. Wan Xiu observed her rosy complexion, questioning, "You hardly look like someone who is ill. Where is your ailment?" Gu Mingzhu covered her mouth, suggesting it was merely exhaustion. Yi Huan replied, "Is it truly appropriate to speak so lasciviously? Please refrain from jesting." Wan Xiu sipped her flower tea, attributing the situation to the meddling of that old hag. The Empress Dowager. Yi Huan's eyes widened. "Princess Wan, do be cautious with your words. If this were to leak out, it could lead to dire consequences." Wan Xiu waved her hand dismissively. "I suspect you are entirely unaware." Yi Huan, intrigued, inquired, "Unaware of what?" The Empress Dowager and the Emperor are at odds. Gu Mingzhu interjected with a smile. The current sovereign and the Empress Dowager are not truly mother and son. The Emperor's biological mother, Consort Su, passed away when he was but 8 years old. Subsequently, when the Emperor ascended the throne, the late Emperor's consort, Empress Zhao, naturally became the Empress Dowager. Furthermore, the Emperor was raised under the influence of the favored consort, and it remains a mystery why she suddenly departed, leading him to the Empress's side, who, at that time, was of little consequence. Wan Shiyu continued, moreover, during the initial years of the Emperor's reign, Empress Zhao was quite involved in various matters. Now that the Emperor's position is stable and his power consolidated, it is only natural that he does not treat her with kindness. Pausing for effect, she lowered her voice. I have heard that many women in the Emperor's harem have been sent there by the Empress Dowager. Had the Emperor not been astute, the Zhao family could have easily risen beyond the favored consort. Yi Huan understood. Palace intrigues were not her forte. Listening intently, she remarked, so the Empress Dowager is sending women to the Emperor. How curious. When Shiyu touched her nose, these are merely tales I have heard from others. At that time, the Emperor was in a precarious position, so you understand. Yi Huan chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Then why does the Emperor not manage the Empress Dowager now? Wan Shiyu took a sip of tea, explaining, the Emperor is currently preoccupied with matters of the former dynasty, and he lacks the time to oversee the harem. Moreover, the Empress Dowager's position there is not easily shaken. Gu Mingzhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, and the Empress Dowager possesses a golden ticket to immunity, a gift from the late Emperor. Yi Huan clicked her tongue, realizing the Empress Dowager held considerable power. Wan Shiyu shrugged precisely. Thus, the Emperor cannot act against her. He can only leave her be. Yi Huan pondered this, recognizing that the Empress Dowager's incessant meddling only served to create strife for the Emperor. Gu Mingzhu stifled a laugh. The Empress Dowager hardly cares. Her only concern is solidifying her own position, regardless of the Emperor's sentiments. Wan Shiyu nodded. Indeed, and given her advanced age, her thoughts have become increasingly obstinate. Yi Huan sighed. Poor Emperor. Wan Shiyu and Gu Mingzhu exchanged glances, both chuckling. Yi Huan, puzzled, asked, what are you two laughing at? Wan Shiyu patted her shoulder, stating, those who are pitiable often have their own faults. The Emperor is no saint, so you need not fret on his behalf. Yi Huan was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the truth. Indeed, the Emperor's ability to maintain his position indicated he was no ordinary adversary. Gu Mingzhu stifled a laugh, commenting, are we being too audacious? In the room, several personal maids remained. Wan Shiyu, maintaining her composure, responded, we haven't said anything, have we? Turning to the maids, she inquired, have we said anything? The young maids shook their heads in unison. Exactly. Dabai was joyfully wagging its tail, barking cheerfully. The trio exchanged a few more words before realizing that Yi Huan was still feigning illness, or rather, genuinely unwell. Knowing they could not linger, Wan Shiyu and Gu Mingzhu took their leave. Yi Huan escorted them out and, upon returning, lay down on her bed. Contemplating the news she had heard that day, she felt a twinge of melancholy. Life in the palace was indeed fraught with challenges and rife with gossip. Days passed, and Yi Huan fell ill. Initially, she sensed something amiss in her body, but dismissed it. By midnight, Wang Zhenzhi held her in his arms, sensing something was wrong. She felt unusually hot. Her face flushed as if she had emerged from water, her clothes drenched in sweat. She instinctively burrowed deeper into his embrace, murmuring, so hot, so hot. Wang Zhenzhi summoned hot water and dispatched Zhao Fu to fetch Physician Lian. He tenderly bathed her with warm water and changed her into dry garments, placing a cool cloth on her forehead to alleviate her fever. Physician Lian hurriedly arrived, prescribed medicine, and carefully explained the necessary precautions, seemingly addressing Xiao Chun, but truly speaking to the crown prince. Wang Zhenzhi listened attentively. After seeing off Physician Lian, he quietly entered the room, moving lightly to avoid disturbing the slumbering figure on the bed. He gently checked the covers to ensure they were snug, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow in the dim room. On the sickbed, Yi Huan's complexion was pale, her lips as faint as autumn waters, her brow furrowed with unspoken anguish. Shortly, Xiao Chun arrived with the medicine. The rich scent of the herbal concoction mingled with its bitter essence, pervading the air. Patiently, he sat by the bedside, holding a spoon, stirring gently until the mixture cooled slightly before approaching the bed. The bitter brew was difficult to swallow, causing Huan to frown as the liquid spilled over her lips. Seeing this, Xiao Chun grew anxious, exclaiming, "How can you recover if you don't take your medicine?" Wang Zhenzhi's brow furrowed in concern. He softly coaxed, "Gentle one, be good, open your mouth. You must drink the medicine to get better." Huan seemed to comprehend his words, reluctantly parting her lips as the bitter liquid slid down her throat, still unpleasant. As the bowl neared emptiness, Wang Zhenzhi offered her a few sips of water, allowing her to lie back down. He remained by her side, feeling her forehead again, which was still burning with fever. Xiao Chun suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps you should rest. I will take care of everything here." Wang Zhenzhi shook his head, saying, "You may leave," with no other choice. Xiao Chun complied and stepped away. Wang Zhenzhi gazed at the young lady, her face flushed with fever, a pang of sorrow swelling in his heart. Rising, he took a cup of tea and gently moistened her cracked lips. The night passed in sleeplessness. When Huan finally awoke, it was already midday. The bed was devoid of another's presence. "Xiao Chun, my lord, you have awakened." Xiao Chun hurriedly reached out to support her, placing a soft pillow behind her. "His Highness took care of you all night." With a clap of her hands, she asked, "What would you like to eat, my lord?" Huan shook her head, tasting a bitter flavor. "Very well. His Highness has already made arrangements. I shall bring it to you immediately." Shortly after, Xiao Chun presented a bowl of pickled vegetable porridge. There was only a small amount of vegetables, likely because that person did not allow for more. Chapter 29. More bitter than her life, the sourness adeptly balanced the bitterness in her mouth. Unbeknownst to her, she finished an entire bowl. "Do you want more, my lord?" Huan shook her head. After falling ill, she felt devoid of vitality, languid and weak. That dog of a man was also absent. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sentimentality. She wondered when she had become so delicate. After a short while, Xiao Chun returned, bearing a bowl of medicine. Huan frowned deeply. Even before she stepped inside, the bitterness wafted in, more bitter than her very existence. Before she could finish her thought, Xiao Chun interrupted, "My lord, good medicine is often bitter but beneficial for healing. If you do not drink it, when will you recover?" Huan's brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. I know. Just set it down for now. I will drink it shortly." Xiao Chun remained skeptical, her gaze filled with bright disbelief. "Truly, the medicine is too hot. I will gulp it down once it cools." Xiao Chun still doubted her, going to fetch a plate of honey dates. Standing there waiting for Huan to consume the medicine. "I will drink it. You may go about your duties." Yet Xiao Chun did not budge. Huan exclaimed, "When Wang Zhenzhi returns, he will see a troubled little person." What happened? Before Huan could utter a word, Xiao Chun began her complaint. "Your Highness, the master refuses to drink her medicine and wishes to dismiss me." Huan retorted, "It is truly sour. I'm not refusing to drink it. Leave me be." Having delivered her complaint, Xiao Chun left with a sense of relief. With His Highness present, she was not afraid of her master refusing to drink. Softly, Huan's face bore a little color. "Your Highness, I will drink. I am not foolish. Only by taking the medicine can I recover." Wang Zhenzhi took her hand, noticing how cold it was. "You are ill, and with no one to warm you, it is only natural." A smile graced his lips softly. "You have learned to be affectionate. First, drink the medicine." With a look of self-sacrifice, Huan pinched her nose and downed the medicine. The bitterness tainted her mouth, rendering her taste buds numb. Suddenly, a sweet and sour flavor emerged. Wang Zhenzhi placed a sour fruit in her mouth. Huan tilted her head. The sour fruits in the capital were delightful, though they could be tough on the teeth. However, the villa had none. "Your Highness, where did this sour fruit come from?" Xiao Qiu made it. In truth, it was provided by the imperial physician. The sour fruit is medicinal, and the crown prince directly ordered its production overnight. The imperial physician lamented, and the crown prince had Yu Cheng take him to the back mountain to gather herbs. "It does not hurt anymore." Huan's cheeks puffed out. "Your Highness, Wang Zhenzhi placed another in her mouth. Lost in thought, Huan inquired, Your Highness, why are there trees wherever I reside? They are hibiscus trees. Yi Huan's fever had just subsided, yet she felt a lingering sense of lightheadedness. The silk tree, he elucidated. I once saw you beneath the silk tree. Yi Huan strained to recall the moment, but could not. Wang Zhenzhi prompted her. You were mending clothes under the tree. Yi Huan shook head tots dirifting. Was it at the border? I only mended my father's clothes there a few times. After the war commenced, she often foraged for medicinal herbs alongside local girls, busy with post-battle tasks. And then, Wang Zhenzhi gazed at her. Then I thought that tree was quite beautiful. In truth, it was not the tree that captivated him, but the person beneath it. Brother, Yi Huan interjected, could you speak more decorously? Must you always be so shocking? So, your Highness planted a silk tree in my courtyard? Wang Zhenzhi nodded. Does everyone not like it? After a moment's reflection, Yi Huan replied, how could I not? I adore it. I often sit on the swing beneath the tree. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Wang Zhenzhi's eyes. As long as Ro is pleased. Yi Huan's lips curled into a subtle smile, thinking how this man truly knew how to lift her spirits. Why did Wang Zhenzhi plant the silk tree? Perhaps he yearned for the one who sat beneath it to be by his side. In those uncertain times at the border, he could not afford to place her in jeopardy. Moreover, being still youthful, to express affection felt too frivolous and jesting. Thus, he had the tree planted in the Eastern Palace. No one was there, yet the tree could remain. Yi Huan wished to eat more, but he restrained her. Do not overindulge, Wang Zhenzhi chided, tapping her nose. Have you forgotten last night? Ice cream, she exclaimed. Could I still consume 2 bowls after having a fever? Before long, Wang Zhenzhi had to attend to matters elsewhere. Xiaochun brought Inda Bai and He to keep her company, preventing her from feeling lonely. He kneaded on Yi Huan's lap, purring contentedly, while Dabai obediently nestled at her bedside. Sensing their owner's discomfort, the 2 little creatures were particularly serene. Yi Huan's eyes sparkled. Although she had conversed with Wang Zhenzhi for quite some time, she still felt drained, lacking energy and vitality. Soon she dozed off, cradling her cats and dog. In her dreams, Yi Huan found herself back at the border. Though life was arduous then, each day was fulfilling. She saw varied landscapes and encountered different people. She dreamed of saving lives on the battlefield, laboring alongside the local populace, and of Wang Zhenzhi leading troops to her aid. Gazing at her with a gentle smile. Suddenly, the scene shifted. She beheld herself lying in bed, feverish and unwell, with Wang Zhenzhi anxiously watching over her. Yi Huan jolted awake, realizing it had merely been a dream. She touched her forehead, relieved to find she was not feverish anymore. Dabai and He remained nestled beside her. Glancing from her bed toward the window, she noticed that night had fallen. She had slept until evening. Wang Zhenzhi entered quietly, noticing that she was awake. You're awake, he said. Yi Huan smiled at him, and the 2 pets immediately opened their eyes, circling around her. What would you like to eat? I can have someone prepare it. Yi Huan shook her head. Her palate craved something savory, yet her stomach informed her of an absence of appetite, while her mind urged her towards slumber. Noticing her reluctance, Wang Zhenzhi gently suggested that she sip some porridge before resting again. With a lack of energy, Yi Huan nodded in agreement. Wang Zhenzhi instructed someone to prepare the porridge and settled beside her on the bed, reaching out to touch her forehead. Finding no fever, he felt a wave of relief. Leaning against him, Yi Huan inhaled his pleasant scent, finding solace in his presence. The porridge was soon ready. Wang Zhenzhi personally brought it over, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. After a few bites, Yi Huan lost her desire to continue, and Wang Zhenzhi acquiesced to her wishes. He arranged for warm water to be prepared, intending for her to soak her feet after finishing the porridge and taking her medicine before returning to sleep. Yi Huan complied, finishing her porridge obediently while allowing Wang Zhenzhi to assist her with a foot soak. Afterward, she dutifully took her medicine. Feeling significantly better, her body grew heavier with fatigue. Wang Zhenzhi lifted her into the bedding, lying down beside her and embracing her gently. Rest easy. I shall keep you company, he murmured. Yi Huan nodded, snuggling closer to him, seeking a comfortable position as she closed her eyes. Wang Zhenzhi softly patted her back, and as he watched her drift into a sweet slumber, A tender smile graced his face. That night, Huan enjoyed an unusually peaceful sleep, awakening only the following morning to find Wang Zhenzhi no longer by her side, likely having gone to attend court. Stretching languidly, she felt much lighter and more invigorated than the previous day. Rising from the bed, she approached the window and opened it, allowing the fresh air to envelop her. Sunlight bathed her face, bringing a gentle warmth. Taking a deep breath, she savored the tranquility and beauty surrounding her. Xiaochun entered with water, and upon seeing Huan awake, she smiled, saying, "My lady, you appear much more spirited today." Huan nodded, feeling considerably improved. Certainly, the bitter medicine had not been in vain. After freshening up, Xiaochun tidied her hair. Gazing at her reflection, Huan noted that while she still appeared somewhat haggard, she had improved significantly since yesterday. Her body felt stronger, prompting her decision to take a stroll in the courtyard. Chapter 30. Confession. Huan donned her shoes, wrapped herself in an outer garment, and settled upon the chinchio. The silk tree in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, as if welcoming her return. On this day of returning to the East Palace, Huan cradled Dahe while instructing the packing of her belongings. In less than 2 months, she had acquired quite a collection here. Every item, diverse and varied, required her discerning judgment on whether to keep or discard. She meticulously selected what to take, while the remainder was neatly packed for the journey back to the East Palace. Dahe nestled against her, seemingly excited about the impending return. As she busied herself, Huan reflected on the days spent here. Despite the numerous medicinal brews she had consumed, her experience had indeed been delightful. At last, everything was prepared. With Dahe in her arms and by trailing behind, she embarked on her journey back to the East Palace. The outward journey had felt brief, but the return seemed drawn out and wearisome. Wang Zhenzhi rode alongside the carriage of Emperor Jinghong, guarding it. 1 person and 2 animals occupied the carriage, one engrossed in a book, while the other 2 engaged in a spirited tussle. The carriage paused momentarily to rest. Huan remained seated in the carriage, not alighting. Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated from outside. "I am Zhao Xinran, a humble maiden. Hearing of the extraordinary beauty and talent of Lady Yi, I have long admired you. Today, I am fortunate to have this opportunity and hope you would grant me the honor of a meeting." Huan frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt arising within her. She did not recognize this Zhao Xinran and could not fathom why the woman sought an audience. Yet, out of courtesy, she gently lifted the curtain of the carriage and peered out. There stood a woman clad in splendid garments, her features refined, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Huan offered a faint smile and replied softly, "Miss Zhao, you are too kind. I am merely an ordinary person, hardly deserving of such praise. Since you have made the effort, please come in." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinran's face lit up with joy, and she quickly bowed in gratitude before following the maid into the tent that had been prepared. Huan gestured for her to take a seat and instructed the maid to serve tea. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent, the aroma of tea wafting gently in the air. Zhao Xinran appeared somewhat anxious, her hands nervously twisting the corners of her attire. Observing this, Huan took the initiative to break the silence. "Miss Zhao, your visit today is particularly special. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your coming?" Zhao Xinran raised her gaze, a hint of admiration gleaming in her eyes. "Lady Yi, I have always held great esteem for your intellect and character. To meet you today, truly, your reputation precedes you." Huan Simidet Genti, already piecing together the underlying motives. Was Zhao Xinran merely here to extol her virtues? After all, she had not sought her out during her lengthy stay at the summer resort, only to come now, curiously, while Wang Zhenzhi was absent. It was hard to believe this was mere coincidence. Zhao Xinran's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by Huan's candidness. However, she quickly regained her composure, biting her lip and summoning her courage to continue. "Indeed, Lady Yi, you are remarkably perceptive. I did not come solely to praise you." Huan raised an eyebrow, encouraging her to elaborate. Zhao Xinran took a deep breath, seemingly steeling herself for what was to come. "In truth, I have a request. I have long harbored feelings for His Highness the Crown Prince, yet have had no chance to meet him. Upon learning that you were nearby, I dare to approach you in hopes that you might convey my affections to him." As she spoke, a flush crept across Zhao Xinran's cheeks, clearly indicating the immense courage she had mustered to articulate her feelings. Huan could not suppress a quiet laugh within. This Zhao Xinran was quite amusing, boldly confessing her feelings not directly to the object of her affection, but to a mere concubine. Was this not laughable? Nevertheless, Huan maintained her calm demeanor, her smile unwavering. "Miss Zhao, I understand your sentiments. However, matters concerning the crown prince are not within our purview to influence." The implication was clear. "I cannot assist you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinran's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as parchment. She seemed taken aback by Yi Huan's straightforward rejection, momentarily at a loss for words. "Lady Yi, I assure you, I do not seek to compete for favor. I merely wish," Yi Huan interrupted her. "I must inquire whether Miss Zhao would be willing to personally present a woman to her own husband?" Upon hearing those words, Zhao Xinran abruptly raised her head. Her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. It seemed she had never anticipated Yi Huan to utter such a statement, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yi Huan gazed at her and said, "Miss Zhao, I comprehend your admiration for His Highness the Crown Prince. Instead of seeking me out, it would be more prudent to approach His Highness directly." At this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Xinran's eyes. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and resolutely declared, "Lady Yi, I recognize that my desires may be somewhat selfish. However, I truly do not wish to miss this opportunity. I do not aspire to become the Crown Prince's legitimate consort. I merely wish to remain by His Highness's side, even if it is as a mere concubine." Yi Huan regarded her with skepticism, questioning her mental faculties. She had advised her to approach the Crown Prince directly, yet here she was persisting in her plea. With a gentle sigh, she replied, "Miss Zhao, I can empathize with your feelings. However, matters concerning the Crown Prince are beyond my influence. If you are truly earnest, perhaps you should wait for His Highness's return and express your sentiments to him personally." Zhao Xinran rose, bowing deeply to Yi Huan. "Thank you, Lady Yi, for your guidance. I now know what to do." With that, she turned to leave. Just as she was about to exit the tent, a voice rang out, "The mountain bandits are coming." Guard Shou Zhu and Shou Song rushed into the tent. Startled, Zhao Xinran and her maid Hongwa huddled tightly in a corner. Xiaochan positioned herself beside Yi Huan, adopting a vigilant stance. Observing Zhao Xinran cowering in the corner, Yi Huan contemplated the peculiar situation. How fortuitous it was indeed. Wang Zhenzhi was absent. She had come to visit, and now the mountain bandits had arrived. It was all quite strange. Shou Song and Shou Zhu quickly led Yi Huan towards Wang Zhenzhi's location, with Zhao Xinran and Hongwa trailing behind. As Yi Huan walked briskly, she glanced back at Zhao Xinran, noticing her pale complexion and the terror in her eyes, though she was attempting to maintain her composure. The sudden appearance of the mountain bandits caught them off guard, as the majority of their forces were occupied in protecting the emperor and his entourage. Yi Huan's group was scant. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. "Ah, today we have quite a catch," shouted the leader, who had one eye blinded, addressing the opposing group. "Brothers, charge!" The mountain bandits numbered only a few on horseback, clearly indicating their leader. Clad in black, with sinister smiles adorning their faces, they brandished gleaming swords and charged towards them. Shou Song and Shou Zhu immediately drew their swords, positioning themselves protectively around Yi Huan. Zhao Xinran and Hongwa screamed in fright, clinging to each other tightly. Although Yi Huan felt a twinge of anxiety, she understood that panic was not an option at such a moment. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself. "Shou Song, Shou Zhu, be cautious," Yi Huan instructed. They nodded, their expressions grave as they faced the oncoming bandits. Their formidable skills allowed them to engage in a fierce battle, resulting in a stalemate. Zhao Xinran, observing the fight, cautiously inched closer to Yi Huan. However, before she could reach her sleeve, a hand intercepted her. Xiao Chun looked at her. "Miss Xiao?" Zhao Xinran, pale-faced, replied, "I am afraid." Xiao Chun merely released her grip, steadfastly preventing her from approaching Yi Huan. Yi Huan found the bandits to be rather peculiar. While they indeed plundered gold, silver, and jewels, their primary interest lay in abducting individuals, specifically women, and they preferred them alive. The bandit leader, Guahao, immediately spotted a beauty amidst the chaos, akin to a resplendent rose in full bloom, captivating all eyes. With a hearty laugh, he urged his horse forward, charging towards Huan. A flicker of apprehension gripped her heart, prompting her to instinctively step back. Xiao Chun drew her soft sword, and Zhao Xinran understood at once that she was also skilled in martial arts. Observing this, Shou Song and Shou Zhu promptly abandoned their skirmish with other bandits to stand guard in front of Huan. Chapter 31. The bandit Guahao regarded the two men blocking his path with disdain, scoffing. "Do you truly believe you can impede me?" He swung his large blade, aiming for Shou Song and Shou Zhu. More bandits began to surge towards Huan's direction. The two men deftly evaded Guahao's strikes, their movements in perfect harmony, one attacking while the other defended, causing Guahao's attempts to repeatedly miss. Growing impatient from his inability to prevail, Guahao bellowed, his strength surging as his blade sliced through the air with a whooshing sound towards the duo. At that moment, a sharp whistle echoed, and the bandits halted in their tracks upon hearing it. Guahao paused, turning to the source of the sound. He saw a figure clad in black, standing atop a large stone not far away, gazing coldly in their direction. With a subtle wave of his hand, a portion of the bandits swiftly charged towards Huan. Guahao was taken aback, clearly unaware of this person's identity or their authority over his men. Zhao Xinran, however, recognized them immediately. They were members of the Zhao family, intent on claiming a life. The number of bandits advancing towards Huan increased. Xiao Chun led the way as they retreated into the dense forest. Wang Zhenzhi was also entangled in combat with the bandits, unable to break free. As they entered the woods, the bandits pursued closely behind. The thick vegetation obscured their vision, causing the bandits' movements to become disordered. Huan, having studied the terrain map of the manor, realized that Xiao Chun was no ordinary maid. Without hesitation, she commanded, "Head towards the front of the cart." She noted that the main force of the bandits was evidently positioned behind and seemed to be heading straight for her. At this perilous moment, she could not afford to be delicate. Her garments were torn by branches, and her face bore scratches from the foliage. Zhao Xinran and the others remained close behind. It was clear that Xiao Chun could not protect both Huan and the others. Her sole duty was to safeguard Huan. She swiftly wrapped her arms around Huan's waist, intending to employ her agility to whisk her away. Huan turned to Zhao Xinran and urged, "Find a concealed spot to hide." Zhao Xinran, unwilling to let Huan venture alone, attempted to grasp her hand. However, her speed could not possibly match that of a trained martial artist. Xiao Chun, having taken the initiative, departed with Huan using her lightness skill. Zhao Xinran remained rooted in place, fuming and stamping her feet. She had left numerous traces along the way. If Huan was captured, what would become of her? With little time to spare, she gritted her teeth and hastily pulled Hongguo, fleeing in another direction. The chase did not last long before the pursuers caught up, their raucous voices ringing in her ears. Little Spring, employing her lightness of foot, swiftly carried Huan to the front of the carriage. It was evident that the bandits at the forefront were few, most having been dispatched by the guards. As the crown prince, he could not afford to be absent. Yu Cheng, whom he had dispatched to Huan, had yet to return. His brow furrowed deeply, his expression somber, as he pondered the fate of the delicate one. Given the brutality of the bandits, turning, he was met with the sight of Little Spring cradling someone in her arms. He strode purposefully towards them, and upon seeing the face of the one she held, his features softened. Resisting the urge to embrace her, he instead guided her into the tent. Wang Zhenzhi's gaze fell upon Huan's pale countenance. Her garments were torn, and her face bore marks of injury, stirring within him an indescribable anguish. He grasped her hand tightly, his eyes sweeping over her form, finally releasing the tension that had gripped his mind. His heart ached with the thought of losing her. Huan gently caressed his back, reassuring him that she was well. However, her words were cut short by Wang Zhenzhi's distress, as he lamented nearly losing her. After a moment of their embrace, he reminded her that Miss Zhao was still in the woods. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenzhi's brow furrowed with concern. He resolved to send someone to search for her. Turning to his men, he commanded, "Quickly, take a contingent into the forest and ensure Miss Zhao's safety." The guards obeyed, assembling swiftly to race toward the woods. Wang Zhenzhi turned back to Huan, his eyes filled with tenderness and trepidation. "You must know how deeply I care for you," he said softly. Huan shook her head gently, acknowledging his concern while assuring him of her well-being. Wang Zhenzhi tenderly brushed her cheek, his voice imbued with sincerity. "How could I not worry? You are dearer to me than life itself. Should anything happen to you, I would be lost." Huan felt a shiver at his words, surprised by the tenderness he expressed, which she found somewhat unsettling. She could only lean closer into his embrace. Huan reflected on the uncanny events of the day. Zhao Xinran had approached her, and shortly thereafter, the bandits had arrived. She realized that as she attempted to leave, Zhao Xinran had conspicuously tried to detain her. She briefly recounted her suspicions to Wang Zhenzhi, whose expression darkened, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. "I will uncover the truth. Rest assured it will not happen again." He grasped Huan's hand firmly, determination evident in his gaze. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent, and a guard entered urgently, reporting, "Your Highness, the bandits have been repelled." At this, Wang Zhenzhi's demeanor shifted, and he released Huan, rising to his feet with a grave tone. "I understand. Immediately ensure the safety of everyone, and send word to the capital for reinforcements." The guard departed swiftly, and Wang Zhenzhi turned to Huan, his eyes brimming with affection. "I must go now." She looked at him, her eyes reflecting trust and reliance, and nodded gently. He was the heir apparent. In such times, he could not remain idle. Before long, Yu Cheng returned, flanked by the Shosong brothers. "Master, the leader of the bandits is dead. We discovered traces of two groups." Shosong also spoke, saying, "After our master entered the mountains, I followed closely behind and discovered deliberate traces left by someone along the way. It is pine resin." Wang Zhenzhi inquired, "Has Zhao's sister from the Zhao family been found?" Zhao Fu responded, "Yes, Your Highness." Zhao Fu's expression was somewhat complicated as he continued. "However, Miss Zhao seems to have been quite frightened and has been insisting on seeing Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenzhi furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of ominous premonition in his heart. He pondered for a moment and instructed Yu Cheng, "Take the others to ensure everyone's well-being. There is no need to worry about anything else." Yu Cheng complied and departed. It was merely an attempt to leverage a life-saving grace for ulterior motives. He found it unworthy of his attention. The team took a moment to regroup and arrived at the capital directly after nightfall. Wang Zhenzhi did not even return to the Eastern Palace, but proceeded straight to the Imperial Palace, not returning until the night was fully dark. Concerned that Huan would be anxious awaiting his return, he even sent someone to inform her. Additionally, he instructed Xiao Chun to prepare soothing herbal concoctions for her. He feared that if he returned too late, she might suffer nightmares alone. The mountain bandits had not frightened her. Rather, they had disgusted her. Clinging to this powerful ally was not in vain. Otherwise, she would not be able to rest so peacefully in bed now. Wang Zhenzhi also had someone place the two furry balls on the bed to keep her company. Huan reached out to stroke the two little creatures, their soft fur feeling particularly comforting. These clever little beings had hidden themselves amidst the chaos, only emerging once the bandits were vanquished. She allowed a soft sigh, reflecting on the day's thrilling events. Her legs felt weary and fatigued. She wondered how Zhao Xinran would recount the day as happenings. However, it was unlikely there would be any favorable words, for she intended to make Wang Zhenzhi indebted to her. Unfortunately, her calculations had misfired. Amused by the thought of Zhao Xinran's disgruntled expression, Huan couldn't help but chuckle softly. The two little creatures seemed to sense her joy and gently licked her hand, further uplifting her spirits. That night, Huan enjoyed a particularly deep and sweet slumber. Chapter 32. The prince's strict selection. Meanwhile, Wang Zhenzhi spent an entire night awake in the imperial palace. In the study, he engaged in discussions with the emperor regarding the day's events. Emperor Jinghong wore a grave expression. "Is there any lead on the mountain bandits?" Wang Zhenzhi replied solemnly, I believe this matter is rather complex." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jinghong turned to him, asking, "Oh, what have you discovered?" Wang Zhenzhi articulated his concerns. "I suspect that these bandits were well prepared. They do not seem to be a singular force. While clearing the area, I found inconsistencies in their identities. There have been no bandit activities near the mountain villa, yet these bandits appear to have moved from the vicinity of Baiyun Temple, seemingly at random." The emperor's expression grew even more serious. "Are you suggesting?" Wang Zhenzhi nodded. "I cannot be certain, but one must remain vigilant." The emperor pondered for a moment and said, "You may investigate this matter thoroughly." Wang Zhenzhi bowed respectfully, replying, "I will obey your command, father." The emperor waved his hand. "You may return. You must be weary from today." Wang Zhenzhi took his leave and exited the study. Gazing up at the night sky, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts of the moon above. The chaos instigated by the bandits was too overt in its intent. Aimed squarely at that position. But what was the underlying purpose? One must eradicate the roots to eliminate the weeds. Upon the mere thought of Huan, a wave of tenderness enveloped his heart. He quickened his pace, yearning to return to her side as swiftly as possible. Although Lu Sui had encountered bandits, she had merely been frightened, suffering no further harm. Upon hearing that Huan was being pursued by the bandits, she pondered and ultimately sought refuge in the Chunchi Palace, hoping to offer her comfort. However, upon her arrival, the door remained shut. Frustrated, she stamped her feet at the entrance before retreating. She vowed that if she felt pity for her again, she must be a fool. Huan slumbered peacefully until she awakened naturally. Her rest was profoundly satisfying, for she had been exhausted from fleeing the bandits the previous day. As soon as her head touched the pillow, sleep took her. She reached out to the space beside her, only to find it empty, suggesting that the other person had not returned home last night. The bandits, neither a small nor a large threat, were a concern, especially for the crown prince, whose responsibilities were no less significant than anyone else's. By the time Wang Zhenzhi returned, Huan had already partaken of her lunch. He headed straight for the Chunchi Palace, dismissing all attendants. He embraced her tightly, longing to utter an apology, yet the words remained unspoken. The matter was too complex for him to provide an immediate answer, so he simply held her close. Resting his forehead against the crown of her head, his eyes filled with profound affection. Huan gently patted his back and, after a moment, inquired if he had dined. He remained silent. She then summoned someone to bring a bowl of clear soup noodles. "Your Highness, you have endured a long night. Please eat and rest afterward." Huan guided him to the dining table, and Wang Zhenzhi followed her lead, his heart wholly devoted to her. As she placed the chopsticks in his hands, she playfully chided, "Your Highness, do you wish for me to feed you?" Wang Zhenzhi accepted the chopsticks, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he gently shook his head. "There is no need. I am capable of taking care of myself." He began to savor the bowl of clear soup noodles, relishing each bite as if cherishing Huan's concern. Seated across from him, Huan observed his eating, marveling at how a handsome man could make even the simplest of actions delightful to behold. She understood that the burdens Wang Zhenzhi bore were heavy. The chaos wrought by the bandits was merely the tip of the iceberg, concealing potentially greater conspiracies beneath. Yet, she chose not to inquire further, content to remain quietly by his side. After the meal, Huan insisted on coaxing the crown prince to rest. Having heard from Zhao Fu that he had not slept a wink, one is made of flesh and blood. One cannot sustain oneself in such a manner. If you do not take care of yourself, you shall have no one to lean on. Your Highness, your health is paramount. You must rest well. Noticing that Huan appeared unchanged, Wang Zhenzhi relaxed, a smile gracing his features. "For such gentle words, I shall certainly heed your advice." She playfully huffed, "Of course. I do this for your own good. Now, your Highness, lie down. I shall keep you company while you sleep." Huan gently pushed him toward the bed, taking a seat at the headboard, prepared to accompany him in slumber. Wang Zhenzhi nodded, "All right." Huan was momentarily taken aback by how obedient the crown prince was today, acquiescing to her every request. She smiled, patting the pillow. "Come, let us sleep together." He shed his outer garments and lay upon the bed, surrounded by her scent. His hand grasped Yi Huan's tightly, yearning not just for her fragrance, but for her embrace. "Shall you join me, soft one?" Yi Huan shook her head. "I shall accompany your highness. I have only just risen and cannot possibly sleep. Please, close your eyes and rest." With that, Yi Huan gently covered his eyes with her hand. "Allow me to read to you. Sleep now." Wang Zhenzhi's lips curled into a faint smile as he closed his eyes. His body gradually relaxed, and he drifted into slumber. Yi Huan searched for quite some time before finally finding a book suitable for reading aloud. Not only did her throat become parched, but she also found herself filled with indignation. What sort of foolishness is this? What nonsensical tales of love and romance? Observing his steady breathing, as if he had already succumbed to sleep, she decided to cast aside the wretched book and replace it with one more to her liking. She resolutely informed Xiao Chun that henceforth she was to refrain from purchasing such silly novels. A high-born lady marrying a poor scholar, what utter nonsense! Constantly prattling on about love. Xiao Chun remarked, "My lady seems so easygoing most of the time. I never imagined a mere book could provoke such ire." She vowed to be more discerning in the future. After the incident with the mountain bandits, Yi Huan maintained her previous demeanor toward Xiao Chun, for she felt reassured by the prince's careful selection. When Wang Zhenzhi awoke, he immediately spotted the young lady by the bedside. "Ah, your highness is awake." Yi Huan set the book aside, her words flowing with affection. "You have slept the afternoon away. I have been thinking of you." Wang Zhenzhi smiled faintly, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes. "Indeed, I have thought of you as well." Hearing this, Yi Huan's smile widened, her gaze sparkling with charm. "Your highness is the most adept at flattering me." "I do not flatter," Wang Zhenzhi insisted earnestly, holding her hand. He believed that while a story might be told, it must also convey the truth. Otherwise, one would endure emotional trials without being understood or appreciated. Yi Huan laughed joyfully and nestled into his embrace, her delicate arms encircling his neck, planting a kiss upon his lips. Wang Zhenzhi felt a surge of happiness at her apparent resilience against the mountain bandits' threat. Before his return, he had been preoccupied with worries, fearing that nightmares might plague her and affect her health. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "What tale did you read?" Yi Huan pouted slightly, reluctant to divulge. "It is merely a collection of common folk tales. There is no need for your highness to concern yourself." However, Wang Zhenzhi was intrigued. Having fallen asleep, he had only heard the opening lines and knew nothing of the story that followed. "I wish to hear you recount it." With Wang Zhenzhi's insistence, Yi Huan relented and began to narrate the story of the noble lady and the impoverished scholar. She told it with such vivid expression that it was almost as if the disdain was written on her face. Wang Zhenzhi watched her animated features and playfully tapped her nose. "If you dislike it so much, then perhaps it is best left unsaid." Yet Yi Huan was undeterred. Having begun the tale, she was determined to finish it, unwilling to suffer alone. Once the prince departed, she would share it with Xiao Chun as well, ensuring her friend could partake in the discomfort. Upon concluding the story, Wang Zhenzhi offered a rather spirited critique. "Though the ending is delightful, it is, I fear, a trifle too frivolous." He felt that his comments were rather blunt, and he attempted to soften them by saying, "However, as long as one is earnest, a noble lady is not beyond reach." Yi Huan interrupted his wandering thoughts. "Your highness, a scholar can rise through diligence, but a noble lady lacks such choices. A wrong decision leaves no path for retreat. Moreover, if one truly cherishes another, how could they bear to let their beloved suffer? If that were not the case, why wouldn't the scholar strive to provide a life worthy of the noble lady? How could one profess love while allowing their beloved to endure hardship?" Chapter 33. Dreaming of undermining the crown prince. Wang Zhenzhi's thoughts were not so convoluted. Even commanding an army, he found it difficult to articulate matters of the heart. It was only through Zhao Fu's collection of tales that he began to understand. Listening to gentle words is invariably wise. He nodded in agreement. Yi Huan, observing his expression of accord, couldn't help but laugh softly. What a splendidly aloof and handsome prince, yet he appeared so naive. "Your highness," she said. Yi Huan nestled in his embrace, gazing up to view only his chin. "How is Miss Zhao?" "She is well." Upon mentioning her, Wang Zhenzhi's tone grew somewhat frosty. To avoid further discomfort, he softened his voice. The Zhao family is not of good repute. It is best to maintain distance. Huan nodded. I do not comprehend these matters, but I trust your judgment, your highness. How peculiar. She was disinclined to inquire further, preferring not to create unnecessary trouble for herself. Amidst all the changes, flattery remained constant. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled, pinching her cheek. You do have a way with words, don't you? Indeed, I am sincere, she replied, taking his hand and placing on her heart. If you don't believe me, your highness, feel for yourself. His large hand suddenly stiffened. He was aware of the implications. Wang Zhenzhi observed his hand, his throat constricting. Is it frightening? He asked, his voice a husky whisper. Huan lifted her gaze. I am not afraid, your highness. I possess great courage. Upon hearing her bold response, Wang Zhenzhi understood. Huan seemed utterly unperturbed by yesterday's events, daring to tease him. He was far from the incorruptible gentleman. Oh! Wang Zhenzhi promptly swept her into his arms, retreating into the inner chamber. Startled, Huan clung to him tightly. Zhao Fu, ever perceptive, discreetly exited as the situation unfolded, closing the door behind him. Your highness. After their revelry, Huan languidly reclined upon his robust chest, her face still flushed with color. Wang Zhenzhi's hand caressed her delicate shoulder, his touch imbued with a unique grasp. In a few days, General Lin will return to the capital to report. Huan tilted her head, asking, will General Lin remain in the capital? Yes. It would be fortuitous for someone to keep you company. I fear I shall be quite busy in the coming days and unable to attend to you. His voice was low and soft. She looked up, only to be met with a gaze that seemed to devour. Your highness? What kind of look is that? Huan found herself cradled in his lap, her voice swallowed by the intensity of the moment. Setting fires everywhere, she playfully chided him. You've only just arrived, and already you wish to leave again. This playful glance only stoked Wang Zhenzhi's fervor further. When their encounter reached its conclusion once more, Huan was too languid even to move her fingers. The crown prince, well acquainted with the nuances of their intimacy, attended to her with practiced ease. As the individuals stirred from their slumber, the crown prince had already taken his leave. Huan sat up and stretched languidly, revealing the crimson marks that adorned her arms as her sleeves slipped down. Observing these imprints, she muttered a curse under her breath, referring to a certain man in an unflattering manner. After ensuring everything was in order, Lin Zhengfeng, upon hearing that his younger sister had encountered bandits, promptly sought out the crown prince. As her kin and formidable support, how could he refrain from standing up for her? With this resolve, Lin Zhengfeng approached the prince with great confidence. However, after an entire afternoon of discussion, he emerged devoid of the initial enchantment he had felt. Tang Manji, upon witnessing his demeanor, mockingly compared him to a frostbitten eggplant. The robust man pouted, his face etched with grievance, even as his own wife jested at his expense. On the following day, Tang Manji arranged to go boating with Huan. Discreetly, Huan donned a complete male outfit before venturing out. Tang Manji was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her, finally breaking the silence with, Dear sister, what manner of attire is this? Clad in garments reminiscent of moonlight, with a deep blue waist sash accentuating her figure, her raven hair was elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, cascading like a ponytail. She had even darkened her brows, softening her originally delicate beauty and imparting a youthful vigor. She presented herself as a striking young gentleman, holding a folding fan. Huan flashed a playful smile and cast a flirtatious glance at Tang Manji. She spread her arms and twirled, inquiring, What do you think of my ensemble? It was indeed charming. Tang Manji spoke the truth. Even when disguised as a man, Huan's beauty remained undeniable. Huan approached and linked arms with Tang Manji, subtly gesturing for Xiao Chun to join them. Dressed in male attire, Xiao Chun had abandoned her cheerful demeanor, adopting an expression of solemnity as she clutched a green garment. What is this? Tang Manji asked upon noticing the clothing. With a mischievous grin, Huan lightly shook her sister-in-law's arm, suggesting, Sister-in-law, you should wear it as well. It will be most convenient. Given her status as a consort, She could not simply wander outside or appear casually in public. Tang Manji understood her reasoning and took the garment into the inner chamber. Soon, a handsome young man emerged. "Sister-in-law, shall I assist you in painting your brows?" Tang Manji nodded, her appearance serene and dignified, even in male attire, resembling a refined gentleman. The two sisters presented a striking contrast, one embodying the chill of winter and the other the warmth of summer, making it difficult to go unnoticed as they strolled through the streets. In early autumn, the weather was neither too warm nor too cool, and outings by couples to the lake were quite common. Upon their arrival at the lakeside, they attracted many curious glances. Huan fanned herself, partially concealing her face, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth. Women passing by felt their cheeks flush at the sight of her. Numerous young ladies, eager to engage, hesitated in their approach, deterred by the imposing figure behind Huan. Xiao Chun wore a stern expression, her gaze sweeping over those who dared to come closer, her emotionless eyes unsettling many. A number of girls retreated in trepidation due to his presence. Xiao Chun scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Dream on if you wish to steal the prince away, you will surely suffer for it." Tang Manji paid little heed to the ongoing crowd, finding it inappropriate to question Yi Huan amidst the throngs of people. She had always been indifferent to the scrutinizing gazes, otherwise she would not have sought out Lin Zhengfeng. A man of rough demeanor, Yi Huan slumped onto the chair, taking a deep breath. It was truly exhausting. Her feet, concealed beneath her garments, fidgeted incessantly in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. Tang Manji couldn't help but chuckle. Beneath Yi Huan's feet lay a pair of shoes with elevated soles, which explained her restless movements. "Sister-in-law," Yi Huan sighed, having attempted to conceal her discomfort but ultimately failing. Alas, her stature was not particularly tall, and her slender frame rendered her somewhat conspicuous among men, though she was certainly not short among women. Before her marriage to Lin Zhengfeng, Tang Manji had donned male attire several times. She, being an active individual, was quite at odds with her cool exterior, standing half a head taller than Yi Huan. Her visage lacked the delicate charm that Yi Huan possessed, making her male attire less likely to mislead at first glance. Yi Huan, however, had to rely on her height to compensate. "Please, sister-in-law, stop laughing," Yi Huan remarked, feeling somewhat numb. Tang Manji waved her hand, lifting a cup of clear liquor. Little brother, I understand." Yi Huan responded, "How wonderful, it is hopeless. Brother-in-law extends his apologies to you." "Brother-in-law?" Yi Huan nodded. "We are not ones to be petty, come. Let me drink to brother-in-law." In a playful exchange, Tang Manji teased, "Sister-in-law, won't you drink a bit more?" Yi Huan replied, "Sister-in-law is at home with the children." "Sister, won't you drink a bit more?" Tang Manji countered, "Your sister is pregnant and cannot indulge." Xiao Chun maintained a stoic expression. Chapter 34. The ill fate of villains. Listening to the terms brother-in-law and little brother echoing through the cabin, Xiao Chun's lips twitched in amusement. They truly knew how to amuse themselves. Tang Manji, after some light-hearted banter, turned serious. "I heard you encounter bandits recently?" Yi Huan nodded in affirmation. "And you?" She smiled softly. "I'm quite well." Upon hearing this, Tang Manji felt relieved, yet she queried, "Do you know who was involved?" Yi Huan lowered her voice. "The Zhao family. Is there evidence?" Tang Manji knew that Yi Huan would not deceive her, yet to resolve matters, evidence was imperative. Otherwise, she would find it difficult to proceed. Yi Huan shook her head and recounted the events of that day. Tang Manji pondered for a moment and said, "They desire that position? What does it concern you?" Yi Huan took a sip of liquor and replied, "It naturally pertained to others, although she was but a side consort. In the Eastern Palace, apart from her, the other concubines were rather inconspicuous. The crown prince was particularly invested in her, making her presence an obstruction to others." Tang Manji understood. "Can you trust me, little sister?" Yi Huan looked up, "Of course. Are you familiar with the Lin family?" After a moment's reflection, Yi Huan admitted her limited knowledge. Tang Manji smiled with pride. The Lin family has been loyal ministers for generations, achieving considerable renown within the court. Though they have withdrawn from the center of power in recent years, their status remains intact. Yi Huan regarded her, puzzled by the significance of her words. "Your brother is from the Lin family." Yi Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. How could my mother marry into such a prominent family? Dang Manzi, noticing her shocked and confused expression, recounted the story of her mother. Years ago, Yi Huan's mother, Lin Qian, was the youngest daughter of the Lin family. There may not be a multitude of suitors, but at the very least, there are 100. The Lin family is fiercely protective of their youngest daughter, Lin Qian, whose innocent nature leaves her naive to the ways of the world. Initially, they intended to marry her off to a well-established family with whom they had a close connection, but unexpectedly, she eloped with someone unknown, a member of a lesser clan. Yi Huan's maternal grandparents were infuriated yet still cherished her. Their attempts to persuade her only backfired, leading Lin Qian to sever ties with her family. Upon learning this, the Lin family gradually faded from her life. Although they no longer communicated, they did not cease to keep an eye on her. It was only later, when Wang Zhenzhi contacted Lin Zhengfeng, that he finally met his younger sister, whom he had never seen before. Yi Huan realized that this was akin to the tale she had read the previous day, about a noblewoman marrying beneath her station. How delightful, she mused, taking a bite of her pastry and sighing, but money is indeed more reliable. Tang Manji playfully tapped her on the nose, assuring her that with the Lin family's support, she had nothing to fear. Even without the crown prince, the Lin family would ensure her well-being. The two shared an intimate moment, dressed in male attire. Look, I told you they were a pair, exclaimed a lady in a pink gown. Yet, the woman in green twisted her handkerchief, her budding affection swiftly dissipating. Oh dear, they complement each other so well. You should not interfere, she lamented. Such ill-fated romances are never good. The lady in pink reassured her. Fear not. Next time, I shall introduce you to someone even better. She nodded, fully aware that few could rival their beauty. It was merely a matter of fate. The two vessels were not far apart. Xiao Chun, skilled in martial arts, possessed sharper hearing than most. What compatibility? What fated union? Who dares to intrude? She turned to glance at the cabin. Ah, she understood. The two had unknowingly settled close together, their bodies touching, smiles lighting their faces. To onlookers, they seemed enveloped in tenderness. Xiao Chun pondered whether to intervene, but decided against it. Let the misunderstanding be. Leaning against Tang Manji's shoulder, Yi Huan quipped, brother-in-law. How did you end up with my sister? The striking contrast of a cool beauty with a rough-and-tumble man was indeed eye-opening, appearing akin to a tale of forceful abduction. Tang Manji chuckled, her laughter like petals fluttering in the wind. Of course, it was your brother who pursued me relentlessly. She had grown accustomed to the stark differences between her sister-in-law's character and appearance. Yi Huan rubbed her itching nose. Brother-in-law, please do share. Tang Manji cleared her throat. Back when your brother, no, your sister was chasing me, he would bring me gifts from other women daily and even scaled walls at midnight. Yi Huan's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Zhengfeng could do such a thing? Tang Manji laughed mischievously. There were rumors I was to be matched with someone else. And my parents were quite traditional. So he became anxious, Yi Huan deduced. Tang Manji nodded. Yi Huan clapped her thigh. My sister is quite bold. He later told me. Guess what he said? Dang man di win ge. He claimed he learned everything from storybooks. Yi Huan raised her thumb in admiration. Impressive indeed. Who knew one could glean such wisdom from tales? Wang Zhenzhi. I am also lonely. Tang Manji, he solemnly mimicked Lin Zhengfeng's tone, saying as long as it is effective. What is wrong with the storybook? Isn't it the storybook that urged me to catch up with you? Yi Huan clutched her stomach, tears of laughter streaming down her face. Ha 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 ha. Tang Manji gently patted her back, her gaze tender. Presumably, the mountain bandits had not instilled any terrifying shadows in her. After laughing for quite some time, Yi Huan finally composed herself. Her brother was truly amusing. Before long, the boatman brought over some food. This is freshly caught perch from the lake, Tang Manji introduced. The perch is delicious and exceptionally fresh. You must try it. As the fish melted in her mouth, Yi Huan's eyes sparkled with delight. She preferred bold flavors. And the perch, while mild, had no fishy odor, its flesh tender and juicy. It was indeed exquisite. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Yi Huan slipped away again. Upon returning to the Chuanqi Palace, Xiao Chun had shed her previous morose expression. Did the master enjoy herself today? Yi Huan nodded enthusiastically. She had indulged in food and drink with her sister-in-law, engaging in delightful conversation, which was utterly pleasurable. Xiao Chun fidgeted, eager to recount the dialogue between the two girls. Yi Huan stroked her chin and inquired, "Do they really resemble us?" Xiao Chun earnestly nodded. Yi Huan waved her hand dismissively, reassured that there was no significant issue. After all, she would not be donning men's attire frequently, and with so many people around, the chances of encountering them again were slim. Zhao Fu cleared his throat. The two individuals in the room finally noticed the crown prince at the doorway. Upon catching sight of him, Xiao Chun suddenly felt an urge to slap herself. Why was her mouth so fast? Could she not have glanced at the entrance before speaking? Yi Huan gestured for everyone to leave and walked over to grasp Wang Zhenzhi's arm. "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" Wang Zhenzhi wore a cold expression. How could he feel good when his beloved was to become someone else's wife? Yi Huan inwardly cursed this proud individual, leaning against his arm and playfully lamenting, "Your Highness, what have I done wrong? Why are you ignoring me?" She nestled her head against him, pushing half her body into his embrace in an attempt to capture his attention. Yi Huan blinked, tears welling in her eyes. Wang Zhenzhi sighed, wrapping his arms around her. "I am lonely." Yi Huan replied. Oh, she fell silent, burying her head in his chest, appearing aggrieved. Wang Zhenzhi kissed the top of her head, murmuring, "It is my fault." Indeed, after apologizing once, it became much easier for him to express himself. He was quick to admit his mistakes. Sensing the favorable turn of events, Yi Huan shifted the conversation to her brother, laughing while clutching her stomach. When she glanced up, she noticed the man remained unresponsive. Was it not amusing? Wang Zhenzhi replied, "I cannot laugh. It is simply impossible." He, too, read storybooks, and, as expected, was indeed cut from the same cloth. Yi Huan poked his chest, asking, "Your Highness, why do you not laugh?" Wang Zhenzhi solemnly replied, "I do not indulge in frivolous laughter." Yi Huan blinked, as if suddenly realizing something. She tentatively questioned, "Could it be that Your Highness also?" He immediately denied it. Yi Huan kutikut hertongu, sitiflink alaf. No wonder he was so talkative and even understood romance. Initially, she thought it was due to familiarity, but now it appeared to be solely the influence of the storybooks. Chapter 35. Honest Yi Huan, wishing to laugh but too timid to do so. Wang Zhenzhi's arm tightened slightly. Yi Huan had become more subdued. Rather than being mocked, she preferred to share her experiences with others. Consequently, the prince's aloof and formidable image was thoroughly dismantled. Yi, the secondary consort, and Lu, a maid, sought an audience. Yi Huan replied, "Yes, let them in." Lu Sui, hands on her hips and clutching a handkerchief, approached Yi Huan, glancing around curiously. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Yi Huan, propping her chin on her hand atop the table, retorted, "If I were not, would you be able to see me?" Lu Sui settled beside her, expressing her surprise upon hearing the news. "You're not in distress?" Yi Huan responded, "Not at all. I was startled myself. Did you not bring anything to visit me?" Lu Sui, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced at the decor and items in Chuanxi Palace, regaining her composure. "You already possess gifts from the emperor. Why would you still covet my meager offerings?" Yi Huan rubbed her hands together, stating, "What belongs to others is always valuable." Lu Sui rolled her eyes, acknowledging that she no longer sought the prince's favor and was perplexed by Yi Huan's interest in her modest possessions. No, I possess nothing at all." "Ah, we are like sisters, and you surely do not mind such trifles, right?" Lu Sui began to regret her visit. "What do you wish for?" Yi Huan simidet. "A few days ago, I received letters from the two princesses. They shall be arriving shortly." As she contemplated her forthcoming words, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. "When we play cards, you must allow me a victory." Lu Sui exhaled in relief. "Very well." Yi Huan felt delighted. Her luck had been dismal in their previous games, leaving her with no sense of enjoyment. As Lu Sui indulged in delicacies, she suddenly paused. She recalled that these princesses were accompanied by princes representing their families. She wondered if her participation in their games would attract the prince's ire. Tentatively, she asked, "Does the prince know about our gathering with them?" Yi Huan sipped her floral tea. "If His Highness were unaware, do you think their invitations would reach here?" Lu Sui understood, realizing that her actions would not escape the prince's notice. She patted her chest in relief, declaring, "Fortunately, I have been honest. I have done nothing." Ye Huan nodded, perfunctory. Yes, indeed, you are honest. Lu Sui ignored her indifference, thoroughly enjoying the treats. After the last morsel had been consumed, she sighed, patting her abdomen. Since she had ceased competing for favor, she had completely let herself go, neglecting even her figure. As a result, her garments had become somewhat constricting around her waist. She glanced up at Yi Huan, who appeared stunning in every respect, with fair skin and a complexion like a blooming peach, seemingly impervious to weight gain. Yi Huan observed Lu Sui, who oscillated between joy and sighs, wondering if she had lost her mind. Why are you sighing? Is the pastry not to your liking? This seemed unlikely, as she had consumed most of it. Lu Sui regarded her with suspicion. Have you been secretly dieting behind my back? Yi Huan, bewildered, replied, What? Then how come you haven't gained weight? We ate the same. Yi Huan grinned. I naturally do not gain weight. Lu Sui retorted, You already know the answer, yet you inquire. She could only channel her frustration into her appetite, and as she departed, she packed several portions to take with her. Upon arriving at her small courtyard, Lu Sui noticed Lu, the maid, hurrying away. Shui, carrying a box of pastries, gazed in the direction she was looking and remarked, Isn't that the courtyard of Lady Li's chamber? Lu Sui asked, Are you certain? Shui nodded. The concubines of the Eastern Palace resided in a single location, and given her daily comings and goings, it was impossible for her not to know. Lu Sui lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Let's go. Meanwhile, as soon as Lu's concubine entered the courtyard, she closed the large door behind her. Her steps were unsteady, and she sank down against the door. Her fingers clutched tightly onto a small vial. A young maid rushed over to assist her, helping her to a couch. Lu's personal maid, Qing Lan, returned with a food box and, upon noticing her mistress's condition, promptly set down what she was carrying to check on her. Lu's concubine appeared dazed, her complexion pale. Seeing her state, Qing Lan anxiously inquired, Mistress, what troubles you? Upon hearing Qing Lan's voice, Lu Jingyan's gaze refocused, and she reached out, gripping her tightly. Her nails dug into the flesh, and despite the pain, Qing Lan did not flinch. Mistress, mistress. After a moment, with only the two of them in the room, Lu Jingyan presented the medicine she had clutched in her hand, saying, Mei Ren Lian. Qing Lan's eyes widened in shock. Mei Ren Lian is not merely an aphrodisiac. It is a drug used by the madams in the pleasure houses to train young girls. It not only brings pleasure, but also creates an addiction that is hard to escape. Qing Lan glanced around nervously and discreetly concealed the vial in her sleeve. Mistress, where did you acquire this? Having grown up alongside her mistress, she understood her temperament and knew she would never dare to procure such a substance. Lu Jingyan replied, It was given by Lady Li. Furrowing her brow, Qing Lan cautioned, Mistress, this drug is perilous. Why? Lu Jingyan raised her gaze to meet hers. With a bitter smile, Qing Lan suggested, We could implore His Highness to release us from the palace. Lu Jingyan shook her head, fully aware of herself. The concubines of the Eastern Palace, even in their misfortune, lived better than the common folk. She had grown accustomed to this life over the years. I aspire to ascend. Have you ever pondered why this drug was not given to others, but specifically to you? Lu Jingyan sat up slowly and replied, Because I possessed that opportunity. Qing Lan suddenly found herself unable to comprehend her mistress. Are you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? Success or failure lies in one's own hands, Lu Jingyan stated. Tears glistened in Qing Lan's eyes as she implored, Mistress, have you considered the consequences? Lu Jingyan affirmed, If it is a choice I have made, I must bear the consequences myself. She had witnessed the prince's affection for Lady Yi. It had only strengthened her resolve to climb higher. If a mere concubine could receive such favor, what chance would she have once the crown princess entered the Eastern Palace, where competition would only intensify? With tears streaming down her face, Qing Lan, disregarding her status, expressed her confusion. Lu Jingyan closed her eyes, saying, I will arrange for someone to escort you away. Find a good family to live with. Outside, a young maid pressed herself against the door, listening intently to their conversation. Before long, the prince's study received a new piece of intelligence. Wang Zhenzhi returned to the Eastern Palace, but did not go directly to see Huan. Instead, he headed to the study. Upon discovering that his previous indulgence in reading the script had been exposed by Huan, Wang Zhenzhi resolved to relocate the script from his study to avert potential evidence against him. As he entered the study, his gaze fell upon the items on the table. After perusing them, he uttered Zhao Fu. He handed the letter in his possession to Zhao Fu, who, upon reading it, felt a cold sweat enveloping him. Such audacity was indeed remarkable, and Zhao Fu found himself in a state of helplessness. Casting a glance at Wang Zhenzhi's expression, he sensed it was tolerable. "Your Highness?" Wang Zhenzhi inquired. "What is your opinion?" Zhao Fu grimaced, pondering how one could even form an opinion under such circumstances. As long as there were individuals in the rear courtyard, such petty schemes would endure. The servant gestured across his throat, indicating a more drastic measure. Wang Zhenzhi remained unperturbed. "Will you manage to extricate them from the East Palace?" Zhao Fu asked. Wang Zhenzhi nodded affirmatively, suggesting a change of identity before dispatching them from the capital. He was not one to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. He believed that those outside their station ought not to interfere with governance. Similarly, it was only natural for her to seek affection. He had his own affections to bestow, which he could not extend to others. Over the years, he had refrained from meddling in the affairs of the courtyard, both to spare himself from the minister's incessant nagging and because he could sustain himself. Now, it was time to gradually release these individuals. Their stagnation was his fault. Accepting the command, Zhao Fu set about executing it. Fortunately, there were not many in the crown prince's residence. Otherwise, releasing them would have proven quite exhausting. Alas, one could not do so openly. Meanwhile, Huan sat in her room, watching the bubbling pot, feeling as though she would perish from hunger before anyone returned. "I might as well be mute," she muttered. Chapter 36. This is not gratitude. It is vengeance, is it not? The dishes were neatly arranged on the table. She was utterly ravenous. Hadn't they already arrived? Why were they still not here? Huan murmured softly. Before long, the door opened, and Huan's eyes brightened as she grabbed her chopsticks to cook the meat. After such a long wait, was it not reasonable to indulge herself with a piece to comfort her? "Your Highness, come quickly. I prepared the meat for you." "I am truly considerate," she declared, her eyes fixed on the pot, her hand clutching the meat, not even turning her head. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly at the sight of her gluttonous demeanor, washing his hands before sitting beside her. Zhao Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Only Yi's side consort could alleviate the low pressure emanating from his Highness. The journey had been quite exhausting for him. "Your Highness, you are so slow today. I have nearly withered away waiting," she teased. A smile crept onto Wang Zhenzhi's lips, acknowledging it was indeed his fault. Huan shot him a glance. Accustomed as she was to his habitual apologies, rendering her unable to voice her grievances. Resigned, she generously picked up a slice of duck intestine and placed it in his bowl. "Your Highness has worked hard. Please eat swiftly." Wang Zhenzhi mused, who said that timely apologies would bear no consequences. With a duck intestine in his bowl, Huan blinked. "Your Highness, why do you not eat? Do you not prefer it?" "I do," he replied, swallowing the piece with his eyes closed. Huan beamed as she added several slices of meat to his plate. "Your Highness, do eat more. If you grow thin, it will pain me." She was intentionally playful, relishing her favored status. Despite returning so early, he had taken his time, nearly causing her to starve. Wang Zhenzhi collected everything on the plate, knowing by evening she would understand that one could avoid calamity by refraining from reckless behavior. The audacity! Wang Zhenzhi has forsaken his humanity. Huan felt as though her throat were aflame, her tears entirely spent. Enough is enough. Sweat trickled down her chin, gliding over her neck and chest. What did you call me?" Zhiji. After the encounter, Huan lacked the energy to even move her fingers. The man beside her, with a satisfied demeanor, expertly tended to her body. Embraced by the soft warmth, she drifted into slumber. Lu Sui arrived at Chuanxi Palace, radiating contentment, only to be stopped at the entrance. Lu Sui remarked that this situation greatly affected her lovely disposition. Fortunately, the wait was brief. Lu Sui adjusted her hairpin and entered with a determined sway of her hips. "What is the matter with you? You look as though your vitality has been drained." Huan's lips twitched slightly. It was nothing, merely a restless night. Lu Sui blinked, her expression indicating understanding, and teased, "The crown prince is truly formidable." She even gave a thumbs up. Huan chuckled it. Soon, the two princesses arrived. Wan Shiyu appraised Huan from head to toe, observing that she seemed to be faring well. Is the side concubine doing well? Gu Mingzhu inquired with a smile. Yi Huan nodded, expressing her gratitude for the concern shown by Princess Wan and Princess Gu. Wan Shiyu pouted. Who is concerned about you? Lu Sui, feeling her lower status in this gathering, chose to remain silent. Gu Mingzhu, noticing her defiance, couldn't he help but chuckle. All right, we have serious matters to attend to here, so let us not dawdle. The serious matter amounted to a game of cards. The four ladies decided to play without money. Instead, the losers would wear paper notes on their foreheads. Tea was served, cheers erupted, and everything was laid out quite transparently. Yi Huan signaled to Lu Sui with her eyes. Do you remember what you said? Lu Sui, reluctant to look but compelled to do so, replied, I remember. Yi Huan chuckled softly. Wan Shiyu observed her, questioning her unusual excitement. Something felt amiss, but before she could delve deeper, Gu Mingzhu urged her to play her turn quickly. After several rounds, only one note adorned Yi Huan's forehead. Ah, this is pure joy, she exclaimed. Wan Shiyu scoffed. Why is your luck so abysmal? The four young maidservants exchanged glances, remaining silent. Suddenly, Wan Shiyu remembered something and turned to Yi Huan. Have you heard any rumors in the past couple of days? Yi Huan, while fiddling with her cards, looked puzzled. What rumors? She had been out the previous day and hadn't caught wind of anything. Wan Shiyu pursed her lips. It said that the Zhao family wishes to express their gratitude to the crown prince for saving their lives. Gu Mingzhu added, saving their lives? Yi Huan queried. When did the crown prince save them? Wan Shiyu replied, the bandits that day. Yi Huan was taken aback. Gu Mingzhu elaborated. It is said that the crown prince saved the life of a young lady from the Zhao family that day, hence. Yi Huan understood. So, a debt of gratitude to be repaid with one's body? Gu Mingzhu nodded. Wan Shiyu, with a look of disdain, remarked that it's not gratitude, it's vengeance. Isn't it? She turned to Yi Huan, curiously asking, did the crown prince truly save her? Yi Huan pondered seriously for a moment. Strictly speaking, shouldn't it be that I saved her? The three others became intrigued. Who doesn't enjoy indulging in gossip? Yi Huan cleared her throat and said, on the day the bandits arrived, Miss Zhao and I fled together. I found His Highness first and informed him about Miss Zhao. Thereafter, she did not even get a glimpse of his face. Wan Shiyu responded, is that all? Yi Huan nodded. Indeed, otherwise would it be a hero saving a damsel? Gu Mingzhu understood. Ah, so the intention was not solely about the wine. Wan Shiyu interjected, it pertains more to the landscapes and waters. Lu Sui remarked, why do these two princesses differ so greatly from her expectations? The high and mighty image from our last card game has utterly collapsed in her mind. Wan Shiyu commented, the Zhao family has grown increasingly brazen. They fail to thank those who deserve it, while shamelessly fawning over the undeserving. Lu Sui silently agreed. Indeed, their audacity surpasses even hers. Yi Huan felt indifferent. Such matters were well within Wang Zhenzhi's capacity to handle, leaving her entirely unperturbed. Oftentimes, by the time she heard of such affairs, they had already dissipated. Rather than dwell on this, she would rather indulge in the intriguing gossip of others. When Wan Shiyu handed Yi Huan a note, she inquired if there were any amusing tales to share. As confined women of the inner courtyards, what delightful tales could they possess but those of others? Gu Mingzhu smiled. You have asked the right person. Princess Wan is astutely well informed. Wan Shiyu lifted her chin with pride, naturally. Lu Sui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gossip, how delightful. Wan Shiyu grinned. I heard that the deputy minister's wife has caused quite a ruckus with her family at the yamen. The three of them scoffed. Furthermore, it is rumored that General Kong has a penchant for married women. His son's wife has caught the eye of a certain lady who keeps several young men, claiming her husband is neither handsome nor capable. A certain nobleman has been discovered keeping a paramour in a brothel, promptly divorced by his wife. The nobleman's son fancies a courtesan from the Red Chamber, yet she belongs to another. Still, he kneels and professes his desire to take responsibility for love. Wan Shiyu's companion, Luo Hong, found it both amusing and exasperating. Their master adored sharing such gossip. It was one thing to share it with her. But now even the crown prince's family had caught wind of it. Yi Huan, intrigued, asked, how do you know so much? Wan Shiyu replied with a hint of pride. That remains a secret. Her vast knowledge stemmed from having a partner resembling a pig, who daily lamented unfulfilled ambitions while surrounding himself with nothing but idle drunks, leading to endless troubles. He sought her out for venting his frustrations. Fortunately, amidst her own trials, she could indulge in gossip. Otherwise, Wan Shi would have long been driven away. Gu Mingzhu suspected the truth, but remained silent. Lu Sui scratched her face, realizing she had a note stuck to it. She pondered, so, the capital is this thrilling? What a waste my years have been. The four continued to exchange gossip while playing cards until their faces were adorned with notes, stopping only when there was no longer room for more. They decided to take a break and rest their minds. Dabai meowed, leaping onto the table. "Oh, this little cat is quite plump," Wan Shi remarked, reaching out to stroke its fur, which gleamed with a healthy sheen, indicating it had been well fed. Dabai meowed again, turning its backside towards her. Wan Shi laughed. "Look at that. It seems displeased at being observed. The revisions are indeed wearisome. A certain plant, grass." Chapter 37, The Little Trickster. "What is the name of this creature?" Huan smiled and replied, "Its name is Dehei." Wan Shi paused while petting the cat, her lips twitching at the absurdity of naming a perfectly fine white cat such a name. Quite amusing, indeed. Gu Mingzhu stifled a laugh. Wan Shi then turned her gaze to a large black dog nestled by Huan's feet and inquired, "What is the name of this dog?" Huan answered, "Dabai." Wan Shi, at a loss for words to commend her, finally managed to utter, "The title given to the concubine is rather unique." Huan accepted the compliment gracefully, replying, "Your Highness is too kind." Lu Sui remarked, "Gu Mingzhu is stifling laughter. The concubine is truly a source of amusement. No wonder His Highness the Crown Prince adores her so. If I were a man, I would surely pester her daily. Your Highness, please do not tease me." Huan said, her cheeks flushed with shyness, yet internally unfazed, remaining as composed as ever. "Is anyone leaving?" Wang Zhenzhi inquired, glancing at the document in his hands. He had returned early today, intending to visit the Chunqi Palace first, but upon learning both princesses were present, he redirected his path to the study. He had been waiting here for an hour or two, yet still, no one had departed. Cao Fu, Boingzlightly, reported that he had already sent someone to notify the concubine. She would likely arrive shortly. Wang Zhenzhi waved his hand, signaling for him to withdraw. Zhao Fu sighed in relief and promptly sent someone to urge the lady. In the Chunqi Palace, Xiao Chun had gone out briefly and returned, whispering in Yuan's ear. Yuan responded, "Tell him to wait." Typically, she would await him. What harm was there in having him wait just a little longer? After a few minutes of casual conversation, the four bid their farewells. As they left, Wang Zhenzhi entered. He skillfully embraced her, his tone tender and affectionate. Yuan looked at him in surprise. "I heard His Highness returned early today." "Indeed," he replied, resting his chin on her shoulder, his breath warm against her ear. Softly, "Do you not wish to be alone?" Unable to bear the tingling sensation, Yuan attempted to evade, but he held her waist firmly, rendering her immobile. "Of course. I long for you as well," she confessed. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly, "Little trickster." He then playfully nibbled on her delicate earlobe. Yuan gasped, quickly covering her mouth. Casting him a reproachful glance, "Your Highness, let us converse properly without such antics." Wang Zhenzhi paid little heed to her protests. He recognized that unless he gave her a taste of his intentions, she would soon forget herself. His large hand grasped her slender waist, and as he leaned in to kiss her lips, a small hand intercepted him midway. Yuan covered his mouth to prevent any mischief. "Your Highness, how have you become so?" She gazed at him with wide, watery eyes, biting her lip, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Wang Zhenzhi caught her hand, planting a light kiss upon it, and replied with a smile, "With such charm, how could I not be eager?" Yuan could hardly believe how audacious he had become. "Your Highness." In the end, after a playful frolic in the water, the crown prince tended to the sleeping beauty, changing her into clean garments. Yuan only recalled the strength of his arms around her waist, thinking, "How reckless. He is not the one fatigued I am." Before long, Yuan was roused from her slumber. Dining in the presence of others was an unfamiliar experience for the two. Wang Zhenzhi cradled the person in his arms, undeterred by her protests, his face adorned with tenderness as he meticulously fed her. Only after she had finished did he attend to his own meal. Yuan let out a soft grunt, turning to engage in a secret rendezvous with the Duke. She cared little whether the man had eaten or not. In no time, she felt a broad, warm chest pressed against her back. She let out a couple of murmurs and instinctively shrank away, a movement that elicited laughter from the man, who relished the sensation of her dependence. After planting a kiss on her forehead, he embraced her and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, Huan was beset by a sense of soreness throughout her body. She inhaled sharply, slowly attempting to rise, only to relent. Wang Zhenzhi lifted the curtain softly. Huan chose to ignore him. Aware of her own shortcomings, Wang Zhenzhi sat at the edge of the bed, mentioning that the temple fair was to take place the following night. Huan stirred, and he continued, "I shall take you out for some fun." "Really?" Huan sat up abruptly. Wang Zhenzhi reached out to pull her into his embrace, reassuringly stating, "Why would I deceive you, my dear?" Pouting, Huan retorted, "Of course." He wouldn't lie, but he would certainly take advantage of her. The crown prince observed the look of sorrow on her face, her small figure appearing utterly aggrieved, prompting a soft chuckle from him. He lifted her chin, gently caressing her swollen lips. "It's all my fault," she unhesitatingly nodded in agreement. "If not him, then who else?" After their playful moments in bed, Huan rose later that afternoon. The crown prince escorted her to the queen's quarters. The queen had been thoroughly vexed by Concubine Zhao lately, who had been incessantly nagging her about her niece, both overtly and covertly. She had been hoping for the queen to persuade her to accept the girl. However, Concubine Zhao dared not approach the emperor directly, instead choosing to pester the queen. With the whispers circulating in the capital, the queen had always managed to deflect the matter lightly. Now, however, Concubine Zhao had brought her niece into the palace. Having learned somehow that the crown prince would visit today, she had lingered since morning, making it difficult for the queen to dismiss her. Before long, they arrived. "Mother." Huan curtsied behind Wang Zhenzhi. He cast a quick glance, his brows furrowing. What does the king's quarrel have to do with her? Huan remained close to the crown prince, seeking tranquility. "This humble servant, Zhao Xinran, pays her respects to His Highness," she said, followed by, "and greetings to Lady Yi." Wang Zhenzhi responded casually, hardly sparing her a glance. Concubine Zhao scrutinized Huan, recognizing her as a rare beauty. She spoke. "I have heard that His Highness saved my niece's life. I have yet to express my gratitude properly." Wang Zhenzhi spoke in a calm manner. "It is merely a trifling matter." The implication was clear. She was unrelated to him. Zhao Xinran's expression stiffened. She refused to believe that the crown prince had not received the letter she had entrusted to him. Was the content not clear enough? She stepped forward, feigning shyness. "I am fortunate to have been saved by His Highness." Wang Zhenzhi interrupted her impatiently. "It is my responsibility. I have saved more than just you." Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Concubine Zhao remarked, "I presume this is the new consort of His Highness?" Huan s'imidet faintly, chusin silenge, with the crown prince shielding her. There was no need for her to step into the limelight. Wang Zhenzhi sipped his tea, stating, "Today, I have come specifically to pay my respects to my mother." The smile of consort Zhao faltered, as the crown prince showed no mercy and directly ordered her departure. The empress, with a hint of amusement, remarked to Ziji, "Be mindful of your words and actions." Although it appeared to be directed at him, it was, in fact, an ostentatious display. Consort Zhao could no longer remain seated and rose to take her leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinrui cast several lingering glances at His Highness the Crown Prince. Huan wanted to laugh. Was she not merely throwing flirtatious glances at someone who didn't even lift his head? Afterward, the Empress smiled and beckoned Huan closer. She could naturally sense her son's affection for her, and she took Huan's hand. "Oh my," she exclaimed, "this hand is so smooth and tender, akin to a piece of warm jade." The Empress removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and fastened it onto Huan's. Feeling somewhat out of place with the Empress's warmth, Huan awkwardly sought the man's assistance. "Please accept this. It is a gift from your mother specifically for her daughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, Huan found it difficult to decline. Once the pure white wrist was adorned with the jade bracelet, it appeared even more delicate. The Empress smiled and remarked, "This jade bracelet compliments you splendidly," which effectively acknowledged Huan's status. Huan replied, "Thank you, mother." Though she held the position of a side consort, she possessed the essence of a legitimate wife. The empress acknowledged her words and had several items bestowed upon Huan. The group engaged in casual conversation, which included subtle hints about procreation. In the carriage, Huan admired the jade bracelet on her wrist. It was evidently of some age, imbued with a certain spirit from being cherished. The bracelet bore deep and shallow crimson veins. Wang Zhenzhi embraced her, stating, "Mother adores you." Huan felt perplexed. During their last meeting, though the empress had been warm, it seemed superficial. Why this time was she bestowing gifts and recognizing her identity? Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly and pressed his lips against hers. Only after rendering her breathless did he release her. Huan recalled Tang Manji's words. Perhaps it was due to her formidable maternal lineage. She cast him a playful glare and remarked, "Your Highness is becoming increasingly flirtatious." "Increasingly what?" Wang Zhenzhi teased. Pinching her waist, Huan turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. The crown prince, however, was determined. He directly embraced her and lowered his head to nibble at her delicate lips. The man let out a muffled groan before loosening his grip, commenting that she was becoming increasingly fierce. "Your Highness, do not speak nonsense," Huan protested, pressing against his chest. "This is merely a display of my favored position." The crown prince relished the embrace. The carriage offered no soundproofing. Outside, Zhao Fu gazed up at the sky. "Ah, what lovely weather," he mused. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated as something collided with the carriage, nearly causing Huan to be thrown out. Fortunately, Wang Zhenzhi's arm held her waist firmly. She patted her chest, relieved. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If I had flown out, I would either be dead or severely injured." Wang Zhenzhi furrowed his brows. "Cao fu murmured. It was Zhao family's carriage. Go, summon another carriage. You stay here to handle this." Passers-by whispered, "How audacious, even daring to bump into the crown prince's carriage." Indeed, it seemed they intended to extort the crown prince. Wang Zhenzhi and Huan waited in the carriage for Yu Cheng's arrival, which did not occur. Shortly after, two individuals descended from the Zhao family carriage. They were clad in pink garments, adorned with a veil, accompanied by a young maid. Zhao fully stood before the carriage. Addressing Miss Zhao, Zhao Xinran nodded in acknowledgement. "Zhao Gonggong." She glanced behind her, but saw no one. "Zhao Gonggong, please handle this matter as you see fit. It would be a grave offense to His Highness." Zhao fully merely chuckled, leading her to the carriage, which would not be departing any time soon. "Miss Zhao, do you wish to seek another carriage?" Beneath the curtain, a pair of eyes sparkled with fragmented light, leading Zhao Xinran to believe that Zhao Fuli's question echoed the prince's sentiments. "Utterly useless. This is slander," Zhao Fuli stated. She shyly replied, "I have not yet had the chance." With a forced smile, Zhao Fuli added, "Then Miss Zhao should hasten to find another carriage." The smile on Zhao Xinran's lips abruptly vanished. She gestured to Honghua, indicating that she should send someone to search for a carriage. Zhao Fuli's smile did not reach his eyes. After decades in the palace, he could not claim to be infallible, yet he possessed a considerable degree of certainty. It appeared intentional. Even a fool could discern such intentions. Yuqing drove the carriage past the two of them. As Zhao Xinran observed the descending prince, she adjusted her appearance, preparing to step forward, only to be halted by Zhao Fuli. "Miss Zhao, please wait." Reluctantly, Zhao Xinran paused, watching as the man took one of her hands and boarded another carriage. Frowning, she could not fathom the situation. Had the prince not received her letter? Or were her conditions insufficiently enticing to capture his heart? Being stopped by Zhao Fuli, she realized she had missed her opportunity. Honghua was perplexed by her insistence on associating with the prince. In her view, relying on oneself was far superior to depending on others. With the prince gone, Zhao Xinran lost interest in further entanglements. She would fulfill her obligations, offering compensation as needed. Not only had this endeavor proven futile, but she had also failed to endear herself to anyone. Zhao Xinran resolved to write to the prince once more, refusing to believe that her offer would not stir his interest. Yet, there was no response. In the carriage, Huan teased the prince. "Your Highness certainly attracts attention." Even encountering admirers on the main road, Wang Zhenzhi exhibited no irritation toward her comments. Rather, he found them intriguing. He preferred this lively version of her over her typically deferential demeanor. It made him feel cherished. A smile crept across his face as he pinched the soft flesh of Huan's cheek, declaring, "I only wish to attract you, my little bee and butterfly." Huan swatted his hand away, remarking, "Your Highness, your flattery grows ever more insistent." "Is that so? How would I not know?" He grasped her chin, teasing, "Why not give it a try, my little soft one?" Huan's eyes widened. This audacious man was becoming increasingly brazen. A soft laugh escaped her lips. "Do you find my flattery so beguiling?" Wang Zhenzhi inquired as he kissed her. Huan's face flushed crimson, especially as he persistently probed for answers. He seemed determined not to relent until he received a satisfactory reply. Supporting her weakened form, she barely managed to whisper, "No." Wang Zhenzhi, encouraged by her response, kissed her with even greater fervor, concluding that she must have misjudged, for they shared far too few kisses. Huan remarked, "By the time we returned to the Eastern Palace, I found myself being carried back by His Highness." She buried her head tightly against his chest, utterly embarrassed, her legs trembling from the intensity of the kiss. Wang Zhenzhi strode forward with great enthusiasm, an aura of delight enveloping him. Yu Tian, trailing behind Yu Cheng, observed Wang Zhenzhi's expression akin to witnessing a ghost. Who could enlighten him as to why the crown prince bore such a contented visage? With an unmistakable softness and a smile gracing his features, Yu Cheng patted his shoulder, disdainful of his lackluster demeanor. "You'll get used to it." Yu Tian glanced upward, pinching his thigh. "Ouch!" exclaimed Yu Cheng. "Why are you pinching my thigh?" It dawned on him that he wasn't merely dreaming. He murmured to himself, while Yu Cheng contemplated delivering a blow, gazing at his pitiable state. What a stretch of imagination. Li Xie stood by the path, her eyes repeatedly drifting towards the corridor. This was the route the crown prince traversed daily. A few days prior, she had learned from visiting Lu Jingen's courtyard that he had already departed. That evening, she rummaged through the small courtyard, yet the vial of medicine remained elusive. Even the maidservants had vanished, and upon inquiring, she discovered they had succumbed to a sudden illness. Panic gripped her. Losing the medicine was one thing, but this was the East Palace. Items seldom disappeared without consequence. If the crown prince discovered its absence, the repercussions will be dire. Hua Yi, standing nearby, inquired, "My lady, how much longer must we remain here?" Li Xie, growing impatient, retorted, "The crown prince has yet to return. Why the haste? The sun has already set. Can we expect the crown prince to arrive now?" Hua Yi did it. In a fit of irritation, Li Xie struck her, admonishing, "What ill-fated words." She had stood there for ages and could hardly endure such defeatist talk, even if it bore a semblance of truth. Li Xie's slap was delivered with full force, causing one side of Hua Yi's face to swell rapidly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Instantly, Hua Yi knelt, pleading, "My lady, I apologize. It was foolish chatter, my fault entirely." Li Xie's mind was taut with tension, her focus razor-sharp, compounded by a belly full of ire. She unleashed her frustration upon Hua Yi. She was not foolish. Although the path was sparsely populated, one could not guarantee solitude. If anyone were passed by, it would surely invite scandalous gossip. Upon returning to her quarters, doors and windows secured tightly, the sound of relentless whipping echoed within. After a while, Hua Yi emerged, her face marred, lips bloodied, and her entire demeanor lifeless. Her garments soaked with blood stains. Li Xie exhaled a long sigh, adjusting her hair, relieved to have vented her frustrations. She murmured, "A gentle nudge for more updates would be appreciated. Knowing there are eyes upon us ignites motivation. Your support is welcome." Chapter 39. Mourning for man is the most unworthy pursuit. Hua Yi, her pallid countenance returning to the shared quarters of the maidservants, was met with concern. "Are you all right, Hua Yi? Your face looks so pale." She shook her head and lay down. The maidservants refrained from further inquiries. Back at Chuanxi Palace, Yi Huan found a comfortable spot, leaning into his embrace. "Has your highness found some leisure in these days?" Wang Zhenzhi inquired. "Is it not pleasing to have me by your side?" "Indeed," Yi Huan replied, her eyes twinkling. "I would gladly have you accompany me every day. I merely fear others may say I have captivated your heart away from state affairs." "Flatterer," Wang Zhenzhi remarked with a smile. Wang Zhenzhi let out a soft chuckle, his gentle lips not only delightful to the taste, but equally captivating in conversation. Yi Huan, brimming with confidence, asserted, "This is all due to your highness's indulgence." Today, my mother expressed her desire for a grandchild. Pray tell, where might I procure one for her? The crown prince's hands began to wander restlessly, igniting a spark of desire within the carriage. Huan sensed impending trouble and attempted to discreetly shift away, only to find herself ensnared by his grasp around her waist. In an effort to alleviate the tension, she replied, "Your Highness, a grandchild cannot simply be summoned at will. It is a matter of fate." Upon hearing this, the man's smile deepened. "You speak wisely," he remarked. Just as Huan exhaled a sigh of relief, he continued, "Thus, I must strive diligently." The crown prince's fervor was palpable, leading to a bout of playful mischief. At the Ping Wang residence, Wan Shiyu found herself overwhelmed by the clamor of several concubines. Concubine 1, irate, pointed an accusatory finger at Concubine 2, exclaiming, "It was the princess who deliberately ruined the set of cups you were gifted." Concubine 2, unfazed by decorum, spat back, "How dare you lie? You must be terrified of losing your teeth." Concubine 1 retorted, "You're the only one who should be afraid of that. Your jealousy is evident." Concubine 2, feeling guilty, recognized her envy for not receiving a complete set of porcelain. Observing her silence, Concubine 1 raised her voice further, demanding that Wan Shiyu punish her. Wan Shiyu felt a vein throbbing on her forehead. "Enough! What a ruckus you are making!" The two concubines fell silent, sniffling pathetically. With a sigh, Wan Shiyu instructed them to each copy a Buddhist text and had Luo Hong give them a set of porcelain. The concubines beamed with joy, knowing the princess was the most benevolent, unlike the prince, who was miserly and full of complaints. Grinning, they paid no heed to their tears as they gratefully departed. Luo Hong pouted, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Wan Shiyu glanced at her, encouraging her to speak freely. "Miss, why do you continually bestow such gifts upon them? If it weren't for our family's wealth, we would have long been destitute," she remarked. "They are of little value," Wan Shiyu replied calmly. "I must first apologize to you." Luo Hong continued, "The prince is truly remiss. Despite being his possessions, he neglects them entirely, relying solely on you." She added, "When they have issues, they come to you, as if you were their partner." Wan Shiyu chuckled lightly, "If only they were truly mine." Luo Hong disagreed, exclaiming, "Miss, enough, they're all unfortunate souls, merely striving to survive, not engaging in any nefarious deeds." Wan Shiyu took a sip of tea. "And the prince?" Luo Hong fiddled with her handkerchief, whispering, "I do not know. She is always by your side, and has no time to concern herself with the prince." Wan Shiyu waved her hand, signaling for her to leave. Shortly thereafter, Wang Pingji burst into the room, fervently brandishing a folding fan, striking a pose as he fanned himself. With an air of self-importance, he addressed Wan Shiyu. "My beloved, how do you find me?" Wan Shiyu inwardly chastised herself for having asked about the prince's whereabouts. She inhaled deeply, inquiring if the prince had something to discuss. Wang Pingji, wielding a folding fan, strode over and seated himself beside her. "I heard my beloved consort visited my elder brother today." Wan Shiyu, uninterested in his lengthy preamble, interjected directly, "If you have something to say, Your Highness, please speak plainly. There is no need for convoluted expressions." Wang Pingji chuckled, "Ah, my beloved consort truly understands me. Let us dispense with the trivialities. Have you discovered anything in recent days?" Wan Shiyu replied, "Nothing." Wang Pingji, still smiling, cautioned, "My consort should not underestimate me. Have you forgotten? That is the crown prince, who has commanded the military for several years." Wan Shiyu rolled her eyes, remarking that if it were so simple, he would not be called the crown prince. Wang Pingji pondered, finding her argument quite reasonable. "I appreciate your efforts these past few days." Wan Shiyu, without glancing at him, responded, "It has not been difficult, as long as you are aware." Wang Pingji reflected that he had been so preoccupied with leisure that he neglected to offer his consort some sweetness, which might explain her presence here today. After a moment of silence, Wan Shiyu observed Wang Pingji's restless expression, his thoughts plainly visible. She remarked, "I have bestowed numerous gifts upon the servants lately. Perhaps your highness should." Wang Pingji promptly interjected, "My consort has indeed worked hard. I shall see to them. They must not trouble you so much. Discussing finances can be quite disheartening. I shall take my leave." Wan Shiyu watched his retreating figure, unable to fathom why anyone would wish to elevate this fool. He was akin to rotten mud, yet still unpleasant. Luo Hong, having watched Wang Pingji depart, sought to comfort her mistress. Wan Shiyu dismissed her, requesting dinner instead. Enough. My consort feels nothing. My lady, are you not saddened? Wan Shiyu wiped her mouth and elegantly replied, Xiao Hong. It is the most unworthy endeavor to mourn for a man. Luo Hong, perplexed, questioned, but he is your husband, is he not? Wan Shiyu chuckled. He is not solely mine. Mourning for him is less worthwhile than lamenting over money. Luo Hong countered, but money can be earned again. If only. Wan Shiyu, thinking of Wang Pingji, disdainfully remarked, if a person dies, one can always find another. There are plenty of strong, young men around. Oh dear, my lady, Luo gasped, hastily covering her mouth. Please do not speak so recklessly. Quick, spit it out. Wan Shiyu swatted her hand away, asserting, who says I am being reckless? I am merely speaking the truth. Luo Hong nodded, realizing she should not have brought it up. Wan Shiyu seriously advised her. To grieve for a man is to invite misfortune for a lifetime. Luo Hong nodded in agreement. The following day, Yi Huan awoke to find her face pressed against the firm chest of a man. His breath cascaded over her head, and his strong arms ensnared her in an embrace. Just after awakening, she found herself captured, a wooden gun pressed against her abdomen. Yi Huan craned her neck, unsure if the prince was genuinely asleep or feigning slumber. Your Highness? No response. She reached out to touch his chest. Your Highness? Still no reply. Losing her patience, Yi Huan leaned in to kiss him. Just as their lips were about to meet, a large hand seized her chin. Wang Zhenzhi's voice was low and husky. Already trying to seduce me so early in the morning? Yi Huan stammered, I did not. Your Highness must not speak carelessly. Wang Zhenzhi playfully pinched her nose, and only she dared to speak so freely in his presence. Get up, he urged. Yi Huan rubit harshness, realizing that his Highness truly lacked tenderness. My nose is sore from your touch. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled helplessly, examining her nose closely, and indeed, there were faint fingerprints. The crown prince felt a twinge of guilt. He hadn't applied much pressure at all. He resolved to be gentler next time, acknowledging his fault without reservation. Yi Huan, sensing the moment was right, replied, I do not blame you, Your Highness. I am simply too delicate. Wang Zhenzhi's throat constricted. She was indeed delicate and easily marked. Just a gentle touch could leave a trace. Observing his expression, Yi Huan promptly rose. She had no desire to engage in physical activity so early in the morning. Moi. Chapter 40. I wish to make you the crown princess. Would that be agreeable? In the imperial palace, Emperor Jinghong held his brush and glanced slightly at the person below the platform. This was his son, whom he entrusted with significant responsibilities. He had not disappointed the expectations placed upon him. The Qingjian family was indeed the most suitable match. However, this seemingly cold-hearted individual had found a beloved. No matter how he viewed it, Emperor Jinghong could not comprehend. Zijia, Wang Zhenzhi replied, your son is present. Emperor Jinghong set down his vermilion brush and inquired, what are your plans regarding the Zhao family? Wang Zhenzhi nodded, responding with a measured approach. Emperor Jinghong continued, I have heard that the second daughter of the Zhao family has deep feelings for you? Not at all, Wang Zhenzhi promptly answered. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jinghong chuckled. Noting how the Zhao family had grown increasingly audacious over the years, extending their influence further, he shifted the topic. Do you have a candidate in mind for the crown princess? Wang Zhenzhi remained silent. Emperor Jinghong continued, as long as that position exists, the Zhao family will never be at peace. You are not young anymore. It would not be inappropriate to settle down soon. Expanding the family is also a responsibility of a prince. You are my most favored son, the one with the most potential. Although the power of the maternal clan has diminished, their influence should not be underestimated. Wang Zhenzhi replied, I will bear this in mind. Emperor Jinghong sighed. You're growing up. He waved his hand, signaling for everyone to withdraw. Wang Anji, standing outside the hall, spotted his elder brother and could not help but ask, Brother, are you well? The moment the words left his mouth, he wanted to chastise himself for asking such a trivial question. Wang Zhenzhi replied coolly, nothing is amiss. The two maintained a facade of rivalry, and thus refrained from further conversation in the hall. Wang Pingji arrived and spotted the two, striding over with a broad smile. Your Highness, Prince Sun, he greeted. What are you two discussing? May I listen in? Wang Anji replied with a smile, Prince Pingji, you should enter the hall quickly. Wang Pingji protested. I prefer not to. I would just end up being scolded. Taking a deep breath, he entered. After his departure, the two brothers also exited the grand hall. In Chuanchi Palace, Yuan sipped her tea and regarded her visitor. I wonder what brings Miss Zhao here. Zhao Xinran replied. The Empress Dowager has requested that you take me along. I am unsure of the reason. Xiaochun spoke up. Miss Zhao, how can a young lady of the boudoir spend her days in the company of Concubine Yi? Not to mention the status of my family's concubine. How can an unmarried girl like you associate with a married woman? Upon hearing Xiaochun's words, Hongwa's expression soured. She could not fail to perceive the veiled insult aimed at Miss Zhao's lack of decorum and propriety. Zhao Xinran bit her lip, wearing a troubled expression. For the Empress Dowager had commanded this, leaving the young lady with no alternative. It was all the Empress Dowager's doing. It had nothing to do with her. Yuan adjusted her hairpin and said, Miss Zhao, please take a seat. I assure you, I will not put you in a difficult position. Zhao Xinran sat down, perplexed by the meaning of her words. Yuan glanced lazily outside the hall. Am I late? A young lady adorned in a pink dress. Her hair styled in a single loop and decorated with butterfly hairpins, swayed as she walked. Not at all, Yuan responded with a welcoming gesture. Huang Muqi, sitting beside Zhao Xinran, did not even glance her way. That's good, I've missed you. Yuan smiled as she pointed at her. Your tongue has become ever sharper. Not at all. I merely speak from the heart, Huang Muqi boasted. The two engaged in cheerful banter, leaving Zhao Xinran feeling somewhat sidelined. Hongwa looked at Zhao Xinran and softly called out. Mississippi Zhao Xinran, unfazed, took the initiative to greet Huang Muqi. Greetings, Miss Huang. I am Zhao Xinran, the second miss of the Zhao family. As she spoke, Yuan turned her head, saying, I forgot to mention, the Empress Dowager has instructed me to take Miss Zhao for a pleasant outing. I am not well acquainted with the entertainment spots in the capital, so I specifically sought you out. An outing? The Empress Dowager clearly intended for the Crown Prince to take a liking to this person. Unspoken truths lingered in the air. Huang Muqi gestured to Zhao Xinran. Hello, Miss Zhao. Then, turning to Huan, she declared, You are in my hands today. I promise to ensure that you know. I mean both of you. Have a delightful time. Yuan covered her mouth. Very well. The three settled into a private box. Huang Muqi, pinching a pastry, spoke with her cheeks puffed out. This is the favorite venue for young ladies. It is elegant, tranquil, safe, and entertaining. We have the best seats here, quite costly indeed. Let us enjoy the performance. The plays here are exceptionally good. It begins. Zhao Xinran's lips twitched. She had heard of Huang Taifu's only daughter in her past life. A cherished gem. Now witnessing her, it was evident that a child raised in such indulgence, moved with unrestrained freedom, unbothered by others' opinions, living life whimsically and boldly. Yuan observed the play unfolding on stage, feeling that it grew increasingly bizarre. A glance at Huang Muqi revealed her winking at her. Understood, it was this girl's doing. The narrative on stage revolved around a woman who, in pursuit of power, became a concubine. Although it appeared glamorous, she endured daily torment from the mistress, becoming prematurely gray and ultimately meeting a tragic end, unable to close her eyes in death. Huang Muqi held her cup and asked Zhao Xinran, What do you think of this play, Miss Zhao? Zhao Xinran smiled. It is indeed quite good. Yuan noted Huang Muqi's skill in subtly criticizing through metaphor. How could a daughter of the Taifu be so unlike her father? Could this be the principle of extremes leading to opposites? Huang Muqi clapped his hands, having enjoyed the performance, and now his stomach demanded sustenance. During the meal, he remained unperturbed, simply enjoying his food. As they were about to part ways, Zhao Xinran managed to smile, expressing her gratitude to Concubine Yi and Miss Huang. Huang Muqi waved dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. Yuan remarked that as long as Miss Zhao was satisfied, that was sufficient. Zhao Fu stood at the entrance of Chuanchi Palace, eagerly awaiting their return. Upon spotting them, he rushed forward, exclaiming, Concubine Yi, you have finally returned. Yuan noticed Zhao Fu's momentary hesitation, knowing the Crown Prince was likely present as well. What seems to be the matter, Master Zhao? She inquired. Zhao Fu responded, His Highness has been waiting for you. Yuan nodded and proceeded into Chuanchi Palace. The man's back stood tall like a pine tree, his gaze fixed on a distant window, exuding a sense of melancholy. Yuan approached and softly called, "Your Highness?" Her head rested against his chest. "How long have you been waiting for me? Why did you not send someone to urge me?" "It matters not. You seldom venture out. So you should enjoy yourself," Wang Zhenzhi replied, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "You truly treat me well, Your Highness," she remarked. His lips curled into a smile. "Is this what you consider kindness? I have yet to do anything." Yuan playfully tapped his chest. "Your Highness, why do you become so unserious in an instant?" Wang Zhenzhi grasped her hand. "I wish for you to be the crown princess. Would that please you?" Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a coveted position could hardly fall to her. "What nonsense are you speaking? Am I not already yours?" She replied, "Becoming the crown princess is not so simple. It cannot be achieved merely by desire. Even if I were to ascend without power or influence, unloved by my parents, I would still face numerous trials. The intrigues and power struggles are not suited for me. I do not possess such cunning. I am not greedy. Once you become emperor, I would be content to be a mere concubine. I dare not aspire for more." Wang Zhenzhi cast a glance at Huan, believing she would be willing. The position of crown princess was destined for her. As for the challenges that lay ahead, he would handle them and ensure her place in that role. Any potential threats would be eliminated. Wang Zhenzhi leaned down to kiss her forehead, then looked out at the silk tree by the window. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing a few to flutter to the ground. The couple embraced tightly, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 41. Your Highness is truly remarkable in recent days. Huan felt exhausted, spending her time resting in bed, with no opportunity to indulge in playful distractions. Wang Zhenzhi, like a famished wolf, would seize any chance to bring her back to bed, engaging in vigorous activities. Sometimes, as she watched him sweat, she wondered if this was the epitome of what a refined individual should embody, abstaining from smoking, drinking, and late nights, while diligently practicing martial arts. He appeared capable, and indeed, he was. At long last, after much anticipation, she could finally rest. Huan reclined on the beauty couch, adorned in a gown of cloud brocade, her delicate form resembling a lush, multi-petaled peony, charming yet not seductive. She lay with a large black cat resting on her abdomen, her fair, slender fingers absent-mindedly stroking it. After days of recuperation, the abdominal pain that once plagued her has nearly vanished, leaving her with a pervasive sense of lethargy. She prefers to lie down rather than sit, to remain still rather than move. Huan gazes upward, recalling that the last time she looked at the sky, the leaves were still in their tender bud stage. Now, they have turned yellow and begun to fall. Time indeed passes swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye. Woof, woof, woof. Dabai wags his tail, nuzzling his fluffy head against Huan's hand. "Oh, Dabai, how utterly adorable you are," she exclaims while gently stroking his head. "Whose little puppy are you? So charming and obedient. Ah, it seems you belong to me." Woof, woof, woof. Dabai's tail wags incessantly, his mouth agape as his tongue playfully licks her face. Xiao Chun glances over, puzzled. Is this a puppy? It stands taller than an adult man. Goo, I fail to see it. It could easily snap a person's neck with its bite. The large black cat, Dahe, twitches its ears in annoyance at the noise. Meow. Dahe reaches out a paw, delivering a few slaps to Dabai. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Why do you keep making noise? Dabai, though receiving a few light blows, merely whimpers in response. Huan pats Dahe's head, teasing, "Why are you so violent? You strike Dabai at every turn, and only Dabai allows you to do so." Dahe shuts its ears, refusing to listen. Huan can't help but chuckle. These two little creatures are truly amusing, far more entertaining than any human company. Stretching languidly, Huan expresses her craving. "Xiao Chun, I desire a hot pot." Xiao Chun responds earnestly, "My lady, considering your current condition, spicy foods are not advisable." Huan nods, dismissing the advice. "Just use less chili, and it will be fine." Xiao Chun, serious as ever, counters, "I fear that may not suffice." After a moment's contemplation, Huan suggests, "Then perhaps barbecued meat?" Xiao Chun remains silent. Barbecue isn't spicy or irritating. Why would it be unacceptable? Huan invites playfully. Xiao Chun scratches her head, pondering, "It's rather perplexing. Perhaps I need to think more clearly." "Very well. I shall notify Xiao Qiu, Xiao Chun concedes. Yi Huan nods, reconsidering, if not barbecue, then perhaps some hot dishes will suffice. Never mind, I'll save it for next time. She waves over to Shou Song, asking, has His Highness mentioned when he will return today? Shou Song replies, he did not specify. Should we send someone to inquire? Yi Huan gently shakes her head, no need. A mischievous smile graces her lips. If he returns late, I can indulge in something spicy. Just thinking about it makes her mouth water. Freshly grilled skewers of meat, she muses. She even arranged for a few skewers, lightly salted and non-spicy. For to bind a hay, a glass of fruit wine would be the perfect accompaniment, she thinks. However, before anyone enters the courtyard, a delightful aroma wafts through the air. Zhao Fu, upon catching the scent, knows that a feast awaits. Unbeknownst to Yi Huan, who is blissfully enjoying her meal with her back to them, someone has returned. Is it delicious? He inquires. Yi Huan nods vigorously. Yes, it's incredibly delicious, fragrant, and spicy. Yet, something about his voice seems strangely familiar. Is it truly delicious? Wang Zhenzhi's gaze fell upon the woman with a radiant smile, momentarily taken aback. He then lifted his head to look at her, noticing the traces of oil and chili powder on her lips. Your Highness, how have you returned? Yi Huan vispidet, startlet. Wang Zhenzhi produced a handkerchief and gently wiped the remnants from her mouth. Do you not wish for me to return? How could that be? Your Highness, do not slander me, Yi Huan retorted, her eyes wide, astonished by his accuracy. I believe you. Yi Huan's eyes darted about as she offered him a skewer. Your Highness, do indulge. This was specially reserved for you. He glanced down, noticing the marks of saliva upon it. Accepting the skewer, he inquired, is it no longer painful? Yi Huan shook her head. Not at all. It is all thanks to you. She extended her oily hand, contemplating a hug, but refrained, considering the difficulty of cleaning her clothes. Rising on her toes, she planted a kiss on his cheek, beaming, thank you, Your Highness. A smile played at the corners of Wang Zhenzhi's lips. That is insufficient. Yi Huan shot him a playful glare. You rogue, even at this moment, your thoughts wander. You incorrigible man, please eat. The tableware had long been set, and Yi Huan placed a piece of meat into his bowl. Eating should silence your chatter. Once Wang Zhenzhi returned, Yi Huan dismissed the others. Zhao Fu retreated with a cheerful smile. In the kitchen courtyard, several grills had been set up, and the servants were gathered, indulging in food and drink. After devouring a skewer, Wang Zhenzhi slowly remarked, one must not indulge excessively. Yi Huan feigned agreement. You are indeed correct, Your Highness. Here, consume this. It is delectable. Yi Huan paid little heed to his words. Having eaten, it was clear she would relish the moment to its fullest. With no servants present, Wang Zhenzhi rolled up his sleeves and busied himself at the grill while Yi Huan took charge of feasting. Your Highness, you are truly remarkable, befitting a commander of armies. The meat you prepare is exquisite. I adore it. Your Highness, not only are you extraordinarily handsome, but the flavors linger delightfully. Your Highness, Your Highness. Wang Zhenzhi handed her a small handful of meat skewers. Do eat, and cease your flattery, you little sycophant. You should also partake, Your Highness. Yi Huan brought a skewer to his lips. One cannot simply let the horse run. It must also be fed. Thus, the crown prince grilled while Yi Huan savored a bite, then another, offering him a taste as well, not forgetting to share with the hungry pets. When they finished, Yi Huan still felt unsatisfied. Will Your Highness prepare grilled meat again next time? She inquired, patting her stomach. Wang Zhenzhi playfully tapped her nose. You just finished eating, and already you ponder the next time? Yi Huan, unashamed, replied, it is merely that your culinary skills are so remarkable, I cannot forget. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled affectionately. Very well. If he did not acquiesce, she would likely continue her inquiries indefinitely. He took her hand, leading her back. Yi Huan, reluctant to move, blinked. I do not wish to go. Wang Zhenzhi offered her no opportunity for refusal, having observed how much she had consumed. Her little belly was swollen. If she did not walk it off, she would surely feel discomfort later. Come, let us walk a bit. The pair, a cat and dog, strolled leisurely through the garden. I truly do not want to walk. Yi Huan pouted playfully. Why not carry me? Please? Wang Zhenzhi's voice carried a hint of laughter, just a little further. Yi Huan playfully pouted. Your Highness, this is of no use. After a brief detour, the crown prince suddenly squatted before her. Your Highness? What is this? Wang Zhenzhi gently patted his shoulder. Come, I shall carry you back. Huan was somewhat taken aback. Should she refuse? The man tilted his head slightly. Do you wish to walk back? With her feet aching, Huan had no desire to continue. She promptly climbed onto his back. His broad and warm shoulders felt comforting. I truly consider myself fortunate to have encountered your Highness. She showered him with compliments. Wang Zhenzhi inquired with a chuckle. Is that so? Ye Huan reiset Herfinger. Counting his virtues, because you grilled meat for me, accompany me on walks, and are willing to carry me back. Wang Zhenzhi laughed. Is that all it takes for you to be satisfied? Yi Huan nodded, then shook her head. Your Highness is not an ordinary person. It is already quite remarkable that you can do these things. What she did not express was that ordinary folks might not even be capable of such gestures. Today, we have double updates. There is still one more chapter waiting for me. Chapter 42. The greedy cat. Wang Zhenzhi playfully patted her bottom, adjusting his hold. Ye Huan obediently complied. Upon returning to the sleeping quarters, Wang Zhenzhi had arranged some digestive soup in advance. Ye Huan patit her stomach, feeling as though the journey had completely consumed her meal. Just close your eyes, she thought. Life had been extraordinarily delightful for her these past few days, almost surreal in its comfort. Today was the autumn feast. In truth, it was merely a banquet disguised under the pretense of celebrating the season, with money discreetly exchanged, leaving no one aware of where it ultimately ended up. There was also a chrysanthemum appreciation feast, but men and women were seated separately, with the majority being women. It felt rather excessive. Yi Huan adjusted the adornments on her head. The hairpin, the beaded flowers, and the tassels left no room for anything else. Xia Xia smiled and said, My lady, bear with it. It looks splendid. Yi Huan replied, It's truly incredibly heavy, as if I have several pounds atop my head. The attire was equally burdensome. Xiao Chun chimed in, Today is a grand occasion for my lady to make her debut. We must not be careless. Yi Huan Sighit. I'm but a side concubine. There is no need for such extravagance. Xiao Chun disagreed, though your position is that of side concubine. The crown prince certainly does not view it that way. My lady, etiquette must not be neglected. Xia Xia, with a clever tongue, remarked to Yi Huan. With so many young ladies and matrons at the banquet, they will be utterly astonished, their eyes wide in mouths agape upon seeing you. Xiao Chun, puzzled, asked why. Because my lady is simply stunning, Xia Xia giggled, waiting for this question. Xiao Chun looked at Yi Huan, realizing that indeed, her beauty would leave an impression. Zhao Fu stood outside, inquiring, How is Lady Yi? The gentleman awaits you in the carriage. Xiao Chun and Xia Xia helped Yi Huan adjust her skirt as the three of them proceeded towards the carriage. Wang Zhenzhi was clad in a moon-white brocade robe adorned with delicate floral patterns, large lotus prints subtly visible on the fabric. A crimson jade pendant and a matching sachet hung at his waist, while his ebony hair was tied up and crowned with a silver hairpin. Standing beside the carriage, he extended his hand to assist Yi Huan, his gaze lingering on her, captivatingly beautiful. Yi Huan cast a shy glare at him, feeling flustered by his endearing words amidst the crowd. Her toes were digging into the ground. She noticed the fragrant pouch hanging from Wang Zhenzhi's waist, and, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice, asked, Your Highness, did I make this? Wang Zhenzhi reached out to touch it and nodded, yes. Yi Huan could no longer contain herself, her cheeks flushing crimson. Your Highness, wearing it on ordinary days is one thing, but why wear it today? Wang Zhenzhi caressed the pouch and raised his eyes to her, inquiring, Why? Yi Huan, feeling embarrassed, replied, My craftsmanship is lacking. It's so unsightly and conspicuous. It's obvious I embroidered it. Compared to the work of a skilled embroideress, it falls woefully short. However, Wang Zhenzhi held a different opinion. He found the pouch to be exquisite and cherished it above all else, alongside the other creations made by Yi Huan. He felt it was truly special. Yi Huan averted her gaze, thinking it sufficient that he liked it. It was none of her business, and, as long as she didn't reveal it, who would know it was her handiwork? After a moment's thought, she added, If your Highness likes it, I shall embroider more next time. Wang Zhenzhi shook his head, saying there were still a few left from before. Moreover, embroidering was taxing on the eyes and time-consuming. He couldn't bear to see her toil over it. There is no need for more. I still have some. Wang Zhenzhi instinctively reached out to embrace her, but she gently pushed him away. "Your Highness, I've worn this attire for quite a while. Hugging would surely disrupt it. You must mind your posture." Wang Zhenzhi retracted his hand. Huan sat upright, her demeanor dignified and graceful, presenting a stark contrast to her usual self, exuding the essence of a matriarch. Wang Zhenzhi leaned closer, accustomed to kissing her cheek, but was thwarted once more. "The makeup on my face took considerable effort, and I cannot allow it to be ruined. Please bear with me for a moment, Your Highness." Wang Zhenzhi studied her face intently. He couldn't discern the makeup she spoke of, though her lips appeared much more vibrant. She bore an alluring fragrance, one not customary for her. He didn't particularly favor it, but on Huan, he found it delightful. Although she had not mentioned her lips, he leaned in and kissed her directly. Huan retrieved a small mirror, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you've smudged my lip makeup." Wang Zhenzhi responded with confusion, "I was unaware. How could there be makeup on your lips?" Huan had no time to entertain his query. She quickly opened a small box, taking out lip balm and gently dabbing it onto her lips. Fortunately, it was merely a brief touch. Huan then produced a handkerchief and offered it to Wang Zhenzhi. He extended his hand, assuming she meant for him to hold it, remaining still. Huan stifled a laugh. "Your Highness, why haven't you wiped your mouth yet?" The crown prince held the delicate handkerchief, puzzled. "What is wrong with my mouth?" One might think he was a glutton, with the remnants of a lady's lip balm still lingering. Huan took the handkerchief from his grasp and wiped his mouth, the fabric becoming stained with a cherry-like hue. A smile danced in the depths of his eyes, soft and delectable. No wonder he was so enchanted. Zhao Fu, listening from outside, silently gave a thumbs up to the side consort, marveling at the first instance of someone likening the crown prince to a gluttonous cat. Huan shot him an exasperated glance, and the two descended together. The gaze of the crowd was instantly drawn to the scene. This was no surprise, as nearly all the officials present at the autumn banquet had arrived, accompanied by their sons or daughters. The crown prince had returned from several years of military campaigns, and upon his return, he had taken a concubine. Who could possibly remain indifferent to such news? The assembly clasped their hands in greeting, addressing him as Your Highness. Wang Zhenzhi gave a slight nod, indicating that on this day of celebration, no excessive formalities were necessary. The emperor and empress had yet to arrive. Wang Zhenzhi took his seat in the lower left of the emperor, with Huan beside him. As the banquet had not yet commenced, the eyes of the attendees continually swept over Huan. In the crown prince's inner court, she was indeed a favored woman, standing out remarkably. Upon her entrance, the previously vibrant banquet transformed into a singular display of her brilliance. There was no denying it. This woman was strikingly radiant, enchanting yet not overly alluring, reminiscent of a passionate rose, and at the same time, embodying the dignified grace of a peony. Her exceptional demeanor and unparalleled beauty warranted the epithet of a celestial being. Zhao Difu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he smiled, contemplating a conversation with the crown prince. This must be the esteemed concubine Yi, he mused. No wonder she has captured the crown prince's heart. Such beauty is indeed rare. Huan offered a polite smile. Wang Zhenzhi's expression remained impassive. "Zhao Chancellor," he acknowledged. "At your service," Zhao Difu replied. Wang Zhenzhi's gaze remained indifferent. Huan genuinely dissimilet. Zhao Difu tightened his grip on his teacup, his fingertips turning pale. The audacity was remarkable. He had merely uttered a compliment, yet had been publicly rebuffed. As a chancellor of the realm, he found this treatment excessively harsh. Huan reached out her delicate hand beneath the table, gently grasping the hem of his garment. Wang Zhenzhi leaned slightly towards her, hearing her softly say, "Your Highness, you were truly impressive just now, simply breathtaking." Her sincerity rang true, and her voice was light and cheerful. His lips curled into a smile, unable to suppress his amusement, yet constrained by the decorum of the gathering. He captured her hand, which was clutching his garment, within his larger palm, toying with it playfully. Huan grasped his palm, urging him to remain composed. However, her hand was firmly held captive. She had no choice but to submit to his gentle grip. Huang Wuchi waved at Huan, who responded with a radiant smile and a nod. Their seats were separated by several individuals, rendering conversation impractical. A nod sufficed as a greeting. Wang Pingji's eyes were glued to Huan. A beauty such as hers was indeed a rare treasure. He believed himself to be discreet, yet others observed him clearly. Wan Xiyu sighed, noting the increasingly frosty expression of the crown prince. She pinched Wang Pingji's waist with considerable force. Wang Pingji's countenance changed. His lips pressed tightly together to stifle a cry. Through gritted teeth, he whispered to Wan Xiyu, "What are you doing?" Wan Xiyu adjusted her hairpin, feigning nonchalance. Glancing around, she spoke calmly. The prince's gaze is almost glued to another. "If you seek your demise, do not drag me down with you." As the chapter drew to a close, the emperor and empress arrived at the banquet. The assembly chorused, "We pay our respects to his majesty. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! May he live for countless years." In the presence of the empress, the esteemed Emperor Jinghong sat regally at the elevated position. "Arise. Let us not discuss state affairs during today's autumn feast." Guokanghai nodded and proclaimed loudly, "Commence the banquet." A line of palace maidens approached, elegantly bearing exquisite dishes, each taking their designated positions with impeccable order. The crowd was substantial, allowing for an early preparation of the delicacies. Apart from the emperor, empress, and a few of the princes who enjoyed their meals while still steaming, the other officials found their dishes somewhat lukewarm. Fortunately, the weather was mild, and such grand gatherings were infrequent. The staple dish was primarily peach rice. Before Huan, the offerings included fried spring goose, water shrimp, fragrant fried tripe, vinegar crab, monk's vegetarian dish, and 3 silk tofu. Wang Zhenzhi naturally moved a plate of Qianghua tofu closer to her. The tofu was bland, and she had little desire to consume it. Alcohol was off the table as well. As the feast progressed, the air filled with the melodies of song and dance. Yet, decorum was paramount. One could not indulge excessively without regard for appearance. Yi Huan partook lightly, ensuring her lip color remained intact. She consumed more osmanthus cakes than other items, as they were small and satisfying. Wang Zhenzhi engaged in spirited conversation with the princes and officials, while the emperor, seated high above, observed everything. In the midst of the festivities, a young palace maid inadvertently spilled soup onto Yi Huan's sleeve. The maid immediately knelt in apology, exclaiming, "Your Highness, spare me. I truly did not mean to." Xiao Chun glanced at Yi Huan and swiftly pulled the maid to her feet, positioning her aside. Yi Huan regarded her now soiled sleeve and said, "Xiao Chun, let her go. Accompany me to change my attire." Wang Zhenzhi, having only witnessed the maid kneeling, was unaware of the incident's cause. Leaning closer, he inquired what happened. Yi Huan whispered, "My sleeve has been stained. I shall change my clothing." Wang Zhenzhi frowned slightly, finding such antics rather juvenile. Having lived with his mother in his youth, he had encountered many similar ploys from the concubines in the inner palace. He quietly instructed, "Let Zhao Fu accompany you." Yi Huan nodded in agreement. Zhao Fu guided her to a nearby side hall. As Yi Huan exhaled a sigh of relief, she heard Zhao Fu ask, "Lady Yi, what of the maid who stained your clothes?" Xiao Chun replied, "She has been released." Zhao Fu expressed mild regret, thinking that if the maid had indeed plotted something, it would have been easier to find her. Let it be. If anything were to transpire, it would merely require some effort to resolve. Once inside the hall, Xiao Chun explained to Yi Huan, "Mistress, that maid had something added to her person. Should anything arise, it could be traced back." Yi Huan smiled reassuringly. "There is nothing to worry about. Let's change." She felt a profound trust in Wang Zhenzhi, an inexplicable confidence that the maid posed no real threat. Why else would she have let her go? That was not her nature. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Huan touched up her makeup. Xiao Chun lamented, "It is a pity. This outfit does not resemble the one your highness wore earlier. Such a beautiful garment wasted." Yi Huan lowered her gaze, noting that the difference was not significant, merely a variation in the floral pattern. The previous attire shared the same design as Wang Zhenzhi's, while this backup set resembled peonies. Yi Huan inquired, "Are there any other garments available?" Xiao Chun nodded, "There is one more." "Then let us change into that." Yi Huan replied. As Xiao Chun appeared perplexed, Yi Huan gestured towards the intricate patterns adorning her garment. Peonies. Although there were no explicit rules dictating which flowers one could embroider based on their status, it was prudent to exercise discretion at a banquet to avoid becoming the subject of gossip. Another motif depicted a carp, symbolizing good fortune. Once Yi Huan had adjusted her attire, a commotion arose at the entrance. Zhao Fu stood at the doorway, barring entry. Miss Zhao, I must ask you to halt. Zhao Xinran, wearing a familiar expression, inquired, Why is Lord Zhao here? The side consort Yi is within, Zhao Fu stated tersely. Zhao Xinran feigned ignorance, asserting that as a subject, she ought to greet the side consort. Yet, Zhao Fu remained unmoved at the threshold. Lord Zhao, Zhao Xinran pressed. Xiaochun swung open the grand door, and Yi Huan's voice resonated from within, Miss Zhao. Zhao Xinran bowed deeply, side consort Yi. Yi Huan nodded, recognizing the arrival of the main character. Zhao Xinran glanced at Zhao Fu and Xiaochun, hesitating to speak. You two go ahead. I shall join you shortly, Yi Huan instructed. Did Miss Zhao wish to say something? Zhao Xinran abruptly uttered, There is still a year remaining. Yi Huan, perplexed, asked, What do you mean? Suddenly, Zhao Xinran knelt on the ground, pleading, I implore you, side consort Yi, save me. Yi Huan stepped back, attempting to offer support, but failing. Miss Zhao, let us speak civilly. Zhao Xinran continued, Side consort Yi, I had a dream, a portent of my untimely demise far from home. I understand the desires of the Zhao family. I only seek an opportunity from you. Yi Huan furrowed her brow slightly, responding, I am merely a side consort. What opportunities can I provide? I beg you to introduce me to the crown prince, Zhao Xinran implored. Yi Huan suddenly laughed, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Was this an attempt at moral coercion? I regret to inform you, I do not possess such influence. Her tone remained calm. Why seek me instead of His Highness? With tears brimming in her eyes, Zhao Xinran confessed, I have made such appeals before, but the crown prince pays me no heed. I refuse to meet my end. Thus, she had ventured to find Yi Huan during the autumn banquet. Yi Huan regarded her thoughtfully. Perhaps your dream holds truth, yet it cannot be leveraged as an advantage. Can it? You aspire to escape the fate foretold in your dream by relying on the crown prince, which is understandable. However, if he remains unwilling, that is also a reality I cannot change. I have no obligation to assist you. Zhao Xinran promptly retorted, In my dream, the side consort did not reside in the palace. This insinuation suggested her eventual rejection by the crown prince, a notion she found hard to accept. Yi Huan's expression turned grave. Was she being cursed? No. Zhao Xinran hurriedly clarified, I merely recount a dream. In it, the Zhao family stages a rebellion, leading to our execution, and I find myself in the residence of the third prince, who is then exiled after a failed coup. Yi Huan raised an eyebrow, contemplating the implications of Zhao Xinran's words, suddenly struck by the notion of reincarnation. Yet, what significance did that hold? She herself had traversed realms, and rebirth seemed trivial in comparison. You wish to enter the crown prince's residence? Yi Huan inquired, stating it as a fact. Zhao Xinran's recent demeanor had unmistakably conveyed her interest in Wang Zhenzhi. Now, her words suggested the crown prince's ascension to the throne was imminent. Zhao Xinran nodded, revealing, Yesterday, I overheard my father discussing private soldiers in the study. Otherwise, how could she possibly be so desperate today as to seek out Yi Huan? Yi Huan shook her head, stating, I cannot assist you. Zhao Xinran, in tears, was acutely aware of the outcome, yet she still wished to plead her case. Her voice choked with emotion. She sought to express her gratitude for the faith Yi Huan had in her. Yi Huan continued, I will convey your words to His Highness. With a sigh, she took out a handkerchief to dry Zhao Xinran's tears, cautioning her that prolonged crying would cause her eyes to swell. You should return. Disappearing for too long may raise suspicions. It would not be good if word spreads that you're being bullied. Yi Huan helped her up, leaving the handkerchief with her, and walked ahead. Zhao Xinran stood there, dazed, watching her retreating figure. Mistress. Upon seeing Yi Huan, Xiao Chun rushed over. Yi Huan smiled reassuringly. It's nothing. Let us proceed. Zhao Fu, relieved to see everyone safe, refrained from further inquiries and led them back to the banquet. Wang Zhenzhi glanced at Zhao Fu, then looked back, feeling reassured. Is there an issue? He inquired. Yi Huan gently shook her head. With so many people at the banquet, it is best to discuss such matters at Chuanxi Palace. What weighed on her mind was Zhao Xinran's ominous claim of her demise in 2 years. She would need to ask her how she intended to meet such an end. She had yet to enjoy life fully and needed that man to protect her well. Chapter 44. Bold, truly bold Zhao Difu inadvertently glanced at Yi Huan's attire, his gaze imbued with inscrutable meaning. On the way back to the palace, Yi Huan had maintained her posture for quite some time, but eventually she bent down. Upholding one's demeanor was indeed exhausting. Wang Zhenzhi reached out, gently supporting her lower back with a slight lift to ease her burden. "You must be weary," he remarked. Yi Huan replied, "It is my honor." Unlike ordinary concubines, she had the privilege of accompanying the crown prince to various banquets. This favor was generously bestowed, and she could not afford to be ungrateful. Wang Zhenzhi smiled. Though a hint of melancholy lingered in his expression, he understood that Yi Huan did not relish such gatherings. Clinging to his arm, Yi Huan called, "Your Highness?" He responded. She pouted playfully, "A kiss for your concubine." She deliberately left a trace of her lip color upon his lips. "You look splendid like this." Akin to a charming fox spirit, the kind that captures hearts. Wang Zhenzhi, imbued with a faint scent of wine, adeptly removed part of his hairpin and ornamental flowers. "I am hungry," Yi Huan leaned against him, stating. The food at the banquet was rather unpalatable. Nothing compares to Xiao Qiu's culinary skills. Upon returning to Chunchi Palace, Yi Huan immediately shed her layers of clothing and removed her extravagant headdress. Stretching languidly, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. "These adornments weigh heavily upon me." Wang Zhenzhi, also clad in fine garments, wore a dark robe with a fragrant pouch still pinned at his waist. On the table, 2 bowls of noodles awaited. Yi Huan savored the meal, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. The noodles were complemented by tangy and delectable pickled vegetables, generously topped with minced meat, creating a delightful aroma while alleviating any greasiness. At the Zhao residence, a loud crash echoed as Zhao Difu hurled a cup to the ground. His father, Zhao Zhiming, stroked his beard, calmly observing him. "Compose yourself," he urged. Zhao Difu reined in his emotions and seated himself. "Father." Zhao Zhiming was a high-ranking minister under the late emperor, who, in his advanced years, had retired from public office, choosing to remain uninvolved in political affairs. In truth, after the ascension of Emperor Jinghong, he began to covertly suppress the Zhao family. Despite his high position in the court, he found himself with nothing to do, his subordinates' powers having been rendered ineffective. Rather than inciting the emperor's suspicion and facing dismissal, it would be wiser to resign voluntarily, thus preserving a commendable reputation. Although Zhao Zhiming stepped down from his official duties, the Zhao family's offspring remained entrenched in the political arena, serving as his eyes and ears. He was acutely aware of the shifting tides within the court, even from the confines of his home. In his 60s, his spirit was as vibrant as ever, his gaze sharp and discerning. He lifted his tea, using the lid to skim off the froth, and took a delicate sip, remarking, "By the looks of you, it seems you have suffered a loss of face today." Zhao Difu, now in middle age, rested his hands on his knees, his chest rising and falling. The mere thought of being humiliated by the crown prince at the banquet ignited his anger. Noticing his silence, Zhao Zhiming continued. "The Zhao family is no longer what it once was, no longer wielding control over the court to stir the winds of change. While your generation has achieved the rank of chancellor, it remains a shadow of former glory. One must not only think, but also feel in matters of importance. An overly conspicuous objective will only heighten others' wariness. Moreover, the royal family will not favor you. Your actions today were reckless." Zhao Difu bowed his head in acknowledgement of his father's lesson, which he would remember well. Zhao Zhiming gestured. "What is your plan?" Zhao Difu replied. "The team has established a preliminary structure, but the availability of cash is a challenge to further expansion." Zhao Zhiming inquired, "What the prince?" Zhao Difu responded, "I plan to collaborate with the 3 princes." Hearing this, Zhao Zhiming slightly furrowed his brow. The 3 princes were known for their foolishness and hedonism. Zhao Difu, sensing his father's disapproval, explained, "Though the 3 princes may be somewhat foolish, they are easy to manage, impulsive, and quick to anger. They're also simple to deal with afterward." Yet, Zhao Zhiming cautioned, despite their shortcomings, their consort is no ordinary woman. Zhao Difu dismissed this, stating that the 3 princes and their consorts had always been at odds. Zhao Zhiming's brow remained furrowed. He advised caution. He added, "If we are to act, we must do so decisively. Such petty tactics are beneath us." I recall the crown prince has yet to produce an heir. Zhao Difu's gaze flickered. No matter what he did, he could not escape his father's scrutiny. He was like a blade in Zhao Zhiming's hand, directed wherever desired. The intricate patterns on Yi Huan's gown were of his doing. Zhao Difu sought to gauge the status of the consort in the crown prince's heart. But it turned out Yi Huan had not worn that particular dress. Zhao Jiming directly urged him to take action against the crown prince, who was suppressing the Zhao family. Zhao Jiming, retreating into the shadows, was naturally unwilling to concede. If the crown prince was determined to exclude the Zhao family, then he could remain merely the crown prince. Without offspring, he could remain so indefinitely. Zhao Jiming savored his tea. When the crown prince entered the military camp, he should have taken decisive measures to eliminate this potential threat, rather than allowing it to fester. He had underestimated the crown prince, never anticipating such ambition and capability to carve out a realm for himself. In the Eastern Palace, Li Xie, having read the letter, immediately incinerated it. Bold, indeed, she reflected. She regretted her decision to collaborate with them. What good could come from allying with a tiger? She merely sought to elevate her own position. Li Xie bit her lip tightly, her thoughts shifting resolutely. A few days later, Li Xie turned left and right, stepping into a narrow alley, and pushed open a wooden door. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, suggesting it had been neglected for quite some time. Dressed in a maid's attire, with her face painted yellow, she covered her nose and inquired, "Where are the items?" A figure clad in black handed her a bundle, cautioning, "Do not reveal any signs." Li Xie remained silent, taking the items and departing. During this time, she visited other locations, while Huan pretended to be her in the house. However, Li Xie felt uneasy and was eager to return. As she entered the courtyard, a young maid followed closely behind her. "Master?" The young maid knocked on the door, saying, "Today I have brought some fabrics for you to see if you like them." Li Xie's voice came from within. "Leave them there. I will have Huan fetch them shortly." Upon hearing her voice, the young maid placed the items down and exited, heading into the crown prince's study. Li's concubine had ventured out today, returning with some items, and the maid speculated they might be poison, though the specifics were still unknown. Wang Zhenzhi nodded, instructing her to keep a close watch on her. One afternoon, as Yi Huan savored grapes, she suddenly recalled something. She mentioned feeling as though she had forgotten an important matter. As Wang Zhenzhi stepped into the Chunqi hall, Yi Huan approached him eagerly. Curiously, he observed her. "What have you done?" Yi Huan replied, "Nothing. Why do you ask?" He took her hand, leading her further inside. "You seem overly enthusiastic today. It is difficult not to think otherwise." Yi Huan shot him a glance, attempting to free her hand, but to no avail. "Your Highness, please release my hand." Wang Zhenzhi turned to her, questioning, "Why?" Yi Huan responded, "It feels too intimate. It is inappropriate." Wang Zhenzhi pinched her cheek, admitting, "I misspoke. It is my fault. Can you forgive me?" Noticing her reluctance, Yi Huan pouted, "I am not angry." The man merely hummed in acknowledgement, choosing not to confront her. As Yi Huan pondered her pending inquiry, a tinge of anxiety washed over her, and she discreetly glanced at him several times. Wang Zhenzhi, unable to ignore her gaze, prompted, "If you have something to say, do so." Yi Huan smiled, "Then your Highness must not be angry." Wang Zhenzhi nodded in agreement. The young lady from the Zhao family approached her at the last autumn banquet, seeking Wang Zhenzhi. He frowned slightly. "Are you going to act as a mediator?" Yi Huan looked at him in confusion. "Cannot your Highness allow me to finish?" She continued. She mentioned having a dream wherein the Zhao family and the third prince conspired against the throne. I noticed his expression remained neutral, so I pressed on. She also claimed that in 2 years, I would be abandoned by your Highness. Wang Zhenzhi's countenance instantly darkened. Softly, Yi Huan shook his arm, playfully. "Your Highness, do not be angry. Let me finish." Upon hearing this, she felt a surge of indignation, thinking, "Is she not cursing me?" Consequently, she attempted to leave. But the young lady from the Zhao family insisted that some elements of her dream had already come true. She further stated that she was not close to the Zhao family and wished to ask the crown prince for a favor. Yet Yi Huan was not so generous as to relinquish him. "The crown prince belongs solely to me." Such remarks, if overheard by others, would surely cause sleepless nights. After all, the crown prince was destined to inherit the throne, surrounded by countless beauties in the harem. Women were taught to be tolerant and magnanimous, even if jealousy arose. It would seldom be expressed so brazenly as she had. Completed Chapter 45. Lu Zhao's instruction, Wang Zhenzhi was quite pleased. He relished Yi Huan's audacious remarks. Observing his agreeable expression, Yi Huan continued, I pondered that Miss Zhao might indeed be speaking the truth. Your Highness, trying it out would not incur any loss. Moreover, I wish for us to endure together for a long time. What do you think? She blinked her eyes at him. Wang Zhenzhi lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Deep in thought, dreams and premonitions sounded more like fanciful notions, yet given the matter concerned Yi Huan, he would naturally accord it due importance. With those words, Yi Huan felt reassured. As long as the crown prince stated he would consider it, she was confident he would deliberate earnestly. For some inexplicable reason, she harbored a deep-seated trust in him. Yi Huan nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around Wang Zhenzhi, her voice sweet and soft. Your Highness is truly wonderful. Flattery never goes out of style. It is a universally effective equation. Wang Zhenzhi did not mind. He cherished every word she uttered. In Kuaning Palace, Emperor Jinghong reached out to serve some dishes to the Empress. The Empress, with a shy demeanor, gazed at him and said, Your Majesty, please eat more. Do not mind me. With a hint of tenderness in his eyes, Emperor Jinghong tentatively inquired, Does the Empress know how the crown prince has been lately? The Empress did not ponder long. Has something occurred with Zhiji? I heard that only a concubine resides in his rear court. Emperor Jinghong raised his gaze to her. The Empress smiled. How could I possibly know the thoughts of Zhiji? Emperor Jinghong scrutinized her with a cryptic expression. The rumors of the crown prince's favoritism had reached his ears, compelling him to take them seriously. He felt joy for his son having found someone he cherished. Yet it was evidently impractical for one to remain solely devoted to a beloved amidst external threats. Sensing his silence, the Empress reflected before adding, Zhiji seems to have another concubine, although she lacks a formal status. The princess from the recently defeated nation was not bestowed upon the crown prince, simply because they are unworthy. Just a defeated nation, Emperor Jinghong replied with a non-committal grunt and chose not to elaborate further. The following day, after court, Wang Zhenzhi was summoned to the study by the emperor. Emperor Jinghong scrutinized him keenly. Is it true that your rear court consists of only one concubine? Indeed, Wang Zhenzhi affirmed. Emperor Jinghong fixed his gaze on him. I have heard that you have also favored another concubine. Yes, Wang Zhenzhi responded. Then grant her a position. The emperor commanded. Wang Zhenzhi bowed. What about Zhao's son? Emperor Jinghong waved his hand dismissively, allowing him to decide. Given that his son was now of age, it was improper for him to meddle in his affairs. Clearly, the rumors could not be entirely trusted. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Jinghong decided that since he had already intervened, he might as well encourage the matter of progeny as well. It is sufficient that you have fewer women, but do not be careless regarding your offspring. You are not young anymore. It is time to take this matter seriously. Your son understands, Wang Zhenzhi replied. Emperor Jinghong felt an unspoken frustration. This conversation should have been initiated by the empress, yet it had fallen upon him. Were it not for these trivial matters, would he even have to address them? He waved his hand. You may leave. Remember to take today's matters to heart. After Wang Zhenzhi departed, Emperor Jinghong began to regret having placed his trust in consort Zhao's words. Although he was aware of the Zhao family's intentions to marry their daughter to the crown prince, he still could not resist speaking out. For many years, the crown prince had only encountered this one captivating individual. It was only natural for him to lose his senses a little, as long as it was not due to a woman. Such a thing, one would assume, he could hardly do. In the Eastern Palace, Lu Sui was somewhat bewildered. She had been minding her own business in the courtyard when she was suddenly informed of her promotion. Although it was not Zhao Fu himself who conveyed the news, he had sent his godson, Xiao Haizi, to deliver it. With a beaming smile, Xiao Haizi congratulated Lu Sui. Lu Sui remained silent. Xuanmei quickly handed over some silver to him, thanking him for his hard work. Xiao Haizi cheerfully accepted it, uttering a few more pleasant words before taking his leave. Seeing Lu Sui in a daze, Xuanmei gently shook her arm. My lady, why are you not speaking? After a moment, Lu Sui replied, Pinch me, to see if I am dreaming. Xuanmei hesitated, sensing her lady's confusion. Lu Sui urged her, do it. Gritting her teeth, Xuanmei pinched Lu Sui's arm with all her might. Ouch! Lu Sui's eyes widened. This was no dream. In the past, She had dreamt of ascending to a higher position, yet now that it had come to pass, something felt amiss. "My lady, are we not going to pack our things for the move?" Xuan Mei inquired cautiously, fearing she might provoke her. Unspoken was the fact that several palace maids stood outside, awaiting Liu Sui's instructions. Upon hearing this, Liu Sui exclaimed, realizing that with her new rank, she could no longer reside here. Indeed, she was now half a mistress herself. Joy surged within her. From now on, she would never have to worry about food or drink. In her old age, she would have someone to care for her. Xuan Mei reminded her, "My lady, the people outside are still waiting for your orders." Liu Sui nodded, patting Xuan Mei's shoulder. "From now on, you shall be their leader." Xuan Mei, though unsurprised, nodded in agreement. Liu Sui continued, "Since you are now the leader, you shall arrange for them." Xuan Mei hesitated. "What can I possibly arrange?" Liu Sui, holding her handkerchief, led the two of them out with a lively step. She was the first to attain a higher rank and felt compelled to flaunt it. As Liu Sui exited, she spotted familiar faces seated in the pavilion. Upon approaching, she recognized them. "Oh, look who we have here. My dear sisters are gathered," she said cheerfully. The three women bowed to Liu Sui. "We have met, Liu Zhaoxuan." Listening to their voices filled Liu Sui's heart with joy. It was indeed delightful to ascend in rank. No wonder she had long desired to win favor. She adjusted her expression, allowing a small smile to grace her lips. "Please, rise." Sitting in the pavilion, she fixed her hair and mused, "I never imagined that among us who entered together, I would be the first to attain a rank." Li Xie's nails dug tightly into her palm until blood was drawn, at which point she eased her grip. Liu Zhaoxuan was undeniably beautiful, a comparison Liu Sui could not contest. Though Tao Chiezi felt discontent internally, she outwardly praised, "Li Chiezi is right. Liu Zhaoxuan, you grow more beautiful with each glance." Wang Chiezi nodded in agreement. Liu Sui could hardly contain her smile. The pleasure of receiving such flattery was truly delightful. With a benevolent expression, she remarked, "Do not lose heart, dear sisters. Your turn will come one day." Having finished her show of ostentation, Liu Sui promptly departed. She hastened towards the Chuanqi Hall, eager to inquire with Yi Huan about the unexpected turn of events. While she was indeed elated, she was also mindful of her own safety. As Liu Sui stepped into the hall, Yi Huan's voice of congratulations rang out, proclaiming Liu Zhao's promotion and that the rewards had already been placed in her chamber by Xiao Chan. Liu Sui glanced around and quietly asked, "Why has the crown prince suddenly elevated my rank?" Yi Huan chuckled, "Naturally, it is because you are deserving of such an honor. Do you not appreciate the promotion?" Liu Sui nodded, expressing her delight. Yi Huan responded, "Then that is sufficient." Yet, Liu Sui harbored a lingering sense of unease. Observing the crown prince's evident favoritism towards Yi Huan, she could scarcely believe that they were discussing auspicious days ahead. She would sooner believe in the supernatural. Yi Huan, noticing Liu Sui's suspicious demeanor, suppressed a laugh. The rewards were plentiful, including gold and jewelry. Liu Sui rubbed her hands together, declaring, "I shall take my leave now." With the mention of gold and fine treasures, she had little to fear. Xiao Chun, watching Liu Sui's retreating figure, inquired, "My lady she?" Yi Huan waved her hand dismissively. "She is fine, merely prone to exuberance, a bit lacking in intellect. But her heart is in the right place, albeit somewhat naive." Within half a day, news of Liu Sui's promotion spread throughout the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince's first elevation of a person was known both inside and outside the palace. Upon hearing the news, Huang Muqi was incredulous and rushed to inquire with Hiyu. At the tavern, Hiyu took an inordinate amount of time to arrange his appearance, carefully selecting his attire. As he opened the door, Huang Muqi burst in with enthusiasm. "What a warm welcome," Hiyu chuckled foolishly. Huang Muqi frowned. "Why are you not coming inside?" "Oh, right." Hiyu awkwardly shuffled in. Huang Muqi cast him a disapproving glance. "Is it true that the Crown Prince has elevated someone?" Later that night, a domineering figure seized her phone. Tilting your chin with a low, husky voice, "Why do you not indulge me in love's madness?" In Chapter 46, titled Men Are Incorrigible Flirts, the ever-spirited young general remained oblivious to Huang Muqi's disapproving glare. He scratched his head and pondered indeed. Huang Muqi slammed her hand on the table. Startling Hiyu, "What is wrong with you? Does your hand not hurt?" He attempted to check for redness in her palm, but her fearsome expression deterred him. Having grown up together, he had never witnessed Huang Muqi display such a countenance. She shot him a glare, suddenly finding him insufferable. "What is it to you? You insufferable man." He, taken aback by the rebuke, protested. "What have I done?" Huang Muqi, uninterested in idle chatter, merely wished to see Huan. How devastated that beautiful lady must be upon hearing the news. Truly, no man is worth trusting. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Huang Muqi declared. Attempting to exit, he grasped her wrist, perplexed. "What is the matter? Who has upset you?" Huang Muqi, disinterested in engaging further, struggled to break free from his grasp. "Release me." He furrowed his brow. "First tell me what is wrong. Only then will I let you go." Huang Muqi glared at him. "Men are all fickle, save for my father. Her father is solely dependent on her mother." He was displeased and attempted to justify himself, asserting, "I am not that way." Huang Muqi scoffed dismissively, clearly unconvinced. Indeed, she did not believe him. He shared a close friendship with the crown prince, who was known for his character flaws, thus leading her to question He's integrity. There is a saying, "Isn't there? Birds of a feather flock together." Yes, precisely. The more Huang Muqi contemplated, the more she found this reasoning compelling. What she ought to be doing now was to console the beautiful lady whose heart was wounded, rather than engaging in trivial discourse. Why won't he let go? She thought, feeling the urge to bite him if he persisted. He immediately recognized that his previous words had not made an impression on her. "I truly am not," he insisted. Huang Muqi looked at him in bewilderment. "Not what?" He stammered. "I am truly not a fickle person. I haven't even, in all these years." Huang Muqi tilted her head. "What? Haven't even touched a woman?" He resigned himself to the situation. Upon hearing this, Huang Muqi's face flushed crimson. "Why must you divulge everything?" He, feeling embarrassed, would rather speak plainly than endure her misinterpretation. In families of high standing or those of modest official rank, it is customary for young men to have concubines arranged for them once they reach a certain age. Individuals like He were quite rare. Even he, despite his aloofness, understood why she was upset, stammering, "The crown prince is like me." Huang Muqi's face reddened further. Rumors had circulated recently that the crown prince was particularly favored, suggesting that this might be a reluctant choice on his part. Huang Muqi comprehended this. She had a straightforward disposition, yet her intellect was sharp. She was not foolish. He, however, was rather indiscreet, uttering words that implicated the crown prince as well. She freed her hand from his grasp, feeling warmth in the areas he had touched. "Does lady know?" He gently rubbed his hand concealed within his sleeve. "Know what?" Huang Muqi shot him another glare. "What do you think?" He, feeling guilty, assumed she must be aware. Huang Muqi then called for a waiter, declaring that since she was here, she was quite hungry after all this time. He grinned widely as he gazed at her. "Look at what you are ordering." Huang Muqi was still contemplating how he would cover the bill. She couldn't possibly order everything lest she missed the opportunity to take advantage of him. Upon hearing this, He's grin widened even more. He was delighted. Huang Muqi remained blissfully unaware of He's private performance. After their meal, she stood up and left, eager to meet up with the beautiful lady. In the spring rest palace that evening, the crown prince skillfully climbed through the window. The guard stationed outside raised their eyes to the heavens, pretending not to see, although it was said he was sneaking through the window at night. Wang Zhenzhi was more forthright than anyone else. Huan lounged on the soft couch, observing the figure entering through the window, and teasingly remarked, "Ah, your highness has also taken to the ways of a thief in the night." Wang Zhenzhi embraced the visitor, taking a deep breath. The incense in Lu Sui's chamber was overwhelmingly strong, causing a headache. Had he not known Lu Sui to be innocent and unassuming, he might have suspected she had poisoned the incense. "Is this soft one displeased with me?" Huan blinked her eyes, feigning incomprehension. The prince was far more straightforward than those who engage in secret liaisons, though the entrance he chose was rather dubious. Wang Zhenzhi playfully pinched her cheek, his banter becoming increasingly mischievous. Huan planted a kiss on his chin and inquired, "Is that so?" The crown prince chuckled softly, remarking that such sweetness was hard to discern. It required a different approach to truly appreciate it, and only then would he relent. Wang Zhenzhi wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth with a low, husky voice, whispering in her ear, "Indeed, your sweetness has intensified." Huan felt a blush rise to her cheeks, lightly punching his chest in playful reproach, exclaiming, "You are becoming ever more adept at teasing." After their playful exchange, Wang Zhenzhi's mood visibly improved, though he continued to embrace her, occasionally squeezing her small hand. Huan had noticed his earlier discontent upon his arrival. Though his expression remained unchanged, his brow was slightly furrowed, perhaps unbeknownst to him. "You should frown less, Your Highness," she suggested. "Why?" he asked. "Huan simidet. Frowning too much will mar your beauty. If you become unattractive, I shall no longer find you appealing." Wang Zhenzhi playfully tightened his grip around her waist, the softness of her flesh yielding to his touch, causing her to soften. Huan quickly pleaded for mercy, declaring, "You will always be the most handsome in my heart, Your Highness." Satisfied with her words, he did not release her. Refusing to be outdone, she bit his chin, prompting him to grip her waist even tighter. With gritted teeth, she retaliated, knowing that even a rabbit can bite when cornered, and her bite landed squarely on his Adam's apple. The man inhaled sharply, capturing the back of her head, enveloping her little biting mouth in his own, tenderly licking and slowly sucking. Huan found herself utterly dazed. His voice, low and teasing, drifted to her ears. "Are you tempted? I shall indulge your desires." "Danger," she exclaimed, but before she could charm him further, she found herself lifted into his arms. The fabric around her waist was suddenly unfastened, and due to the clandestine nature of their rendezvous, though the entire spring rest hall was well aware, they had to remain undiscovered. Wang Zhenzhi, feeling the urgency of the situation, carried her directly to the bathing chamber. Bathing was completed, and her appetite was satisfied, two birds with one stone, all without raising suspicion. In the hall of glimmering clouds, Lu Sui sat on the bed with a forlorn expression, moaning and sighing. She despised the nightly visits. Each time, she had to perform alone, pouring her heart into the act. Afterward, she was required to call for water, not once but twice. She wished to be lazy, yet feared it would be too brief, failing to meet the crown prince's expectations. Lu Sui even resorted to pinching herself to leave marks, causing her to grimace in pain. This was a cruel fate indeed. Finally, at 10 o'clock that night, she summoned water and promptly fell asleep, utterly exhausted. The next morning, she awoke with dark circles under her eyes. Shui Mei, mistaking her fatigue for the result of the previous night's exertions, blushed deeply, feeling rather embarrassed. Lu Sui remained expressionless, declaring, "I am now a cold-blooded assassin, yearning for more sleep." However, she had to pay her respects. Lu Sui sighed, "It's hardly entertaining." Shui Mei initially assumed that His Highness had departed in the middle of the night, noticing the marks on Lu Sui's neck. With genuine concern, she inquired, "My lady, would you like to cover that?" Lu Sui let out a cold laugh. No need. This was her own accomplishment. Why should she conceal it? She had every intention of flaunting it later. Observing Lu Sui's less than pleasant demeanor, Shui Mei mistakenly attributed it to the absence of the crown prince for the night. In chapter 47, How Delightful, she ventured to advise, "My lady, please do not take offense at my words. His Highness is unlikely to stay anywhere other than the Spring Rest Palace." With a hint of caution, she added, "Do not become overly proud of a little affection." Lu Sui could not tolerate such comments. What affection was there? She loved herself, did she not? Acknowledging Shui Mei's good intentions, she nodded, "I understand, do not worry." Holding powder, Shui Mei asked, "Shall we cover it?" Lu Sui replied, "No." Shui Mei sighed, realizing her words had gone unheard. With dark circles under her eyes that no amount of powder could conceal, Lu Sui walked proudly. Strangely, with red marks still visible on her neck. Even the palace maids lowered their heads in shyness. Upon arriving at the Spring Rest Palace, Lu Sui found Huan still asleep, navigating the familiar surroundings. She had tea and snacks prepared. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," she exclaimed, playfully beckoning the little dog. Lu Sui raised her finger, attempting to entice the canine. "Woof, woof, woof." Lu Sui recalled that Huan had a small black dog named Dabai, yet the creature before her seemed rather large. Tentatively, she called out, "Dabai?" "Woof," responded the dog. "Dabai. Woof, woof." Lu Sui laughed. "Come here." "Goodness, what have you been eating to grow so big?" Only Lu Sui, with her audacity, would dare to flirt with such a large dog? Dabai, move your ears. Sniff around. Confirm there is no danger. Charge. Dabai, with keen precision, headed straight for the morsels in Lu Sui's hand, drooling in anticipation. Lu Sui raised a finger. Sit down, do not bump into me, or there will be no treats. Dabai complied, opening its mouth. Good boy, more. When Huan awoke, she found the two engaged in delightful play. Her voice, still tinged with sleep, asked, what brings you here? Lu Sui straightened her appearance. I come to pay my respects. Huan suintet. Oh, suddenly remembering her new position as the most prominent figure in the Eastern Palace, she advised, do not come again. You would do better to sleep a little longer. After sipping her tea, Huan felt more awake, her gaze falling on the red marks on Lu Sui's neck. With genuine concern, she asked, did a bug bite you? Lu Sui lifted her chin. What bug? You mean this mark? Gesturing to her neck. Huan nodded. Lu Sui proudly declared, this is proof of affection, not a bug bite. Huan chuckled. What was the purpose of this? What else but to flaunt it? Lu Sui replied with unabashed confidence. Huan cautioned her. Such behavior may incite envy. After all, we are card partners, and I would prefer not to hear news of you falling out of favor shortly. Lu Sui, holding his necks, took a bite, alternating between the food and the dog. She was unconcerned, relishing the thought of inciting their ire. Let them hate, it matters not, for it will not bring about their demise. Huan fell into silence, perceiving that Lu Sui's desire to show off outweighed her fear of danger. Amused and exasperated, Huan could only advise her to tone it down a bit. Lu Sui responded with a perfunctory nod, noticing the dark circles under Lu Sui's eyes. Huan had someone fetch her some tonics, including gold, silver, and cash. Lu Sui's face lit up with joy as she accepted the bounty. Beaming, she returned to her palace, her countenance radiating triumph like a victorious rooster, leisurely parading about until she ensured that all her close friends noticed the treasures adorning her neck. Just imagining their expressions filled Lu Sui with vigor, making everything seem delightful. She even generously rewarded everyone in the palace. After all, she was now a little wealthy lady. Shui may observe her mistress's fluctuating emotions and felt a twinge of concern. Should she seek out Lady Yi to arrange for a physician to examine her mistress? Lu Sui stifled her laughter, clutching the grapes gifted by Huan, unable to contain her delight. It was simply exhilarating, so exhilarating that she felt like letting out a joyful shout. In the palace, Concubine Zhao wept with reddened eyes as she confided in Empress Dowager Zhao. Aunt, I struggled to get His Majesty to speak of the Crown Prince, only to end up making a wedding dress for someone else. What should I do? The Empress Dowager, plagued by a headache from her incessant lamentations, had already learned of the news regarding the Crown Prince's harem the day prior. Yet, knowing did little to change the situation. The last time she summoned Lady Yi, intending to pair off two individuals, it resulted in nothing but a disastrous outcome, leaving her with a reputation for coercion. After a while, seeing that the Empress Dowager remained unresponsive to her tears, Concubine Zhao's sobs quieted. Aunt, why are you silent? The Empress Dowager sighed, reflecting on how the emperor had grown increasingly distrustful of the Zhao family over the years. Even if she intervened, the chosen one would not be a Zhao girl. What do you want me to say? At this point, what good is crying? Concubine Zhao pouted, feeling even more grieved. She did not wish for things to be this way. Had it not been for the Zhao family's insistence on their unity, she would have preferred to remain uninvolved. With a son and the title of concubine, why should she concern herself with such thankless matters? It was disheartening that no one acknowledged her struggles. Yet they criticized her instead. Noticing the pitiful look on Concubine Zhao's face, the Empress Dowager felt no inclination to offer her any words of comfort. You should refrain from meddling in this affair and remain peacefully in your own palace. Upon hearing this, Concubine Zhao's eyes brightened. She had long wished to extricate herself from these troubles. Thank you, Aunt. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, signaling for her to leave. If there's nothing pressing, let it be known that the Zhao family has produced a simpleton. With a glance from the Empress Dowager, Granny Zhao approached. Investigate that Lu Zhaoxuan. If she proves useful, bring her to our side. Granny Zhao nodded, immediately setting to work. Meanwhile, Lu Sui reclined on a soft couch and sneezed. Achoo! Who's cursing me? It was of little consequence. She relished the attention her flamboyance garnered, knowing that insults would not diminish her spirit. Let them scold her. She would only thrive more in the future. Yi Huan's lips twitched as she listened to Xiao Chun's words. Just how many enemies had Lu Sui amassed? She had already deterred several groups from the Chuanqi Palace. Fortunately, there are not many women in the prince's courtyard. If there were more, it would be quite a challenge to manage them. As Wang Zhenzhi stepped into the courtyard, he noticed Yi Huan observing him with a vague gaze. Your Highness has finally arrived. I am quite exhausted today, she complained in a delicate tone as she nestled into his embrace. What is the matter? Wang Zhenzhi gently supported her, recalling that he had not caused much disturbance the previous night. Why then was she so fatigued? Yi Huan pouted, poking his shoulder with her finger. Isn't it because of you, Your Highness? Wang Zhenzhi pondered whether he had indeed become more formidable. Yi Huan continued, You may not be aware, but many visitors came to Chunqi Hall today. I hardly dared to show my face. Wang Zhenzhi contemplated this and replied, I shall be more vigilant next time. It seemed that with someone gaining a higher position, the sentiments of those in the courtyard began to stir, all eager to test the waters with her. His brow furrowed slightly. Yi Huan looked up, perplexed that he was frowning before she had even finished her complaints. Your Highness? With little skill of her own, she leapt from his arms and wandered into the room, searching for something. Wang Zhenzhi watched as she emerged with a package. This is a waist seal and a sachet I made for you. Last time, you seemed to quite like it, so I crafted a few more for you to see if they please you, she said as she unwrapped it. Wang Zhenzhi did not reach out for the items. Instead, he immediately took her hand. He had noticed small needle pricks on her fingers the last time she embroidered the sachet. Though tiny, they stood out against her delicate, rosy skin like bright red spots. There is no need for this. Please refrain from making any more. After a thorough inspection, he felt relieved to confirm there were no more pricks. Yi Huan smiled. I have nothing to do in my leisure time. Why not create something for Your Highness? Do you not like it? Wang Zhenzhi sighed. How could he not appreciate her efforts? He merely feared that she would tire herself and risk injury. Moreover, there were many embroiderers in the palace. He could not allow his personal desires to compel Yi Huan to toil. He would not permit it. Her fingers were slender and graceful, akin to white jade, smooth as sheep fat. Such hands were ill-suited for such labor. Naturally, I admire them, he confessed. Yi Huan beamed at his approval. As long as Your Highness is pleased, that is enough. Knowing he could not dissuade her, he tucked the items away and continued to hold her close. In a few days, I shall take you to enjoy the autumn. Yi Huan raised her head, intrigued. Though she had heard of spring outings, this was her first mention of an autumn excursion. Wang Zhenzhi playfully covered her eyes, captivated by the joy reflected in her gaze, which made him feel a little dizzy. He was aware that he had spoken impulsively. The words were out, and there was no retracting them. I shall take you. Yi Huan brushed his hand away, nodding with a smile. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, What does Your Highness intend to take me? Wang Zhenzhi was taken aback. He had suggested the outing on a whim, wishing to spare her eyes and hands from the strain of embroidery. Though he cherished her creations, it was not a feasible pursuit. Yi Huan grasped his hand, grinning. Why not visit the Baiyun Temple? The last time we went was in early spring, and now autumn has arrived. Wang Zhenzhi nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Yi Huan's words, Wang Zhenzhi realized how swiftly time had flown. Soon, they would be together for a year. Reflecting on this span, he recalled the previous conversations with that individual. He and Yi Huan could only share the passage of years together. Since that day, Huang Muqi had sent an invitation to the Eastern Palace, and it took several days to receive a reply. Upon receiving the news, she hurried to Chungkidian. Huang Muqi lifted her skirts and moved quickly, showing little of the demeanor expected of a refined young lady. The small maid behind her wore a distressed expression. Her mistress was once again disregarding her image. Before Yi Huan even laid eyes on her, she heard Huang Muqi's voice. Greetings, Lady Yi. Huang Muqi's attendant, Qion Yin, breathed a sigh of relief. Her mistress still remembered her manners. In the next moment, Huang Muqi exclaimed, I heard the crown prince has taken someone else. Do not be disheartened. I shall find you someone better. Her voice was loud enough for all to hear. Qion Yin tugged at Huang Muqi's sleeve, whispering, Miss, you mustn't say such things. But Huang Muqi paid no heed, hastening to Yi Huan's side and glancing around. Noticing her vibrant complexion, she felt a wave of relief. Yi Huan similed, thinking that if the crown prince were to overhear this, he would likely be furious. Huang Muqi lifted a cup of water from the table and drank it all in one go. Are you well? She asked. Yi Huan signaled for a refill, assuring her. Of course, I am well. Huang Muqi sat beside her, tilting her head in inquiry. The crown prince has someone else. Do you not feel upset? Yi Huan, aware of the truth, shook her head. What is improper about the crown prince taking another? Huang Muqi pondered this and conceded. In this day and age, how many men did not possess multiple concubines? Who could be expected to remain faithful? Do not dwell on it, Yi Huan advised, understanding her good intentions. Yi Huan thought it best that the crown prince bear the burden of this accusation. Besides, she truly did not mind his other relationships. After all, her status precluded any whimsical notions of a singular, eternal union. Such romantic ideals were mere fantasies. Huang Muqi found it difficult to articulate her feelings. Why can my father manage it without difficulty? She murmured. He also claims the crown prince is like him, a deceiver. Yi Huan did not catch that clearly and inquired. What do you mean by the crown prince being like him? Huang Muqi suddenly felt her cheeks flush, stammering for a moment. Thinking of the crown prince's other relationship. Her embarrassment lessened, and she bluntly stated, he who said the crown prince, like him, has never utilized a face-opening maid. Is that true? Yi Huan asked, intrigued. Did the young general, he actually tell you this? Huang Muqi nodded shyly. Yi Huan raised an eyebrow, surprised that he who had the audacity to speak such words to an unmarried lady. Sipping her floral tea, she mused that the young general had maintained a close relationship with the crown prince, and it was only natural that he had been preoccupied with matters at the border in previous years. Huang Muqi, however, did not grasp Yi Huan's implication. Oh, who cares? She said dismissively. Yi Huan gently shook her head, realizing that the path of the young general in pursuit of his beloved would be long and arduous. Huang Muqi's mood brightened at the sight of beauty, yet the thought of the crown prince filled her with ire. Though she dared not act on her anger, it was permissible to feel indignant. Pouting in frustration, Huang Muqi exclaimed, Sister Yi Huan, how I wish I had an older brother. Yi Huan looked up, questioning. Why do you say that? Huang Muqi was about to respond, but Xiao Yin covered her mouth. MMM. Yi Huan waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern. Xiao Yin withdrew her hand, while Huang Muqi patted her chest, exclaiming, Are you attempting to commit murder against your own young lady? You nearly suffocated me. Xiao Yin lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her fingers. Her young lady spoke her mind openly, without any discretion, and even dared to covet the prince. To dissuade her from such thoughts, Yi Huan replied, To be perfectly honest, the prince was acquainted with me long before those years at the border. Huang Muqi's eyes sparkled, her mind racing with countless tales. Was it a case of abduction? Yi Huan shook her head, no. Huang Muqi pressed on. Was it a premeditated scheme? Yi Huan pondered for a moment, realizing it might indeed be the case, and nodded. Huang Muqi's eyes gleamed even brighter. The stories from her books were unfolding right before her. She inquired eagerly, Did the prince see you first? Was it love at first sight? Yi Huan nodded and shook her head, not quite. Although the prince was undeniably impressive in every regard when she first encountered him, such thoughts had not crossed her mind, nor did she wish to pursue royal connections. She merely desired to lead a simple life. Wang Muqi blinked, unconvinced. How could Yi Huan, so strikingly beautiful and ethereal, not capture the prince's heart at first glance? She urged Yi Huan to inquire of the prince upon his return. Why? Yi Huan tisset, Haftenin had curiosity. Huang Muqi giggled, playfully tugging at her sleeve. People are quite eager to know, don't you think? Yi Huan finds seriousness, asserting that matters concerning the prince were not to be trifled with. Huang Muqi, however, remained oblivious to any semblance of seriousness in Yi Huan's demeanor. With that enchanting face and her melodious voice, she could only interpret Yi Huan's behavior as flirtation. Clutching her heart, Huang Muqi earnestly analyzed, You see, your affair with the prince resembles a narrative from a storybook, filled with romance and intrigue. Don't you feel it? Not at all, Yi Huan replied. Huang Muqi was undeterred, continuing to act coy, persistently coaxing and swearing to extract more anecdotes about the prince from Yi. Eventually, Yi Huan acquiesced. Huang Muqi left, thoroughly satisfied, her initial indignation forgotten. With a light-hearted gait, she returned home to indulge in her beloved tales. Yi Huan reclined on the soft couch, awaiting the return of the prince. It was no wonder he appeared so charming, yet carried an air of aloofness. She was the first to experience this. How amusing. When the prince entered, he found the beauty resting her chin in her hands. Waiting for me? Huan beamed upon seeing him. Your Highness, do hurry and bathe. I shall be here awaiting your return. Wang Zhenzhi smiled as he entered, noting that today, Ruoren was particularly enthusiastic. Before long, Wang Zhenzhi returned, still enveloped in steam, and upon seeing her, he instinctively reached to embrace her. Huan extended her arms, allowing him to lift her. As soon as she was placed on the bed, Wang Zhenzhi leaned down. Huan playfully covered her face with her delicate hand, blinking at him. May I ask you a question, Your Highness? Wang Zhenzhi nodded. Was it love at first sight for you? Huan gazed into his eyes. Wang Zhenzhi, initially expecting a different inquiry, answered candidly, of course. He spoke with utmost sincerity, devoid of any hint of shyness. Huan received her answer, slid beneath the covers, and said, Your Highness, do take your rest. I shall sleep first. Wang Zhenzhi inquired, Is Ruoren really going to sleep just like that? Huan lay with her eyes closed, appearing as though she had succumbed to slumber. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly before slipping beneath the covers beside her. Huan gently lifted her eyelids, pondering his unusual compliance today. In the next moment, a pair of large hands enveloped hers, parting her garments. His head nestled into the crook of her neck. That heartless little one, asking questions and then fleeing, leaving her yearning for him. The warmth of the confines beneath the quilt intensified, and in her drowsy state, Huan seemed to recall something she had forgotten to inquire about. The sounds within the room faded into silence only by midnight. Lu Sui, as usual, adorned in shimmering jewels, sported a conspicuous hairpin. Oh, what brings you here? Are you waiting for me? Lu Sui mocked, her tone haughty. The crowd rose to pay their respects. Lu Zhaosun. Lu Sui nodded before taking a seat, seemingly forgetting about them. Oh dear, why aren't you all sitting? Do take a seat, lest anyone accuse me of bullying you. The maid Tao rolled her eyes, muttering about how she always felt the need to be present, as if fearing others would forget her. Lu Sui instructed for refreshments to be arranged and addressed the assembly. Do indulge. This is a treat from His Highness the Crown Prince, and I dare say you've likely never tasted such delicacies. With a faint innocence, she covered her mouth. Rest assured, one day His Highness will notice you all. Li Xie, smiling, took a seat beside Lu Sui, delicately sampling a pastry. Ah, this pastry is exquisite. It appears Lu Zhaosun has truly won the favor of His Highness, as even the pastries are extraordinary. Lu Sui smirked. Naturally, it is only due to our shared camaraderie that I have brought you such delicacies. No one else would know. Whatever I claim to be a gift from the Crown Prince shall be accepted as such. Commands from the military do not apply here. What she says is law. Li Xie managed to charm the assembly into smiles. Lu Sui nodded, recognizing that flattery requires a certain talent. Unlike me, who can only incite ire, she mused. Suddenly, Li Xie exclaimed softly, Lu Zhaosun, your hands are so fair and tender. Do you possess a secret method? As she reached out to touch them, Lu Sui graciously extended her hand, acknowledging her natural beauty. Maid Tao, rolling her eyes, interjected with a laugh, Li Jie, even if Lu Zhaosun's hands are exquisite, it is rather improper to touch without permission. Lu Sui glanced at her before observing Li Xie's hand move toward her. Li Xie paused, feigning chagrin. It is entirely my fault. I became so mesmerized that I forgot the rules. With that, she promptly knelt, ready to apologize. Lu Sui waved her hand dismissively, saying enough. No need to kneel. If others see, they might accuse me of oppressing you. Li Xie bent slightly and retreated to one side, her fingers in her sleeves fidgeting as a subtle smile played at the corners of her mouth. Tao, the maid, grasped her handkerchief, her face flushed with shyness, and asked, We have been here for several years. Might Lu Zhaoxuan have any methods? Lu Sui cast a sidelong glance at her. Did she really appear to be a naive fool? She was merely here to bask in their envy, relishing their admiration, without any genuine intention of offering them advice. What she herself lacked, others could only dream of possessing. Maintaining a stern expression, she thought it best to inquire less about His Highness the Crown Prince. Tao, rendered speechless, reflected on how she had risen through the ranks, flaunting her status daily while expecting others to inquire. Such pretentiousness. Li Xie merely smiled without responding. How much longer could she remain so carefree? Enough, I am weary. You may continue your amusements, Lu Sui declared. The others rose in salute. Curiosity piqued. Tao gazed at Li Xie and asked, "Why are you so happy?" "Of course. I am delighted. Lu Zhaoxuan treats us exceptionally well," she replied. Tao found this hard to believe. Really? After scrutinizing her for a moment, she exclaimed, "Could it be that Lu Zhaoxuan has given you something?" At this, the surrounding people turned their gaze toward Li Xie. She cursed under her breath, calling Tao a fool. Such careless words. They all shared this space. If Lu Zhaoxuan had bestowed something upon her, how could they not have noticed? Ignoring her concerns, Tao asserted confidently, "Who could know? It's not as if he couldn't give something in secret." The others considered this. Just because they hadn't seen anything yet didn't mean she wouldn't receive something later. Their expressions shifted. Previously, only either side concubine resided in the rear courtyard, making it impossible for them to even queue for attention. Now, with Lu Sui elevated in status, it signified that they too had a chance. They needed to keep a vigilant eye. They dared not inquire about the crown prince. Yet they felt no fear among fellow concubines. Quietly, they noted that Li Xie required caution. Though her appearance was decent, it paled in comparison to Yi the side concubine. However, one could never predict if the prince might suddenly develop a fondness for simplicity. They must remain vigilant. In the Quanxia Hall, upon Lu Sui's return, Xuemei leaned in, sniffing her. "My lady, have you changed your fragrance?" "Not at all," Lu Sui replied, reclining without grace as she indulged in seasonal fruits. Xuemei took a deep breath and sniffed again. "But I can't shake the feeling that your scent is different today." Lu Sui pondered for a moment. "It must be from those around us. Did you go out today?" Xuemei inquired. Lu Sui affirmed with a nod. Of course, a new official must make their mark. After all, Xuemei fell silent. Meanwhile, a little maid quietly approached Lu Sui, unnoticed. Zhao Fu bent low, saying, "Your Highness, news has arrived from over there." Wang Zhenzhi replied, extending his hand to take the message and opening the envelope. After a while, Zhao Fu sensed the crown prince's demeanor darkening. His expression is grim, as if it had been stained with ink. Who has angered the prince now? Wang Zhenzhi tossed the envelope onto the table, speaking coldly, "Zhao Fu." "At your service," Zhao Fu responded, holding his breath. Wang Zhenzhi's eyes were clouded with shadows as he asked, "Is there anything happening in the East Palace today?" Zhao Fu pondered for a moment, then shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Wang Zhenzhi's brow furrowed as he tossed the letter to him, urging him to take a look. Upon reading it, Zhao Fu's eyes widened in disbelief. This servant truly had no knowledge. The letter had been delivered by Zhao Xinran. It revealed that in her dreams, concubine, you would succumb to illness 2 years hence. She was unaware of the specifics, but speculated that it was likely due to poisoning, as her dreams did not provide further details. Zhao Xinran cautioned the crown prince to be wary of the women in the inner court. Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Fu's back. This Zhao family young lady was indeed audacious. "Go, inquire about those few individuals and their recent activities," he urged. Wang Zhenzhi, who had never believed in such supernatural phenomena, found his instincts compelling him to take heed this time. Everyone in the Eastern Palace was under his watchful eye, and Chuanxi Hall was fortified like a fortress. He could not comprehend the source of the unease that gripped his heart. It was prudent to exercise caution. He could not tolerate any harm befalling him. Suddenly, Zhao Fu recalled something. It is said that Lu Zhaoxuan has been boasting in the western courtyard these past few days. Wang Zhenzhi inquired mildly, "Who is Lu Zhaoxuan?" Zhao Fu explained, "She is Lu's concubine, who was recently promoted." Wang Zhenzhi urged him to continue. Upon Lu Zhaoxuan's return today, her personal maid asked if she had changed her fragrance. Zhao Fu wiped his sweat and quickened his pace. Lu Zhaoxuan claimed it was from the western courtyard. "Our people went to investigate, but found something amiss, yet they remain without leads." Wang Zhenzhi raised his gaze. "When did this occur?" "This morning," Zhao Fu added. "Lu Zhaoxuan has yet to visit Chuanxi Hall." Wang Zhenzhi instructed Zhao Fu to send Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu was adept in the art of poisons alongside Xiao Dong, who guarded the meals of Chuanxi Hall. Xiao Chun, skilled in martial arts, and Xiao Xia protected Yi Huan's safety in the front courtyard. If there are any inquiries, I shall respond upon witnessing them. Chapter 50. The Incomprehensible Woman. These four individuals were originally trained by Wang Zhenzhi as shadow guards, distinguished among their peers. Since Yi Huan's return, they had been selectively chosen from the elite within the shadow guard ranks. While they could not claim to fight off hundreds, they were more than capable of facing dozens. Zhao Fu nodded and promptly set about his task. With the concubine's safety at stake, he was determined to execute his duties flawlessly. In Guanxia Hall, Lu Sui shed her garments, and a young maid quietly took them away. Xiao Qiu meticulously examined the clothing before presenting them to Xiao Dong, who nodded in affirmation, having reached a conclusion. Zhao Fu led the team before the crown prince. Xiao Qiu and Xiao Dong knelt on one knee in report, Your Highness. Wang Zhenzhi, pen in hand practicing calligraphy to soothe his restless mind, commanded, Speak. Xiao Qiu responded, It is Mewinter. Mewinter is a slow-acting poison from foreign lands, colorless and tasteless. Initially, the poisoned individual exhibits no signs. Gradually, they begin to cough and wheeze, resembling the symptoms of cold air penetrating the body. Even seasoned physicians find it exceedingly difficult to diagnose. Wang Zhenzhi's hand faltered, and a piece of his artwork was irrevocably ruined. As the evening deepened, Xiao Qiu continued, noting that the winter chill clinging to Lu Zhao's sun was a modified version. It spread through fragrance. Though its toxicity was not as potent as the original, it would undoubtedly lead to death if allowed to persist. Wang Zhenzhi set down his brush, pondering who could be responsible. Zhao Fu spoke up, initially suspecting Li's maid. The moment he noticed the crown prince's altered demeanor, he had dispatched Xiao Haizi to investigate. The Eastern Palace was under tight control, making it quite easy to uncover information, especially regarding individuals. Wang Zhenzhi's expression grew colder. He had long suspected there were issues with Li Xie, yet refrained from taking action solely to prevent external interference. It now appeared his confidence had been misplaced, leaving a significant risk unaddressed. Underestimating the enemy was a grave error in military strategy. Wang Zhenzhi murmured, It has been dealt with. He had never hesitated regarding Yi Huan's safety. Lu Sui remained blissfully asleep, unaware that she had narrowly escaped death. In the Spring Roost Palace, the moment Wang Zhenzhi stepped inside, Yi Huan sensed something was amiss in his countenance. She glanced at Zhao Fu, who lowered his gaze, suggesting, You might as well ask him yourself. Regardless of circumstances, the side consort would manage to soothe him, and Zhao Fu felt relieved as he discreetly withdrew, closing the door behind him. Yi Huan, finding no answers, took Wang Zhenzhi's hand and led him deeper into the hall. Who has displeased the crown prince? Share with me, and I shall help you punish them, she declared, raising her small, delicate fist in jest. Wang Zhenzhi enveloped her in his embrace, inhaling deeply before softly asking, What if the fault lies with me? Yi Huan replied with a smile. Then I would have to trouble the crown prince to take a beating from me to vent his frustrations. The crown prince chuckled lightly, amused by her soft-heartedness. Yi Huan dismissed his interpretation, insisting, I am merely acting to alleviate your grievances. How could you misunderstand my intentions? She possessed an abundance of excuses, unwilling to admit her own selfish desire to strike him. Wang Zhenzhi playfully pinched her tender cheek and leaned in to plant a kiss. Oh dear, Your Highness, Yi Huan exclaimed, hastily reaching for a handkerchief to wipe away the remnants of his affection. It was quite unbecoming, not even sparing her face. Wang Zhenzhi maintained his hold, declaring, I am hungry. Yi Huan lifted her face in surprise. Hungry? Allow me to fetch something easy to digest. She attempted to push Wang Zhenzhi away, imploring, Your Highness, please let me go. Her large eyes widened in protest. Wang Zhenzhi's hand slid up her waist, his throat constricting with unspoken desires. Though the final word remained unuttered, his intent was unmistakable. Yi Huan was at a loss for words. How audacious! Attempting to placate him in his displeasure had only emboldened him further. You glutton, she protested, but to no avail. Wang Zhenzhi continued to carry her inward. She squirmed fruitlessly, finally conceding, I still need to bathe. The man obediently carried her toward the bathing chamber. Upon preparing to disrobe, she noticed he had not left. Please step outside, she requested. Wang Zhenzhi remained unmoved. Yi Huan thought to herself that if she were still oblivious to the crown prince's intentions at this point, she would be hopelessly foolish. Considering his foul mood, she reluctantly acquiesced. A smile graced Wang Zhenzhi's lips as he observed her flushed cheeks, his eyes clouded with desire. Her lips slightly parted, seemingly inviting him to savor the events of the day. He felt no anger. Rather, he was engaged in self-reflection, chastising himself for his complacency. The thought of any harm befalling Yi Huan was too dreadful to contemplate. The spoon shifted to the bedroom. That night, exhausted, Yi Huan felt an urge to kick someone. Indeed, she did. Yet the man seemed only more delighted, holding her tightly, indifferent even to her attempts at coaxing him. The following day, as Yi Huan rose, the soreness in her body prompted a stream of expletives. She even suspected that he had taken an aphrodisiac the previous night, given his fervor. Liu Sui, Kradling Dae, immediately recognized from Yi Huan's radiant demeanor that she had been lavished with affection. She felt no envy. She had status, wealth, and was not obliged to serve anyone. Each time she flaunted her success, the expressions on their faces brought her immense satisfaction. With an insatiable curiosity, Lu Sui leaned in and whispered, "Is a crown prince truly formidable?" Yi Huan thought to herself that Lu Sui seemed to believe her voice was barely audible, yet even Xiao Chun could hear. Noticing Lu Sui's complex expression, her curiosity deepened. "Why are you silent? Is it that the crown prince?" Yi Huan shot her a glare, commanding silence and urging her to quell her curiosity. Such words could not reach the ears of the crown prince. She wished to enjoy her rest without becoming the first to be ruined, as the embarrassment would be unbearable. Lu Sui felt unjustly treated. Was curiosity not a natural inclination, especially when directed toward the crown prince? She sipped her floral tea, musing, "When will you allow the crown prince to summon me for his bedchamber?" Yi Huan nearly spat out her drink. "What did you say? Bedchamber?" Lu Sui maintained her composure, insisting she had not misspoken, and Yi Huan knew the truth behind it. "So why the agitation?" Yi Huan shot her a glance. "You should inquire of the crown prince yourself." She had no intention of seeking him out, as she had better things to do. Lu Sui, filled with humility, admitted she would not dare. Yi Huan could not help but tease, "Are you not eager to boast?" Lu Sui nodded. "I'm not truly a bedmate. Playing such a role is exhausting, you know. I deserve to reward myself." Yi Huan found herself exasperated, marveling at the audacity of this woman. "Aren't you afraid of being harmed? There are others in this courtyard." Lu Sui appeared shocked. "None," Yi Huan replied. Lu Sui patted her chest. "Then that S settled. Aside from you, who could harm me?" Li Xia, overhearing, remarked what a coincidence she nearly did. Lu Sui was unperturbed by the concubines. She had little faith that the crown prince would allow any malfeasance within the Eastern Palace. Yi Huan attempted to counsel her. "You should maintain a lower profile." Yet Lu Sui dismissed her advice. Even Xiao Chun began to admire Lu Sui's tenacity. The phrase "ignorance is bliss" seemed to encapsulate her spirit. Days passed, and Wang Zhenzhi began working overtime. Each time he returned, Yi Huan was already asleep. In her hazy slumber, she felt the warmth of a large figure against her back, broad and comforting. She leaned back, gradually inching into Wang Zhenzhi's embrace, who naturally enveloped her. A fluffy head nestled against him. After several days of busyness, Wang Zhenzhi finally informed a remarkably relaxed individual that they could go out. Cao Fu, seeking favors for the crown prince, remarked, "His Highness has been working tirelessly these days. All to spend time with you, Concubine Yi." Wang Zhenzhi retorted, "Mind your own business." The reprimand lingered on his lips, a perpetual smile gracing his features. Zhao Fu, equally cheerful, felt a wave of relief wash over him. The prince would not be working late, allowing him to indulge in some well-deserved idleness, free from the biting cold of the night air, concealing his merits and fame. Zhao Fu concluded his remarks and withdrew, leaving the space for the two of them. Yi Huan perceived the man's essence at a glance. "Thank you, Your Highness. You have worked hard, and you are truly kind to me." After flattering him, Yi Huan leaned up and planted a gentle kiss on his chin. Chapter 51. A stroll despite her flattery. Wang Zhenzhi was oblivious to the response he sought. He leaned closer, whispering a few words in her ear. Yi Huan's cheeks flushed crimson. "Your Highness, that is not appropriate." The prince's intentions were as clear as day. 1 hour, he proposed. Half an hour, she countered. 1.5 hours, he insisted. Yi Huan was taken aback. Could be negotiated? 1 hour. 2 hours, he amended. With wide eyes, she promptly agreed very well. Wang Zhenzhi felt a pang of disappointment. He anticipated her swift acquiescence and regretted not asking for 3 hours instead. Yi Huan playfully chided him, labeling him a ravenous lecher. That evening, he was restless. Yi Huan glanced at him, noting how tirelessly he had been working, and advised him to rest well. Your Highness, you need to take a break. His tone remained unchanged. Yi Huan looked at him again, nearly convinced by his words. She genuinely wished for the crown prince to rest adequately. After all, she felt exhausted just witnessing his late nights and early mornings. Wang Zhenzhi, serious in demeanor, kept his hand firmly in place. Isn't this what we agreed upon? Yi Huan sighed in exasperation, her heart genuinely aching for him, realizing he had not rested properly amidst his political duties. Your Highness, do you think I would speak carelessly? Wang Zhenzhi would never admit such a thought. I have not considered that. Yi Huan smiled subtly, pleased he believed her. She refrained from engaging him further and sought to close her eyes in slumber. As the room dimmed, leaving only a few flickering lights, she locked eyes with the man, whose gaze was deep and unwavering. I am not tired. I believe this is rest, he stated. Yi Huan remained speechless, recognizing his excuses. After 3 hours had passed, Wang Zhenzhi expertly attended to her morning routine, washing, grooming, and eating. With the crown prince present, Xiao Qun's workload significantly diminished. Wang Zhenzhi always took it upon himself to care for Yi Huan, never delegating to others. After a day of rest, Wang Zhenzhi led his entourage directly to Baiyun Temple. In autumn, the harvest was bountiful. As they passed through the fields, the golden hues were a feast for the eyes. The townsfolk strolled along the streets, laughter and joy radiating from their faces, celebrating the fruits of their labor. Yi Huan felt elated. This was her second visit, and the scenery was entirely transformed. Do you remember this place, Your Highness? Wang Zhenzhi tilted his head, struggling to recollect. Yi Huan prompted him. This is where you encountered the peach blossoms. Wang Zhenzhi's expression turned stoic. Such matters need not be remembered with such clarity. I recall that you have a fondness for the pear blossom wine here. Yi Huan's smile faltered. That was an embarrassing moment, and she wondered why he had to bring it up. Wang Zhenzhi harbored no ulterior motives. He merely recalled that Yi Huan held a fondness for this place. As for any embarrassing moments, he would never entertain such notions. Yi Huan remarked, I'm not adept at handling alcohol. He nodded in agreement, indeed. Wang Zhenzhi led his companions deeper into the Baiyun Temple, where the incense burned fervently and countless seekers filled the grounds. There were even those who would prostrate themselves every 3 steps on their way to the temple. The Baiyun Mountain was steep, with the temple perched atop, making the ascent quite formidable. Those who succeeded were exceedingly rare. The two did not conceal their identities and exited directly from the East Palace. Huang Muqi hurriedly approached. Her skirts lifted in a flurry, but upon seeing the crown prince, she immediately straightened herself. Greetings, Your Highness. Wang Zhenzhi replied, I am here incognito. No need for excessive formalities. Following Huang Muqi was He Yu, who scratched his head in surprise at encountering the crown prince. Your Highness, what brings you here? Huang Muqi rolled her eyes internally. Was he blind? Had he not noticed Yi Huan's presence as well? The crown prince's reason for being there was undoubtedly to accompany Yi Huan. Otherwise, their meeting would be purely coincidental. Wang Zhenzhi nodded and continued to stroll, offering only a perfunctory response, unwilling to engage further. Yi Huan cast a playful glance at Wang Zhenzhi, deeming his excuse rather flimsy. As He Yu approached, he slightly bowed to Yi Huan, who returned the gesture, thus exchanging pleasantries. For some inexplicable reason, although He Yu was a dashing young gentleman, well regarded in the capital, he bore a hint of foolishness on his face in that moment. Yi Huan understood. Indeed, love rendered one blind and foolish. The striking couple naturally garnered numerous gazes, both male and female, evoking admiration, infatuation, and even envy. Wang Zhenzhi regarded him with a hint of disdain. He ought not to have ventured out without a disguise, for that would have shielded him from unwarranted attention. Huang Muqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been indulging in romantic tales lately. Seeing Wang Zhenzhi and Yi Huan together ignited her imagination, pondering the crown prince's undeniable affection. The more she thought, the warmer her cheeks became. The attention garnered by the quartet was indeed excessive, prompting Wang Zhenzhi to lead his companions further into the depths of the temple, hoping to disperse the onlookers. Though he met with little success, Huang Muqi gazed at the two with an enamored expression, while He trailed eagerly behind her. Wang Zhenzhi's irritation was palpable, but Yi Huan gently nudged him, urging him to suppress his displeasure. They were within the temple, after all, and must adhere to its customs. On the table lay several exquisitely arranged delicacies. Huang Muqi was eager to partake, but restrained herself in the presence of the crown prince. He, upon encountering the crown prince, attempted to steer the conversation toward political matters. Wang Zhenzhi shot him a warning glance, wishing to reprimand him. Zhao Fu followed closely behind, silently lighting a metaphorical lantern for the young general, fully aware that such behavior would not be forgotten by the crown prince and would lead to troublesome repercussions. Once Wang Muqi confirmed that the crown prince had moved away, she eagerly reached for the treats. Sister Yi Huan, what brings you here? This place is renowned for its accuracy in matters of romance. One should visit the sun-sending temple for blessings regarding children, she remarked while munching on the delicacies. Yi Huan sipped her tea and replied, I merely came to take a look. Huang Muqi felt a tinge of disappointment. If Yi Huan were to have a child, how delightful that would be. The prince is handsome, and Yi Huan is equally charming. Undoubtedly, their offspring will be even more exquisite. Observing her expression of regret, Yi Huan could easily infer her thoughts and promptly remarked, Have you come here seeking a good match? Huang Muqi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples. Her voice was soft as she replied, I wouldn't go. I am still quite young. Yi Huan countered, Then what brings you here? With a playful blink. Huang Muqi confessed, I came to see you. If there were a live-action script, she would certainly want to take a closer look. Since she was already here, a little prayer wouldn't be in vain. Yi Huan quoted a classic saying to persuade her, I believe you need a plausible excuse for your outing. Otherwise, how will you explain to your family? Fearing she might not go, Yi Huan presented another reason. Huang Muqi felt disheartened. Indeed, her pretext for seeking a match was accompanied by a little shadow. All right then, seeking blessings can't hurt. It might even placate my father and mother. Yi Huan smiled and suggested, Perhaps it would be best to have General He accompany you. Why? Huang Muqi queried. You could go alone to draw lots. There is no need to wait for him. She hesitated, thinking, Can I manage on my own? Yi Huan replied, The Baiyun temple tends to be crowded. It's not safe for a young lady like you without a guard. Isn't it quite advantageous to have General He protect you? Then I will wait for him, Huang Muqi said with a smile. Sister Yi Huan, you think of everything. Yi Huan smiled silently, while her words held truth. Her desire for them to depart was equally genuine. She perceived that the prince was reluctant to leave with the two of them, fearing that without finding them some tasks they might return, she worried the prince would assign them duties. Surely, his task would be far more taxing than hers. There was no need for gratitude. She simply wished to do a good deed without seeking recognition. Once the two had completed their discussions on state affairs, Huang Muqi led them to seek blessings for love. Wang Zhenzhi wrapped his arm around her, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Did you arrange this? His tone was light-hearted, with an air of certainty. Yi Huan feigned ignorance. I haven't done anything at all. The tea set on the table had been replaced. Others retreated to keep watch. Wang Zhenzhi held her on his lap. I know. As long as your highness is pleased, he added. Yi Huan raised an eyebrow. Your highness, this is a temple. Perhaps you should restrain yourself a little. Her gaze swept across the surroundings. Wang Zhenzhi remained unfazed. This is merely a natural response. I did not mean to offend. It was not intentional, he reassured. Yi Huan chuckled. If you say so, then I shall take your word for it. As they departed, a smile lingered on Wang Zhenzhi's lips. They strolled through the vibrant autumn, which infused the world with life. Draped in a golden cloak, the fragrance of ripened fruits served as a specially crafted perfume for the season. Baiyun Mountain towered majestically, with the temple nestled among its heights, the air refreshing. The scent of incense wafted gently around them. Yi Huan inhaled deeply, feeling a genuine sense of relaxation as the picturesque scenery captivated her senses. Wang Zhenzhi seemed to notice the change in her demeanor. Do you find it delightful? Yi Huan, dressed simply without extravagant embellishments, squinted her eyes in contentment, naturally enjoying the moment. Thank you, your highness, for bringing me out. Otherwise, I would never have witnessed such beauty. Wang Zhenzhi grasped her hand, leading her forward. Content in his affection, Huan suddenly reminisced about her life at the border during those years. Although it was frugal, and she often found herself trailing behind others, the days passed with remarkable swiftness. She would venture into desolate areas to forage for medicinal herbs and wild vegetables. Her irresponsible father had brought her there and scarcely inquired about her well-being. She wondered about Yin Mama, having not seen her for quite some time. Turning her head, she asked, "Your Highness, do you still remember those years at the border?" Wang Zhenzhi paused, recalling those times without difficulty. During those years, he had shouldered numerous expectations for his own sake and enlisted in the army. He had risen from the lowest ranks, enduring countless injuries. If asked whether he regretted the hardship endured as a crown prince, he would firmly say he did not. Throughout these years, he had remained true to his father, brothers, and mother, and it was during those years that he encountered the love of his life. Upon returning to the court, he embraced his beloved. Had it not been for those years, he would have lacked the strength to protect his true love and the capability to shoulder the responsibilities bestowed upon him by the emperor. Huan s'imilet subli. Pondering how the prince had come to know of her during those years at the border. Why had she never crossed paths with him? Could it be that he had long harbored intentions? Huan felt she was on the brink of understanding the truth. Reflecting on the series of events from the untimely death of her unreliable father to the crown prince managing her affairs and her subsequent residence in the East Palace. Everything had been meticulously arranged for her. Upon arriving in the capital, she had not had to worry at all. In truth, since her father's demise, her only fear had been the lack of support, the prospect of returning to a den of wolves. Aside from the initial days in the East Palace when she felt unsettled and fearful, she observed the man before her, slowly merging with the figure she had first encountered, stoic, aloof, and brooding, now unexpectedly tender and prone to jest. Their initial meeting had swiftly escalated to embraces and kisses. How could he still maintain an facade of seriousness? Wang Zhenzhi touched his nose, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt. It was, of course, love at first sight. Huan found this answer unsatisfactory. It was akin to discussing the weather and receiving a mere echo of her words. When did your Highness first see me? Why have I never seen you? As a commander of the military for many years, Wang Zhenzhi felt a sense of unease but maintained his composure, stating it was indeed the first time they met. Huan sensed something amiss. She recalled someone mentioning that the crown prince had looked after her at the border. Could she have misremembered? Wang Zhenzhi laughed lightly, attempting to change the subject. Naturally, he would not reveal that he had been watching her since her arrival. Such a confession would undermine his formidable image. Huan opened her mouth to inquire further, but before she could voice her question, Zhao Fu stepped forward, suggesting it was time to sample the renowned vegetarian fare at Baiyun Temple. Vegetarian fare. The last time she had visited, she had been too engrossed in drinking with her sister-in-law. Sampling the food would be pleasant. After all, she was already there. Huan was successfully distracted. Wang Zhenzhi glanced at Zhao Fu, acknowledging his perceptiveness and deciding to reward him. Zhao Fu smiled, maintaining a low profile as he guided them towards the temple. The temple's abbot, eager to welcome the crown prince, was persuaded by Zhao Fu to refrain from doing so. This was indeed a private visit, and it would not be appropriate to create a commotion. Although the temple venerates the Buddha and in principle advocates the equality of all beings, it must still adhere to the customs of the mortal realm under imperial authority. Though the abbot did not personally attend, he made arrangements for a guest room to be prepared for the crown prince to rest. Zhao Fu also took the vegetarian meal back to the guest room. While the temple's fare was entirely plant-based, it was remarkably flavorful. Huan found the rice noodles delightful, though they lacked a hint of spiciness. A few slices of meat would have made it even more perfect. When Zhao Fu presented the rice noodles, Huan was taken aback. She had assumed that a temple would only offer steamed buns, noodles, or at best, rice. Essentially, the simpler the fare, the better. Simple meals cultivate the mind. Today, she realized she had underestimated them. The temple's monks had renounced worldly possessions, but they had not sworn off food entirely. Wang Zhenzhi regarded her with a steady gaze. Baiyun Temple could be considered a semi-royal temple. Thus, it was only natural for them to invest effort in their cuisine. Apart from the absence of meat, The monks at Baiyun Temple could indeed showcase their culinary skills. With noodles in her mouth, Yi Huan remarked on the prince's extensive knowledge. Wang Zhenzhi shot her a glance, amused that she was still trying to flatter him while eating. Yi Huan savored her meal, all the while wondering if the temple's monks were former imperial chefs. The dishes bore a striking resemblance to those served in the palace, complete with elegant presentation, albeit with less opulent utensils. No, they have studied at the palace. Wang Zhenzhi explained. Yi Huan posit astonished. No wonder there were similarities. It turned out they had received further training. Has His Majesty ever visited here? She inquired. Wang Zhenzhi replied with a hint of nonchalance, very rarely. Yi Huan halted her noodles momentarily. Was she inadvertently inquiring about the emperor's whereabouts? Talkative, Wang Zhenzhi remarked, not giving it much thought. He continued, Baiyun Temple has historically been a site for national blessings, earning significant respect among the common folk. Isn't it known for matchmaking? Yi Huan felt her mind racing. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly, not initially. The temple was once known as Xinjue Temple. The venerable master of the temple was remarkable, having made numerous trips to the imperial palace to pray for the nation and its people. It was said that his virtuous deeds were profound. Dismissing the monk's doctrine of emptiness, he believed that while cultivating one's heart and character, one should also assist the populace in overcoming hardships and ailments, contributing to the country and community. He held the belief that all things in the world are interlinked by cause and effect, leading others through personal example and virtue. He was neither naively good, nor did he believe that all people were inherently benevolent. Yi Huan was curious. What about before? He spoke the name, Xinjue Temple. Yi Huan felt it was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it before. But she could not recall where she had encountered it, since it had been renamed by the time she arrived. Why the change of name? She wondered. The current name seemed rather casual, lacking the prestige of the former. Wang Zhenzhi wiped his mouth. The venerable master knelt to request the emperor's bestowed name. Yi Huan was taken aback. Zhao Fu interjected to clarify. Not long after the name was granted, the empress gave birth to our lord, which is why Baiyun Temple gained fame. Yi Huan pondered, shouldn't it be renowned for childbearing? Zhao Fu continued, the empress and the emperor first met here. Hence Baiyun Temple's reputation for matchmaking. The common folk assert that those who find love at the Baiyun Temple will share a bond akin to that of emperors and empresses, and their offspring will be endowed with remarkable intelligence. He sighed, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. What do you regret? Yi Huan inwided. He replied, not long after arriving here, Master Da began to lose his faculties. Chapter 53. Undoubtedly unworthy, Yi Huan, too, felt a sense of regret. It was evident that Master Da possessed extraordinary abilities. The name Da itself evokes the image of a person steeped in virtue. Otherwise, such a weighty name would be too burdensome for anyone to bear. The number of visitors to the temple gradually dwindled. Adhering to the principle of having come this far, Yi Huan urged Wang Zhenzhi to seek a blessing for peace. Seeking love was out of the question. Should she do so, she would find herself facing dire consequences that evening. However, offering prayers was certainly permissible, especially since they had nothing else to occupy their time. The main temple of Baiyun Temple was particularly grand, with the Buddha statue towering at least 270 inches, 9 meters, resplendent in golden hues. When gazing upward, one could almost perceive a shimmering golden light surrounding the statue. Before the Buddha, 3 thick incense sticks were lit, surrounded by countless smaller incense offerings, releasing fragrant tendrils of smoke. Intricate decorative patterns adorned the temple's ceiling. When Yi Huan arrived, the temple was deserted. She glanced at the man beside her, knelt down, clasped her hands together, and began to chant softly. Wang Zhenzhi stood beside her, observing her earnest expression, his eyes filled with an indescribable tenderness. He lifted his gaze to the statue, staring intently into its compassionate eyes. Although he did not believe in Buddha, he looked down at Yi Huan and walked over. When Yi Huan opened her eyes after her prayers, she was astonished to find the crowned prince kneeling beside her. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as though she had witnessed something extraordinarily rare. Wang Zhenzhi appeared nonchalant and asked, "Aren't you going to draw fortune?" Yi Huan stammered in surprise, her legs trembling as she approached the fortune sticks. The future emperor, a person of supreme authority, was bowing before a statue of Buddha. The once proud crown prince had humbled himself to kneel. Zhao Fu, Witnessing Wang Zhenzhi's act, nearly gasped aloud. The crown prince, with his exceptional lineage and pride, had only knelt before his parents and ancestors. Having joined the military at a young age, he had shown remarkable bravery, commanding troops and engaging in fierce battles at the borders. Even in perilous situations, he had never contemplated surrender. Yet here he was, kneeling. Truly, what a spectacle! Zhao Fu silently elevated Yi Huan's status in his mind. Turning his back to them, he gazed skyward. Others, noticing Zhao Fu's actions, quickly followed suit. What a farce! Did they believe they were worthy of witnessing such a scene? Certainly not. Yi Huan remained in shock at Wang Zhenzhi's act of reverence, until the fortune stick was drawn. She picked it up and gasped in delight. It was the highest fortune. Yi Huan shook her head in disbelief, her heart brimming with joy as she gazed at the fortune in her hand. The middle-aged monk, bald with a thick beard, radiated the aura of a wise practitioner. Watching her intently from aside, Yi Huan assumed he was there to interpret the fortune, which is why he was observing her closely. She presented the fortune to him, saying, "Master, please take a look." The master accepted the stick, smiled at her, and said, "Your wishes shall be fulfilled." Yi Huan, have you not yet seen the fortune? The master lowered his gaze and reflected as the past fades like smoke, cherishing the present moment. Yi Huan recalled that the fortune she had read seemed to convey a different meaning. Truly, the master perceives more than others. With a smile, Yi Huan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master." The master smiled silently, continuing to observe her. Yi Huan touched her face and glanced at him, confirming her suspicion. He was indeed gazing at her. Is there something on my face? Could it be that incense ash clung to my skin during the prostration? She wiped her face, only to find a master still watching her. Turning her head, she cast a pleading look towards Wang Zhenzhi. "What's wrong?" He approached and took Yi Huan's hand. Yi Huan leaned in, asking, "Your Highness, is there something on my face?" She tilted her head adorably, to accommodate her. Wang Zhenzhi studied her earnestly and replied with a smile, "No." With a complexion as fair as snow, she felt utterly perplexed. Why, then, does he keep staring at me? Yi Huan felt helpless, questioning even her own status. Wang Zhenzhi followed the direction of her finger. The Great Virtue Master? Yi Huan, the Great Virtue Master? The master formed a gesture of fearlessness, addressing the crown prince. Wang Zhenzhi nodded slightly. The last time he encountered the Great Virtue Master, the man had been rambling incoherently. Yet today he appeared quite normal. Zhao Fu was somewhat astonished, recalling that the Great Virtue Master had been deemed mad upon his arrival. Yet he did not seem so now. Wang Zhenzhi attempted to lead Yi Huan away, but was halted by the Great Virtue Master. He proclaimed, to fulfill long-held wishes, one must give their all. Wang Zhenzhi furrowed his brow, uncertain the master's meaning. The Great Virtue Master continued, indifferent to whether anyone responded. Karma and reincarnation. Fulfilling one's desires, fulfilling one's desires. A small monk dashed in from outside, panting heavily, exclaiming, "Great Virtue Master, why do you always wander about? I've searched for you for so long, I was nearly frantic." Upon finishing his statement, the little monk noticed the two individuals standing before the master. His first reaction was trouble. Unaware of their identities, the little monk apologized, feeling guilty for not being able to keep track of the Great Virtue Master, who moved too swiftly for him to manage alone. He resolved to seek out the abbot to voice his grievances. He was exhausted from handling it all by himself. His anxious little face turned crimson as he repeatedly apologized, holding tightly onto the person beside him. The little monk, not often encountering others, recognized from their attire that they were of notable standing, especially given their demeanor, which was not characteristic of common folk. The little monk, adorable and appearing to be no more than 10 years old, had eyes brimming with excitement, nearly spilling over with tears. Yi Huan smiled at him, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, you need not fear. The Great Virtue Master is merely conversing with us." The little monk, red-eyed, paused upon hearing the voice of the fairy sister. Yi Huan found his reaction quite amusing. Such a small child was truly endearing. Wang Zhenzhi gently squeezed her hand. Zhao Fu, recognizing the moment, stepped forward to comfort the little monk and arrange for assistance in escorting the Great Virtue Master back. Yi Huan tugged at him, inquiring, "Is this the Great Virtue Master you mentioned before?" Wang Zhenzhi nodded. He had encountered the great virtue master in his youth. He once foretold the rise of star in the east, heralding an era of enduring prosperity for the Jing kingdom. Yet, the star's power remains feeble, and tribulations abound. The future remains uncertain. Huan gazed at the righteous mage as he departed, lamenting that had he retained his clarity, he might have discerned the reason for his presence here. Holding the oracle's message, Huan neatly tied the red silk and approached the ancient tree before the temple. Turning to the man and saying, "Your Highness, I must trouble you to throw it up." As a frail woman, it was beyond her capability. Such tasks were best suited for men, allowing them to showcase their prowess, fostering a sense of involvement and delight. Wang Zhenzhi accepted the red silk and threw it high into the ancient tree. Huan gasped in awe, exclaiming how impressive he was. The silk soared to the very top, truly remarkable. The ancient tree towered high, and the few strands of red silk fluttered gracefully in the breeze. A sight of exquisite beauty. Huan gazed at it, murmuring her admiration. Wang Zhenzhi took her hand, his expression gentle and his lips curved in a smile. Indeed, it was beautiful. Huan looked at him with a joyful gaze, feeling secure. As the sun dipped low, their carriage traversed the bustling market. Huan lifted a corner of the curtain, marveling at the vibrant scene. The cacophony of vendors calling out and the enticing aromas of various delicacies wafted into her nostrils. She turned to ask, "May I purchase something?" Huan, not naive, understood her conspicuousness. Food must be scrutinized before consumption. Wang Zhenzhi nodded, of course. He then produced 2 human masks. "When did your Highness prepare these?" Huan inwided, surpriset. "These are quite useful. With them, I won't stand out so much. Wandering aimlessly, no. Exploring freely would indeed be much more convenient." Wang Zhenzhi refrained from disclosing that he had instructed his men to prepare them since their encounter with those 2 individuals. He certainly did not wish for their precious moments of solitude to be interrupted. Retaining a measure of foresight proved to be wise. Wang Zhenzhi felt a swell of pride, knowing that Huan must be eager to witness the nighttime market, which he had specially arranged. In that moment, Huan regarded him as the most remarkable person in the world. She embraced him tightly, overflowing with admiration. "Your Highness, you are truly extraordinary. I genuinely, truly adore you." Wang Zhenzhi returned her embrace, affirming with a sincere hum. He sensed a profound happiness emanating from her, realizing she had been yearning for such joy. Henceforth, he resolved to allocate more time to accompany her on outings. Yet, if a mere stroll through the market could elicit such delight, he began to reflect on himself. The sun had nearly set, and the street vendors had commenced their stalls early. Although there was a night market, its duration was brief due to the lack of illumination. Thus, vendors typically set up and dismantle their stalls early. The carriage halted in a secluded spot, and a man with a square face disembarked, extending his hand to assist the woman behind him. The woman possessed a pair of triangular eyes and elegantly elongated eyebrows. In a crowd, she would be indistinguishable among the multitude of ordinary faces. Huan caught a glimpse of his visage from the corner of her eye, and a chuckle escaped her lips. Unable to contain herself, the impact was so striking that she felt compelled to inquire of the prince from where he had procured such an unsightly human mask. Before donning the mask, he exuded an air of aloofness, pride, and nobility. After wearing it, he appeared earnest, dependable, and somewhat foolish. Xiao Chun and Zhao Fu also adorned themselves with human masks, as they were quite well known. Huan exclaimed, "Let us buy. Wang Zhenzhi echoed, "Pay. Pay." Standing before an elderly woman's stall, Huan pointed at an item and asked, "What is this?" The kindly-faced woman, noticing the man behind her, replied, "Madam, this is sour tamarind. It's both tart and sweet, truly delightful." She picked one up and placed it in Huan's hand, encouraging her to taste it. Huan glanced at Wang Zhenzhi. He reached out, peeled the fruit, and offered it to her. She opened her mouth, took a bite of one half, and pushed the other half toward him, urging, "You should try it too." Huan found it quite delicious. Wang Zhenzhi, however, experienced a sharp tang that surged to his head. Behind the mask, Huan could not discern his facial expression. "Is it not to your liking?" she wondered. Wang Zhenzhi swallowed hastily, not daring to savor it. He nodded. "It is good. Shall we buy some?" The elderly woman beamed, showering compliments upon Wang Zhenzhi. Madam S. husband is truly considerate. I have been selling here for several years, and no couple has appeared as affectionate as you two. You are a sweet pair. Yi Huan nodded in gratitude as Wang Zhenzhi took the fruit. Would you like to eat more? Yi Huan inquired, breaking open another piece to offer him. Wang Zhenzhi shook his head. Sour tamarind is cold in nature. It's better to consume it in moderation. Yi Huan obediently nodded, eager to sample more varieties as they continued their shopping. Before long, Yi Huan caught a whiff of a familiar aroma. Stinky tofu. Wang Zhenzhi initially thought someone had left an unpleasant scent on the street. I want to eat this. Yi Huan pointed to a nearby stinky tofu stall. Wang Zhenzhi frowned, for the smell was indeed off-putting. I truly wish to have it. Just this once, please? Yi Huan pleaded with a playful tone. The man relented, knowing he seldom came here, and wished to see her happy. Oh yay, boss, I'll take 2 portions, Yi Huan called out, holding up 2 fingers. Make it extra spicy. The vendor smiled, certainly. 1 portion seemed insufficient. Yi Huan adored this delicacy. Wang Zhenzhi stood sideways, facing away from the breeze to lessen the odor. Hearing Yi Huan request another portion, he did not object. The primary focus was her happiness. Yi Huan cradled 2 portions of stinky tofu and asked him, would you like some? Unsurprisingly, the man shook his head. Yi Huan understood that such earthly delights were not comprehensible to everyone. She relished her meal, encouraging Xiao Chun and the others to partake as well. Wang Zhenzhi helped her carry 1 portion, his hand protectively encircling her. As she took a bite of the stinky tofu, the juices burst forth with flavor, enhanced by a layer of the vendor's secret sauce. It was utterly satisfying. Wang Zhenzhi led her to a private room in a restaurant, brushing past others. He turned his head slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet the face did not match. He detected an unpleasant odor. Not dwelling on it, he hastened to catch up to the individuals ahead. The prince smirked, for indeed, this arrangement was quite convenient. Yi Huan obediently followed the man, sitting at the table and savoring her meal, her small mouth puffed up and flecked with bits of tofu. After finishing, she contentedly patted her little belly, feeling quite pleased. The man picked up a napkin to wipe the corners of her mouth and asked, what else would you like to eat? Yi Huan smiled at him, unabashedly ordering flavorful dishes while also considering Wang Zhenzhi's palate by selecting a few lighter options. Spicy chicken and floating rice balls were among her favorites. Next time, I'll bring you along, she exclaimed cheerfully, eagerly picking up chopsticks to add some shredded bamboo shoots to his bowl, urging him to eat more. It's all thanks to you. Wang Zhenzhi did not mind the spicy remnants on her chopsticks and took a bite without hesitation. Yi Huan chocolate, continuing to indulge in her meal while remembering to serve him as well. Her attentiveness was truly commendable. As she discreetly examined the mask of human skin, Wang Zhenzhi noted that the redness on his face had significantly improved since their last encounter. This improvement is commendable, he remarked. Suddenly, Yi Huan recalled having possibly encountered General He at the restaurant earlier. She had been too engrossed in her meal to pay attention at the time, and now, surrounded by delectable dishes in the private room, the thought had slipped her mind. As Wang Zhenzhi wiped her face, he assured her, no. Yi Huan felt she might have indeed misidentified him, and chose to focus on enjoying the man's attentive service. She sensed a lingering odor reminiscent of stinky tofu lingering in her mouth, wondering if the prince would find her breath distasteful. At least, she could sleep soundly that night. In the Spring Qi Palace, Yi Huan was fed a bowl of digestive soup by Wang Zhenzhi, as she had overeaten. Throughout the day, he had been particularly reserved, neither embracing nor kissing her. By the time she returned from her bath, the prince was already reclining on the couch. Clad in a pristine white garment clearly crafted by Yi Huan herself, the neckline was wide open, revealing his well-defined muscles, and a glimpse of his physique was visible when she looked down. Yi Huan touched the corner of her mouth, relieved that there was no drooling, then checked her nose, glad to find no sign of bleeding. Well done. She had resisted the allure of his handsome features. Why haven't you come in yet? Wang Zhenzhi inquired, having set his book aside and gazing at her. Yi Huan was undaunted, convinced that he would not be deterred by the stinky tofu lingering on her lips. I'm coming in, she declared, flipping over to lie on the inner side and shutting her eyes. She held no worldly desires. Are you not going to rest? The man's deep voice whispered close to her ear. Yi Huan kept her eyes closed and nodded. He chuckled softly. Why not open your eyes? Huan Fine Ayang, claiming to feel sleepy and casually mentioned, "Stinky tofu is quite delicious. I can still taste it in my mouth." Wang Zhenzhi's lips curled into a smile. "Were you happy today?" he asked. Huan affirmed, "Of course, I was happy." He inquired further, "Where would you like to go next time?" Huan sensed that he was teasing her, but she replied, "Anywhere is fine, as long as your highness is with me." "Your lips are indeed sweet," he remarked, his fingers tracing her crimson lips, applying gentle pressure. Huan shook her head, insisting, "My lips are quite foul from the stinky tofu." Yet his touch only intensified, becoming more assertive. "I do not believe it," he declared, leaning down to kiss her. Delicate kisses fell continuously, leaving Huan in a daze. Her face flushed with a soft pink. Did she not express her aversion to stinky tofu? Why, then, the affectionate gestures? She was truly bewildered. "Undetected, Huan inuited." "Didn't Your Highness claim to dislike stinky tofu?" Wang Zhenzhi murmured a few softly spoken words, assuring her that he would never despise her. "Apologies to everyone. Today I must retreat to the confines of the small black room to revise chapter by chapter. I can only manage one update today, with a promise to make up for it tomorrow." Chapter 55. A shift in the Eastern Palace, or consciousness became disoriented. In the final seconds before losing consciousness, Huan bit down hard on her shoulder. "That dog of a man." Afterward, Wang Zhenzhi appeared quite satisfied, expertly tending to her. He placed a gentle kiss on her rosy cheek before embracing her to sleep. Upon awakening, Huan found the man beside her had vanished without a trace. Xiao Chun entered the room, announcing, "Your Highness has awakened. Would you like to freshen up?" Huan responded with a faint hum, squeezing her throat in disbelief and repeating the sound, her voice hoarse to the brink of cracking. This was indeed her voice. She inwardly cursed that dog of a man. Meanwhile, the prince, engrossed in his work, sneezed unexpectedly. Zhao Fu inquired with concern, "Would you like to summon the imperial physician, my lord?" Wang Zhenzhi smirked, recognizing that his little cat, who seemed to harbor grudges, had awakened. "No need." Zhao Fu glanced at the smiling prince, confirming that his mood was quite favorable. After a day of leisure, Wang Zhenzhi returned to a mountain of paperwork awaiting his attention, with numerous matters to address. As the emperor had delegated a portion of state affairs to him, adding to his responsibilities. Today his spirits were high, and he chose to disregard the contents of the documents piled before him. Yuqing entered from outside, exchanging glances with Zhao Fu. Through their silent communication, he queried, "How is the Lord's mood today?" Zhao Fu blinked in response, "Quite good." Yu Cheng sighed in relief. As long as the prince was in good spirits, he felt reassured. He knelt on one knee and reported, "My lord, it has come to our attention that individuals associated with Empress Dowager Zhao have been spotted near the Eastern Palace." Wang Zhenzhi, without lifting his gaze from the documents, inquired, "And?" Yu Cheng replied, "It appears they are attempting to test the newly appointed Lu Zhaoxuan. It's time to cleanse the Eastern Palace." The reflective prince resolved to carry out a thorough purge of the Eastern Palace. Those with ulterior motives were of no use and posed a potential threat. He could not remain by Huan's side indefinitely. He must ensure her surroundings were pristine for his peace of mind. Zhao Fu, remember to assist Yu Cheng. Understood. Cao Fu affirmed. A transformation was imminent in the Eastern Palace. Huan, residing in Chuanqi Palace, remained oblivious to any changes. However, Lu Sui in Guanxia Palace sensed the shift. The people around her had been frequently changing, and those who consistently delivered items had indeed been replaced. Additionally, several of the originally bestowed maidservants were now different. Her intuition warned her that something was amiss. Consequently, she chose to remain in her palace for the past few days, avoiding any excursions. Xuemei even complimented her newfound composure. Days later, Huan learned of the sudden demise of Concubine Li. She nodded, acknowledging the information. Since her arrival at the Eastern Palace, Wang Zhenzhi had entrusted her with significant power, though she had been too indifferent to take charge. Each time the steward would report matters in a timely manner. She was not at all surprised, likely anticipating that the crown prince had begun to purge individuals from his circle. She was no fool, discerning the good from the bad. It seemed that Li Xie intended to target her, or perhaps he had crossed the crown prince's threshold. Ultimately, these affairs were not her concern. In the empress's palace, Zijia, "How have you been lately?" The empress inquired with genuine concern. Wang Zhenzhi glanced at her. Mother, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. She sipped her tea. A few days ago, your father inquired if there was any commotion in your courtyard. This is also a matter for you. Zijia, you are not a child anymore. Your second brother's wife is already with child. As the elder brother, your father wishes to bestow upon you 4 lovely companions. What are your thoughts on this? Wang Zhenzhi replied in a measured tone. No need for that. The empress sighed, knowing this would be his response. I have heard that you distributed porridge outside the city under the name of Concubine. He merely acknowledged with a hum. This son of hers, whom she had rarely worried about while growing up, now occupied her thoughts incessantly as he matured. I know you wish to elevate that concubine. She is indeed commendable, but your father is likely to disapprove. Although the emperor would not force him to wed a daughter of the Zhao family, it did not mean he would refrain from marrying the daughters of other ministers. After all, marriage was the simplest means to establish alliances and connections. The Emperor Jinghong and the Empress, having been childhood friends, had never known exclusive affection, let alone the harem over the years, where no one had ever truly held the Emperor's favor. It was always a matter of balance. Wang Zhenzhi furrowed his brow slightly with his current strength. He had no need to resort to marriage to compel others to submit, yet Emperor Jinghong would certainly not share this perspective. I will take care of it, he added. Please, mother, speak a few kind words on my behalf. The Empress, both amused and exasperated, summoned someone to her side, realizing that not only had she failed, but she had also been outmaneuvered. In the end, she found herself mediating between her son and his father. Both sides relied on her to convey messages, and if mishandled, both would lay the blame at her feet. You troublesome child, always finding ways to create issues for me. The Empress chided him with a smile. Wang Zhenzhi made a promise. Next year, I will bring you a grandchild. The Empress glared at him, her eyes clearly expressing disbelief. She skeptically asked, really? Initially, she had hoped her son would return from the border with a pregnant woman. Instead, he returned with a woman, but without any sign of pregnancy. And not even the woman was in his possession. She touched her eyes, reminding herself not to get angry, as anger only brings wrinkles. You mischievous boy. If I do not see my grandchild this new year, you can expect your courtyard to be filled. Before becoming empress, she had little regard for decorum, but it was only after her ascension that she began to heed the rules. Now, encountering her son, she had lost her composure, disregarding all propriety. She simply wished to cease the exchanges. It was a thankless task. Wang Zhenzhi remained unfazed, bowing respectfully. Thank you, mother. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. The empress, somewhat irritated, reminded him, do not forget your promise to me. Zhao Fu, keep a close watch. She instructed. Zhao Fu bowed in compliance. Understood, Your Highness. Once outside the palace, Wang Zhenzhi did not return home immediately, but turned toward the tavern. Greetings, Your Highness. Zhao Xinran greeted him with a bow. Wang Zhenzhi was accompanied by Zhao Fu, who cheerfully remarked, Miss Zhao, please rise. His Highness is awaiting your discussion. Zhao Xinran nodded thoughtfully, revealing that her father seemed to have found someone recently, though she was unaware of the person's identity, only knowing that they returned during the winter. Zhao Fu inquired, are there any other news? The Zhao family aimed to court the third prince and had even raised private soldiers. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Xinran continued. Zhao Jiming visited not long ago. They spoke for quite a while in the study, with someone stationed outside to guard. Do you know the location of the private soldiers? Zhao Fu pressed further. Zhao Xinran shook her head. Her early demise and confinement in the inner quarters left her knowledge superficial and rudimentary. The Zhao family's rise began in Liangzhou, where Zhao Jiming often resided, and the crown prince could send someone to investigate there. As for whether he knew anything, she could not say. Listening attentively, Wang Zhenzhi finally spoke. Uttering his first words since entering, I shall honor my promises. There is no need for further speculation. Zhao Xinran immediately knelt and bowed her head, expressing her gratitude to His Highness the Crown Prince. She understood that even without her, the Crown Prince could still guard against the Zhao family. He was granting her this opportunity out of respect for Huan. After finishing his statement, Wang Zhenzhi turned to leave. Zhao Fu reminded her, please continue to gather information. Miss Zhao, should anything arise, I will inform you. If you have urgent matters, Come here and find Manager Zhao. He knows you. Having given his instructions, Zhao Fu hurried off to pursue the crown prince. Zhao Xinran did not leave immediately. She ordered an extravagant spread and savored each bite. Once finished, she departed with her maid after settling the bill. Zhao Fu attempted to ask the crown prince, "Your Highness, do you find Miss Zhao's words credible?" Wang Zhenzhi replied coolly, "Whether true or false, we shall find out. Send you Tian." Zhao Fu nodded, silently cursing his own impudence. Upon returning to the East Palace, Wang Zhenzhi changed his attire before heading to the Chuanqi Hall. He embraced Huan from behind. Huan tilted her head, asking, "Is it beautiful?" as she fiddled with a bouquet. "Indeed," he replied, resting his chin on her shoulder. Huan suspected he had not noticed. She queried, "What kind of flower is that?" He answered, "Chrysanthemums." Huan hummed in satisfaction with his response. The vase contained only these exquisite blooms. She trimmed the flowers and arranged them in the vase. The double-petaled chrysanthemums were large and densely petaled. Today is the third watch. I appreciate TZ's commendation. Chapter 56, titled First Encounter, Empty-Handed noted. Huan was unaware of the flower's value, but she knew the Chuanqi Hall housed even more expensive varieties. As long as they were pleasing to her eye, she would pluck them. They were rightfully hers, and none would dare to object. Should we place this in the crown prince's study? Zhao Fu understood and approached, saying, "Just for the concubine, Your Highness." The study was relatively close to the Chuanqi Hall compared to other locations. It was a vital area of the East Palace. Intruders would be met with arrows. Therefore, Huan had never ventured there. Huan nodded, gazing at the flowers on the table, and pointed to the least attractive vase. "Take this one." She felt it was the ugliest, and since she was just beginning to arrange them, it was normal for it to be a bit unsightly. Turning her head, she sought approval. "Your Highness, this vase is my first creation. Does it look good?" Wang Zhenzhi replied affirmatively, "It is beautiful." Zhao Fu struggled to suppress a smile. Only the crown prince could utter such words. The flowers in the vase are not unattractive. They simply appear haphazardly arranged. With varying heights, Zhao Fu retreated, holding something in his hands. Huan maintained her composure, graciously accepting the compliment, thanking His Highness. She bestowed a gentle kiss upon his cheek as a reward. The autumn days swiftly passed by, with diminishing moisture in the air, and the earth shedding its golden cloak to reveal a withered yellow. Rising early in the morning, one can still see the frosty breath escaping from their lips. Indeed, the chill has truly settled in. Huan stroked the large black cat, which no longer shed its fur. Previously, it would lose its hair like snowflakes falling. As for the big white cat, its fur appeared warmer than the animal skins crafted by Wang Zhenzhi. How enviable! Fortunately, Wang Zhenzhi slept beside her every night, nestled close to the warmth of the stove. Since the East Palace had been cleaned, Chuanqi Palace had become impenetrable. Huan grew languid, spending her days within the palace, either reading or indulging in her pets, rarely stepping outside. She even declined the crown prince's invitations to venture out. It felt tedious. "Lady Yi." Zhao Fu entered from outside. Huan looked up. "Why have you returned? Where is His Highness?" Zhao Fu smiled. "His Highness is waiting for you outside. You should go." Huan furrowed her brow slightly. He is waiting for her? Hadn't she expressed her disinterest in going out? She brushed off her clothes as Xiao Chun brought her shawl. Zhao Fu led her out through the side door. "Lady Yi, His Highness is right there." Huan nodded, stepping into the carriage, extending a hand from the vehicle to grasp his. With a gentle pull, she fell into the embrace of the man. "Your Highness, where are we headed?" "You shall know upon arrival," Wang Zhenzhi replied, not elaborating. Recently, she had seemed listless, though her spirits appeared somewhat lifted. He sought out someone to accompany her, believing that perhaps the change of scenery would do her good. Huan pursed her lips, disinclined to inquire further, and simply nestled into his warm embrace, feigning sleep. The carriage soon reached its destination. Zhao Fu whispered, "Your Highness, we have arrived." Wang Zhenzhi wrapped her tightly in a cloak and carried her down. Huan opened her eyes. "Your Highness, have we arrived?" She looked dazed, a sight that evoked tenderness, were it not for the inappropriateness of the time and place. Wang Zhenzhi would have been tempted to steal a kiss, merely to indulge. "No worries, I shall hold you." Huan was no longer the bashful girl she once was. If he wished to embrace her, then so be it. She hummed in agreement and turned her face against his chest, keeping her eyes closed. Attempting to remain low-key proved futile, for she had already garnered much affection. Wang Zhenzhi steadily carried her into the room. "Your Highness." The woman inside was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the crown prince carrying Huan. "No need for excessive formalities," Wang Zhenzhi gently spoke. The woman extended her hand. "Your Highness, please come this way. There's a bed for you to rest." She then stepped back. Wang Zhenzhi carefully set Huan down. Confused, she thought she had just heard her sister-in-law's voice. "Your Highness, where have we come? How did I wake up?" He removed the cloak and poured her a cup of hot water. Huan shook her head. "I do not wish to drink. I was not truly asleep." Wang Zhenzhi set down the tea and heard Huan remark, "I believe I just heard my sister-in-law's voice." He chuckled softly, affirming that he had not misheard. They had indeed arrived at the Lin residence. Suddenly alert, Huan inquired about her sister-in-law, whom she had not seen in quite some time. Wang Zhenzhi playfully pinched her cheek, teasing, "Now that you have her, do you not find me a rarity?" Huan, flustered, retorted, "Your Highness, you are by my side every day. Please refrain from being unreasonable. It is rather absurd to compete for affection with someone I have not seen in ages." He kissed the spot he had pinched, remarking on her growing boldness. Not long after the crown prince departed, Tang Manji entered. "Little sister, how do you fare?" Huan glanced back, noting that the crown prince had yet to return. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for having been caught in a lazy moment, she replied, "I am quite well, sister. How have you been?" Tang Manji suspected that the crown prince had not informed her of the day's purpose and continued, "Today, both our parents have come, along with our grandparents." Huan widened her eyes in surprise, realizing she had received no prior notice and had come unprepared, even dozing off on the way. "Your Highness should have mentioned it beforehand. This is quite embarrassing. To meet for the first time empty-handed. Oh, I do not even have pockets. How unfortunate." Tang Manji observed Huan, noting that aside from the rumors circulating, there were also whispers among the court. The crown prince had indeed taken excellent care of her, and the gossip had never affected her. When the crown prince had previously visited, they had considered bringing her back, but despite the allure of a side consort, she remained merely a concubine. The Lin family did not covet the connections of royalty. Their priority was the happiness of their family. Consequently, the crown prince had spent half a day conversing with several prominent men before emerging, and they had not mentioned taking her away again. "The crown prince has everything arranged. There is no need for your concern," Tang Manji jested. Huan flushed, "Sister, you have become quite mischievous. You are learning bad habits." Tang Manji sat beside her, assuring, "Soon, I will introduce you to our grandparents." Huan felt a surge of nerves. Tang Manji encouraged her to relax, saying, "Our grandparents are exceptionally kind, and their shared passion is to cherish those they love." Huan nodded in agreement. The whereabouts of the crown prince were still unknown as Huan followed Tang Manji into the main hall. At the head of the table sat a bearded elder with sharp, bright eyes. Beside him, a meticulously groomed, silver-haired lady who was intently watching the entrance, wondering when their guest would arrive. The others present were likely uncles. As soon as Tang Manji entered with Huan, the elderly man, Lin Changshang, boomed, "So this is the young lady. She is truly enchanting." He was promptly reprimanded by He Fengyi. "Why are you so loud? What if you frighten the girl?" Lin Changshang endeavored to soften his serious expression, saying to Huan, "Do not be afraid, dear. We are all good people." Huan responded with a bashful nod, while her two uncles watched closely. He Fengyi cast a glance at her, urging, "Come closer. Let me have a good look at you." Huan stepped forward, feeling her hand being grasped. He Fengyi scrutinized her closely, remarking, "Indeed, our girl is beautiful. It is no wonder the crown prince is so fond of her." Those around them nodded in agreement. "My little niece is truly beautiful, the sole gem of the Lin family, the only girl among them, and she has an elongated face." A man seated beside the elderly gentleman spoke up, "I am your eldest uncle, Lin Renjung," gesturing to the woman beside him, "and this is your aunt." The man beside He Fengyi immediately added, "I am your second uncle, Lin Renrue. That lad, Lin Zhengfeng, is my son." Before he could introduce himself, the woman beside him interjected, "I am your second aunt." Huan nodded, acknowledging everyone present. Tears? Not at all. The group was utterly delighted, their eyes sparkling with joy. A precious daughter is far superior to a troublesome boy. Indeed, daughters are delightful. The sight of the boys brings a headache. Chapter 57. The trouble with boys after exchanging pleasantries. They began to present their gifts. Huan could hardly manage with both hands. Her eldest uncle pulled out a large box with great pride. Lin Renjung patted the box and said, "I'm just a rough fellow, clueless about what little girls like." With that, he opened the box, and Huan caught a glimpse, nearly blinded by the sight. It was filled with silver. Lin Renjung grinned, saying, "My wife advised me that silver is practical. You can buy whatever you desire without worrying if it's to your liking. How much is this worth?" Huan was astonished by such extravagant behavior. Wang Zhenzhi had never been so domineering. She suddenly recalled a domineering novel she had read, where a check was flung before the heroine, declaring, "Here, this is your hard-earned reward." Huan, not one to be modest, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." "Thank you, aunt." Second Uncle Lin Renrue wore a look of dismay, realizing he had underestimated the impact of gifting silver, feeling envious of his elder brother's spotlight. After clearing his throat to draw attention, he presented his gift to Huan. He revealed a small wooden box, and before he could even open it, his elder brother Lin Renjung remarked, "Brother, why present such a shabby box to a girl?" It wasn't he disdain. The box was indeed quite crude, worth less than the chairs they were seated upon. Aunt Lin shot him a glance, exclaiming, "Must you always talk so much? Can't you let your younger brother finish?" Lin Renjung muttered an agreement and fell silent. Lin Renrue cleared his throat and opened the wooden box, revealing a bracelet. He took it out, saying, "Dear girl, this is a specially crafted concealed weapon designed to protect you. Pulling from this point will launch 2 poison needles." He demonstrated it, having never received such a gift before. Huan adored it. "Thank you, second uncle. I love it." Upon hearing this, Lin Renrue beamed even wider, thrilled that his niece was pleased. He raised an eyebrow at his elder brother, feeling a sense of pride in his gesture. Second aunt playfully pinched his flesh, chiding, "At your age, still so childish." Huan happily accepted the gifts, her eyes squinting with delight. Her grandparents presented her with the family heirloom jade, a treasure every child of the Lin family possesses. The jade itself may not be valuable, but its significance is profound. Although Huan bears the surname Yi, she is now inscribed in the Lin family lineage, thus severing most ties with her deceased father. Huan felt as if her eyes were about to burst with emotion, a stark contrast to the Lin family. Hifengyi grasped her hand, letting out a sigh. "That child, Ziji, is quite commendable. With the Lin family backing you, rest assured, you shall not suffer." Dang Manzi Mu said, "It's not merely about avoiding hardship. She is utterly spoiled, nearly elevated to the heavens." "Grandmother, can you guess how my younger sister arrived today?" Hifengyi, perplexed, inquired. "How did she come?" Tang Manji, with a playful smirk, replied, "She was carried in by the crown prince, and he hasn't let go of her since entering the room." Her uncle scoffed in disdain. "Oof, to have stolen our prize cabbage, and before we could reclaim her. She was whisked away. Were he not the crown prince, they would have expelled her without hesitation. We must arrange a confrontation soon. It's infuriating." The brothers exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile, content that they could vent their frustrations. Lin Chongsheng snorted derisively. The girl has been spirited away by him. What is so remarkable about that? He thought to himself, if they expect praise from him, they are dreaming. Hifengyi remained unfazed, remarking that the men of the Lin family have always been devoted to their families, unwavering in their fidelity throughout the years. They adhere to monogamous unions, lacking even a concubine. Her 2 sons are thus, and so too are her grandsons. The crown prince has arrived? Hifengyi's question arose solely from the necessity of hospitality. For neglecting to treat the crown prince well would invite scandal. Tang Manji shook her head. He came and then departed. He will return in the evening. Upon hearing this, the elder patriarch grew displeased. How inconsiderate, not realizing they ought to stay here together. Huan chuckled softly, withholding her opinion. Her thoughts were inconsequential, though she too wished to experience such a situation. However, her status precluded her from offering hospitality. Observing the elder's vexation, she remarked with a smile, "Grandfather, you wouldn't part with me, and neither would I part with you." Pleased to see the elder's spirits lifted, she deftly changed the subject. "Well, my elder brothers, She recalled Lin Zhengfeng mentioning an older brother. Her uncle Lin Rinzheng slapped his thigh. Do not mention it. Those two rascals have no idea where they wandered off to, always running about. Huan turned her gaze to her sister-in-law, Tang Manji, who explained, My uncle has two sons. The elder is named Lin Zhengxuan and the younger Lin Zhengwen. Both serve in the court and are likely engrossed in their duties. Huan questioned, Is it not said that the Lin family no longer holds the sway it once did in the court? Tang Man Di Sai. Realizing she had failed to clarify, which led to a misunderstanding. Sister, what I mentioned before was indeed factual, yet the Lin family retains some influence in the court, through your brothers and other branches of the family. It pales in comparison to your grandfather's generation, but we are not entirely weak. The last word from Tang Manji lacked conviction, barely audible. Lin Ruerwei, her second uncle, boomed, Dear daughter, fear not. The Lin family shall undoubtedly protect you. If that boy does not cherish you, simply return. I have long wished for a daughter. He felt a tinge of embarrassment. That rascal is quite bothersome. Her uncle interjected, Dear girl, do not heed your second uncle. Come to your eldest uncle, and I shall fetch you the stars from the heavens if you desire. He too longed for a daughter. Do not steal my thunder. Lin Renrui instinctively wanted to roll his eyes upon seeing the elderly gentleman in a high position, but he restrained his impulse. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that his daughter was present, and he needed to maintain his composure. Brother, you already have two sons. Is that not enough? The mention of Lin Renzheng stirred his irritation. His son was merely a facade, a mere puppet with little substance. Wow, Auntie, you look so beautiful. Are you a fairy? A small boy launched himself like a cannonball, securely wrapping his arms around Yuan's thigh. Yuan pinched his chubby little face, responding, I'm not a fairy. I simply possess beauty. The little boy gasped in awe. Auntie, can you be my mother? Yuan was taken aback, realizing that a simple outing had transformed her into a potential mother figure. Tang Manji crouched down to observe the child, asking, Have you abandoned your mother? How did you come out here alone? The little one pouted, My mother is sleeping. I waited for a while, but when she didn't wake up, I came out first. Yuan quietly inquired, Is this your elder brother's or younger brother's child? The boy, in a sweet, childlike voice, replied, My name is Lin Songrong. My father is Lin Jingxuan, and my mother is Zhou Sinuo. My mother is quite fierce, and she is not as pretty as you. Lin Songrong, Zhou Sinuo exclaimed. Hands on her hips, her voice filled with indignation. This little rascal had vanished the moment she opened her eyes, making her search for him quite the ordeal. Is this the younger sister? Hello, little sister. I am your sister-in-law. She tugged at Lin Songrong's ear, scolding him for wandering off. I search for you everywhere. Lin Songrong whimpered, Ouch, ouch. Zhou Sinuo, though her name sounded elegant, possessed a commanding presence. She then pulled out a stack of banknotes from her pocket, along with several business licenses, stating, Little sister, do not blame your sister-in-law for being late. This is a gift for you. Take it quickly. I am uncertain what young girls fancy, but within are several trendy businesses that sell items beloved by the girls in the capital. Yuan graciously accepted. What generosity. Thank you, sister-in-law. It is this little rascal's fault for insisting on napping. Otherwise, I would have arrived sooner, she explained while still grasping Lin Songrong's ear. Your younger sister is truly beautiful. I like her. Your second sister-in-law is inside. She is currently pregnant, and the pregnancy is somewhat unstable, so she did not come out. As she turned, she spotted a familiar face. Why are you out? Did not the doctor advise you to rest? Yao Min waved her hand dismissively. You all are making a fuss over nothing. I am perfectly fine. Now that my little sister is here, how can I just sit still? The elder Anne approached, scolding. You stubborn girl. You never listen, no matter how much advice you receive. Lin Runjing glanced at Lin Renrui, who shrugged, pondering why his son was so obstinate. Though his daughter-in-law did not resemble him at all, the elder Anne ignored him, reaching out to assist Yao Min, who quickened her steps, asserting, Mother, I truly am fine. You need not help me. As she continued to evade her mother-esque grasp, she remarked, So this is the younger sister? I am late. When we return, you may come to my room and take whatever you desire. Yuan nodded, Very well, sister-in-law. Yao Min felt pleased, noting, The younger sister appears agreeable and is also quite efficient. I believe we can get along splendidly. Little Lin Songrong finally broke free from his mother's grasp. Fairy, will you be my wife? His thoughts were simple. If he asked his mother, she would undoubtedly refuse, and he would likely face punishment. Thus, he reasoned, why not consider her as a wife? A wife was his own, and his mother could not dictate that. He chuckled to himself. Zhou Sinuo ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. Auntie is already married. Don't get your hopes up. Lin Songrong did not believe her. Auntie, my mother is lying to me, right? He blinked his big eyes. Seeking confirmation, Huan patted his head. Sweetheart, your mother speaks the truth. I am already someone else's wife. Lin Songrong remained skeptical. Can I at least meet your husband? He was not easily fooled. Adults often enjoyed deceiving children, but he would not fall for it. Zhou Simin sighed, little sister, ignore him. Lin Songrong retorted, Annie is paying attention to me. Don't listen to my mother. She's just jealous of me. Zhou Simin replied, what could a little brat like you possibly provoke jealousy over? I'm not sure if you can meet him, Huan said with a smile. Lin Songrong's eyes brightened. I can. There was no one he couldn't meet, especially since he had his eyes set on the wife he desired. Huan found him utterly adorable, a little imp who feared nothing. Lin Songrong clung to Huan, refusing to let go. When Lin Changshan called him, he ignored it. Typically, he would cling to his grandmother, He Fengyi, in search of treats. But today he showed no interest. At dinner, the three brothers who had not made an appearance earlier finally returned. Lin Jingxuan and Lin Zhengwen entered the room, first greeting their grandfather and grandmother, then addressing Huan. Lin Jingxuan, with his handsome features and refined demeanor, exuded the aura of a scholar. Little sister, I am your eldest brother, Lin Jingxuan. He introduced himself. I'm his second brother, Lin Zhengwen. Huan nodded and greeted, eldest brother, second brother, before they each took their seats beside their wives. Lin Jingxuan then noticed that his son was absent, and upon looking up, he found him sitting next to his little sister. It seemed that Songrong was quite fond of her. Zhou Sinuo remarked, your son is clinging to my little sister, wanting her to be his wife. Lin Jingxuan turned to his son to confirm the truth. Yamen chuckled, indeed. We told him that his little sister is already someone else's wife, but he refused to believe it. He insists on seeing for himself. Lin Jingxuan was well aware of his son's audacity. Previously, at school, he had flirted with the pretty girls, boasting about it when he returned home. Lin Jingfeng's voice echoed from outside. Am I back too late? His father, Lin Renrui, replied, not late at all. Wait a bit longer, and there will be no food left. Lin Jingfeng scratched his head. There's just so much to handle in the army. His second aunt waved her hand, uninterested in his ramblings. Lin Jingfeng took his seat, and dinner commenced. He Fengyi served a dish to Huan, saying, since you left home at a young age, I don't know what flavors you prefer, so I had a little of everything prepared. She intended to evoke some sentiment, perhaps to comment on how much weight she thought she had lost. However, looking at Huan's face, she found herself at a loss for words. Her features were round and radiant, clearly well cared for. She likely had not endured hardship while living in the Lin family. Which robust man is indulging in food with such fervor? Although he usually enjoys a decent meal, none can compare to today's extravagant spread. The three of them appear as though they have been confined in a cell, starved for an eternity. It is a sight difficult to behold. He Fengyi shot a glare at Lin Changsheng, who in turn directed a stern look at his sons, contemplating the behavior of his so-called good sons, who devour food as if it were their last meal. And then there are the daughters, so lovely and considerate of others, feeling a twinge of guilt. They too had entertained the idea of indulging in such a manner. However, with the daughters present, maintaining decorum is paramount, especially since this is their first encounter. The elder cleared his throat, prompting the three who were ravenously eating to lift their heads. Lin Changsheng raised his cup of tea and proclaimed, today marks a joyous occasion for the Lin family as we welcome another addition. Let us raise our glasses in celebration. Lin Songrong, in a childlike voice, chimed in with enthusiasm. Yes, yes, another addition. The reason they refrained from drinking alcohol was not due to physical limitations, but rather the constraints of their positions. Drinking could jeopardize their responsibilities. They seldom indulge in alcohol, reserving it for festive occasions to maintain a clear mind and avoid impulsive mistakes. The Lin family is unlike other lesser clans. They have toiled for generations to reach their current standing. They are neither greedy nor boastful, quietly tending to their own affairs. Of course, over the years, a few obstinate individuals may have emerged. However, once the Lin family identifies such a person, congratulations are in order. Regardless of that person's success or failure, their achievements will have no bearing on the Lin family. From the moment they choose to diverge from the norm, the Lin family will promptly remove them from their lineage, severing all ties. Everyone raised their cups. Lin Songrong, with his short arms and legs, eagerly served dishes to Huan. "Thank you." Huan smiled at Lin Songrong and offered him a piece of sweet cake. "You should eat too. Don't just serve me." Lin Songrong beamed with joy, his eyes crinkling with delight. His little legs swung beneath the bench, a testament to his cheerful mood. The dishes served by the beautiful aunt were exceptionally delectable, far surpassing the usual fare. Zhou Xinhua watched her son with a look of disdain. How could she have given birth to such a lecherous boy who was captivated by beauty? After the meal, Lin Songrong continued to cling to Yuan. In his words, "Annie smells so nice. She is soft and cuddly. I like Annie." Had Zhou Xinhua not been mindful of Yi Huan's presence and wished to uphold her own image, she would have long since reprimanded him. "You little rascal, you should call her aunt, not Annie." Yi Huan took Lin Songrong's hand and reassured her, "It's all right. Big sister, I quite liked Songrong as well." Yi Huan spoke truthfully. Lin Songrong resembled a charming little boy, his words always pleasant, bringing joy to those around him. Halfway through dinner, Yao Min excused herself from the table. Being pregnant, her appetite was not particularly robust. She had only come to accompany Yi Huan. The aromas wafting from the table did little to stimulate her appetite, and as she departed, she specifically asked Yi Huan to come find her for a gift. After a brief conversation, Yi Huan gauged that it was nearly time. Yao Min lay on the couch, exclaiming, "Oh, little sister, you've come. I thought you wouldn't make it." Yi Huan guided a small child as she stepped forward. "Sister-in-law, please lie down comfortably." "How could I not come? I have yet to collect my gift." Yao Min reclined slightly, pointing towards a wooden box. "Little sister, the items are in that box. Take whatever you fancy. Do not stand on ceremony with your sister-in-law." Yi Huan nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall not be polite." The small child followed closely behind, peering in and gasping in awe. So many shiny daggers. How beautiful. The wooden box contained an array of short blades, some plain and unadorned, while others were strikingly embellished with large gemstones. Yi Huan noticed a small-tailed dagger nestled in one corner of the box. She picked it up, weighing it in her hand. It felt remarkably light. Observing the blade, which appeared to have been used, she gently brushed a strand of her hair against it, severing it with ease. Lin Songrong gasped in admiration, exclaiming, "How impressive! I want one too." Yet, he was reminded that this was a gift for his aunt, or rather, his aunt-in-law. He resolved to ask his second mother for one next time. "Ha ha," Yuan remarked, "I truly adore this dagger, a gift from my sister-in-law." Upon seeing the dagger in her hand, Yao Min's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Little sister, you have an eye for quality. This was crafted by my father." Yi Huan regarded the dagger, feeling its warmth in her grasp. Yao Min waved her hand dismissively. "It's not from a renowned artisan, just something my father made. It's practical, albeit not visually striking. I thought you might choose something else, yet here you are with this." Yi Huan admired the dagger's simplicity, recognizing its value and utility. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, it could serve as a means of protection. Yao Min nodded in agreement, fully understanding her perspective. Moreover, given Yi Huan's status, it was prudent to possess certain items for security. Despite the presence of the crown prince, one could never be too cautious. Upon entering the grand hall, Yi Huan spotted someone she had not seen for a considerable time. "Your Highness? When did you arrive?" she inquired, hastening towards him with her skirt in hand. Before she could utter another word, a small projectile darted before the prince. Lin Songrong looked up at him, asking, "Are you my aunt's husband?" Hearing this question, Lin Zhengxuan's forehead twitched. His son truly had audacity. Wang Zhenzhi raised an eyebrow, affirming, "Indeed." Lin Songrong, hands on his hips like a miniature adult, scrutinized him. "You are quite handsome, and your physique is commendable." With a sigh, he lamented, "My wife is gone." The elder gentleman seated above stifled a laugh, thoroughly entertained. "Truly, he is a remarkable offspring of the Lin family." Wang Zhenzhi patted Lin Songrong's head and turned to Yi Huan, stating, I have come to escort you." The 6 men present ceased their laughter upon hearing Yi Huan's intention to depart. To be fair, it was quite an accomplishment for the prince to have brought Yi Huan to the Lin family. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy. Having attained this, one yearns for more. Since Yi Huan had never resided in the Lin household, they were eager for her to stay a few more days. As Wang Zhenzhi and his entourage mounted the carriage, Lin Songrong tugged at his hem, saying, "You must treat her well, otherwise I shall take her away." The Lin family did not intervene. Their gazes turned skyward. Children speak without restraint. They doubted the prince would take offense. Moreover, the child's words echoed their own sentiments. Wang Zhenzhi replied, "Of course, it is utterly impossible. She could only belong to him." Inside the carriage, the journey commenced. Yi Huan smiled as she embraced his arm. "Your Highness, why did you not tell me today that you had prepared such a grand surprise for me?" The crown prince's lips curled upward. "Do you like it?" Yi Huan nodded. For the Lin family had treated her exceptionally well, and she had received numerous gifts. Naturally, she could not divulge her surprise, her tone imbued with pride. Yi Huan began to flatter him. "Your Highness is truly remarkable. I always knew you were the most capable. To have encountered you is indeed a blessing I have earned over a century." Though the crown prince remained silent, his aura radiated unmistakable joy. "Such a glib tongue," he remarked. Yi Huan blinked playfully, exuding a proud demeanor, utterly delighted while feigning nonchalance. Having not seen Yi Huan for a considerable time, the crown prince, after a short distance in the carriage, commenced kissing her. The fervor of his affection nearly left her breathless. As the kisses continued, her lips became swollen. She shot him a glare, exasperated. "It is nearly winter. Why are you behaving like this?" Yi Huan pressed her lips together, feeling the pain. Wang Zhenzhi embraced her. Acknowledging his fault, Yi Huan glared at him again, admitting one's mistakes is swift, yet it is of little consequence. The crown prince would never confess to being outwitted by a child. Indeed, he harbored concerns about Yi Huan leaving his side. When dispatching others to her, he harbored selfish motives, both to protect her and to ensure she remained close, preventing her escape. He always felt a sense of unreality. Perhaps what the master of great virtue stated that day was accurate. He was indeed reckless and soft-hearted, willing to accept any punishment she deemed fit. Yi Huan's eyes sparkled momentarily before her interest waned. To punish him would only serve as a reward for him, yielding no benefits for herself, while bestowing countless advantages upon him. She had no intention of foolishly rewarding a man. Seeing that the person in his embrace was ignoring him, the crown prince chuckled softly. So adorable. At the third prince's residence, Wang Pingji stealthily approached Wan Shiyu's chamber. Wan Shiyu, in a drowsy state, sensed someone watching her. She opened her eyes to see a figure standing at her bedside, nearly screaming in fright. Wang Pingji swiftly covered her mouth. "It is I. Do not be afraid. Do not scream." Wan Shiyu bit his hand in response. Wang Pingji quickly shielded his mouth, wincing in pain. Wan Shiyu was tempted to strangle him. Why was he haunting her room at such an hour, nearly giving her a heart attack? "Are you out of your mind? What are you doing standing here in the middle of the night?" Wang Pingji took a moment to gather himself, suppressing the pain as he replied. "Why did you bite me?" Wan Shiyu rolled her eyes at him, thinking that if she had something to hand, she would have stabbed him. "Enough of the nonsense. What do you want?" Wang Pingji sighed, sitting at the edge of her bed. "I'm contemplating a matter of great importance, and it troubles me greatly. Several people were dismissed from my service, and now is the appropriate time for sleep, yet Wan Shiyu had no desire to listen to his ramblings. "Can you get to the point?" Wang Pingji sighed once more. "Can you not be a little gentler with me?" Previously, he had observed the crown prince's consort, who was quite amiable, as well as the consort and who was also gentle. Why, then, was his own consort so irritable? Wan Shiyu pondered why he was acting this way, fully aware of his own feelings, yet still had the audacity to question her. "Just tell me, will you or Wan Tiyu?" Wang Pingji remained seated, unmoving. Wan Shiyu, lacking patience, decided to lie down without waiting for him to gather his thoughts. Wang Pingji grasped her blanket, urging her to hold on a moment. "Can't you wait a little while? I have already stated that it's a matter of great importance. Why are you behaving like this?" Wan Shiyu tugged at the blanket, glancing at his hand and then at him. Realizing she could not overpower Wang Pingji, she conceded. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Wang Pingji took a deep breath. You mustn't be surprised by what I'm about to say, understand? Noticing Wan Xiu's impatient frown, he hastily continued. Do you remember the princess of the Mu kingdom? Wan Xiu leaned against the headboard. Isn't she your concubine? Wang Pingji scoffed. Concubine? I can barely stand her. Though he was indeed lustful, he recognized that she was not a virtuous woman. He could never allow such a person to lie beside him. What if she went mad in the middle of the night and harmed herself? Just remember her. A few days ago, she approached me mysteriously, claiming she had something significant to discuss. Wan Xiu shot him a glance, signaling him to get to the point. Wang Pingji moved his lips, but ultimately chose to reveal the truth. She proposed that we collaborate, and if successful, I would become the emperor. Wan Xiu straightened at this revelation. What exactly did she say? Elaborate. Wang Pingji recounted honestly. She mentioned that her second prince has connections, and as long as I cooperate with them, success is assured. When I inquired about the details, she told me to consider carefully, looking utterly confident that I would agree. What he left unsaid was his irritation at the certainty on her face, feeling as if he were being manipulated. He wished to take charge of his own life, not to be a mere puppet. Yet, uncertainty plagued him, which is why he found himself seeking Wan Xiu's counsel at such an hour. Wan Xiu furrowed her brow. Are you certain it was the princess of the Mu kingdom? Wang Pingji nodded, asserting he wouldn't mistake a woman. Cloaked in the guise of collaboration, it was in essence rebellion. Did he appear foolish and naive? Wan Xiu regarded him intently. You haven't shared this with anyone else, have you? Wang Pingji shook his head, fearful of the consequences. He had no desire to meet his demise. Wan Xiu was pleased with his discretion. For now, feign agreement to extract who exactly is collaborating with her. I'm not very keen on that, Wang Pingji protested. Wan Xiu swiftly slapped the back of his head. You must comply. Consider your survival. Thank you, Qian, for the support and love. Thank you, comrades, for your backing. Chapter 60. Who urinated on his face? Wang Pingji gazed at a 45-degree angle, spiraling into sorrow. Can I sleep here with you? Wan Xiu cast him a glance, the answer evidently being no. Wang Pingji felt wronged. I've just shared such significant matters with you, and you can't even offer me a modicum of comfort? Wan Xiu was at a loss for words. As a grown man, why did he not exhibit such vulnerability when clashing with the crown prince? Wang Pingji pouted, fully aware of his wife's intentions. However, this situation is entirely different. His defiance stems from a rebellious spirit, whereas rebellion itself is a path to self-destruction. Wan Xiu gazed at the man before her, seated at the edge of her bed, exuding a delicate aura. She felt a sense of helplessness. Come here, she beckoned, lifting the covers. Upon hearing her, Wang Pingji grinned widely, swiftly shedding his outer garments to nestle beside her. Wan Xiu closed her eyes and murmured, before dawn, return to your own place. We must not be seen. Wang Pingji tentatively extended his hand towards her, only to find no response. To his delight, she did not scold him. How wonderful it was. He clasped her soft hand in his. Turning to admire her face, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his princess. Though she often criticized him, at that moment, he perceived her to be utterly enchanting. He placed his hand upon his chest, feeling his heart race and his cheeks flush. A disconcerting thought crossed his mind. Was he ill? Never mind, he decided. Tomorrow he must rise early. When Wan Xiu finally opened her eyes, the man had vanished from the bed. Well, he was wise enough. After freshening up, she summoned Luo Hong. Where is that little plump bird? She inquired. Luo Hong scratched her head. Wasn't he raised by you, miss? Wan Xiu replied. How could I forget? Observing her expression, Luo Hong realized she indeed had no recollection. With no other choice, she began searching the courtyard, calling out, Fatty, fatty. Luo Hong huffed and puffed, yet found nothing. Wan Xiu, with a stoic demeanor, felt exasperated. That little bird had been a gift from the crown prince, intended for communication. Now it seemed it was lost. Moments later, Wang Pingji approached with a birdcage in hand. The servant informed him that the bird had been incessantly chirping upon hearing the name Fatty, prompting them to seek him out. Wan Xiu glanced at the bird. Indeed, it was quite plump. She called out, Fatty. The little bird chirped in response. Luo Hong suddenly perceived that the prince was not entirely inept. Although he did not attend to serious matters, he had at least cared for the bird. Gratitude blossomed within her as she accepted the plump creature, smiling at the prince. Wang Pingji, observing her smile, felt a wave of trepidation. Could she possibly harbor feelings for him? Why else would she smile? Luo Hong remarked, "What an average man." Wan Shiyu, undeterred, pinned a letter, secured it to the little bird, and gently encouraged it to fly. Fatty took off into the sky. Wang Pingji stood there, entranced by the sight of the departing bird. "Indeed, you are correct," Wan Shiyu affirmed. Wang Pingji, stubbornly inquiring, "So, your visit to the crown prince was not to gather intelligence on my behalf?" His frustration led him to abandon his royal self-reference. Upon hearing this, Luo Hong feigned a death-like stillness, cautiously inching towards the door to avoid collateral damage. Wan Shiyu revealed a look of realization. Her visit had been purely for amusement. And intelligence? What was that to her? It held no significance whatsoever. Wang Pingji, witnessing her nonchalant demeanor, was infuriated. Suddenly, he felt something wet on his face. Upon inspection, he discovered it was his own tears. How humiliating. Wang Pingji wiped away his tears, gazing at Wan Shiyu. Wan Shiyu, with wide eyes, felt as though he was being bullied. Wang Pingji reflected on the many years he had spent before his father, the emperor, without shedding tears. Yet now, in front of his wife, he found himself weeping. Truly, a man seldom weeps unless he is deeply wounded. He sobbed quietly, even wishing to cry aloud. But he had felt just the night before that his princess was remarkably beautiful. He had been deceived. She possessed no heart. He opened his mouth to cry out. But Wan Shiyu, quick-witted, swiftly covered his mouth. This only intensified his sorrow. He felt deprived of the very right to weep. Little pearls of tears streamed down, dampening Wan Shiyu's hand. With no other recourse, Wan Shiyu patted him awkwardly, saying, "Do not cry." But Wang Pingji paid no heed. Wan Shiyu, feeling a headache coming on, was unaccustomed to comforting anyone, especially not a grown man. Wang Pingji wept like a delicate wife. Wan Shiyu feared being seen by others. The implications of such a scene could be disastrous. She clumsily maneuvered her newly grown limbs and gently embraced him, patting his back. "Do not cry. You know your own worth. Do you still entertain thoughts of contending with the crown prince? He tolerates you and does not hold you accountable. Do you think he is oblivious to your actions? I'm the only one who has considered your plight. Otherwise, the crown prince would have dealt with you long ago." Wang Pingji, a man, nestled against Wan Shiyu like a fragile bird. With his face resting on her shoulder, he slowly continued to sob. Wan Shiyu felt as though she was comforting him, yet he persisted in crying. She did not comprehend. Perhaps next time, she should inquire with Yi Huan about how she consoled the crown prince. It would be prudent to learn such skills for future use. Wang Pingji was acutely aware of his own shortcomings and recognized that he could not rival the crown prince. Yet he simply wished to cry. He leaned against her shoulder, and were it not for the fear that Wan Shiyu might struggle to support him, he would have wished to lean in even further. Outside, Luo Hong remained vigilant, ever watchful and alert, fearing that an inadvertent slip might reveal the scene within to prying eyes. She was there to safeguard the lady's reputation. In the study, the plump little creature settled into a large palm, chirping incessantly. After finishing its call, it energetically stomped its feet upon the hand, though the recipient remained unaffected. The letter unfolded. A flicker of malice flashed in Wang Zhenzhi's eyes. Traitors must be punished. Wang Zhenzhi picked up his pen and, after a short while, completed the missive. The little creature was busy pecking at millet. Wang Zhenzhi grasped it, secured the letter, and gave it a gentle pat, signaling that it could leave. The creature chirped on, sounding quite indignant. Finally, it spread its wings and flew away, still chattering incessantly. Wang Zhenzhi instructed Zhao Fu to summon Yu Tian. "What have you discovered?" Yu Tian knelt on one leg, replying that the adversary was exceedingly cunning, having left no trace behind. Wang Zhenzhi scoffed. "Every person leaves a mark. Investigate the flow of silver from the Zhao family in Liangzhou. Even the most cunning of creatures cannot resist the urge to flaunt their strengths, especially when they possess something extraordinary." After Yu Tian acknowledged the order and withdrew, Wang Zhenzhi remained unhurried. This information need not reach the emperor, for it would only incite panic and alert the enemy. What he needed to do was to uproot entirely. After Yu Tian exited, Zhao Fu entered and began to report on the movements of those surrounding the Eastern Palace today. The Empress Dowager's people were still attempting to probe Lu Zhaosun, seemingly wishing to recruit him for their own purposes. Wang Zhenzhi's gaze was indifferent. Handle it. Do I need to teach you how to deal with such matters? Zhao Fu lowered his head. I mentioned this last time, and I mention it again. You really have a poor memory. What about Concubine Yi? He inquired. Cao Fu replied. Concubine Yi is doing well. Everyone in Chunchi Palace is reliable, and the people from the Western Courtyard are also quite honest, without any movements. Wang Zhenzhi nodded. You may leave. He continued to wield the brush in his hand, the table adorned with an unfinished portrait of a beauty. The subject was Yi Huan, seated beneath a hahua tree, focused on her sewing. Should Yi Huan see this, she would recognize it as a moment from the frontier. He set down the brush. The painting was hung in a small room at the back of the study, a place designated for the crown prince's brief rest, although in truth, he rarely slept there. The room was filled with Wang Zhenzhi's paintings, each distinct, showcasing ever-changing scenes, yet the main character remained constant. Even the resting bed was adorned with unfinished works. Should Yi Huan behold this, she would likely be astounded, unable to close her mouth in surprise. Chapter 61. Alas. Unfortunately, Yi Huan had never set foot in the study. This was also the reason why the crown prince was so brazen. After all, she would not come, rendering his display and concealment virtually indistinguishable. In Chunchi Palace, Yi Huan was engrossed in examining a wristband. What poison should I apply to this? Yi Huan looked up at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun pondered seriously. Shall I ask Xiao Qiu to come over? She is more adept with practical matters and less familiar with these devices. Shortly after, Xiao Qiu and Xiao Dong entered. Master. Yi Huan nodded, producing the concealed weapon to ask her, what should be placed inside for optimal effect? It must be lethal yet ensure my temporary safety. Xiao Qiu reached out to take it, but passed it to Xiao Dong for her opinion. I can handle the antidote, but I am not proficient with concealed weapons. It is best to leave specialized tasks to professionals. Xiao Qiu suggested. I believe we should use a quick-acting poison. It can incapacitate someone swiftly, leading to demise within a short span. Xiao Dong, examining the concealed weapon, remarked, Master, I can modify this to shoot 3 darts instead of 1. Will the bracelet undergo significant changes? Yi Huan asked. While having multiple concealed weapons is advantageous, this was a gift from my uncle. Altering it drastically would be inappropriate. Xiao Dong replied, only the contents need to be changed. The exterior will remain the same. Yi Huan nodded, but refrained from letting Xiao Dong make modifications, instead instructing her to examine it carefully and create a version that could be worn on the head. The item gifted by her uncle should not be altered, for to do so would render it meaningless. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Zhenzhi stood at the door, smiling at her. Xiao Qiu and the others withdrew. Your Highness, when did you arrive? Yi Huan set down the bracelet and approached him. Wang Zhenzhi embraced her, having just arrived, and he led her into the room as a gentle rain began to fall outside. He noticed the object placed on the table. Is this from the Lin family? Yi Huan nodded. It can also serve as a means of self-defense. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled. Indeed, quite commendable. The Lin family demonstrated thoughtfulness by addressing matters he had overlooked. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, Yi Huan's hands remained icy, particularly when compared to the crown prince's warmth. Why are your hands so cold? He inquired, turning to instruct someone to fetch a hot water bottle. Yi Huan sighed. Such is my constitution. Even before the arrival of winter, I find myself in need of warmth. How will I manage when the cold truly sets in? If she relied on it, she wouldn't be able to part from it, even for a moment. Furthermore, the water had yet to freeze. Wang Zhenzhi remained silent. Your Highness, rest assured, I managed well on my own at the frontier. When the cold arrives, I will naturally cling to the hot water bottle. The crown prince seemed displeased. Embracing her, he asked, soft, shouldn't you be holding onto me instead? Yi Huan smiled. You are not here during the day. She was left hugging the air. Wang Zhenzhi nodded, but I am here at night. Yi Huan was at a loss for words. Did he truly need to be so particular? I will certainly stay close to your Highness at night. The crown prince appeared satisfied, leaning in to kiss her, starting from her forehead, then tracing down to her ear, and finally to her lips. Yi Huan rested her head on his shoulder, her breath uneven. It was as if he needed no air. Each kiss felt eternal. Yi Huan, momentarily stunned, opened her mouth. Your Highness, shall we have our meal? Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly. "Are you hungry?" Yi Huan nodded, then shook her head. She hadn't done much throughout the day. So how hungry could she be? The crown prince, however, was constantly busy, working tirelessly throughout the year. Even the morning birds were not as early as he was. A person is made of iron, and food is steel. Missing a meal drains one's energy, which is detrimental to health. Yi Huan descended from his embrace, calling for Xiao Chun to bring the dishes. If they weren't to eat now, when would they? She busily served him food, hoping to silence him with her offerings, fearing he might utter something nonsensical. "Your Highness, try this. I find it delightful." And this as well. Throughout the meal, the crown prince spoke little, primarily being fed. Yi Huan, with her back turned to Wang Zhenzhi, secretly had Xiao Chun prepare a soothing soup. She sensed that the crown prince's temper was rather high, which might have contributed to the young lad's agitation. Zhao Fu, standing outside, naturally noticed. Feigning ignorance, he gazed up at the sky, remarking on the beauty of the night. When questioned by the crown prince, he remained unperturbed, as the prince was quite protective of Yi Huan, and these matters were of little consequence. After dinner, the crown prince customarily took a stroll with her. "Will you not be able to refrain from going out for a while, Your Highness?" Yi Huan detested this routine. Wang Zhenzhi held her hand. "It's too cold. We needn't go out." In the biting cold, it was unwise to seek out unnecessary discomfort. Yi Huan's eyes sparkled with laughter. The crown prince was truly wonderful. She began to pray for the cold to come swiftly, as she wished to avoid walking after dinner any longer. Suddenly, Dabai wagged his tail and barked ahead, "Woof!" Yi Huan patted the dog's head and looked towards Wang Zhenzhi. Dabai never barked without reason. Something must have caught his attention. Wang Zhenzhi shot a glance at Zhao Fu, signaling him to investigate. Zhao Fu suddenly felt an ominous presence, prompting him to advance with two companions. Yi Huan and Wang Zhenzhi remained stationary. Dabai sat in front of Yi Huan, gazing intently ahead. After a brief moment, Zhao Fu, with a hint of bitterness in his smile, reported that a palace maid stood on the path ahead, likely a newcomer who had lost her way. He had already sent her away. Yi Huan blinked and exchanged a glance with Wang Zhenzhi. What Zhao Fu did not disclose was that the maid was indeed Tao Shiji, who, adorned in her palace attire, had deliberately positioned herself on the prince's frequently traversed path, waiting for an opportunity. The unrest in the Eastern Palace had deterred her from acting sooner, and after several days of waiting, she finally saw her chance. She had overheard the gossip while the palace maids gathered to chat. Tao Shiji stood there, smiling, feeling sick at the thought of Lu Sui's smug expression. After tonight, she would surpass the likes of Lu. However, just as she contemplated a chance encounter, she was silenced by a dog-esque bark and subsequently vanished without a trace. Three figures approached, the leader of whom was well known to her, the prince's personal eunuch, someone she could not ignore. Tao Shiji had intended to greet him, but before her voice could escape, she was swiftly silenced and dragged away. The strength of a woman could hardly compete with that of two men. Despite their lack of authority, Wang Zhenzhi remained inscrutable. Zhao Fu understood all too well. The prince had just instructed him to tidy the Eastern Palace, and now someone sought to entice him. What a predicament! He felt rather wronged. The prince, strikingly handsome and accomplished at a young age, would surely captivate any woman. Who could resist such a man? Sigh. Wang Zhenzhi rewarded Dabai with a generous portion of beef, acknowledging the creature's loyalty. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that, amidst such a splendid moment, he would have the restraint to resist any temptations that might arise. The likelihood of bloodshed was considerable, as he was not the most virtuous of individuals. After freshening up, Yi Huan awaited him in bed. A small mound under the covers revealed her head poking out as she queried, "Your Highness, were you watching? I have been waiting for you." Without Wang Zhenzhi, Yi Huan's bed felt as frigid as the Arctic, drafty and unable to provide warmth. Wang Zhenzhi removed his outer garments, opened a corner of the quilt, and enveloped her in his embrace, a smile gracing his lips. He relished Yi Huan's dependence on him. Previously, while perusing stories, he noted that women often exhibit an inexplicable reliance on those they are fond of, and this was precisely such a moment. Yi Huan, with her cold hands and feet, unceremoniously placed them against him, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. This was the advantage of a man with a strong constitution. His warmth was invaluable in the cold. Fire? She recalled instructing Xiao Chun to prepare something to dispel heat. She had forgotten to offer it to him, leaving her in a quandary. The quilt was already beginning to warm, and their current position was just right for comfort. She had no desire to rise. Chapter 62. An affliction. Wang Zhenzhi looked down at the woman's conflicted expression and chuckled lightly. I've already had some. Huan looked up, astonished. What did you know? Zhao Fu informed Gu that you possess a discerning heart. Indeed, it was Zhao Fu who presented the fire-quelling medicine to His Highness, specifically mentioning that it was prepared by Concubine Yi. She nodded in acknowledgement of the man's commendation. With the assistance of the purgative, Wang Zhenzhi ought not to exhibit such exaggerated behavior. However, Yi Huan's apprehensions were unfounded. It proved utterly ineffective. Before she could ponder further, heated lips pressed against hers. Yi Huan attempted to resist briefly, mistakenly believing it to be a playful indulgence, only to find herself further inflamed. It was yet another late-rising day. Upon awakening, Yi Huan discovered that the man had already left for work. The large black dog nestled at the head of her bed. After lingering in the warmth of her blankets for an extended period, Yi Huan finally rose. Lately, she had been feeling exceedingly fatigued, attributing it to the man's incessant demands for overtime. Not long after, trouble began to brew again. They insisted upon her entering the palace, claiming a duty to filial piety, such a flimsy excuse. The guards promptly informed the crown prince. Within the palace, they were without the privilege to enter, relying solely on the hope that the crown prince would arrive swiftly. Zhao Mama, poised with grace, stood at the entrance of Chuanxi Palace, her eyes scrutinizing the surroundings. Ordinarily, she would have entered the palace, yet this was the domain of the crown prince, and she lacked the audacity to contest. As an elder in the palace, she was not in haste to assert herself. Naturally, there would be matters awaiting her upon her arrival. Yi Huan adorned herself with a bracelet and inserted a concealed weapon crafted by Xiao Dong into her hair, a double precaution. From the moment the elder arrived at the Eastern Palace, an unsettling feeling gripped her heart, causing it to race. Thus, she had instructed Xiao Chun to bring these items, just in case. Upon reaching the residence of the Empress Dowager, she encountered a young lady. Are you the concubine of the first brother? Wang Yuanzi scrutinized Yi Huan. Having seen her just once before, she noted her striking beauty. Yi Huan slightly bowed, addressing her as Your Highness. Wang Yuanzi was the eldest daughter of Emperor Jinghong, raised within the palace and approaching her coming-of-age ceremony next year. Zhao Mama bowed respectfully to Wang Yuanzi, stating, Your Highness, the Empress Dowager awaits my return to report. Wang Yuanzi frowned, questioning, what do you mean by that? I am merely conversing with her. Could such a brief exchange truly waste your time? Zhao Mama lowered her head, uttering, I dare not, while internally dismissing the young lady entirely. Apart from the Empress Dowager and the Zhao family, she held little regard for anyone else. Wang Yuanzi, incensed, could not claim to have been spoiled throughout her upbringing, yet within the palace, no one dared to provoke her. Her father treated her decently. Bring forth a punishment of 20 slaps. Zhao Mama has shown disrespect to this princess. With her words, two eunuchs swiftly seized Zhao Mama's arms. Wang Yuanzi's personal maid stepped forward to administer the punishment. This maid had been bestowed upon her by Emperor Jinghong, serving not only to protect her, but also to prevent the Zhao family from whispering in her ear. In comparison to the previous dynasty, Emperor Jinghong's offspring were relatively few. Thus, while he did not particularly favor any one child, he did not neglect them, either. Each prince had a maid or eunuch assigned by Emperor Jinghong, carefully trained to ensure harmony within the family, even amidst the complexities of royal lineage. Thus, Wang Yuanji's relationship with Empress Dowager Zhao is neither particularly affectionate nor hostile. She often indulges in playful antics. However, her current disdain for the matron is palpable. Despite her advanced age within the palace, the matron's manner of speaking is far from endearing, as she lowers her head while her nostrils point skyward. The palace maids strike with great force, leaving Zhao matron unable to utter even a cry of anguish, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Observing the situation, the matron's companions, sensing the imminent danger, consider fleeing to seek assistance. Yet, Yi Huan swiftly intercepts them, leaving no opportunity for a warning. In a short while, the slaps cease. Wang Yunji lifts her chin, declaring that today, for the sake of the Empress Dowager, she shall spare the matron, albeit lightly. After nodding at Huan, Wang Zhenzhi departs, remarking on the matron's ignorance of decorum, expressing her admiration for the Empress Dowager, and questioning how such a person could be raised under her tutelage. The matron, bruised and battered, is carried away for treatment, and it seems her recovery will take a considerable time. As for sympathy, Huan harbors none. She is no saint. If given the chance, she too would relish a strike, curious about the sensation it might evoke. A young palace maid leads the group to the Empress Dowager's hall, leaving Huan and her companions waiting outside. Huan glances up at the sun. Fortunately, the weather is pleasant, with little wind. Shortly after, the Empress Dowager sits in her high seat, her brow furrowed, clearly aware of the earlier events. Huan bows respectfully. The Empress Dowager's cold voice pierces the air, inquiring about the matron's disrespect towards the princess. Huan forces a smile, affirming the truth of the matter. The young palace maid had recounted the incident to her, yet the Empress Dowager seems to be playing a game of her own. Just moments ago, someone had informed her that Huan had prevented them from seeking her audience. With a resounding thud, the Empress Dowager slams her cup down. Huan remains still, feigning innocence, and asks, "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" The Empress Dowager gazes at her with a steely stare, reflecting on how the matron, whom she had nurtured since childhood and who had endured hardships alongside her, could now suffer under her very watch. The Empress Dowager's reign seems less formidable than her previous status as a consort. With the matron already injured, it seems only fitting for her to exact retribution upon others. Huan, smiling, regards the Empress Dowager with an expression of feigned ignorance, embodying the essence of denial, as if to challenge her authority. Huan had anticipated further instructions from the Empress Dowager, yet she simply orders her to transcribe Buddhist scriptures without elaboration. Before long, Huan is led to the Buddhist hall. Xiao Chun remains vigilant, observing her surroundings keenly. Once inside the hall, the young palace maid retreats. Huan finds the situation peculiar and suspect. Unlike last time, she should not be left unattended, especially since her matron has sustained injuries. Though not inflicted by her own hand, she doubts the elderly woman's goodwill, fearing retribution. Xiao Chun surveys the hall, shaking her head in response to Huan, indicating no signs of danger. In the palace, overt actions are impossible. Yet who is the Empress Dowager? She is a survivor from a previous dynasty, seasoned in the art of subterfuge. Huan blinked her rapidly fluttering eyelids, sensing an unusual discomfort that she could not quite articulate. This only heightened her sense of strangeness. The Buddhist hall was deserted, and she felt no urgency to transcribe the scriptures. Before long, a palace maid entered and bowed to her, delivering a message from the Empress Dowager. The message conveyed that there was ample time, and she need not rush. After presenting some tea and delicacies, the maid lit incense and departed. Xiao Chun shook her head, having noticed nothing amiss. After completing her duties, the maid reported back to the Empress Dowager that she had spoken truthfully with Lady Yi. Zhao Tao took a sip of tea, dismissing those present with a wave of her hand. Her expression softened considerably, with a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Henceforth, the realm would belong to the Zhao lineage. The crown prince, unable to produce heirs, and the one who fathered daughters, how long could they endure? Being cast aside was merely a matter of time. Without heirs, the crown prince would inevitably be discarded as time passed. In the Buddhist hall, Huan observed the items the maid had arranged and promptly extinguished the incense, realizing it could be laced with poison. Caution is the mother of safety. She stuffed some into her sleeve using a handkerchief. Xiao Chun leaned in and asked, "My lady, do you feel something is amiss with these items?" Huan shook her head, equally perplexed. Xiao Chun, anxious, lamented that she should have brought Xiao Qiu instead, who was knowledgeable about poisons. Huan smiled brightly at the flustered Xiao Chun. "Do not fret, I have a plan." With that, she feigned fainting. Xiao Chun exclaimed, "My lady." Huan winked at her, and Xiao Chun understood. Chapter 63. You were impulsive. She immediately began to shout, "Help! Someone come quickly! Lady Yi has fainted." The Empress Dowager, upon hearing this, chuckled yet felt an underlying sense of unease. Before she could grasp the situation, the crown prince rushed in with attendants. Zhao Taoho glared at him, striking the table. "You have no regard for me." Wang Zhenzhi, expressionless, disregarded her, and proceeded towards the Buddhist hall. "Stop him," commanded the Empress Dowager. The guards accompanying Wang Zhenzhi, loyal to the crown prince, could not be halted. How outrageous! Does he not recognize me as the Empress Dowager? Upon reaching the Buddhist hall, Wang Zhenzhi found the usually vivacious Huan lying motionless on the floor. In that instant, he felt his blood run cold. He scooped her up into his arms, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. As he passed by the Empress Dowager, Wang Zhenzhi paused, stating, "If I am at fault, I will seek forgiveness from Father Emperor afterward. I ask for your understanding, Empress Dowager." Summoned the imperial physician. He carried her to the small palace where he had lived in his youth, the Little Eastern Palace. Huan discreetly opened her eyes a fraction, scanning her surroundings and finding no one present. She whispered, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Wang Zhenzhi heard her and was about to respond when Zhao Fu led the physician in. Wang Zhenzhi laid Huan upon the couch and instructed the physician to take her pulse. The elderly physician, stroking his white beard, suddenly smiled, bowing to the crown prince. "Congratulations, Your Highness. This lady has been with child for 2 months. Today's fainting spell is likely due to instability in the fetus. I will compose a prescription shortly. After 2 or 3 days of administration, all will be well. During this period, it is essential to focus on rest and avoid agitation." Wang Zhenzhi was taken aback and expressed his gratitude, instructing Zhao Fu to escort the esteemed physician. The chief physician of the Imperial Medical Institute rarely makes an appearance, except for the emperor, and it was Zhao Fu who managed to detain him for an extended conversation along the way. Wang Zhenzhi took Huan's hand gently, saying, "Did you hear? We are expecting a child." Huan was taken aback internally. Something felt amiss. She had her monthly cycle just last month. She opened her eyes and asked, "Your Highness, are you certain?" "I had my period last month." Wang Zhenzhi, though lacking in medical knowledge, had unwavering faith in the physician's expertise. "Rest assured, the chief physician is from the Imperial Medical Institute and will not misdiagnose." Huan placed her hand on her abdomen, contemplating the possibility of a child. She was in disbelief. "Your Highness, did you not use medication?" Wang Zhenzhi rubbed his nose, stating that he had ceased its use long ago. He needed this child, and so did Huan. Not only would it spare him from constant scrutiny regarding their situation, but it would also elevate Huan's status. Most importantly, her health had improved significantly, allowing for the prospect of pregnancy. Huan bit her lip and murmured, "You are truly kind." She retrieved a fragrant handkerchief from her possession and offered it to him. "I acquired this from the Buddhist hall. I feel something is amiss. It would be prudent for Your Highness to consult the physician." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenzhi immediately took it, remarking that nothing good could come from the Empress Dowager. "Do not jeopardize your health. Rest well. Zhao Fu will remain here. Call for him should you need anything. I shall return shortly." Huan nodded in agreement. Given the commotion, Emperor Jinghong would likely already be aware of the situation. He needed to make an appearance. Even though the Empress Dowager was not the emperor's biological mother, he would not tolerate such behavior. Filial piety comes first. This was also the reason why, despite not being close to the Empress Dowager, Emperor Jinghong had never taken action against her. The ministers would speak, and the common people would certainly have their say. While rumors may not kill directly, they can lead one to ruin. In the emperor's palace, Emperor Jinghong observed the kneeling crown prince. "You acted impulsively, with newfound affection." His son was no longer as rational as before. "I acknowledge my wrongdoing," Wang Zhenzhi admitted swiftly, yet he showed no signs of remorse. He raised his gaze and declared, "Consort Yi is with child." Emperor Jinghong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is it truly so? How fortuitous. As a sovereign, I cannot help but be skeptical." The chief physician's personal diagnosis was credible to him. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jinghong's expression brightened, but he soon remembered the furrow in the Empress Dowager's brow. What is her condition? She experienced fetal instability, but for now, all is well. "Very well, you may rise. After all, it is your first child, and it is only natural to be somewhat concerned." This remark served as a ladder for the crown prince to ascend. Once standing, Wang Zhenzhi produced a handkerchief and presented it to Emperor Jinghong. "This was given to me by my consort. I beseech you, Father Emperor, to investigate it thoroughly. He then proceeded to disclose the recent actions of the Empress Dowager, including attempts to bribe the newly appointed Liu Zhaoxuan and inciting others to poison the crown prince. Not only did he speak of these matters, but he also provided evidence. The handkerchief belongs to the Empress Dowager, and thus I, as her son, dare not hastily draw conclusions. The accusation of plotting against the crown prince carries significant weight. The Emperor Jinghong immediately summoned the imperial physician. It was the same physician who had just attended to Huan. What a coincidence it was that he happened to visit the imperial hospital today, not only sought by the crown prince, but also by the emperor himself. A young eunuch handed the handkerchief to the old physician. The Emperor Jinghong inquired, "Do you recognize what this substance is?" The old physician lightly sniffed the tip of his nose and gently sifted through the powder with his fingers. He retrieved his medicine box and studied it for a moment before bowing to the emperor. "Your Majesty, this substance resembles." "So," the emperor's expression turned cold. "How is Concubine Yi?" The old physician replied, "Your Majesty, the concubine has experienced a disturbance in her pregnancy. With proper rest, she shall be well." The emperor waved his hand, dismissing the physician. "I shall provide you with an explanation." Shortly after Wang Zhenzhi departed, the emperor directly dispatched someone to retrieve items from the Buddhist hall. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, the empress hurried over. Huan was in the midst of her meal. "Greetings, Your Majesty," she said. The empress halted Huan's motion to bow, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. We are both in similar circumstances now, so we must exercise caution." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The empress urged her to sit down. "My dear child, you are with child yet unaware. What shall I say to you?" She lowered her voice to inquire. "The Empress Dowager has not imposed anything upon you, has she?" Her beloved son had finally fulfilled his promise. She could now anticipate the arrival of a grandchild. Huan shook her head, admitting that she had felt dizzy quite rapidly, and the crown prince's timely arrival was a blessing. The empress arranged a plate of delicate pastries. "Do indulge during my own pregnancy. I often craved food yet struggled with my appetite, eating and then vomiting repeatedly. This is Granny Lin, whom I have specifically sought for your care. She will look after you well." Huan smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Her gratitude was sincere. It had only been a short time since her diagnosis, and the empress had already arranged for the maternity nurse. The empress would not reveal that she had prepared for this ever since her son made his promise, ensuring a seamless service. "Rest assured, from now on, she shall not be overly active." Huan smiled knowingly, well aware of who this nurse was. When Wang Zhenzhi returned, the empress was engaged in intimate conversation with Huan. To be precise, Huan was listening while she spoke. "Mother," Wang Zhenzhi greeted the empress, glancing at Huan. "You have arrived. Take her back to rest early. A pregnant woman ought not to be fatigued." The empress pointed to the elderly nurse outside, saying, "This is Granny Lin, specially chosen by me to care for expectant mothers. She possesses considerable experience and will be a great support." Wang Zhenzhi nodded in agreement. Upon entering the carriage, Huan was astonished. Though she was aware of the crown prince's understated exterior, the interior was surprisingly extravagant. Thick blankets lined the seats. The previously fragrant incense had been removed, and every corner was meticulously wrapped. There was hardly any sensation of movement. "This is truly remarkable. Has your highness changed the carriage?" Huan nestled in his embrace and asked. Wang Zhenzhi responded affirmatively. "This one is more comfortable, suitable for someone with child." Upon arriving at Chuanqi Palace, Huan's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed that many flowers and plants have been uprooted. All sharp objects have vanished from the palace. The hearth in the room has already been lit. There are indeed instances of pregnant women still experiencing their monthly cycles. One can verify this. Chapter 64. An unexpected urge to curse. The entire chamber is imbued with warmth. Huan has now become the crown jewel of the Eastern Palace. Previously, Chuanqi Palace was akin to an iron barrel, whereas now it resembles an iron box, devoid of doors, encased in 3 layers both inside and out. Each guard has summoned their utmost diligence, for the protection of Huan is their paramount duty. The diagnosis of her condition was confirmed within the palace, and it was impossible to keep it under wraps. Within a day, the news had spread like wildfire. In the imperial palace, Emperor Jinghong cast a glance at Empress Dowager Zhao and unceremoniously hurled an object to the ground. The Empress Dowager focused her gaze, her mind ringing with disbelief. How could this be? She had explicitly instructed for this matter to be dealt with. How could the emperor possess it? Emperor Jinghong replied coldly. Empress Dowager, you recognize this, do you not? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, the Empress Dowager inquired, What is the meaning of this, your majesty? I'm unaware of this object. No need to feign ignorance with me, the emperor retorted. He lifted a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. Since I have come here, I'm already aware of all that transpires. The Empress Dowager's complexion darkened, yet she remained obstinate, stating, I shall not engage in further discourse with your majesty. I must go to the Buddhist hall. The emperor found this amusing. For years, I had thought that as long as you remain compliant, we could coexist peacefully. Yet you insist on crossing boundaries time and again. A young eunuch presented a thick stack of testimonies before the Empress Dowager. She cast a fleeting glance, and her face turned ashen. It was over. Everything was lost. As the emperor rose, he announced, The Empress Dowager is unwell and shall relocate to the Buddhist hall. This statement effectively severed any lingering hopes she harbored. It was termed a relocation to the Buddhist hall, yet in reality, it signified an eternal absence from power. The happenings within the palace were unbeknownst to the Zhao family. Why did Emperor Jinghong not simply eliminate the Empress Dowager, but instead choose to confine her? The root of the matter lay with the Zhao family. The Empress Dowager served as a stabilizing force for the Zhao clan within the palace. Should this point falter, it would imply that at least a third of their clandestine dealings were known to the emperor. Although critical secrets remained secure, the Zhao family could no longer maintain the faade of compliance as they once had, given the severe state of the previous dynasty's external influences. Emperor Jinghong had reclaimed much of the imperial authority, and he was acutely aware of the implications. However, he was no longer the same as in bygone days. Ultimately, he could only delegate the resolution of these ingrained parasites within the court to his son. His sole objective was to sustain the current state of affairs. In Chuanxi Palace, Wang Zhenzhi cradled the person in his arms with utmost care. His large hand rested gently on her abdomen, attempting to sense the nascent life within. The crown prince exhibited a remarkable lack of sensitivity. Though he had been aware of the situation while still within the palace, when he was relatively clear-headed, upon returning to the Eastern Palace, he became increasingly dazed. He often found himself lost in thought while holding Huan, his gaze fixated on her belly. If only his stare could manifest into a tangible form. Huan felt he could bore a hole through her abdomen with his unwavering gaze. She gently removed his hand, for it had lingered too long, leaving her skin damp with sweat. Were you contemplating, your highness? Wang Zhenzhi gently took Huan's hand, pausing for a moment before speaking. Think again. Huan replied, but it is still an embryo. Why dwell on it? Wang Zhenzhi often felt as though he were dreaming, captivated by the surreal nature of their situation. My lord, I am hungry, she stated. Wang Zhenzhi nodded and promptly instructed someone to prepare a meal. Huan placed her hand on her belly and sighed, realizing that her recent fatigue was unsurprising. She was 2 months pregnant. Despite the turmoil she had faced during this period, the child remained strong, a testament to its resilience. As dinner time approached, Xiao Qiu prepared some floating rice balls to ensure Huan had a light meal, so she wouldn't miss dinner. Wang Zhenzhi took the bowl and personally fed her. Huan accepted graciously, savoring the rich flavor of sesame that burst in her mouth, her eyes narrowing in delight. She encouraged the prince to partake as well, believing that sharing good food would energize their spirits. Zhao Fu announced the arrival of the imperial physician. Huan was puzzled. Hadn't he, the palace's senior physician, already examined her? Why summon another so soon? What is the purpose of calling for him? She inquired. Wang Zhenzhi was well aware of the senior physician's skills. He summoned the imperial physician to inquire about precautions for expectant mothers. In the palace, he felt it inappropriate to voice such concerns amidst the multitude, as he was preoccupied with resolving others' matters. The imperial physician, having received word, entered and immediately congratulated the prince. Wang Zhenzhi nodded, signaling him to proceed with the examination. After a while, the diagnosis revealed that Concubine Ye's health was stable. The senior physician, being the mentor of the imperial physician, held unwavering confidence in his assessment. Wang Zhenzhi asked, what precautions should be taken? The imperial physician explained that pregnant women often experience emotional fluctuations. It was best to accommodate their needs. Additionally, they might face adverse reactions such as morning sickness, fatigue, and drowsiness, all of which were normal. Since Huan was not yet 3 months along, it was advisable for her to limit movement. After 3 months, once the fetus was firmly settled, gentle activity would be beneficial for delivery. It was crucial to ensure she received ample nutrition during this early stage. Having considered these matters, the prince dismissed the attendants and decided to have the imperial physician reside in the Eastern Palace, as it was more convenient given that the palace already had physicians. The emperor would surely grant approval. Having heard the imperial physician's advice, Huan nodded in understanding. She was not entirely naive and had witnessed pregnancies before. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh!" Wang Zhenzhi's heart raced, fearing something was amiss, only to hear her lament that she had forgotten to inquire about a certain matter with the imperial physician. He asked, "What is it?" Huan bit her lip and revealed, "Last month, I still had my cycle. If my period had been late, I would have suspected a delay. If it were absent for 2 months, I would certainly think I had conceived. This situation of having my cycle and conceiving at the same time perplexes me. As a physician, it seemed inappropriate to broach such a topic with him directly, but discussing it alongside the matter of her pregnancy felt less daunting." Wang Zhenzhi reflected, wondering if it was due to his previous actions. Perhaps it was his fault. Huan resolved that she would have the final say in matters moving forward. For dinner, she expressed a desire for a hot pot. Madame Lin stood to the side and softly remarked, "Lady Yi, I heard from Xiaochun that you have a penchant for spicy food. However, now that you are with child, you must refrain from indulging too much." Huan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. It was her first experience with a hot pot, opting for a milder version. Wang Zhenzhi found this intriguing and, upon inquiry, learned it was Madame Lin's suggestion. This made him appreciate the gifts bestowed by his mother even more, and he resolved to request a few midwives from her in due time, to prepare in advance and avoid any untimely revelations. After attending to his affairs, Emperor Jinghong instructed the empress to prepare his offerings. The empress, delighted, selected numerous fine items to bestow upon Huan, along with several maidservants. Huan understood the empress's intentions, recognizing that her pregnancy meant she could not serve the crown prince directly. While the empress's generosity was commendable, it undeniably affected the atmosphere. Just as she was joyfully admiring her gifts, Madame Lin approached her, urging her to make arrangements for the servants. A surge of irritation welled up within her. Furrowing her brow, Huan addressed Madame Lin. "Since the empress has bestowed you upon me, I am now your mistress." Madame Lin bowed her head, acknowledging this. Huan continued, "As your mistress, you ought to prioritize my needs above all else, correct?" Madame Lin agreed. "This is the only time I will tolerate such behavior. Any further transgressions will result in your dismissal." Huan's amiable demeanor led Madame Lin to believe she could overstep her bounds without consequence. Xiaochun cast her a disapproving glance. Huan instructed Madame Lin to seek out the crown prince, declaring, "Such matters are not within my purview." Once Madame Lin withdrew, Xiaochun quietly inquired, "Should I warn her?" Huan, absent-mindedly toying with a gemstone, replied nonchalantly, "There is no need. Madame Lin acts in the prince's best interests." Madame Lin had no malicious intent. Having served the empress for years, she had gleaned some understanding of her mistress's thoughts. Huan did not take offense, recognizing that Madame Lin's actions were merely an effort to expand her influence. Why was Huan unperturbed? She had always possessed self-awareness, previously lacking power and status. She sought only to live peacefully. Now, with the Lin family as her support, even if the crown prince's affections waned, her standing would remain secure. What if those individuals caused trouble for the crown prince? Madame Lin inquired. Huan smiled. "Rest assured, there will be others to manage that. I need not concern myself with such trivialities while pregnant. Bring that item to me for inspection." Xiaochun nodded in response. Huan's perspective was straightforward. A dog that relishes filth will indulge regardless of any constraints placed upon it. Conversely, a dog that does not partake will refuse even when offered. This was akin to her current situation. With a child on the way and no crown princess in the East Palace, she could raise the child at her side. Therefore, some things she would accept, while others she would not demand. Upon receiving the news, the crown prince hurried back immediately. He found himself at a loss for words with regard to his mother. She desired children, and now she had them. She had also sent women to him, offered as gifts during a time of celebration. How would Huan feel upon becoming pregnant? The royal physician had already warned that a woman's emotional state during pregnancy is delicate and should not be trifled with. He sighed. Indeed, there were 3 women of various shapes and sizes, each more alluring than the last. Upon seeing the prince, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and a hint of shyness graced their faces. Though they had not encountered the ethereal beauty of favored consort, they were in the presence of the remarkably valiant prince. The thought of serving such a man in the future made them steal glances at him incessantly. Within the palace, they had often heard tales of the prince's victories against enemy forces at the borders. Seeing him in person felt like a dream. Wang Zhenzhi paid them no heed and summoned the steward with a cold command. Send them back to the carriage. Without a backward glance, he departed. The steward complied, but the women were perplexed. Having just arrived, they were to be dismissed? Would the empress still treat them favorably upon their return? One woman clad in purple attempted to step forward and block the princess' path. Zhao Fu bellowed bold. Do you not know the difference between honor and disgrace? His voice startled them, causing them to kneel immediately. The prince continued on his way to Chuanchi Palace, unperturbed. The purple-clad woman choked on her words. Zhao Gongong. I mean no disrespect. Zhao Fu scoffed. You seem quite bold, attempting to obstruct his highness. He continued, upon your return, you will resume your previous duties. Do not entertain thoughts that are inappropriate. The woman in purple, unwilling to accept defeat, raised her head and questioned, We are intended for his highness by the empress. We have just arrived and have done nothing. How can we be dismissed so easily? She feared that even if the empress did not punish them, the other women in the palace would mock them. She was unwilling to relinquish the prospect of opulence that lay tantalizingly within reach. Zhao Fu shot her a glance, and Xiao Haizi stepped forward to deliver a resounding slap to the woman. The force of the blow left her cheek swollen and marked with 4 distinct fingerprints. Zhao Fu disdainfully remarked, Did you not comprehend what I just conveyed? Do you truly believe the empress will advocate for you? He ordered, Take her away. What a waste of my breath. Having witnessed countless schemes during his years at the borders, Zhao Fu considered this a trivial matter. He recalled the most formidable incident, wherein a woman, infatuated with the prince, attempted to force herself upon him. That woman had some martial skill, but was sent flying by a kick from the prince, resulting in her receiving 20 lashes. From that moment, he understood that one must be cautious, otherwise, one's backside would pay the price. After the altercation, the remaining women behaved with remarkable compliance. Soon, everything was arranged. Zhao Fu patted his backside, relieved that all was well. Inside Chuanchi Palace, Wang Zhenzhi strode in with purpose. Huan, tempted, kalacha. Such a delicacy was rare in cold weather. She wondered where the prince had procured it. Wang Zhenzhi took the lychee from her hand, peeled it, and inquired, Where's Xiao Chun and the others? Why have they left you to do this? Huan tilted her head. Xiao Chun went to fetch food for me. When did your highness return? She chewed on a lychee, narrowing her eyes in delight. It was indeed delicious, yet difficult to peel, and prolonged effort caused her hands to ache. Upon hearing the news, she returned. Wang Zhenzhi sat nearby, diligently peeling lychees. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing pronounced knuckles, and the veins on his broad palm stood out as he deftly removed the flesh from a lychee. Huan gazed at him with admiration. Those hands were akin to a work of art, captivating in every task they undertook. After peeling 3 or 4 lychees, Wang Zhenzhi paused, aware that excessive consumption might lead to discomfort. Huan nodded and, having finished, began to seek out other delicacies. Observing her puffy cheeks, he sighed and instinctively gathered her into his embrace. It was his fault. Huan, pausing mid-bite, inquired, Your Highness, what is the matter? Wang Zhenzhi quickly replied, I am aware of today's events. Such occurrences shall not happen again, and the matter has been resolved. Huan licked the crumbs of her snack from the corners of her mouth, asserting, This is not your fault. Your Highness, as long as the issue is handled. All is well. I am not one to indiscriminately lash out. She was. Wang Zhenzhi gently placed a hand on her abdomen, asking, has the child been troublesome today? Not at all. The baby has been remarkably well behaved, though quite greedy for treats, she replied, a slight frown creasing her brow. Do you remember the snacks we bought together at the market last time? Wang Zhenzhi, seeing her furrowed brow, wondered what was troubling her. Huan, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, I wish to have some. She gestured, indicating a size similar to that of a large bean pod, but shorter and with a yellow shell. Do you recall? Indeed, I shall have someone fetch it, he replied. Huan wrapped her arms around his waist, exclaiming, Your Highness, you are truly wonderful. Having you is a blessing. Her words elicited a chuckle from Wang Zhenzhi. Having you is also a blessing for me, he retorted playfully. Huan smiled, appreciating his growing charm. She enjoyed listening to him. With a playful blink, she posed a profound question. Your Highness, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Wang Zhenzhi looked down at her abdomen, responding, either is fine. He preferred a daughter resembling Huan. Yet pragmatically, he hoped for a son, as this would alleviate Huan's need to refer to herself in such a manner. Huan pouted, Are you serious? That response is rather official. Wang Zhenzhi nodded. As long as it is your child, I shall cherish it. If this pregnancy did not yield a boy, he still had the Lin family to rely on for support. Huan regretted broaching such a trivial topic. It was akin to asking whom one would save first if both parents fell into the water. Quite absurd. She smacked her lips, feeling a strong craving. I do find this shape quite appealing. I wonder how it tastes. With a soft smack, she took a bite, likening it to jelly. I crave milk jelly. Wang Zhenzhi supported her waist, leaning in to kiss her just as she expressed, I want milk jelly. Wang Zhenzhi touched his lips, pondering, is there a milky flavor? Huan, oblivious to his musings, simply longed for a taste. Wang Zhenzhi, holding her close, uncertainly asked, does it truly have a milky taste? Huan turned to him, affirming, of course. If milk jelly lacks a milky flavor, then what is it even called? Wang Zhenzhi pressed his forehead against hers, urging her to taste again, just in case she had misremembered. Huan looked at him with a look of confusion, unable to fathom how that could be possible. And then, she found herself kissed. Huan, breathless, shot him a sidelong glance, marveling at how they were not even discussing the same thing, yet still managing to engage in conversation. I'm back again. Today, I have completed my double update. Thank you, dear friends, for your encouragement. Chapter 66. Wanting to cry even more, Wang Zhenzhi deliberately averted his gaze, rising to say, I shall go take a look. Huan had yet to voice her question about what he intended to see when he had already departed. I must go. It is both innocent and alluring, he replied, intending to seek out physician Lin for some medicine to cool his temper. As Wang Zhenzhi strode away, Xiao Chun entered with a bowl in hand. Huan's eyes brightened, instantly dismissing the prince from her mind. Xiao Chun, is that stinky tofu? She inquired, her tone confident as she focused on the bowl in Xiao Chun's grasp. The familiar aroma made her mouth water profusely. Xiao Chun nodded and quietly stepped aside, unable to endure the scent any longer. What Xiao Qiu had prepared was even more pungent than the stinky tofu she had encountered previously, and carrying it along had been overwhelming. She cast a doubtful glance at Huan, who wore a look of satisfaction. Could it truly be that fragrant? The bowl contained only a few pieces of stinky tofu, and Huan felt as though she had barely tasted it before it was gone. Smacking her lips, she expressed her desire for more. Xiao Qiu also made chestnut chicken. Would you like some, my lady? Xiao Chun promptly introduced another delicacy, successfully redirecting Huan's attention. Huan nodded eagerly. Xiao Chun let out a sigh of relief, hoping that by the time the prince returned, the odors in the room would have dissipated. Otherwise, he would surely reprimand them. Wang Zhenzhi placed great importance on Huan's well-being, visiting physician Lin more frequently than the pregnant Huan herself. In the eastern courtyard of the East Palace, physician Lin was meticulously sorting through the medicinal ingredients woven into bamboo baskets. Each step of the selection process was closely monitored by the prince's attendants to prevent any nefarious actions by ill-intentioned individuals. Once they had arrived at the East Palace, physician Lin dared not leave for even a moment. As he concentrated on his work, he looked up to find that Wang Zhenzhi had been standing there for an indeterminate length of time. "Your Highness, when did you arrive?" he asked, surprised. Wang Zhenzhi waved his hand impassively, inquiring if there was a remedy for his fiery temperament. Physician Lian hesitated momentarily, but, adhering to his medical ethics, asked, "What specific symptoms are you experiencing?" He needed to prescribe appropriately. Even a minor prescription warranted thorough inquiry, as he was a man of medical integrity. After a brief pause, Wang Zhenzhi decided against elaborating and simply left. Physician Lian watched the prince's retreating figure in bewilderment, feeling a sense of strangeness. Wang Zhenzhi did not return to Chunxi Palace, but instead hurried to the training grounds. In the training grounds, Yu Cheng was howling in pain, clutching his waist. Heavens! Who will save us? The trainees had all been bested in turn, and Wang Zhenzhi breathed a sigh of relief. After releasing his pent-up frustration, he felt considerably lighter. After taking a bath, he immediately sought out Huan, who at that moment was pouting, wondering when the prince would return. Xiaochun gazed at the sky and the ground, deliberately avoiding looking at Huan. With a hint of guilt, she remarked, "Your Highness will return shortly. Perhaps you should eat first, my lady." Wang Zhenzhi had informed Huan of his departure, yet she was resolute in her decision to wait. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable urge to remain, and the absence of his presence only intensified her unease. As she blinked, her eyes began to water. Noticing the redness around Huan's eyes, Xiaochun hurriedly suggested, "My lady, shall we go see the hay?" Huan pouted, "The prince forbids me from doing so." This thought made her want to cry even more. Dabai and He had been sent to another courtyard the day Wang Zhenzhi learned of Huan's pregnancy, to be brought back only after 3 months had passed. Xiaochun, realizing her own chatter, asked, "My lady, would you care for a storybook? I have acquired a rare edition." Huan rested her chin on her hand, lacking enthusiasm. Finally, just as Xiaochun could no longer contain her impatience, the prince returned. "Your Highness has returned." Xiaochun's voice reflected her excitement, ringing several decibels higher than usual. Wang Zhenzhi, oblivious to the commotion, turned to see Huan's tear-streaked eyes, and his expression darkened. "What has transpired?" Xiaochun lowered her head and replied, "My lady grew anxious waiting for you." Wang Zhenzhi instructed Xiaochun to serve the meal and approached Huan, gently embracing her. In a soothing tone, he inquired, "What troubles you?" Huan, feeling a tinge of grievance, asked, "Where have you been, Your Highness?" "I have been waiting for a long time." She herself was unsure why she felt this way, suddenly becoming so sentimental. Regardless, she was undeniably displeased. The formidable prince sighed inwardly, unable to disclose that he had sought an outlet for his pent-up energy. Softly, he admitted, "It is my fault." Emotions surged quickly and faded just as swiftly. Wang Zhenzhi witnessed her face shift from the brink of tears to a smile. Huan squinted her eyes, chopsticks in hand, and urged, "Your Highness, please eat." He remained still, adhering to the proprieties, albeit with little concern for them. Upon hearing her words, Wang Zhenzhi picked up his chopsticks, prompting the young servant beside him to joyfully scoop up food and stuff it into her mouth. Her chubby cheeks, filled to the brim, struck Wang Zhenzhi as adorably endearing, even inciting a desire to poke at them. Huan savored several delectable bites, suddenly recalling that she had forgotten to flatter him today. "You should eat as well. Your Highness, it is exceptionally delicious." She grinned at him, then resumed her meal. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled, finding her even more charming than before. Despite her gluttony, Huan exhibited restraint, never overindulging. When she felt satisfied, she would cease eating, allowing room for compliments. What delighted her most was the cancellation of their evening stroll, an excellent decision indeed. After freshening up, Huan lay contentedly in bed, her head resting against Wang Zhenzhi's chest. He glanced down at her soft, fluffy hair, his large hand resting on her abdomen. It was only in recent days that Huan discovered the prince's new habit of gently caressing her belly. Before long, Huan began to yawn. Pregnant women often experience drowsiness, and she was no exception. "Sleep now. I shall keep you company," Wang Zhenzhi reassured her. Huan nodded absent-mindedly, embraced in a warm hold. A large hand gently patted her back, coaxing her into slumber. In the Zhao residence, Zhao Difu furrowed his brow, staring at the envelope in his hand. The flickering candle left behind a trail of black smoke as it consumed the paper, causing Zhao Difu's expression to darken. "What now?" he muttered. Su Liu, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, was one of Zhao Difu's most trusted confidants. Zhao Difu uttered 2 words, "Eliminate him." Su Liu understood his intent, but disagreed, deeming it too perilous. Zhao Difu scoffed. "By your reasoning, our endeavors are devoid of risk." Unable to counter, Su Liu simply remarked, "This might easily alert the enemy." Zhao Difu sipped his tea, pondering, "I have not seen the Empress Dowager these past few days. What do you make of that? I have heard that Concubine Yi has been diagnosed with auspicious signs within the palace. What could that imply?" Su Liu's voice grew somber. "If that were the case, why has the emperor remained inactive? It defies logic." Zhao Xinrong interjected, "Father, I am willing to investigate. In the past, he had visited the palace, and his involvement would be reasonable." Su Liu nodded in agreement. It was indeed customary for young Master Zhao to inquire about the Empress Dowager's condition. Zhao Difu cast a dismissive glance at his son, viewing him as unworthy of responsibility, too proud and arrogant. "Go then," he said. "One son can be discarded without consequence." Bian Bian reported to Zhao Difu about the military situation. Though he had not secured a betrothal with the Zhao family's eldest daughter, they later married him to a collateral branch's daughter. While her status was not prestigious, he found her service satisfactory. After a brief discussion, he exited through a side door. On his way, Zhao Xinrong encountered Zhao Xinran. "Oh, isn't this Miss Zhao? What brings you here?" Zhao Xinran replied coldly. "Has young master Zhao made a name for himself in the army?" At her words, Zhao Xinrong's smile vanished, his brow furrowing with fury. "You vile woman, do you wish for death?" he threatened, ready to strike. He detested being mocked for his perceived lack of achievement. Zhao Xinran, unafraid, calmly sipped her tea. "Try lay a finger on me and see what happens." Chapter 67. Has sister's authority diminished? Zhao Xinrong scoffed. "Do you think yourself of such high value?" Zhao Xinran countered. "Do you dare pose father?" Naturally, Zhao Xinrong did not dare. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "Once I enter the palace, your days of ease will come to an end. At that point, you won't be able to escape my grasp. Worthless pawns are destined to be discarded." Zhao Xinran observed his departing figure with a detached gaze. Indeed, good days were nearing their end, but not for her. At the Ping Wang residence, Concubine Mu Yu wore a smug expression. "My lord, it has been several days now. Have you come to a decision?" Wang Pingji frowned. "Of course I agree, but there must be benefits involved." Mu Yu giggled softly. "That is only natural. Just wait and see, my lord." Wang Pingji lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Mu Yu rose and approached him, placing her hand on his shoulder, her tone sweet. "Let me serve you, my lord." The sound of her voice sent shivers down his spine. He felt unworthy of such service. "No need. I have matters to attend to. Remember what you said. In a few days, I shall see you," he stated before promptly departing. Mu Yu concealed her smile, wearing a cold expression. "My lord, please bear with it a little longer. Our grand endeavor is nearly accomplished," Na Yang whispered in encouragement. Mu Yu adjusted her hairpin, stating, "This princess can certainly endure. But what of that woman? Once she succeeds, she shall be subdued by that man who looks down upon her." Na Yang leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Mu Yu chuckled, remarking that the woman was indeed quite daring, even more so than those from our Mu kingdom. Na Yang softly concurred, "You are absolutely right, my lord." Without further ado, Mu Yu pushed Na Yang onto the bed. For if she could not find pleasure with Mu Yu, there were others who could suffice. Wan Shiyu glanced at Wang Pingji, asking, "How much longer do you intend to remain here?" Wang Pingji looked at her, bewildered. "Am I not allowed to stay?" Wan Shiyu closed her eyes, opting to ignore him. Luo Hong huddled in a corner, rendered invisible. She longed to leave, but her mistress forbade it. After a while, as mealtime approached, Wang Pingji had yet to depart. Wan Shiyu remained silent, and the two shared a meal in an atmosphere thick with tension. Ultimately, it was Wang Pingji who broke the silence, inquiring, "My lady, may I sleep here tonight?" Wan Shiyu frowned. "Have you been traumatized? You come here so frequently, often in secrecy. The reason for his stealth was clear. Wang Pingji had not frequently visited Wan Shiyu before, and though he wished to now, he sought to avoid drawing attention, for his lady did not welcome him. Wang Pingji, lacking confidence, protested, "You are my lady. Why shouldn't I be able to stay here?" Wan Shiyu found his remark amusing and, without beating around the bush, asked, "You don't mean to say you have developed feelings for me, do you? Or perhaps you wish to share a bed?" Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Pingji immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? That's not it. I'm simply afraid." Yes, fear was indeed what he felt. Raising an eyebrow, Wan Shiyu responded, "Then why not seek solace among your concubines? They could easily soothe you, alleviating your fears." Wang Pingji maintained a serious demeanor, dismissing the notion with a scoff. He had no such worldly desires. The lady was far more reliable. Wang Pingji chose not to reply, resolutely deciding to remain. Wan Shiyu, in exasperation, retired to wash up. Luo Hong hurriedly gathered items for her mistress, overly eager in her attentiveness. "What are you doing?" Wan Shiyu inquired suspiciously, noticing Luo Hong's unusual behavior. Luo Hong shyly replied, "Mistress, what do you mean? Is it not the servant's duty to care for you?" Wan Shiyu scrutinized her closely, but found nothing amiss. Luo Hong grinned, secretly apprehensive of being caught in Wang Pingji's fiery presence. When Wan Shiyu returned from her bath, she assumed he had left. However, upon lifting the covers, she discovered Wang Pingji lying there in his night attire, flat on his back with his hands neatly folded on his abdomen, resembling a corpse. Wan Shiyu thought to herself that had it not been for the light still illuminating the room, she might have believed someone had perished in her bed. Soon, the room plunged into darkness, and a hand began to move restlessly. Wan Shiyu turned her head, saying, "Do you seek a beating?" It was a statement of certainty. Wang Pingji was destined to receive a few blows. He seemed oblivious to his surroundings, continuing on as if nothing had happened. Wan Shiyu inquired, "Has my authority diminished?" She reached out to slap Wang Pingji, only for her hand to be captured. Wan Shiyu opened her mouth to rebuke him, but instead found herself kissed. One unexpected turn of events, her mind felt utterly befuddled. "Cici." Wang Pingji released her lips and called her by her childhood name. Wan Shiyu was momentarily stunned, having not heard Cici in ages. In that brief moment of distraction, Wang Pingji leaned in to kiss her again. Thus, she was blissfully swept away, lost in the moment. Luo Hong stood at the doorway, her face flushed, utterly astonished by the scene. The next day, Wan Shiyu gently touched herself and pulled back the covers to look down. Silence enveloped the room, reminiscent of a tranquil bridge. She was truly disoriented. Wan Shiyu hoarsely summoned Luo Hong, who blushed deeply upon entering. "Miss," she stammered. Wan Shiyu gritted her teeth and ordered, "Bring Fatty over." Luo Hong nodded, casting a shy glance at Wan Shiyu. Observing the girl's reaction, Wan Shiyu resolved to directly expel the scheming girl next time. In the East Palace, Yu Tian knelt with a disheveled appearance, reporting, "Sir, our people have discovered that the Zhao family is in Liangshan, amassing significant wealth to purchase shops. The most notable is on the busiest street of Liangzhou, where our agents found a small cache of weapons." Wang Zhenzhi raised his eyes, signaling him to proceed. The specific location remains undisclosed. The Zhao family maintains a low profile in Liangzhou, known for their charitable nature, and enjoys an excellent reputation in that area. Wang Zhenzhi's tone was unruffled. "You may leave." The crown prince glanced at the note and scoffed. Indeed, an old fox, more troublesome than Zhao Difu. No wonder there was external assistance involved. "Zhao Fu," he called. "At your service. Inform you." Zhao Fu obeyed and withdrew, but was halted once more. "And how is Concubine Yi?" Zhao Fu replied, "Today, even the imperial physician reported that Concubine Yi is in good health. She is still waiting for your return, your highness." Upon hearing Yi Huan's name, Wang Zhenzhi's stern face softened slightly. That clingy girl, it's only been a short time since their last meeting, and she is already longing for him again. A smile threatened to break through his composure. Empress Kong glared at her son, demanding, "What are your intentions?" "Mother knows well," she remarked, sipping her floral tea. "What of it?" "His Majesty believes your harem is rather simplistic. Having more people might be beneficial." Wang Zhenzhi frowned. "Mother, my feelings remain unchanged. Concubine Yi has not yet completed 3 months, yet she continually yearns for me. I must take my leave." Empress Kong rubbed her forehead, stubborn mule. "It is so easy to have only one in the royal family. It must be difficult." She conceded, realizing he was her only son, strong-willed and responsible, having carved his own path since youth. One cannot force affection. She should come to terms with it. At least he has women and children, which is far better than being single. She decided to refrain from excessive concern, as too much meddling could be bothersome. She would simply await the arrival of her grandchildren. In Chuanxi Palace, Huan found herself exceedingly bored, idle enough for pests to take root. With the Bai and a He absent, she rested her chin in her hands, gazing at the sky. The sun shone brightly today, and the weather was quite pleasant. She yearned to swing, and merely contemplating it brought her joy. Finally, Xiao Chun produced that rare, out-of-print storybook. Huan, cradling a hot water bottle, reclined on the bed with delight. A rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks as her lips occasionally curled into a smile, and her eyes widened in surprise at times. It was a sight that stirred desire in onlookers. When Wang Zhenzhi approached, Huan remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 68. I want to play, she even chuckled aloud. Intrigued by her engrossed demeanor, Wang Zhenzhi leaned in to catch a glimpse of what she was reading. His gaze fell upon Widow Zhang playfully coaxing Brother Wang into the house. At that moment, Huan sensed something drawing near and swiftly closed the book with a snap. Turning to him with an innocent smile, "When did your highness return?" She attempted to hide the book away. Wang Zhenzhi smiled gently just now. Hearing this, Huan sighed in relief, thinking to herself, thankfully, he must not have seen. Then she heard him say, "I wonder what soft is so captivated by that she failed to notice me sitting beside you." Huan blinked, laughing lightly, just some little stories to pass the time. She reached out to embrace the man's strong waist. "Your highness has returned quite early today. Did you bring anything for your humble servant?" Of course. The prince produced an oil paper package, wrapping an arm around her. Sour tamarind. Huan's eyes sparkled with delight as she awaited the prince's service. Opening her mouth, she savored the sweet and tangy fruit, relishing the taste. After Wang Zhenzhi peeled a small dish of it, he had somehow taken the storybook into his hands. Opening it, he read aloud. Widow Zhang particularly enjoyed Brother Wang's robust physique. Huan swiftly covered his mouth with her hand and wrestled the book away. No reading, no reading, no reading. How embarrassing. I could be caught red-handed. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly. I won't read. He merely looked. Huan's cheeks flushed, and she glared at him. What? Can't one have a little hobby? Wang Zhenzhi, pulling her close, gently inquired, Is soft thinking of something? He had consulted the imperial physician, who confirmed that pregnant women indeed had greater needs than before. However, it varied from person to person, and, judging by her demeanor, it seemed likely. Huan replied, Are you all right? Are you really all right? She pulled the blanket over herself, turning her face away from him. Wang Zhenzhi sensed he had touched a nerve, causing her irritation. In a few days, I shall have Lady Lin come to keep you company. Huan responded with a quiet affirmation, feeling no grievance as she rested her head against Wang Zhenzhi's chest. The man behind her smiled indulgently, fully embracing her actions, his eyes radiating warmth. The prince's daily visits brought joy to the palace. Zhao Fu had finally managed to address matters concerning the Eastern Palace. He devised a compromise regarding the women involved. Even after the absence of women in the Eastern Palace, the Empress would still send offerings if she refrained. Others would take her place. Zhao Fu simply replaced all previous attendants with his own. The female guards, trained specifically by the prince for Huan, were few in number. As a result, they were assigned to the prince's courtyard, replacing those concubines and secondary wives who had been sent away. Truly remarkable. Zhao Fu felt that his idea was indeed quite brilliant, as it not only prevented those with ulterior motives from causing harm in secret, but also ensured that the prince's courtyard would not remain desolate. When he reported this matter to the prince, Zhao Fu spoke with a sense of pride. Wang Zhenzhi naturally nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The guard were originally assigned to protect Huan, and placing them in the courtyard would serve the same purpose. Time passed swiftly. Soon, the snow piled high on the Huan tree in the courtyard. When Huan emerged from her warm bed, Xiao Chun joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, Master, it's snowing outside. Huan quickly instructed Xiao Chun to fetch her fox fur cloak, wrapping herself snugly in it. As the weather grew increasingly cold, Huan found herself more reluctant to move. Now, 3 months pregnant, she did not urge her sister-in-law to visit. Her drowsiness meant her energy was spent either eating or sleeping. She only basked in the sun within the hall when the weather was pleasant. Otherwise, she remained nestled on the couch, often dozing off. Fortunately, she experienced no adverse pregnancy symptoms. Her appetite was hearty, and her complexion was rosy. The once delicate features of her face now bore a maternal glow, enhancing her overall amiability. The hay pranced about, leaving paw prints in the snow. Huan chuckled at the sight, saying, "Xiao Chun, quickly pick up the hay. Its paws must be freezing." Xiao Chun found it amusing too and scooped up the hay, brushing the snow off its paws. In contrast, Dabai dashed through the snow, unfazed. As the snow continued to fall, large flakes landed on Huan. Her face buried in the soft fur, she occasionally burst into fits of giggles. "I want to play," she declared. Xiao Chun smiled, replying, "Master, perhaps it's best not to think about it." Huan pouted, "Is it really impossible?" At that moment, the imperial physician happened to arrive to check her pulse. Upon seeing the two of them, he remarked, "It is time to check the pulse of Lady Yi." Tilting her head, Huan caught sight of the physician beneath her wide-brimmed hat and asked, "Physician Lien, may I play with something cold?" Xiao Chun replied with a smile, "It's snowing. Let us stay indoors." Once inside, Huan turned to Physician Lien, eagerly awaiting his response. Physician Lien, fixated on her fervent gaze as he took her pulse, slowly inquired, "Might I ask, Lady Yi, what you mean by something cold?" Huan eagerly replied, "Playing in the snow." Physician Lien nearly faltered. He had assumed it was something else, advising, "Lady Yi should refrain from touching anything too cold." Huan nodded. "Can I play for a while then?" Physician Lien hesitated, clearly reluctant to answer. After the physician departed, Huan donned her hat and gloves. She mysteriously produced a small shovel and squatted down to scoop. Dabai settled beside her, persistently causing mischief. "Move aside, move aside." Huan pushed at Dabai's sturdy head. "I'm about to scold you. Be good and don't disrupt me." With Dabai's antics, the snowballs Huan gathered soon lay crushed beneath his paws, where her unformed snowballs were knocked away by his playful nudges. Frustrated, Huan felt the urge to scold the dog. Unable to manage on her own, Xiao Chun called for others to assist. Huan sat in the corridor, directing everyone. Yes, the bottom ball should be large, and the one on top should be smaller. Make sure they are round. Little Chiu, please fetch a few carrots." After building 4 snowmen, they finally paused, a few of them sweating profusely. Huan, with a beaming smile, handed a hot water bottle to them, saying, "You've all worked hard." The 4 snowmen stood neatly in the courtyard of the spring reverie hall, and Huan felt increasingly pleased as she gazed at them. She placed her hand on her belly. 3 months had passed, and it was starting to show. Meanwhile, Physician Lien, after feeling the pulse, sought out the crown prince. As Wang Zhenzhi stepped into the Eastern Palace, he was halted. Upon seeing Physician Lien, Wang Zhenzhi's expression darkened, mistakenly thinking there was an issue with Huan's health. "What is it?" he inquired. Physician Lien clasped his hands. "Today I examined Lady Yi and..." Zhao Fu, unable to contain his impatience, interrupted. "What did you discover? Speak quickly. You're killing me with suspense." "I have reason to believe that Lady Yi might be expecting," Physician Lien stated, his head bowed. He felt uncertain. Although confident in his medical skills, he lacked absolute certainty and felt somewhat vulnerable. After a moment, he added, "It snowed today, and Lady Yi kept asking if she could play in it." Before he could finish, the crown prince had already vanished from sight. Zhao Fu's face lit up with joy. This was splendid news. "Summon someone to escort Physician Lien back. Be cautious of the heavy snow." Wang Zhenzhi strode briskly, without even closing the door, heading straight to the spring reverie hall. Before entering, he overheard a voice. "Isn't it beautiful? I think it's lovely." Inside, Huan, clad in a red fox fur cloak, stood in the snow, strikingly eye-catching. Her voice was jubilant as she reveled in the snowmen, completely oblivious to the sudden silence around her. She looked around in confusion. "Why aren't you all speaking?" Xiao Chun hung his head, not responding. "Thank you, Taiji, for your fervent support and numerous requests for updates. Today's chapter is complete. Chapter 69. No fooling around. Huan stiffened for a moment, then turned and sweetly called, "Your Highness, come quickly and take a look." She tugged at him. "Isn't it beautiful? Why aren't you holding an umbrella? Your outer robe is all wet." Peering ahead, she noticed Zhao Fu rushing towards them with an umbrella, clearly in a hurry, having not even opened it. Wang Zhenzhi's gaze was profound, concealing his emotions. Yet, Huan discerned his mixed feelings of anger and joy. Timidly, she called out, "Your Highness?" Wang Zhenzhi smiled slightly. It looked splendid. He then inquired, "Did you play in the snow today?" It was a definitive statement. Huan bit her lip, realizing physician Lien had reported her. "No, I merely touched it." She withdrew her hand from the cloth cover of the hot water bottle, demonstrating. Wang Zhenzhi took her hand, leading her indoors. He helped her remove her cloak and take off her wet shoes. Wang Zhenzhi gazed at her, resigned. It was truly hard to be stern with her. Ever since she became pregnant, she had become as innocent as a child. Huan looked at him with teary eyes, awaiting his next words. Such a rarity, he mused. Huan smiled. "Your Highness, are you not going to call me concubine anymore?" Wang Zhenzhi held the person in his embrace, too afraid to scold her. Even the pretense of a cold demeanor faltered. He had completely succumbed. How could he bear to part with her? Huan's cheeks were flushed, expertly flattering him. "I knew your Highness would treat me the best, certainly unwilling to let me feel sorrow." After speaking, she planted a couple of kisses on his face. Huan nearly burst into a cheerful tune, for her spirits were particularly high at that moment. Wang Zhenzhi supported her. "I have something to discuss with you." Huan gazed at him intently. "Even the imperial physician says you might be carrying twins." Upon hearing the physician's name, Huan pouted, but as the next words registered, her eyes widened, fixating on her already protruding belly. She clutched Wang Zhenzhi's clothing. "Your Highness, are you serious?" No wonder, at merely 3 months. Her belly resembled a small drum. She had thought it was simply due to her indulgence in snacks. "Fear not. I've already sent for a midwife through Mother Empress. And 2 nurses from the Lin family have also been arranged for you." Wang Zhenzhi calmly explained his plans. His hand rested on Huan's small abdomen, which had begun to take shape. 2 lives. Everything is taken care of. Nestled in his embrace, Huan sighed inwardly. 1 child was already overwhelming, let alone 2. As she contemplated this, Wang Zhenzhi's words shifted her focus. "Would you like some hot pot?" Huan smacked her lips, glancing at the heavy snow outside. She nodded vigorously. This was the perfect time for hot pot. Xiao Chun brought over steaming soup to ward off the cold, which Wang Zhenzhi accepted, gently blowing on the steam, rising from the bowl before feeding Huan with his own hands under Xiao Chun's watchful gaze. After taking a sip, Huan lifted her eyes. "Xiao Chun, you should drink some too. Help to prepare more. I can't let my cold affect anyone else." Sensing Wang Zhenzhi's gaze, Xiao Chun lowered her head in acknowledgement and retreated. The few of them were all martial artists, quite resilient. It was only the female lead who tended to be so considerate. Zhao Fu sipped his ginger tea, meant to dispel the cold, feeling warm inside. Life was undeniably better than before. Huan cheerfully pushed the bowl towards him. "Your Highness, you should drink some too. It will help chase away the chill, especially since you've been out in the snow." Wang Zhenzhi followed her lead, lowering his head to finish the broth in the bowl. After sitting together for a while, Huan felt her eyelids growing heavy. "Sleep. I shall keep you company," he said. Huan sleepily murmured in agreement and turned her face to drift into slumber. Wang Zhenzhi carried her to bed, shedding his outer garments. Ensuring she was snugly wrapped, he contemplated heading to the study, but as he moved, he found his sleeve caught in her grip. Even in sleep, she clung to him. Wang Zhenzhi gently pried her fingers apart and placed a kiss on her soft, delicate face. As he stepped out, he instructed, "Take good care, consort ye." In the study, Zhao Fu wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke in a low voice. It is said to be a matter concerning the Empress Dowager. Wang Zhenzhi tapped the table with his fingers, pondering what his father could possibly say. The emperor has no comments. In that case, Wang Zhenzhi saw no reason to make a special trip to the palace. He simply needed to wait. The outcome would naturally unfold. Zhao Fu lowered his head, recalling that Princess Huan warned him of Mu Yu's peculiarities and advised him to remain vigilant. Wang Zhenzhi gazed out at the endless expanse of white, requesting Wan Xiu to caution him about the people around him. Yes, summon Yu Cheng. Before long, Yu Cheng entered, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness. Wang Zhenzhi produced a piece of paper, inquiring about the whereabouts of a certain individual. Upon examining the drawing, Yu Cheng realized it depicted the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Confused, he remarked, "Isn't this person already exiled? Why investigate a deceased person? The people of Liangzhou have seen her." Understanding dawned on Yu Cheng. Exiles were forbidden for receiving favors or escaping their place of banishment, lest they face the most severe of punishments. Let someone else handle it. Yu Cheng's familiar visage could easily be replaced by another. He accepted the command. Wang Zhenzhi gauged the time and returned to Chunqi Hall. Seeing a small mound on the bed, his heart softened. Softly, softly, it's time to rise. His voice was gentle, hardly resembling a call to awaken. Huan mumbled a few sounds, then fell silent. Wang Zhenzhi reached out, gently tucking a strand of her dark hair behind her ear. He leaned down to place a tender kiss on her forehead, then her eyelids, the tip of her nose, her cheek, and finally her lips. Huan felt uncomfortable, akin to being licked by a large dog. She turned her face away, muttering, "Stop it, stop it." Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly, seizing the moment to slip in as her eyes were not fully shut. Huan's face flushed crimson. She slightly furrowed her brows and lazily lifted her eyelids. Wang Zhenzhi pinched her cheek, his voice low. "If you do not rise, I shall be compelled to take action." Huan pushed his hand away, rubbing her eyes. "Have you been in the kitchen?" Wang Zhenzhi found her antics amusing, realizing she was increasingly resembling a 3-year-old. A pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years, as the saying goes. Huan stretched her arms, allowing the crown prince to personally assist her in dressing. He then carried her to the table. The pot bubbled enticingly, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Huan pointed at the meat, and in the next instant, a slice of well-cooked meat fell into her bowl. Sipping the sweet and sour tea while enjoying the beef, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "This is wonderful." Wang Zhenzhi added vegetables to her plate, encouraging her to consume more for her health. However, Huan developed a new aversion to vegetables since her pregnancy, wrinkling her nose at their peculiar taste. She usually refrained from being picky about her meals, believing she concealed her preferences well, thinking she wouldn't be discovered. Pouting, she reluctantly ate the vegetables in her bowl. Afterward, Wang Zhenzhi ceased to serve her more vegetables and had someone bring a plate of fruit for her. With 2 little ones nestled in her belly, he felt an even greater need to keep a watchful eye. He couldn't bear to think of any potential issues. Huan picked up a piece of apple and offered it to him. "Your Highness, you should eat too. You have worked so hard." Throughout the meal, he focused solely on her, even noticing her pickiness. "Isn't at hard work?" Wang Zhenzhi opened his mouth, relishing the moment. Huan, her eyes sparkling, exclaimed, "Your Highness's lips are indeed ever so sweet, leaving me utterly enchanted." Wang Zhenzhi playfully tapped her nose, shaking his head at her increasingly whimsical behavior. Huan playfully stuck out her tongue, attributing her behavior to the indulgence of his highness. Wang Zhenzhi acknowledged with a soft hum, affirming that it was indeed his indulgence. Huan chuckled, pleased that the prince understood, adding that she could not be blamed for it. Wang Zhenzhi embraced her with a smile, playfully shifting the blame to himself as well. Huan nodded, clinging to him like a koala, her limbs draped over the prince. He, rather fond of this display, wrapped his arms around her to steady her and prevent her from falling. In the Eastern Palace, warmth and laughter filled the air, while the Imperial Palace was enveloped in unrest that night. Emperor Jinghong furrowed his brow, gazing at the bloodstains on the ground. "How is he?" he inquired. The elderly physician stroked his white beard, responding that if the man did not awaken within 3 days, even a divine being would be powerless to alter his fate. Upon hearing this, the emperor's frown deepened. He had naively believed that Empress Zhao had come to her senses and would remain quietly in her quarters. Little did he know that today would bring him unexpected news. The chief eunuch presented a letter to Emperor Jinghong, who scoffed derisively upon finishing it, remarking how amusing it was that Empress Zhao could still show such humanity. In the letter, she proposed to trade her life for the Zhao family's survival. pleading with the emperor to show mercy towards her kin after all these years. Emperor Jinghong's smile turned frigid, finding the request laughable. How absurd it was for her to negotiate terms even in death. When he was still a prince, had she ever envisioned this predicament? Coldly, he declared that if she no longer wished to be empress, she should find someone to take her place. The happenings within the palace remained unknown to the outside world. As the snow fell heavier, bending the branches low, in the eastern palace, Huan felt the empty space beside her on the bed. No one is here, she murmured, sitting up with a sleepy expression and calling out, "Your Highness?" Xiao Chun, hearing the commotion, entered the chamber and informed her that His Highness had left on an errand, specifically instructing her to take good care of the mistress. Huan nodded, allowing Xiao Chun to attend to her. After a while, Huan perched by the window, lost in thought as she gazed at the vast expanse of white outside. "Sister Yi," a familiar voice called out before the person appeared. Huang Muqi, adorned in a delicate yellow dress and a cloak embroidered with golden edges, rushed in, lifting her skirt. "Wow, Sister Yi, you look even more beautiful than before, after just a short time." Huan turned to her, surprised. "Muqi, what brings you here?" Huang Muqi pouted. "Sister Yi, don't you miss me?" "Of course I do. I'm just a bit surprised," Huan replied with a smile, gesturing for Xiao Chun to arrange the items. The snow had only fallen yesterday, so the path must be quite difficult to traverse. Huang Muqi's gaze fell upon Huan's belly. Her curiosity piqued. "Sister Yi, I heard that it can be quite challenging for women during pregnancy." She studied Huan's face, struggling to articulate, "You've lost weight," but the sight before her contradicted that notion entirely. Huan's complexion was radiant, as though she had been bathing in honey, showing no signs of weariness. "You look even more lovely lately," Huang Muqi remarked. Huan touched her own face, really? She had been indulging in food often, and when she pinched the flesh at her waist, she noticed it had increased. Huang Muqi nodded emphatically, her beauty even more radiant than before, exuding a gentle, maternal glow. She extended her delicate fingers to grasp Huan's hand, instinctively squeezing and kneading it. "So soft," she murmured. Huan responded with a non-committal hum. Failing to catch her words, Huang Muqi blinked. "If only you were truly my sister, I could gaze upon such beauty every day and indulge in a few extra bowls of rice." A whimsical thought struck her. Why couldn't the old man adopt her as a goddaughter? She resolved to inquire about it later, noticing the myriad expressions flitting across her face. Huan curiously asked, "What troubles you?" Huang Muqi sighed. "I came here to leave my worries behind." Huan detected the scent of intrigue and encouraged, "Do share. Perhaps it will alleviate your burden." "It's that guy. Huang Muqi revealed. "I don't know what's gotten into him lately, but he keeps following me for no reason." Huan's eyes brightened. Huang Muqi continued, "No matter where I go, I run into him. After so many encounters, I refuse to believe it's mere coincidence. I feel he's purposefully tormenting me." Huan pursed her lips, suggesting, "Could it be that he follows you because he harbors feelings for you?" Huang Muqi's eyes widened as she vehemently denied, "Impossible. If he truly liked me, why would he cause me harm?" Huan was perplexed. "How has he harmed you?" At the thought, Huang Muqi felt an inferno of indignation rising within her. "When I went fishing, he scared my catch away. When I went horseback riding, he startled my horse, causing me to twist my ankle, which swelled up tremendously. At dinner, he secretly switched my drink for something strong, leaving my throat sore the next day. I attended a friend's gathering, and he suddenly whisked me away, causing my friend to be upset that I left without a word. I had to soothe her for ages." Huang Muqi continued to enumerate he used misdeeds. Initially, Huan felt speechless, but soon amusement bubbled within her. What a peculiar way to pursue someone. Even Xiao Chun struggled to suppress her laughter. The dynamic between the two left Huang Muqi utterly bewildered. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Huan acknowledged, "It is indeed quite difficult to accept." Huang Muqi pouted. "Exactly. I told him, yet he refused to believe me. I was so angry my face turned crimson." Huan interjected, "Perhaps he thinks your blush is a sign of shyness." Huang Muqi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Surely not." Yet, she couldn't deny Huan's insight. He might be under the impression that his advances were effective, leading Huang Muqi to blush in response. She appeared dejected. as if seeking someone to rescue her from this plight. Huan leaned closer, whispering a few words in Huang Muqi's ear. Huang Muqi appeared skeptical, questioning the efficacy of such an approach. Huan raised an eyebrow. How would you know unless you try? It costs nothing to test the waters. If it succeeds, it would bring joy to all. Huang Muqi remained uncertain. In the palace, Wang Zhenzhi and Wang Zhenzhi stood within the hall of governance. Wang Zhenzhi inquired, "Brother, are you aware of what has transpired?" Wang Zhenzhi lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Emperor Jinghong approached the two individuals, revealing that the Empress Dowager had hanged herself the previous day. Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. The emperor continued, "It seems the Dowager realized I would not spare the Zhao family and chose to exchange her life for theirs. In a few days, members of the Zhao family will come to pay their respects to the Dowager. What do you think we should do?" Wang bowed his head in silence, clearly not foolish enough to invite reproach. The emperor turned to Wang Zhenzhi, asking for his thoughts. The crown prince replied, "I believe we should proceed as usual." Wang discreetly stole a glance. The emperor stepped closer, urging, "Speak up. I'm Wang, what do you mean?" Wang Pingji responded solemnly. "The crown prince suggests we find someone to directly replace the Dowager, thus avoiding alarming the Zhao family while maintaining control over them. When the time is right, we can capture them all at once." The emperor gazed at him, then sighed, "I am weary. You may leave." Wang, and bewildered, opened his mouth to inquire of Wang Zhenzhi, but thought better of it. It was wiser to remain uninformed, as knowledge only brought more burdens. Upon exiting the Eastern Palace, Huang Muqi spotted Hiyu disguised as a servant by the carriage. In a few days, she will truly meet her demise at Hiyu's hands, she mused, recalling Yi Huan's words and deciding to take a chance. "Hey," she called out. Hiyu looked up. "Did you call me?" Huang Muqi retorted, "Who else could it be?" Hiyu scratched his head and chuckled. "What's up? Speak your mind." Huang Muqi suddenly felt shy, clearing her throat and lowering her voice. "Do you like me?" Hiyu was momentarily taken aback, then blushed. "You just realized?" Huang Muqi gritted her teeth. "Since you like me, will you heed my words?" Hiyu considered for a moment and nodded. "Very well," she continued, raising her chin. "If you like me, you must prioritize my wishes, learn to please me, refrain from doing what I dislike, and you shall not contradict me. Thank you for the generous offering," she added. "As for what I require of you, this is merely the beginning. I may think of more later, and if you cannot comply, then do not seek me again." Hiyu eagerly nodded. "These are simple enough. I've been doing them all along." Huang Muqi was quite pleased with his response, but recalled his previous actions. Frowning, she said sternly, "You must not repeat those earlier misdeeds." Hiyu, confused, asked, "But why? What should I do instead?" Huang Muqi scrutinized him. "Have you forgotten your promise to me?" "No means no." Hiyu fell silent and nodded, understanding he must comply. Huang Muqi, feeling triumphant, turned and entered the carriage. Now, it was her time to take charge, and she laughed heartily. In the palace, Zhao Xinrong was led by Zhao Mama into the hall. He bowed before the Empress Dowager. "May you enjoy longevity and peace." "Your Highness." The Dowager regarded him with indifference and acknowledged him with a slight nod. "My father specifically sent me to visit you," Zhao Xinrong stated. The Dowager sipped her tea and replied, "I am well, thank you." Zhao Xinrong smiled broadly. "I will, of course, report to my father the truth of your well-being. Recently, the Emperor has been particularly vigilant. It is advisable for you to refrain from visiting me without cause, as it may incite trouble." Zhao Xinrong bowed his head in acquiescence. "Very well. If there is nothing further, you may withdraw. Lingering too long may arouse suspicion." The Empress Dowager waved her hand, urging him to depart. Naturally, Zhao Xinrong could not refuse. After exchanging a plethora of flattering words, he took his leave. As he walked along the path, he muttered curses under his breath. They all looked down upon him, yet once the Zhao family achieved success, he would not spare any of them. The mere thought of Zhao Xinrong brought him a sense of satisfaction. In the East Palace, Yi Huan gently caressed her belly, involuntarily exclaiming how she once had no inkling of where her future would lead, and now a child nestled within her womb. Time indeed flies swiftly. The harsh winter in the capital has grown increasingly frigid, with heavy snow falling incessantly for several days. Morning court sessions have even been suspended. Wang Zhenzhi held the soft figure beside him, one engrossed in a novel while the other perused official documents, neither disturbing the other. Wang Zhenzhi gazed at the documents for an extended period, yet did not turn a single page. The fragrant aroma lingering at the tip of his nose left him in disarray, unable to concentrate on the task at hand. This was the bittersweet torment depicted in the stories. Huan felt a stiffness in her body from maintaining the same position for too long. She gently tapped Wang Zhenzhi's hand, signaling that he could rise. However, the crown prince misinterpreted her gesture, thinking she desired his attention, prompting him to notice her. Softly, Wang Zhenzhi set down the documents and inquired tenderly, "What is it?" Huan's gaze remained fixed on the novel. "Your Highness, please loosen your grip." Wang Zhenzhi pressed his lips together and ultimately relented, loosening his hold slightly. Observing the carefree young lady, he felt a pang of annoyance. It seemed he had been thoroughly captivated, unable to focus on the text, while she was completely absorbed in her reading. Nevertheless, he reasoned that it was not worth his concern. Her carefree nature had only intensified since her pregnancy. As the new year approached, news of disasters in the surrounding counties reached the capital. This year's snow had indeed come more abundantly and abruptly than in previous years. The snowstorm was severe, and the horse-drawn carriages dispatched by the court progressed sluggishly. The heavy snowfall rendered roads impassable. Without provisions or warmth, the perilous weather could easily claim lives. The county magistrate was understandably anxious. The year's end was drawing near, and with the calamity at hand, not only were promotions in jeopardy, but the crops also faced inevitable frost damage. In desperation, Emperor Jinghong resorted to the most straightforward and forceful measures: manpower. Several counties surrounding the capital had suffered, with some already reporting numerous fatalities. The focus was directed towards the most severely affected areas, where coarse salt was spread across the roads, and troops were dispatched to ensure the safe transport of supplies. In other afflicted regions, snow was cleared using shovels, followed by the transportation of resources via wooden carts. The crown prince and several princes remained in the palace daily, deliberating on strategies. Emperor Jinghong was never one to show favoritism. Those with capabilities were entrusted with responsibilities. Wang Zhenzhi's ascension to the position of crown prince was largely attributed to his own talents and diligence. Due to the snow disaster, the third prince, disheveled and unsettled, burned a midnight oil daily with no chance of respite. The crown prince commanded the military, Prince and managed finances, and Prince Ping oversaw supplies. Three individuals were busily engaged in their tasks, overwhelmed with the impending New Year preparations. On the eve of the festivities, Emperor Jinghong finally permitted a few to return home early. Gu Mingzhu, witnessing Wang Onji's weary state, felt a pang of sympathy. Meanwhile, Wang Pingzhi eagerly climbed onto Wan Shiyu's bed, lamenting in a pitiful manner. When the crown prince returned, Huan was soundly asleep, savoring the remnants of delightful dreams. Her pregnancy was nearing 5 months, and her belly was noticeably round. Fortunately, this brood of children seemed to be well behaved, as Huan had not suffered during her pregnancy since the diagnosis. After a brief pause, Wang Zhenzhi approached Huan, feeling the warmth return to his body. He sat at the edge of the bed, meticulously tracing the contours of her features with his gaze, filled with a profound yet restrained tenderness. Huan situted, opening her eyes to behold an unexpected sight. "Ah, Your Highness, you have finally returned," she exclaimed, extending her arms from beneath the covers, beckoning him to embrace her. These past days, Wang Zhenzhi had been preoccupied with disaster relief, and she had not seen him for quite some time. Their schedules rarely aligned, as she would often be asleep by the time he returned, only to awaken after he had left. With the new year approaching, it was only natural that he would return home. Wang Zhenzhi removed his outer garments and pulled back the covers, enveloping her in his arms. Huan pouted. "If it weren't for the new year, you'd still be busy." She playfully poked his arm, fully aware of the ongoing disasters, despite her seclusion. Xiao Chun, who frequently spoke of the happenings in the capital, kept her informed and entertained. Her eyes fell upon the dark circles beneath Wang Zhenzhi's eyes, which tugged at her heartstrings. How long had it been since he had enjoyed a restful night? "I am tired, Your Highness. Might you hold me as I sleep?" she implored. Very well, I shall keep you company, he replied. As he inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from her, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Huan lifted her head to gaze at him, then shyly leaned in to plant a kiss on his lips before quickly burying her face back into the covers. Feeling exhilarated yet bashful, as it was her first act of affection. Having previously dozed off, she was now wide awake. Initially, she intended to rest alongside the crown prince for a while before getting up to stretch her legs. Yet before long, she had succumbed to sleep once more. When she awoke again, Wang Zhenzhi was still in slumber. Cradling her belly, she shifted her body gently, ensuring the covers were snug before rising. Each day, Huan made it a point to walk a few laps around the room, understanding that gentle activity would benefit her during the later stages of labor. Xiao Chun trailed behind her, occasionally inquiring about her well-being. The added weight of her pregnancy made her movements cumbersome, and soon she began to feel fatigued. Noticing her weariness, Xiao Chun promptly guided her to a chair. "Mistress, would you like some tea?" she offered, wiping the thin sheen of sweat from Huan's forehead. "How do you feel?" Huan smiled softly. "I am well, just a bit tired." Xiao Chun furrowed her brow, having learned that pregnant women needed to remain active. She had sought out techniques for massage to alleviate cramps and discomfort. "Mistress, may I give you a massage?" she asked. Huan shook her head, suggesting, "Let's rest for a moment before walking a few more laps." Presently, her physical condition is indeed lacking. While she still possesses the ability to move, it is imperative for her to walk more. As her body becomes heavier in the future, even the desire to walk will be hindered by a lack of strength. Granny Lin also concurs with Huan's need for more movement. In the evenings, soaking her feet in warm water and indulging in a gentle massage will alleviate any soreness. In the earlier stages, Huan enjoyed her meals and has noticeably gained weight. Compared to her previous slenderness, she now embodies a more robust and rounded figure. Granny Lin has been vigilant in monitoring her, advocating for smaller, more frequent meals without excessive supplementation, allowing her to eat as she pleases. It must be said that Granny Lin is quite attentive, imparting valuable knowledge and precautions regarding pregnancy to Xiao Chun. The inhabitants of Chuanqi Palace often find themselves summoned by Granny Lin for training sessions. After walking a few laps, Huan took a moment to rest, heading to the sleeping quarters to see if the crown prince had awoken. As she approached the bed, she found herself halted, letting out a cry. Just before her entrance, Wang Zhenzhi had already awakened. Hearing her murmurs, he quickly rose and lifted Huan onto the bed. Their chamber was seldom visited by others, and with the crown prince present, it was entirely devoid of company. Huan grimaced, "Your Highness, my leg. It's cramping." The discomfort was overwhelming, and she felt tears welling up. Wang Zhenzhi gently placed her down, tenderly massaging the cramping area. "How do you feel?" Huan pouted, "It still hurts." After a brief moment, she sat up. "It's better now, Your Highness." Wang Zhenzhi wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, murmuring softly, "You've endured so much." Huan bit her lip. "Please, Your Highness, hurry and dress so you don't catch a chill." As she shifted her cramping leg, she felt a spark of curiosity. When had the crown prince learned to massage? Once he was dressed, he playfully tapped her nose. Last night, who was it that whimpered about their aching legs? Huan's cheeks flushed. She had been half asleep, confused, believing that her legs were simply obedient and pain-free. Who could have known that the crown prince was the kind-hearted figure behind her nightly relief? Every evening, he selflessly attended to her discomfort without a word. Thus, she expressed her gratitude once more. "Your Highness, you treat me the best." "Thank you." Wang Zhenzhi's hand rested upon Huan's burgeoning belly, encouraging her to be more compliant and suffer less. The royal festivities during the new year were remarkably convenient, requiring none of Huan's concern, as everything was meticulously arranged. Of course, on New Year's Day, they were to dine with the emperor in the palace. On that festive day, everyone was in high spirits. Huan had even prepared red envelopes for those in the palace. The usually stoic crown prince displayed a touch of warmth towards the servants. Outside, the snowfall was profound, and Wang Zhenzhi had taken Huan to the palace quite early. The carriage was lined with thick blankets, moving at a leisurely pace. The streets were largely deserted by afternoon. No one anticipated that amidst such weather, assassins would strike. A group clad in black suddenly surged forward without warning, engaging in a fierce attack. Hearing the commotion outside the carriage, Huan glanced up at Wang Zhenzhi, her fingers gripping his sleeve tightly. She was not afraid. She merely felt her legs weaken. Wang Zhenzhi lifted the curtain to steal a glance before enveloping the person in his embrace, shielding her abdomen to prevent any impact. There was solitude in his heart. Gazing upon the pale lips of Huan, he was overwhelmed with compassion. The emotional state of a pregnant woman should not be disturbed excessively. Thus, he gently patted her back, resting her head against his chest. A multitude of black-clad assailants approached, prompting the shadow guards to reveal themselves. Several adversaries, who had managed to slip through, attempted to approach the carriage but were swiftly dispatched before they could breach the inner sanctum. Zhao Fu stood at the side of the carriage, his expression unchanging, unwavering in his stance despite the bloody scene before him. Xiao Chun and the remaining guards remained vigilant by the carriage, wary of any hidden threats. Although the crown prince's entourage consisted of few guards, each was a seasoned warrior, capable of defeating 10 foes single-handedly. Coupled with the shadow guards, the black-clad attackers began to falter. Such a commotion compelled the city's constable to dispatch troops immediately. Realizing the tide had turned against them, the assailants shouted for a retreat. The path to escape was fraught with difficulty, as they found themselves ensnared by the advancing soldiers. In a short while, the constable arrived with reinforcements. The remaining black-clad figures chose to end their own lives, leaving no survivors. Presenting to His Highness the Crown Prince, the constable knelt on one knee. It was indeed unfortunate that such an incident marred the New Year celebrations, particularly with the target being the Crown Prince himself. Wang Zhenzhi refrained from stepping forward, merely lifting the curtain to say, "You have worked hard. My consort has been frightened." Yu Cheng, assist the constable. Yu Cheng, stained with blood, held a sword that had transformed from silver to crimson. Bowing his head, he responded, "As you command." Wang Zhenzhi's voice was not low, and his words were clearly heard, including the mention of his consort's fright. The Crown Prince's carriage continued its journey towards the palace, as if the recent turmoil had never occurred. Huan exhaled a sigh of relief, shaken by the terrifying experience. To have such an attack during the New Year, especially in the capital, demonstrated a blatant disregard for the Emperor's authority. "Are you well?" Wang Zhenzhi supported her waist, concern evident in his voice. Huan shook her head, assuring him that she was unharmed. She gently caressed her abdomen, confirming that the child was safe. Wang Zhenzhi escorted Huan to the Empress before seeking an audience with Emperor Jinghong. "The Crown Prince has been attacked," he stated. Emperor Jinghong scrutinized him, ensuring he was unharmed before inquiring, "What of your consort?" "Your consort is unscathed," he replied. The Emperor sighed. "I have long warned you that your position cannot accommodate personal affections. The legitimate daughter of the Right Chancellor has harbored feelings for you for quite some time." Wang Zhenzhi, disinterested in the ensuing discourse, interrupted, "I have no such intentions." The Emperor furrowed his brow. "You are acutely aware of today's events and the motivations behind them. Those who dared to act possessed the confidence to avoid capture." Wang Zhenzhi understood all too well. From the moment Huan became pregnant, he had anticipated such threats. Hence, he had arranged for numerous guards to protect her, never allowing himself to relax, even today. Emperor Jinghong was well aware of his son's nature, outwardly obedient, yet fiercely stubborn beneath. The Empress warmly grasped Huan's hand, asking, "Why are your hands so cold? Quickly, fetch a warming pot." The Empress ordered soothing tea to be brought forth, gazing at her abdomen. "I hear from a physician that you are carrying twins?" Huan nodded affirmatively. The Queen's eyes narrowed with a smile, reminiscing about the time she carried her child, during which she abstained from all meat and fish, losing several pounds within a month. Her gaze lingered on Huan's rounded belly, noting her rosy complexion, suggesting that this child too was a delightful one, capable of understanding and cherishing its mother. It was the first time the Queen had seen Huan since her pregnancy. Initially, she had wished to invite Huan to the palace for companionship, but the thought of the crowd deterred her. Today, however, she finally had the opportunity to converse, having bottled up her words for far too long. In just a few months, she would be able to hold her grandchild. Wang Shun and Yi Huan arrived quite early. After a while, the other two princesses also made their entrance. Gu Mingzhu and Wan Shiyu greeted the queen, with Gu Mingzhu holding a small child who adorably bowed to the queen. Yi Huan also rose, greeting Princess Gu and Princess Wan with a smile, her gaze falling on Gu Mingzhu's child, who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, and returned her greeting. It had been a long time since they had seen Yi Huan, who now radiated even more brilliance. Her skin was fair and delicate, seemingly capable of being pinched for moisture. Her eyes sparkled, brimming with vitality and determination, a stark contrast to her previous frailty. The two princesses addressed her, Lady Yi. The two princes were summoned by the emperor. The queen's reception towards them was not overly warm, yet she fulfilled her duties by presenting each with a red envelope and uttering a few auspicious words before they departed. Besides visiting the queen, the princesses also had to pay respects to the prince's mother. The princes, after receiving a reprimand from the emperor, made their way to the queen's palace before visiting their own mother. When evening arrived for the reunion dinner, Yi Huan was taken aback. A multitude gathered around a large table. The second princess, whom she had not encountered before, made an appearance, along with Su Pin and Li Fei. The family gathered at the round table evoked a sense of a typical household celebrating the new year. Emperor Jinghong, rarely displaying genuine emotion, looked upon the table with satisfaction. As the children grew accustomed to their surroundings, they began to frolic. Yi Huan was astonished to witness such a scene within the imperial family, leading her to admire Emperor Jinghong even more. She had previously respected him for gradually reclaiming power from the influential relatives during tumultuous times. But now she marveled at how well he had raised his son and daughter. Concubine Zhao appeared less formidable than before, completely unlike the treacherous characters depicted in novels, where schemes and underhanded tactics were commonplace. During the reunion dinner, the emperor adeptly balanced the distribution of attention, first serving the queen, then Concubine Zhao, followed by Li Fei, and finally Su Pin. Upon noticing Yi Huan's figure, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, prompting him to offer a few words of concern before he began to eat. The men engaged in various discussions while ensuring the well-being of those around them. Wan Shiyu, who had previously only observed others being cared for, was now the recipient of such attentiveness, as Wang Ping treated her with exceptional kindness. Even the esteemed consort Zhao noticed the peculiarities, finding her son's antics rather amusing. She nudged her daughter, remarking, "Look at your brother, how entertaining he is." Wang Yuan's mouth was stuffed with sweet rice cakes as she followed consort Zhao's gaze, indeed finding it quite humorous. It was a rare sight to behold, with Wang Ping making an overt effort to engage someone who seemed indifferent. Wan Shi displayed clear signs of impatience, yet Wang Ping appeared oblivious, persistently inching closer. She nodded in agreement. It was indeed amusing. Consort Zhao then turned her attention to the child beside Gu Mingzhu, sighing, "I wonder when your brother will bring one to me." Wang Yuan chuckled. "Doesn't he already have one? It's you who doesn't want it." Consort Zhao rolled her eyes in Wang Ping's direction, exclaiming, "Pa, I wouldn't want the child of a dignified princess. What am I sick? Besides, that child isn't fond of her. She frightens him. And I'm certainly no monster that devours children." Wang Ping's household had only one child, a girl born of his concubine. Yi Huan was comfortably seated on a thick cushion, while Wang Shun served her dishes, and even the empress did the same. The emperor, witnessing this, remained silent. He had long been aware of his son's affections, even with another child present, albeit just one, indicating he wasn't solely favored. After years of ruling, how could he be unaware of his son's attempts to deceive him? He chose to remain oblivious. After all, the crown prince excelled in everything except this. He would let such matters mar their relationship. In contrast to the jubilations of the imperial palace, the Zhao residence, despite being adorned with spring festival couplets, exuded a somber atmosphere devoid of any celebratory spirit. The once vibrant red had dulled significantly. Zhao's diffuse expression revealed no trace of joy or anger. It was unexpected that his lack of action during these days had allowed him to lower his guard. He had initially thought that on this festive day, people would be lax and carefree. He underestimated the crown prince's regard for the child that woman bore. "Zhangji, have you dealt with the tale?" "Rest assured, My lord, not a single one remains. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Ji voiced his concerns. I do not understand why today. The risk of assassination was too great. Poisoning would be far more effective. Moreover, today was the spring festival. Should any incident occur on the crown prince's way to the palace, it would be difficult to ensure the Emperor Wu Ti conduct a thorough investigation. Should any misstep arise, all efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, in his view, today was not an appropriate day for an assassination. Zhao Difu understood the reasoning behind this and snorted disdainfully. If we miss today, will there be another opportunity? If we fail today, the chances of success in the future diminish exponentially. The current crown prince is no longer that insignificant child who sought glory on the battlefield. Zhang Ji fell into silence. Given the crown prince's current capabilities, if today's attempt failed, future endeavors would be even less likely to succeed. He had even discovered that the spies previously placed in the East Palace had all been removed. Even if a few remained, they were ineffectual. The East Palace had become an impregnable fortress. My lord, Zhang Ji wished to offer some words of comfort, yet found himself at a loss for words. What he had just stated was the truth. It seemed that future attempts would be even more challenging. Zhao Difu's eyes beheld the red character for fortune. Let it descend. And may the new year be joyful. Zhang Ji accepted the command. He had been picked off the street by Zhao Difu, and since then willingly served as a blade in his hand. For the sake of his master, he was prepared to do anything, even sacrifice his own life. The departing Zhang Ji seemed to have made a resolute decision. In the Eastern Palace, after the meal, everyone gathered atop the city walls. Children chattered excitedly, while the second princess frolicked with Gu Mingzhu's child. Boom! 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 Fireworks erupted in the sky, bursting forth in a riot of colors. Everyone tilted their heads, gazing at the celestial display. The common folk congregated, their eyes shimmering with anticipation for the coming year as they watched the resplendent fireworks. Wang Zhenzhi lowered his gaze upon Huan, who was nestled behind him, her eyes sparkling like stars. The fireworks grew larger and more magnificent with each explosion. Huan nudged Wang Zhenzhi playfully, exclaiming, "Your Highness, look how beautiful it is." Though it was a bit loud. After a while, several princes took their leave. The emperor and empress, lacking the vitality of youth, had grown weary during the display. After exchanging a few celebratory words, they released the attendees from the palace. On the journey home, Huan marveled at her first new year in the imperial family, finding it unexpectedly delightful. She began counting the golden coins, realizing once again the grandeur of royalty. An abundance of golden coins filled her hands, far too many to grasp. Wang Zhenzhi held her, his eyes glimmering with mirth, utterly unaware of her newfound avarice. Huan felt a swell of pride, remarking that the prince had been somewhat tardy in uncovering her true nature. Feigning a sinister smile, she playfully demanded, "Now, quickly present your red envelope to me. I may yet spare you, otherwise." She chuckled mischievously, prompting Wang Zhenzhi to respond, "Otherwise, what will you do to me?" Huan retorted, "Naturally, I shall plunder all your valuable possessions." In truth, she wished to strip the crown prince of his garments and sell them, for they would surely fetch a handsome sum. Wang Zhenzhi retrieved the red envelope given to him by the empress and handed it to Huan, saying, "Here you go, little money grubber." Huan gleefully accepted it and began counting. After a while, she returned it to him, catching Wang Zhenzhi off guard. "Why not keep it?" he inquired. Huan tilted her head, replying, "It is still of use tonight. Tomorrow, it shall belong to me." Observing his expression, she discerned he had no inkling of the tradition behind it. The New Year's money was meant to be placed under one's pillow for a night, ensuring peace, safety, and the warding off of misfortune. Huan glanced at the coins he had reclaimed, mentioning, "You must give them to me tomorrow. I've already counted them." Unable to restrain himself, Wang Zhenzhi laughed heartily. "Very well." Due to a recent assassination attempt, the emperor had dispatched numerous guards for the crown prince's return. Wang Zhenzhi felt it unnecessary, but did not decline. While he did not require protection, his wife and children did, and ensuring their safety brought him peace of mind. By the time they returned to the Eastern Palace, the moon hung low on the treetops. Huan was so weary she could barely keep her eyes open. Even during the carriage ride, she had longed for sleep, but had been too preoccupied with counting the golden coins to succumb. As her senses returned, her body felt heavy with fatigue. Lying in her bed, she fell asleep before the prince returned. Wang Zhenzhi gazed at her rosy little face, kissed her gently, and embraced her, his large hand resting on her belly, feeling the life beneath. Comforted, he drifted into slumber with her in his arms. In the hall of Guxia, Lu Sui cradled her face with one hand while holding a small wine cup in the other. Xuemei sat across from her, accompanied by several other ladies. Recently, after the significant changes in the Eastern Palace, Lu Sui found her amusement diminished. In search of entertainment, she befriended these women. Though she enjoyed showing off, she was not entirely foolish. Given the current circumstances, it was clear what was happening. Those without wisdom were evident. Additionally, with Huan now pregnant, she could no longer seek her company. Thus, she turned to this female guard for diversion, and over time, familiarity blossomed. Today was the new year, and Lu Sui had invited them over to create a lively atmosphere. Xuemei was soon pressed against the table. The substitute for Tao Shiji also bore the surname Tao, but wore a perpetual frown, while another named Zhang enjoyed embroidery. The insoles of Lu Sui's shoes were crafted by her. "Do not pity me simply because I'm a delicate flower," she mused. In the study, there was her little handkerchief. Although she never had to vie for affection, neither could anyone boast. Accustomed to the jealous glances of years past, Lu Sui was unaccustomed to their absence. The sudden lack of such familiar sights left her feeling out of place. For several days, she felt dispirited until she met these new acquaintances, gradually rekindling her former vigor. Lu Sui raised her wine cup towards them, asking, "Why aren't you drinking? Come on, let us have a toast." Tamu shook her head, urging, "You drink by yourself." Zhang Su echoed, "Lu Zhaoxuan, you should drink alone. Or let Shui Mei keep you company." Understanding their responsibilities, Lu Sui realized they could not indulge in wine, lest it hinder their duties. She began to urge Shui Mei to drink with her. Shui Mei, amused yet exasperated, replied, "My lady, please don't tease." Lu Sui raised her chin defiantly, asserting, "Who is teasing? Today is the spring festival. Let's not dwell on trivialities." With that, she lifted her cup, proclaiming, "Cheers to your company." Seeing Lu Sui drink, Shui Mei reluctantly raised her own cup and followed suit, refusing to be courteous. On this festive occasion, the kitchen had prepared a delightful array of dishes. Lu Sui glanced at the others, who seemed wooden, prompting her to ask, "Why aren't you eating? Is it out of politeness?" The four of them began to eat and drink. After consuming a cup, Shui Mei quickly covered her glass and shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "I won't tea drink anymore. If I do, I'll surely get drunk." A light blush graced her cheeks. Lu Sui pouted, thinking if they wouldn't tea drink, she would indulge herself, especially since she had procured this exceptional wine. With no more insistence from Lu Sui, Shui Mei sighed in relief, picking up her chopsticks to eat. Many of the dishes had been suggested by her to Lu Sui when requesting from the grand kitchen. During the meal, Lu Sui dominated the conversation while the others chimed in occasionally. The atmosphere among them bore an oddly harmonious quality. After finishing their meal, Tao Mu and Zhang Su intended to leave, but Lu Sui firmly held them back, refusing to let them depart. Shui Mei stood aside, indifferent to Lu Sui's insistence, gently touching her warm face, seemingly a tad inebriated. The following day, Huan was the first to reach for the golden bean hidden beneath her pillow, and with a beaming smile, she held it up, grinning foolishly. After freshening up, Huan noticed the crown prince was nowhere to be seen. She inquired of Xiao Chun, "Where is His Highness? It was just the spring festival yesterday. How can he be absent today?" Xiao Chun replied with a smile, "His Highness is in the study." "You have yet to visit the study. Would you care to take a look?" Huan, considering the golden bean, decided to oblige. She had never been to the study and felt a spark of curiosity, thinking it would serve as a delightful exercise. The Crown Prince's study was not far from Chunchi Palace. However, Huan found herself panting slightly after a short while, wondering if she had arrived yet. Xiao Chun encouraged her, "Just a bit further, my lady, you can do it." Huan sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. Had she known, she might have stayed behind. She was truly feeling quite lazy and weary. Approaching the study's entrance, They noticed someone approaching and immediately became alert. Upon recognizing Huan, the figure nodded slightly. Huan, seeing the door, thought to herself, at last she had arrived. Standing at the entrance, she took a deep breath while Xiao Chun knocked on the door. Wang Zhenzhi's voice came from within, "Enter." After Xiao Chun pushed the door open, she remained outside, closing the door behind her. Wang Zhenzhi, engrossed in reviewing documents, assumed it was Zhao Fu arriving and did not look up. After a moment of silence, he sensed the stillness and glanced up to find Huan, bundled up tightly. Staring at him, Wang Zhenzhi hastily set aside his papers and approached her, asking softly, "When did you arrive?" He helped Huan remove her cloak, revealing her rosy cheeks. A smile danced in Wang Zhenzhi's eyes as he teased. "If I hadn't seen you, would you have stood here indefinitely?" Huan pouted, "I certainly wouldn't. I merely took longer than expected and paused to catch my breath." She conceded that she had indeed been captivated by the crown prince's presence. There was an inexplicable charm about a man absorbed in his work. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly, "Indeed, you did not." Huan shot him a playful glare and settled into a chair. With the recent heavy snowfall rendering the ground somewhat slippery, Wang Zhenzhi advised, "Next time, send someone to inform me. I will come and escort you." Huan nodded, her eyes surveying the surroundings. The study was orderly, with shelves lined with a variety of books, and his desk cluttered with tomes and a heap of documents. Clearly, the Crown Prince attended to state affairs immediately upon rising. "Your Highness, please continue with your work. I shall observe quietly and will not intrude." "Do carry on," Huan said as she stood up and began to explore. Although the study lacked a hearth, the charcoal fire kept the space sufficiently warm. After traversing only a short distance, Huan felt a slight warmth enveloping her. Zhao Fu entered the study and, from a distance, spotted Xiao Chun. He surmised that Lady Yi must have arrived, thus deciding he could remain outside to wait. After a moment's contemplation, he departed, only to return shortly with a food box in hand. Xiao Chun was astonished. Truly, the elder was remarkably considerate. Upon entering, Zhao Fu presented the food box to Wang Zhenzhi, who accepted it before retreating. Although the crown prince uttered not a word, Zhao Fu discerned from his gaze that he had indeed struck the right chord. The delight on Zhao Fu's face was unmistakable, and Xiao Chun, intrigued, wondered what had transpired. Zhao Fu merely shook his head, a smile still gracing his features. Xiao Chun appeared perplexed, her curiosity piqued by his silence. Huan leaned forward to look, realizing that the others had already exited, and inquired about the matter. Wang Zhenzhi, guiding her to the table, arranged the delicacies, cautioning her to indulge, lest her cravings become overwhelming. Huan pouted, defiant. What of her desires? It was her stomach that yearned for sustenance, not her will. "I understand, Your Highness. Please attend to your duties. Do not let me hinder your important matters. You should get on with it. My presence here is merely an inconvenience, and my words may not be pleasing." With that, Wang Zhenzhi returned to his desk to continue his work on the documents. Huan cast him several furtive glances, and upon confirming his earnest engagement with state affairs, she began to wander towards the bookshelf. Wang Zhenzhi, noticing her movement, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he resumed his tasks. Huan tilted her head back in wonder. It was her first time encountering such an extensive collection of books. They spanned various genres: travelogues, military strategies, agricultural texts, and accounts of the supernatural, with esteemed works from numerous scholars represented. Huan's mouth fell slightly agape in awe. It was truly impressive. The books bore signs of having been perused, and she held firm confidence in the man's intellect. He had undoubtedly read them all. Truly, those worthy of the title of Crown Prince were either prodigies or diligent scholars. Unlike her, who seemed destined to be a mere parasite of rice, unable to consume so much knowledge. Some texts left her head spinning after just a couple of pages, her eyes straining to comprehend the words that, though familiar in isolation, became foreign when combined. Surely, the minds of geniuses differ from those of the average person. Huan then opened a tome on the supernatural, noting the vast chasm between it and her previous readings. Suddenly, she encountered a title that struck a chord of familiarity: The Proud Lady of the Young Master, The Affairs of the Young Gentleman, and The Farmer and His Young Mistress. Yi Huan rubbed her eyes uncertainly, glancing once more before closing them and reopening them after a moment. Her eyes widened in realization. It was indeed true. She reassured herself that perhaps the titles were merely similar, with disparate contents. Tentatively, she reached for one of the volumes, her silence profound. Was it truly necessary for a crown prince to delve into such a plethora of diverse literature? Seated comfortably in the soft chair prepared for her by the crown prince. With treats at hand, Yi Huan began to read. Wang Zhenzhi glanced up to find her engrossed in a book, his gaze softening with affection, convinced she would soon grow bored. The crown prince, however, had entirely forgotten his own past endeavors. Chapter 75. A meat bun thrown to a dog. No return. And a sense of our daughter has just blossomed. Yi Huan found herself quickly absorbed in the tale, her engagement with the text effortless compared to others. Then she picked up another book and flipped it open. Yi Huan took a bite of the pastry and raised her gaze to glance at the struggling crown prince. It was hard not to harbor doubts. At the back, Yi Huan discovered a book titled How to Win Your Wife's Heart. She rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit disoriented, and looked again to confirm. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Why would such a book be on the crown prince's bookshelf? She felt as though she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Wang Zhenzhi sensed a subtle gaze lingering on him. He set down the document in his hand and asked, "Does Huan have any questions for me?" Yi Huan turned her head and blinked, curious about what kind of books the crown prince enjoyed. Seemingly unprepared for her question, Wang Zhenzhi pondered for a moment before answering, "Military strategy, agricultural affairs. Have you read all the books on this shelf?" Yi Huan inquired further. Wang Zhenzhi nodded, of course. Yi Huan bit her lip, lifting the book in her hand to ask, "Do you enjoy this kind as well, Your Highness?" As Wang Zhenzhi stepped closer to discern the title, he halted, realizing it was a mix-up by Zhao Fu. Yi Huan sitiflit alaf, retrieving the book How to Win Your Wife's Heart and placing it on the table. "I am tired, Your Highness. I shall rest on your small couch for a while." She left behind a somewhat awkward man. Yi Huan ambled towards the partition, preparing to lie down when she heard, "I have instructed Zhao Fu to add some more charcoal." The sentence was abruptly cut short as the person in front came to a halt. Yi Huan, supporting her waist, gazed in astonishment at the scene within. The study's resting area was adorned with numerous paintings, and the figures depicted were none other than herself. There she was, crouching in the grass to gather herbs, and under the silk tree, showcasing her garments. Wang Zhenzhi had forgotten. His room was filled with paintings, all of which portrayed Yi Huan. Yi Huan stared in shock at the crown prince's expressionless face, exclaiming, "Your Highness, your artistry is simply remarkable." She approached the painting and remarked, "This is me, isn't it?" Wang Zhenzhi nodded indeed. Upon hearing this, Yi Huan felt even happier. The artwork was stunningly beautiful, even more so than her real self. However, the details of the scenery seemed oddly familiar. Wang Zhenzhi, unaware of her thoughts, stepped behind her and said, "This was during the time at the border." Yi Huan focused on the painting and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, was this from when I first arrived?" A new question arose. It had not been long since she arrived. So how did the crown prince know? Moreover, he had captured her likeness. "I had seen you long before," he replied. Yi Huan widened her eyes slightly, playfully tapping Wang Zhenzhi's chest with her small fist. "How clever. I knew you had been plotting for a long time, Your Highness." Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly, grasping her fist. "It has been a long-standing desire." Yi Huan shot him a playful glare, thinking how this aloof and handsome man often spoke words that did not match his demeanor. "Could you give me a painting, Your Highness? These artworks are truly exquisite." Yi Huan felt particularly drawn to them, clinging to his arm and beginning to pout. "Look at how many you have hanging here. Giving me just 2 would hardly leave you empty-handed. I simply adore your paintings. Would you give me 2 or 3? Pretty please?" Wang Zhenzhi observed as her figure transformed from 1 into 2, and then into 3. If he did not acquiesce soon, it seemed likely that all the paintings in the vicinity would be claimed by her. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Yi Huan's eyes sparkled with delight. She parted her lips, whispering, "Your Highness, could you create a landscape painting for me?" Yi Huan felt a surge of pride. Not only had she requested several paintings, but she also yearned for more. Wang Zhenzhi, however, consented, though he made it clear that the acquisition would not be swift. The prince's artworks were exquisite, demanding not only time but also great effort, especially for pieces imbued with color. Once she had secured the items, Huan began to urge the prince to hasten his work. She felt no remorse for any delays caused by her own requests. Huan perused all the paintings, her mind already set on what she wished to take with her. Then, reclining on the couch with Wang Zhenzhi's book in hand, she settled into a comfortable position. The resting place was not as spacious as Chuanxi Palace, but the princess furnishings were of high quality, allowing her to sit comfortably. The room was warmed by the addition of charcoal fire, enveloping Huan in a cozy warmth. However, the heat soon led to drowsiness. Before long, she felt her eyelids growing heavy. With a sudden thud, the book slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Upon hearing the noise, Wang Zhenzhi promptly entered the room. Huan chuckled softly, assuring him, "I'm fine truly, just a bit sleepy." Wang Zhenzhi set down his belongings and suggested she rest. Arranging the quilt and checking the charcoal fire while slightly opening the window. After ensuring Huan was comfortable, he approached the desk. Tian knelt on one knee, ready to report on his task when the prince interjected, "Lower your voice." Tian adjusted his tone, stating that his subordinates had discovered the whereabouts of Zhao Xinrui, who appeared to be en route to exile, having attached herself to a merchant family. After ingratiating herself with this household, she had employed some means to eliminate the merchant's wife and child, subsequently assuming the role of the mistress. Currently, she had misled the merchant to Liangzhou, investing funds into the Zhao family's shop there. Wang Zhenzhi sneered. "A meat bun thrown to a dog, there's no return." "Where is Zhao Xinrui now?" he inquired. Tian replied, "In Liangzhou. Keep a close watch on them, and summon Yu Cheng." "Yes." Yu Cheng lowered his voice, informing that Zhao Chengxiang had a visitor who frequently came and went. This individual was named Zhang Ji, an orphan taken in by Zhao Difu, who had willingly become a tool in Zhao Chengxiang's hands. It was highly likely that this person was responsible for the recent assassination attempt. Yu Cheng paused, adding that today the Dark Chamber had received a covert signal. Wang Zhenzhi regarded him, having a fair inkling of the matter, and replied coolly, "Speak." Yu Cheng exhaled deeply, revealing that someone had placed a bounty on the prince. The Dark Chamber was an intelligence agency under Wang Zhenzhi's command, engaged not only in assassination, but also in the exchange of information. While it appeared to be a killer organization, it was, in fact, a manifestation of the prince's influence. The utility of such an organization became apparent when confronting corrupt officials with precision in their killings. There was no fear of being investigated. After all, who would investigate themselves? After the Dark Pavilion declined the offer, the individual quoted a price of 100 taels of gold. The people in the pavilion were at a loss, prompting them to send a subordinate to inquire with their master. Subsequently, Yu Cheng raised his head, realizing his previous rudeness, and immediately lowered it again upon hearing Wang Zhenzhi say, "Proceed," then increase the price. It seemed inappropriate for a prince to settle for merely 100 taels. In that instant, Yu Cheng comprehended the underlying message. The decision was not theirs to make, as the money would ultimately end up in their coffers. Indeed, His Highness was astute, and Yu Cheng found himself silently applauding the cleverness of his master. Half an hour later, Wang Zhenzhi rubbed his sore neck. Having nearly completed the documents on the table, he approached the partition and gazed at Huan's plump face, reminiscent of a juicy peach. Unable to resist, he leaned down and bit into it. Delightful. Since Huan became pregnant, their kisses had diminished, though not entirely. They were simply less frequent than before. Huan, in a state of drowsiness, felt as though a dog were licking her. She waved her hand toward her face to shoo it away, only to hear a chuckle moments later, followed by her mouth being covered. As she opened her eyes, she found herself staring at the enlarged, handsome face of the man before her. Upon seeing her awaken, he deepened the kiss, unabashedly intensifying his affections. Chapter 76. Lower your head. It was only when Huan felt breathless that he finally released her. She gasped for air and shot him a sidelong glance. Kissing, kissing, kissing. He was relentless, yet was not unpleasant for her. Wang Zhenzhi's lips curled into a smile as he finished the solitary document, still not yielding. Yi Huan suspected he was envious of her ability to sleep while he was burdened with work. As she prepared to leave, she did not forget to take the painting and reminded the prince not to forget the landscape piece he had promised her. On the third day of the new year, Wang Zhenzhi had awakened Yi Huan early. She groaned a few times, wishing to linger in bed a little longer. "Today, I will take you to the Lin family. Do you not wish to see them?" he asked, already holding the clothes she was to wear. Yi Huan swiftly tossed off the blankets. "Let us go." She sat up, assuring him that she would be ready shortly. The person in bed, with a noticeable belly, began searching for her garments. Wang Zhenzhi chuckled softly, taking her hand. "I shall assist you." Even in her sleepy state, Yi Huan realized this playful man was teasing her by holding her clothes while she fumbled about. How childish. Were it not for their impending outing, she would have surely bitten him in jest. Since it was the spring festival, and they had yet to venture out, Yi Huan asked Mama Lin to prepare gifts, as Xiaochun was not quite adept at this task. However, Mama Lin excelled, knowing precisely how to handle people and matters. After a hearty meal, Yi Huan sat in the carriage, filled with anticipation. The prince had previously mentioned that her sister-in-law would come to visit her, but a heavy snowfall had thwarted those plans. According to the calendar, her sister-in-law should be nearing her delivery. This would be Yi Huan's first official outing since her pregnancy began. Along the way, she chattered incessantly, while Wang Zhenzhi occasionally interjected with a word or two, visibly delighted by her exuberance. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, a plump little figure dashed toward me, coming to an abrupt halt just before reaching Yi Huan. Lin Songrong was clad in vibrant red attire adorned with golden thread embroidered with the character for fortune, a tiger-headed hat perched upon his head, and shoes embellished with tiger patterns. The child exuded a festive charm, embodying the spirit of celebration. "Annie, it has been such a long time since you last visited. Do you still remember me?" Lin Songrong exclaimed, lifting his chin, his dark eyes gleaming like glossy grapes. Yi Huan extended her hand to tousle his hair, replying, "Of course I remember you.